to happen, all three parties have to be on the same page. We've seen Congress ministers attending the meeting in full quorum. Almost all the top Congress ministers have just entered this building of Mantralaya. NCP ministers have already started reaching. Ajit Pawar is in Mantralaya since early morning, and if the dissolution, if such a big decision has to happen, the dissolution of assembly has to happen, it has to be taken, the decision has to be taken in unison, and all parties will have to agree to that. Now, a section in the NCP is against it, but if that doesn't happen, then there is a little choice that is left for Uddhav Thackeray. He'll ultimately have to give in to the demands of Eknath Shinde. But Uddhav Thackeray is in no mood to do that. He is not going to bow down before the pressure of the rebels. The only option he sees that in any case, what has been proposed by the Shiv Sena is that in any case, the government is going to come down. It will be the BJP that will have the last laugh in that scenario, in both the scenario. So the only option for us now as Mahavikas Aghadi is to dissolve the government, and that is what has been proposed, and that is why this cabinet meeting in another 10 minutes is going to be crucial. There might be some heated arguments, especially from the NCP against it. They will not, a large section in the NCP is not in favor of that. But Uddhav Thackeray, who is likely to participate in the meeting via video conferencing, will have to wait and watch what decision is to be taken. I'll have to move in for the cabinet meeting. That is just to begin in another 10 minutes. And I will be giving you all the updates on what happens.
Okay, before I let you go, what options does the NCP have? They might not want early elections. They might not want the House to be dissolved, but there's zero option. The other option is that Shiv Sena goes with the BJP. Is that more favorable to the NCP?
Well, a hint was given by Sharad Pawar yesterday. If you remember Sharad Pawar's press conference just 24 hours before, he said that while saying that it's an internal matter of the Shiv Sena, Sharad Pawar had said that in that scenario, we would prefer to sit in the opposition. That is what Sharad Pawar had said. If going by that, if Sharad Pawar is of that opinion, we can just pull out that particular portion from Sharad Pawar's press conference yesterday, where he said that in that scenario, we would prefer to sit in the opposition. If that is the option with the NCP, is what now we'll have to wait and see. But is the NCP agreeing to Uddhav Thackeray's proposal is the key question at this point, and perhaps that is going to be the in another half an hour.
All right, Kamlesh, I'm going to let you go. Grudgingly at that, my colleague Kamlesh has to go inside. He's tracking the cabinet. What you see on your television screen, viewers, right on the right-hand side is Kamal Nath speaking to his MLAs. All right, more developments coming in as I speak. The fastest Maha-rebellion updates only on India Today. Yes, can vouch for that. Maharashtra's cabinet meet to begin shortly. Chief Minister Uddhav likely to step down. That is what sources say. Governor may not accept resolution proposal. In midst of the rebellion, Uddhav tests COVID positive. But there's also another, and we're going to ask our producers to pull out that reaction of Sharad Pawar yesterday, because viewers, it's interesting how things and how, you know, the tea leaves of the current political context of Maharashtra are being read. Sharad Pawar late last night had said that if they can't prove majority, he'd rather sit in the opposition. What does that mean, viewers? That means that the NCP might not be on board with resolution. That means that Uddhav Thackeray, who's staunchly against going with the BJP, might have little choice but to go with the BJP. It needs the NCP on board. It needs the Congress on board, the Shiv Sena, to ask for dissolution of the House. You know, hectic developments taking place. We're going to cut across to all our reporters, getting you the latest, but what we are given to understand, next 10 minutes, the cabinet... Arjun Kharge.
Permanent invitee, special...
Play that reaction again. Kamal Nath is on his way to meet Sharad Pawar. You heard Mallikarjun Kharge from the Congress as well. Multiple developments, because it's a development a minute that is taking place as I speak. Interesting at that. So let's once again, you know, for those who are just joining us. All right, okay. Let's listen in to Mr. Sharad Pawar, who spoke about the Shiv Sena's current crisis, which involves clearly his party and his government in alliance with the Congress and the Shiv Sena. Listen in.
With the Congress, with the NCP, with the Shiv Sena, हम तीनों ही साथ. मगर जब तक एग्जैक्टली क्या इशू है और कैसे रिजॉल्व करना, इसमें शिवसेना की गाइडलाइन हमें मिलती नहीं, तब तक इस पर हम कुछ कदम उठाना ठीक नहीं।
So that's the operative part. Yesterday, Sharad Pawar spoke to the media, and it's interesting because the Shiv Sena might be facing trouble not just where the BJP is concerned, not just where its insider Eknath Shinde is concerned, but also from its own alliance with NCP. The NCP is not clearly on board with resolution. What goes down in that cabinet meeting is interesting to say the least, because there will now be a move by the Shiv Sena to try and get its alliance partner NCP on board with asking the governor for resolution, who in any case is not keen, because that governor might ask for the Mahavikas Aghadi to prove majority on the floor of the House. But having said that, the NCP might not be on board, because yesterday NCP Supreme Leader Sharad Pawar spoke to the press and said that the Shiv Sena should have its lot together, but if it doesn't, then the NCP would rather sit in the opposition. What does that mean? That the NCP doesn't want to look at midterm elections. The NCP doesn't want the dissolution of the House. It's going to put a fair amount of pressure on Uddhav Thackeray, because what's now going to be Uddhav Thackeray's option? If NCP is not on board, can his party actually move for resolution? Or on the other account, will he now have little option but be forced to go with Eknath Shinde's demand, which is joining hand with the BJP that Uddhav Thackeray doesn't want to go with? Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. He will attend the meeting virtually and address the cabinet virtually. He's been doing so. It's not the first time that Uddhav Thackeray has addressed his cabinet meetings virtually through teleconferencing. It's something which a lot of MLAs, especially from his own party, didn't quite like, because many of them who right now have sided with Eknath Shinde believe that Uddhav Thackeray really lost touch with his MLAs, and the current political context really goes down to show the same. The fact that Eknath Shinde is sitting tight and cozy with 35 of the 56 MLAs that Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena has, leaving the minority of them, just 16 loyalists, with Uddhav Thackeray's side, shows that Uddhav Thackeray clearly did not have his grip correct where his party MLAs were concerned. And that prompts me, viewers, to the other big talking point that we've been tracking very closely, and that is, as much this is a mandate on, or a documentary on where the Mahavikas Aghadi lies in terms of the alliance in Maharashtra, it also is documentary and testimony to the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray where the Shiv Sena is concerned. Will Uddhav Thackeray sacrifice power to save his party and his leadership? Well, that's the indication right now that is coming in. We're going to continue getting our viewers the latest. What I can also tell you is that the governor of Maharashtra tested COVID positive, so has Uddhav Thackeray. The cabinet meet is going to start in the next 5 minutes, is what we are being told. Uddhav Thackeray will virtually address the cabinet meeting. He is going to moot for resignation, his resignation. He is going to moot for asking the governor to dissolve the assembly, and he will be opposed. He will be opposed by maybe some of his own party personnel, we don't know that, but possibly the NCP. There is a huge chunk of the NCP which doesn't want midterm elections. They don't want dissolution of the House, which was also made clear by Sharad Pawar. I'd rather sit in the opposition. But we're going to still give out the current context of numbers. Of course, a lot of that is speculation, because there is no clear figure in terms of how many numbers of the Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. Shinde has claimed he has 35. That means he's just too short, viewers, too short of 37, which will make the Shinde faction buck the anti-defection law. And the minute he has that 37, he and the BJP can go to the governor, stake claim, say that we have the numbers to form government. Big questions that we are posing as well. Can Eknath Shinde keep his band of rebel MLAs united? Well, of course, right now it does seem so. History, political history does stand testimony that MLAs usually tend to gravitate towards the side that they see standing at the precipice of forming government. And here, the odds lie in favor of Eknath Shinde. He says he has 35 MLAs. A lot of journalists who've been tracking Eknath Shinde and his lot of MLAs in Guwahati who were moved from Surat this morning confirmed that he at least has 33. and could have more, and the numbers may rise in days to come. There's a lot of posturing as well. There's a lot of psychological warfare, to say the least, in all of this. Because if there's constant posturing that we have the numbers, we are just, we have 35 Shiv Sena MLAs, we have 40 MLAs in all. The message going down to the other MLAs is that we are forming government. You know which side is buttered. You might as well come to the side which will be in power. And right now, that's the message that is filtering down, not just to the 16 Shiv Sena loyalists, but because also to the 44 MLAs of the Congress party. In all of this, the other lot which would be highly vulnerable if Eknath, Shinde and BJP have the numbers to go ahead form government are the Congress MLAs. On the other hand, the NCP says it's going to sit tight with its 57, happy to sit in the opposition. Paras Dama from Devendra Fadnavis's house joins us. Paras, what are you picking up from outside Devendra Fadnavis's house? Any movement till yesterday? There was studied silence, but I believe Devendra Fadnavis has sent out a message to all of his MLAs to be available within a call and be in Mumbai.
Priti, the message is loud and clear. Be available, switch on your phones and be available in every situation. That what a message has been given by Devendra Fadnavis to all the MLAs of Bharatiya Janata Party. We are at Devendra Fadnavis residence. It's Sagar, and over here there is an important meeting which is going inside. There were particularly some big BJP leader who has entered sometime before, and the main thing of this meeting, we can say that it's very important right now to make a plan of action, and that's what it's going inside the Sagar Bungalow. It's a residence of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, the leader of opposition, and the prominent leaders of BJP are inside. And there was one face which I just want to tell you. It's Geeta Jain. She is an independent MLA, but she landed her support to Shiv Sena some time ago. But now we saw her coming over here at Devendra Fadnavis residence, and there were some meeting going around over here, and after that she left after 20-25 minutes. So we can just imagine, and we can just see if there will be another MLA supporting BJP or Eknath Shinde. So this we can just imagine. Right now the situation is very tense in Maharashtra. The political conditions are very tense, but MVA is in trouble. We can see Congress, NCP and Shiv Sena are struggling, but right now Devendra Fadnavis and the senior leaders of BJP are inside this very residence, and they are making a plan of action, how to go ahead in this situation and what to plan next.
The situation and what to plan next is the latest that is going on. My colleague Paras reporting from outside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. And what we were talking about just a while earlier, and I'll bring in Paras to that, into that conversation. Viewers, independent MLAs that had pledged allegiance to the Shiv Sena alliance earlier, just days ago, till days ago was with the Shiv Sena, are today filtering in, knocking on Devendra Fadnavis' residence, giving credence to the fact that most MLAs, especially the ones independent, the ones vulnerable, even the ones with political parties, tend to gravitate towards where they see the lot which is looking at forming government. And right now, these visuals talk more than what is actually taking place in terms of rhetoric posturing. The fact that MLAs are gravitating towards a certain side seems to suggest the side which is heavier. All right, the cabinet. My colleague Ritik on phone line is joining us from Mantralaya. We're going to get him live very quickly. Ritik, quickly take us through the latest. Has the cabinet meeting started at the Mantralaya? We do understand Uddhav Thackeray, who's COVID positive this morning, is addressing that meeting through teleconferencing. What's going on?
समर्थन दिया था एमवीए सरकार का, ये कायम रहेगा. हम एमवीए सरकार की सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे. मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए अभी सुबह. पर मेरी लंबी बात उनसे फ़ोन पर हुई है, और मैंने आश्वस्त किया कि कांग्रेस के सब विधायक MVA सरकार को सपोर्ट करेंगे। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो प्रलोभन की राजनीति है, पैसे और पोस्ट की, जो उन्होंने शुरुआत करी थी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, इन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश में किया, झारखंड में प्रयास किया, अब इसका उपयोग महाराष्ट्र में किया जा रहा है। बहुत सारी बातें हुई, वो कॉन्फिडेंट है, उन्हें विश्वास है कि शिवसेना के विधायक उनका साथ देंगे। जो चले भी गए हैं, बहुत सारे लोग गलतफहमी में गए हैं, उनका ये विश्वास है।
यानी आप समझ रहे हैं कि कोई विधानसभा बर्खास्त होने की नौबत अभी तक नहीं आई? शिवसेना के नेता कह रहे हैं कि महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा बर्खास्त की दिशा में है। वो
मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से इस पर भी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि विधानसभा बर्खास्त करने का कोई अभी प्रस्ताव नहीं है।
तो ये साथ खड़ी रहेगी।
हमने MVA सरकार के समर्थन किया, हम समर्थन करते रहेंगे।
Well, an important question that needed to be asked of Kamal Nath. Does the Congress support the dissolution of the House? Is it ready to call it quits and go in for elections? Well, on the other hand, the fact is that the governor is not very keen to entertain that the demand by the Shiv Sena. But where does the Congress stand in all of this? Cutting across right now to Ritik, who's joining us from the Mantralaya, where the cabinet meeting is taking place. Given to understand that Uddhav Thackeray, who's tested COVID positive this morning, is chairing the meeting virtually. In all probability, he will step down. The Shiv Sena will moot that there is agreement, consensus, quorum that is reached in the dissolution of the House. But it seems it's not going to quite happen because some of the NCP leaders are dead against it. But cutting across to Ritik. Ritik, what are you picking up? What's going on inside the House?
Speculations arise that Uddhav is going to step down and he's going to give his resignation. But a series of meetings before the cabinet meeting was happening. Kamal Nath, who is in charge of Congress, who after addressing his own party leaders and MLAs, wanted to meet CM Uddhav, but he couldn't. As he said, he's found COVID positive. Now, they'll be talking over phone, and even from Varsha residence, which is the official residence of CM, a message has been given to all of them that no one should come to Varsha to meet CM, and not CM is going to go anywhere. He's found COVID positive by antigen. So he's obviously not going to attend meeting. But we can see in the cabinet meeting, which is about to start at any moment, only Congress ministers have reached the meeting. We are awaiting. None of these Sena ministers have reached Mantralaya yet because most of them are with Eknath Shinde or they have been camped in a five-star hotel in Mumbai. So we have to see that our Sena ministers, if not Uddhav, are attending this cabinet meeting, and also NCP ministers and leaders were having meeting with Sharad Pawar at YB Chauhan Center. Even they are expected to reach here anytime soon.
All right, Ritik, what indications are you picking up? Is the NCP and the Congress going to be on board with the demand of dissolution of the House?
The demand is not made, but yes, a very important tweet made by Sanjay Raut. He is hinting that the assembly would be dissolved.
Right.
The way Maharashtra's politics is unraveling, so he is expecting that there might be some chances, and for that, CM Uddhav has to submit his resignation in front of.
Right, but it's also important at this point of time, viewers, will NCP and the Congress play game? Because, you know, you can't emphasize less on what Sharad Pawar had said yesterday, where he said Shiv Sena should have numbers, but if it doesn't, NCP chooses to sit in the opposition. What does that mean? That the NCP might not be on board with dissolution of the House. But having said that, I want to cut across to Mustafa, my colleague. Mustafa has been tracking all the protests that have been taking place by the Shiv Seniks on the street protesting. Mustafa, what's the latest that you have?
We are at YB Chauhan Center where Sharad Pawar is present since this morning. Just now Kamal Nath has reached here, and also Nirhari Zirwal, who is the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly, has also reached here. Remember, he is an important person, the Deputy Speaker, because yesterday Shiv Sena had changed their CLP leader from Eknath Shinde to Ajay Chaudhary, and that has been approved by the Deputy Speaker. Now, as we are hearing that some action can take place during the cabinet meeting, and there is dissolution of assembly which can take place. The Deputy Speaker will be playing a very important role. Remember, for last 1.5 years, Maharashtra Assembly doesn't have a speaker, so the Deputy Speaker will be playing a crucial role in case the MLAs want to resign or any other such thing has to take place. He is meeting Sharad Pawar, same as Kamal Nath, who is also present here. Sharad Pawar is trying to strategize till the last moment to somehow salvage the Mahavikas Aghadi government. What we were seeing when the NCP ministers like Chhagan Bhujbal and others were leaving here, there was, they looked sad, and it looked like there is some decision which is going to take place in the cabinet meeting which will put everybody to work. So we'll have to wait and see what happens next. But yes, there is a development every minute happening in Maharashtra politics. All eyes are now at the cabinet meeting, which Uddhav Thackeray, we are told, is attending via video conferencing because he has tested positive in an antigen test. So he'll be via video conferencing, he'll be attending the cabinet. We'll have to see what issues come up in the cabinet meeting and what decisions are made. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, I'm going to come right back to you. I want to go across to Kamlesh Sutar, who's joining us. And viewers, in a very short while, we're going to get a very, very important person on the phone line that we'd be talking to. We're waiting for that. But while we wait for that person to join us, because a lot of clarity would be given by him, I want to connect to Kamlesh Sutar, who is joining us right now from right outside the Mantralaya, where the cabinet meeting is taking place. Kamlesh, the question is, there might be a decision by the Shiv Sena to go for dissolution of the House. Will the NCP and the Congress play ball? Will they be on board?
Well, it's just a matter of a few minutes now. This all crucial cabinet meeting has just started right here next to me. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is attending the meeting via video conferencing. The Chief Minister's office has just informed that the CM would be attending the meeting via video conference, and the meeting has begun. NCP leaders, Congress leaders ministers have all reached the venue of the cabinet meeting. The meeting had started, and as I said, in another few minutes, the proposal is likely to be moved, whether the Shiv Sena goes in for the resolution or it proposes that. But a section from the NCP is certainly not keen on dissolving the resolution of assembly. So the NCP's opposition here would also play a crucial role. Right opposite the Mantralaya where the cabinet meeting is taking place, there's another important meeting that is taking place just a few meters away from here. That is at the YB Chavan Center, where NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar is meeting Kamal Nath. So the decision would be communicated to them from the meeting. In fact, we just saw one of the ministers coming out, speaking on the phone, giving some update. Now, whether it was related to that meeting and proposal is what we'll let you know in some time. But Sharad Pawar and Kamal Nath will be kept in the loop, because this decision is not to be taken by Shiv Sena alone. It has to be taken unanimously. All three parties have to be on the same page, because this is a coalition government. For Shiv Sena, it is not just a matter of saving government, it is also a matter of party. But for the other two parties, it is about the government as well. They have been into this, what the BJP is calling an unnatural coalition of...
All right, Kamlesh, I'm going to cut across the man of the moment, due to which the entire political theatrics of Maharashtra are rife. Eknath Shinde joins us from Guwahati. Shinde साहब, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमसे बात कर रहे हैं. पहले एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं. शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है.
सर, 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं. इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं.
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है.
तो सर, फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा.
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं. बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास.
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना. अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है, आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास.
बिल्कुल.
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर, अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है, उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी, और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर, फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर, एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं। और यहाँ पर
जी बोलिए शिंदे साहब। शिंदे साहब, आवाज आ रही है आपको? All right, we seem to have lost our phone connection with Eknath Shinde. Well, you know, viewers, that's the news break, and that's the big news break. We're going to try and reconnect with him. We're going to try and reconnect with him right now. But the news break is that Eknath Shinde says he has more than 37 MLAs. Well, if he has more than 37 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, what is stopping Eknath Shinde from going to the governor and staking claim? We're going to try and reconnect with Eknath Shinde, but I will quickly encapsulate what Eknath Shinde says. He says that they are sitting down, they are calibrating whether or not to go to the governor. They're speaking to the MLAs. But what he has disclosed to India Today viewers is that he has the support of over 47 MLAs. Now the count from 40 viewers, which was in the morning, he says has gone to 47 cumulatively. Where the Shiv Sena is concerned, he says he has over 37 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, which means, viewers, as per the claims of Eknath Shinde, he has the numbers which will buck the anti-defection law. That means he can approach the governor anytime. On the other hand, when asked that Uddhav Thackeray in all probability is going to step down, is going to move for dissolution of the house, should he not move first and approach the governor? Well, he said that he is calibrating and rethinking with his people on what's the best option here. He says he wants to carry forward the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray and what true Hindutva meant, but he also said he's really not in touch with any political party, that he is in Guwahati because he wanted to go there. It's interesting that big Eknath Shinde exclusively speaking to India Today, where he says that he has 37 and over MLAs of the Shiv Sena. That's the operative part, viewers, because if he says he has 46 plus MLAs and 36 of them over 37 of them are from the Shiv Sena, then what's the point of waiting? He can go immediately and stake claim where the governor is concerned. He has the numbers with him. We're going to play that important interview for our viewers in just a short while from now, but I want to take our viewers to the latest news break. Eknath Shinde, speaking exclusively to India Today, lays it bare, says he has the numbers, says he has 46 MLAs from all across parties, but the operative part, viewers, that he says he has 37. 37 is the number he says he has from the Shiv Sena, enough to buck the anti-defection law. I want to bring in right now into this conversation, as things keep getting more interesting, our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastava, who is joining us live. Rahul, we just spoke to Eknath Shinde, well, the man of the moment in more than one ways. He says he has the numbers. He says he has over 37. Clearly, there's a bit of posturing behind this, because if he really had over 37 from the Shiv Sena, he says he has 46 overall. The operative part is, which he says he has over 37 from the Shiv Sena. By now, he should have been at the governor's doorstep asking to stake claim.
Preeti, that is why I will come back to the same point that I mentioned yesterday, that this is not a number game. This is a game in which an ideological rift has been created, and the BJP is pushing the Shiv Sena and its leader Uddhav Thackeray in a different direction. What it wants is that Shiv Sena should agree to being a second fiddle. This alliance should eventually break. Now, if we talk about what numbers does Mr. Eknath Shinde have, see, he actually does not need to go to the governor straight away. He needs to go to the state assembly speaker. Now, we are in a very, the Maharashtra turmoil has erupted at a time, which is, I will call a very piquant time. The state governor, Mr. Bhagat Singh Koshyari, is indisposed, and there is no full-time speaker of the state assembly. The assembly is being directed right now by a deputy speaker who was elected with great amount of tussle between the government and the state governor, Mr. N.S. Zariwal. Now, interestingly, the deputy speaker can perform the same duties as the speaker can. Now, Mr. Eknath Shinde needs to go to the speaker and tell him that I have XYZ number of people, and then please recognize us as a separate group. That's the key element of creating a break in the Shiv Sena if he has the numbers. Second, he has to go to the governor and tell him that we have parted this number, government is in minority. And that is where lies the catch. That will he go and do that and eventually push the cart to the brink? The important element is that the cabinet meeting which is going on, there is a buzz that the state government, just to threaten the MLAs, cabinet may recommend dissolution.
Right.
Now,
Rahul, may I interrupt you? We are going to play, I'm just interrupting you. The reason I'm coming in is we're going to just play across once again Eknath Shinde speaking exclusively to India Today. See what he says, viewers. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं। बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास?
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी। और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया। ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ। मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर, फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर, एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं। और यहाँ पर
I'm going to take you across back to our national affairs editor, who's going to break down this conversation that Eknath Shinde had with India today. Rahul, sorry I interrupted you earlier. What do you make of where Eknath Shinde stands right now? Do you think it's more posturing, more rhetoric?
See, the numbers have to be tested on the floor, Preeti. I think what is very critical is that if they have the numbers, what are they going to do? What is the political aim that the Eknath Shinde group, which claims to have over 40 MLAs with him? Now, given the fact that if he has the numbers, adequate numbers, 37 or more from the Shiv Sena, he can go to the assembly speaker, and there is no speaker for that matter, the deputy speaker, Mr. Zariwal, and say that we should be recognized as a separate group, maybe even state claim that we are the larger group, we are the Shiv Sena in the assembly, and the other one is not. And it is up to the speaker, who is an NCP man, and that is where I say again, I will add, that one needs to watch what the NCP is going to do in this crisis. Is it going to bail out the Shiv Sena, its alliance partner in the MVA, or it's going to throw a surprise at everybody? That what Mr. Zariwal, the deputy speaker, is going to do is he can either recognize them as a group or maybe keep it pending. The second element is what Mr. Shinde can do is he can go to the state governor. Again, there is no governor right now because he is indisposed, and the Goa governor is likely to get the additional charge, and he may be dealing with the situation, that he can go and tell the governor, acting governor, that we have the larger numbers, this government is short of numbers. Now, what the governor can do is, the governor can call the chief minister, ask him about the numbers. He has the option of either asking him to prove his strength on the floor of the house. The government faces a crisis. The other side story unfolding is that the chief minister holding a cabinet meeting. Now, in that, if he recommends a dissolution of the House, perhaps as a threat to the MLAs who have left him and rebelled against him, are sitting in Guwahati, that see, there might be midterm elections and you may not win, and try to win them over through that specter of that threat. These are the political equations which can be unfolding in the next few hours in Maharashtra. But I think everything will depend on which way Mr. Shinde is going and what Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will do, whether he will accept what Mr. Shinde is telling him in terms of terms and condition of coming back to the Shiv Sena, or Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is ready for a bloodbath.
You know, what's also interesting, Rahul, in midst of all of this is because earlier on it seemed to suggest that, okay, the Shiv Sena, along with the NCP and the Congress, will move for dissolution of the House. Let's hark back to what happened last evening. You had Sharad Pawar who said the Shiv Sena has numbers. If it doesn't have the numbers, we'd rather sit in the opposition. Even now, indications coming in, NCP is not on board with asking for dissolution. What's also important, Rahul, isn't it, that Mr. Zarwal, who is the deputy speaker, comes from the NCP and not the Shiv Sena?
Yes, that's what I said, that NCP is known to throw surprises. Now, what the NCP is going to do, it is one fact which we have, which he has stated, is that it does not want midterm elections. Now, what does that mean? If it does not want midterm elections, it had wrested control of the Deputy Speaker's post after Mr. Nana Patorle of the Congress had abdicated the post and resigned from it in 2020 when he became the Congress chief. Now, in that scenario, what Mr. Zariwal is going to do, what trick Sharat Pawar, the NCP chief, has up his sleeve? He can bail out the Shiv Sena is alive. His deputy speaker can tell the Shiv Sena rebels that I will consider a request for recognition or whatever, and then perhaps stave off the crisis for the Shiv Sena. But then, if he actually rejects, accepts the demand, then this is game open. It is a possibility now that the governor, in case there is a dissolution request, will reject it and will say that I will explore possibilities and options for government formation. And that means Mr. Eknath Shinde, aided and abetted by the NCP's deputy speaker, could well be in the reckoning to becoming the chief minister with the assistance of the BJP. These are the possibilities which are opening. One will have to wait and see what Mr. Uddhav Thackeray does in his cabinet and what Mr. Eknath Shinde does with his numbers.
You know, Rahul, I'm coming right back to you. What we're going to do is we're going to go back and play for our viewers that exclusive conversation that we had with Eknath Shinde and operative part, viewers. Eknath Shinde claims to India today that he has not just 46 plus MLAs with him, that he has 37 plus MLAs of the Shiv Sena, which will make him buck the anti-defection law. Listen in. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं। बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की, उद्धव ठाकरे हैं कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की, शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर, एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं। और यहाँ पर
All right, viewers, there was one question that could have been asked before he kept the phone down. Is what the Shiv Sena saying that these MLAs, along with Mr. Shinde, is being intimidated by the ED? Is that the question? By the ED raids? Is that the question? Well, if we do get him again, we're going to ask him that question. I'm going to go into a quick break. Stay with us. Back with our rolling coverage as it develops the entire political chaos in the state of Maharashtra. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Karan Johar's upcoming film Jug Jug Jio has been creating a lot of buzz. A writer named Vishal A. Singh claimed that Karan Johar's Dharma Productions copied his script titled Bani Rani. In a series of tweets, the writer shared his email copy sent to Dharma Productions. One of his tweets read, and I quote, "Had registered a story Bani Rani with SwaIndia.org in January 2020. I had officially mailed Dharma Movies in February 2020 for an opportunity to co-produce with them. I even got a reply from them. And then they have taken my story and made Jug Jug Jio. Not fair, Karan Johar." The film has been sued for copyright infringement by Ranchi-based writer Vishal Singh. A court in Ranchi has now ordered the screening of the film ahead of its release. After the screening, it will be decided whether the film violates the Copyright Act or not. Karan Johar and his team have not reacted to this yet. Directed by Raj Mehta, Jug Jug Jio is slated to release in theatres on June 24th, with film stars Varun Dhawan, Anil Kapoor, Kiara Advani and Neetu Kapoor.
You are watching.
All right, we have the latest news break right now coming in. More trouble coming in for the Mahavikas Aghadi. Indications suggesting that more Aghadi rebels are headed to Guwahati. Sources say total 89 people are staying inside Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. Expected 37 rebels plus Sena members, volunteers, plus some family members too. The rebel camp has requested some rooms as they are expecting another group to come today to Guwahati. Interesting developments as they take place, viewers. We're going to continue to get our viewers the latest, but indications suggesting that trouble is only mounting for the Mahavikas Aghadi. Will there be cracks in the ranks of the alliance? Well, rumblings already coming through. The NCP is what is being indicated is not completely on board with asking for dissolution of the House. And that's a big question, viewers. Will the Congress be on board? Because what is going to take place in the cabinet meeting, as per our sources, is that Uddhav Thackeray, who's tested COVID positive, in all probability will offer his resignation, and the Shiv Sena will moot the point that they approach the governor for the dissolution of the House. Indications suggest that many leaders from the NCP are dead against dissolution. They don't want re-election so quickly, especially when there is still a year and a half left for the term of the Maharashtra government. Many of them will pretty much take a leaf from what their leader Sharad Pawar said yesterday. A lot to read between the lines of Sharad Pawar's statement, saying this is the internal matter of the Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena has promised us they will have their house in order, otherwise we would rather sit on the opposition. Meanwhile, the man of many moments right now, Eknath Shinde, holed up in Guwahati with his band of MLAs, rebels, spoke exclusively to India Today a short while ago. Listen in. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी, और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
Let's listen in to Sanjay Raut speaking to the press right now.
जब इस प्रकार की स्थिति किसी राज्य में निर्माण होती है तो मैंने देखा है, ये इतिहास है राजनीतिक, कि विधानसभा भंग की जाती है। महाराष्ट्र की स्थिति कुछ ऐसी बनी हुई है, जिस प्रकार से विधायकों को पकड़कर किडनैप करके बाहर के राज्य में लेकर जाने का जो प्रयास चल रहा है, आपने देखा होगा एक विधायक नितिन देशमुख जो अकोला से नागपुर पहुंचे हैं, उसके लिए उसको क्या क्या करना पड़ा आपने देखा। उसने अपनी पूरी आपबीती सुनाई, कैसे उसके साथ मारपीट हुई, कैसे उसको गलत तरीके से अस्पताल में भर्ती किया, गलत तरीके से उसका ऊपर इलाज किया, गलत तरीके से उसको इंजेक्शन दिया गया। वो तो बोल रहा है कि मुझे मारने की ही साजिश थी।
लेकिन शिंदे साहब ने कुछ देर पहले हमसे बात करते हुए साफ कहा कि उनको किसी भी तरह से किडनैप नहीं किया गया, जबकि किडनैप अगर किया होता तो उनके 2 लोग उन्हें नागपुर एयरपोर्ट पर छोड़ने नहीं आए।
ठीक है, बात ऐसी है कि मेरी भी सुबह एकनाथ जी से बात हो गई है, बार बार होती है, लेकिन जो नितिन देशमुख ने कहा वो बयान में आपके सामने लाया और ऐसे बहुत से एमएलए वहाँ हो सकते हैं। और मुझे आज भी पूरा विश्वास है कि जो एमएलए गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं शिवसेना के, वो सोचेंगे और सोच रहे हैं। खुद एकनाथ शिंदे साहब भी सोचेंगे, हमारे मित्र, हमारे साथी, और वापस वो हमारे परिवार में दाखिल हो।
गौट साहब क्या है, ऐसे बताया जा रहा है कि सीएम शाम तक अपना इस्तीफा देंगे।
46 विधायक उनके साथ एक नया दावा एकनाथ शिंदे साहब की तरफ से किया गया है। कुछ लोग अभी एयरपोर्ट से भी जा रहे थे, वहाँ पे भी शिवसैनिकों ने उन्हें एमएलए को रोका है, इस तरह की भी खबर सामने निकल कर आ रही है।
हो सकता है, अब तक शिवसैनिकों का गुस्सा फूट नहीं पड़ा है। उद्धव जी ने और पार्टी के सभी नेताओं ने जो संदेश दिया है कि संयम रखिए, लोग वापस आ जाएंगे।
राउत साहब, ऐसे बताया जा रहा है कि आज शाम तक उद्धव ठाकरे अपना सीएम पद का इस्तीफा देंगे।
मैं अभी वर्षा बंगले पर जा रहा हूँ, मुख्यमंत्री निवास पर जा रहा हूँ। ज़रूर मैं सीएम साहब से मेरी मुलाकात होगी, उनके साथ मैं बैठूंगा, लेकिन जो करना है वो महाविकास आघाड़ी एक साथ बैठकर निर्णय लेगी। जब तक विधायक मुंबई में नहीं आते तब तक कोई निर्णय नाही होगा।
इतक्या मोठ्या प्रमाणात आमदार जे शिवसेनेचे आमदार हे बाहेर जातात, इतकी मोठी प्लॅनिंग होते आणि दुसऱ्या पद्धतीने नक्की प्लॅनिंग आहे, तर मग शिवसेनेच्या नेतृत्वाचे लक्ष नव्हतं।
याच्यावरती नक्कीच चिंतन आणि मंथन करू।
पण असं काय आहे की शिंदे समर्थक आमदारांची संख्या वाढत चाललेली आहे, एकामागोमाग एक आमदार हे गुवाहाटीला जात आहेत, त्यांच्या संपर्कात आहे।
गुवाहाटीचं काजीरंगा नावाचं जे अभयारण्य आहे ते फिरण्यासाठी उत्तम जागा आहे आणि सध्या गुवाहाटीला चांगला पाऊस पडतो आहे, त्याच्यामुळे कोणाला निसर्ग दर्शनाला जायचं असेल तर ते जाऊ शकतात।
Speaking to India Today, interesting, there's been various changes of stance where Sanjay Raut, who's pretty much speaking right now for the Shiv Sena, from in the morning, Satta Jati Hai Tu Jai, then on Twitter indicating that they would be moving towards dissolution of the House, still sticking by the stand where dissolution of the House is concerned. But when asked if Uddhav Thackeray is going to step down, inconclusive, saying that it will be a joint decision that would be taken by the Mahavikas Aghadi. More news coming in. The cabinet, crucial cabinet meeting for 45 minutes is over. 8 Sena ministers not present for the cabinet meeting. That's the latest that is coming in the Maharashtra Cabinet meeting in midst of the rebellion. What went down? Did Uddhav Thackeray put forth the fact that he needed to step down? Let's listen in to Kamalnath from the Congress.
मेरी अभी शरद पवार जी से बात हुई है और उन्होंने भी मुझे कहा कि एनसीपी MVA को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी, उनका किसी तरह का और इरादा नहीं है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि शिवसेना में जो बागी हैं ये शिवाजी महाराज का प्रदेश है, शिवाजी महाराज के प्रदेश को कलंकित नहीं करेंगे। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास जो ये प्रलोभन की राजनीति अरुणाचल प्रदेश से शुरू किया था, मध्य प्रदेश में प्रलोभन, पैसा, पोस्ट की ये राजनीति है, ये अपने देश के भविष्य को खतरे में डाल रही है।
शरद पवार जी से क्या बात हुई?
शरद पवार जी से
सरकार बच पाएगी क्या?
वो देखिए, वो शिवसेना कितना सम्मिलित हो सकते हैं, वापस आ सकते हैं। उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूरा विश्वास था कि विधायक जो हैं कुछ के अलावा वो उनका साथ देंगे। देखिए, कहने के लिए तो ये 50 भी कह सकते हैं, कहने के लिए ये 50 भी कह सकते हैं उनके साथ है। अंत में तो प्रश्न है, ये कल के बाद परसों भी तो आएगा।
तक लड़ेंगे ऐसा बोल रहे हैं एमवीए गवर्नमेंट और कांग्रेस पूरा
एमवीए गवर्नमेंट का कांग्रेस और एनसीपी पूरा सपोर्ट करेंगे।
नहीं, लेकिन 46 एमएलए उनके साथ है ऐसा दावा किया है एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने। कांग्रेस एनसीपी जो है एमवीए को बचाए रखने के लिए।
देखिए, अगर हम एमवीए को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हम एमवीए की मदद करने के लिए हम पूरी तरह जो सपोर्ट चाहिए हम करेंगे।
46 एमएलए उनके साथ में है।
अब ये उद्धव ठाकरे जी बता सकते हैं, मैं कैसे बता सकता हूँ?
अभी उनके पास 46 एमएलए है।
All right, viewers, the cabinet has come to an end is what we're getting an indication of, and I'm going to take you quickly through the news breaks that are right now filtering in. The chief minister was calm, composed is what senior leaders are saying. Important operative part, no proposal of assembly dissolution in Maharashtra Assembly. No proposal of dissolution of the House in Maharashtra Assembly. It was not mooted, viewers. What was expected is that Uddhav Thackeray is going to go ahead, moot the proposal of assembly dissolution in Maharashtra Assembly. He didn't do so. Uddhav believes Sena MLAs will come back. That's what he gave. He gave an assurance. There's still a last-ditch effort. It seems that is being made by Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray. All right, viewers, that's the latest. On the other front, what's interesting, you just heard Kamal Nath. Kamal Nath has pledged support to the Shiv Sena and is now going to make his way back to Delhi. He's not staying in Delhi anymore. Interesting. All right, viewers, so that's the latest that is coming in. The cabinet is over. One was expecting Uddhav Thackeray to make the announcement that he is stepping down, but he did not make that announcement. Neither did he moot the point to go ahead of dissolution of the House. None of that. Senior ministers who were in said he addressed the cabinet through teleconferencing, through video conferencing. He was calm, composed, and he said that the rebel MLAs will come back to the party fold. Is there an attempt by Uddhav Thackeray to once again reach out to the MLAs holed up with Eknath Shinde, who now says to India Today he has 46 plus MLAs, 46 plus MLAs in with him, out of which 37 plus are solely of the Shiv Sena, which means he avoids the anti-defection law. Interesting developments as they take place. Viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break. You stay with me.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Climate change threatens our planet and our future. In 2021, the global temperature grew by 0.13 degrees Celsius. Amid the rising global warming concerns, green hydrogen seems like a formidable solution. But what is green hydrogen and how can it reduce carbon footprint? Presented as a solution to help curb global warming, green hydrogen could play a key role in reducing the major carbon footprint of some sectors such as heavy industry and transport. Hydrogen is the most abundant chemical element in the universe, but it does not exist in pure state. It must be extracted. It is already produced, but almost all of it comes from a chemical process using natural gas, and this generates a lot of carbon dioxide. Green hydrogen, by contrast, can be produced by electricity, generated by renewable energies such as wind power. Another low-carbon hydrogen would be based on electricity from nuclear power plants. In both cases, it is produced by electrolysis, which uses an electrical current to separate the hydrogen from oxygen in water. The hydrogen
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. We're on top of the story. The kind of rebellion that we're seeing in Maharashtra within the Maha Aghadi, never seen before. Clearly, it seems like the situation slowly slipping away from the hands of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. More details right after the top headlines. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says he enjoys the support of 46 MLAs. Shinde claims he is not in touch with Sena or BJP leaders as yet. Suspense grows over Uddhav Thackeray's next move. Uddhav tests COVID positive amid rebellion. Sources suggest that Maharashtra Chief Minister is all set to resign. Sena hints at moving for a dissolution of the assembly. Sharad Pawar refuses to come to Uddhav Thackeray's rescue. NCP Supremo washes his hands off, tells his partymen not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantageous to the BJP. Fadnavis holds a meeting with party leaders in Mumbai. BJP deploys Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma to survey resort even before the rebels could arrive in Guwahati. And Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says that he will continue to fight ED potentially with the support of Congress workers. All right, within the latest development of the political crisis in Maharashtra now, big news coming in that the Shiv Sena has issued a whip to MLAs to attend a meeting at Varsha, the residence of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, at 5 p.m. today. And the whip says, and I quote, if you don't attend the meeting, it will be considered that you want to leave the party from its primary membership, and as a result, there will be action of disqualification initiated against you as per provisions of the law. This is what the Chief Whip has said clearly. Digging its heels in is the Shiv Sena at this point, not sparing anyone rebelling within the party. At this point, it seems like they want to stand stern. They don't care if they stay in power or not, but they're not going to tolerate anti-party activities. That's the statement that they're somehow trying to project through the Chief Whip, who's issued a direction to all its legislators to be part of this high-level meet at Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence, at 5 p.m. The letter issued by Chief Whip Sunil Prabhu clearly directs all of the legislators of the Shiv Sena to be in full attendance. And if you don't, then the party will take strict action. We will assume that you want to leave the party. As a result, there will be action of disqualification initiated against you as per provisions of the law. These are precise words said by Chief Whip Sunil Prabhu in his letter issued to Shiv Sena MLAs. Remember, at least 36 odd MLAs currently stand with rebel leader, the Shiv Sena minister, who's broken away and in a late night chartered flight taken all his rebel MLAs to Guwahati. He's currently stationed there. In the last meeting that happened yesterday, though, in Mumbai at Varsha, Uddhav Thackeray's residence, barely 17 MLAs attended. Today, what's going to be the head count? Will there be more MLAs who will be coming in or showing up? Do they not want to disappoint Uddhav Thackeray at this point? We know in the latest that a couple of rebel MLAs have come back to the fold of the Shiv Sena. Will there be numbers for the Shiv Sena now to boast of, or is the situation slowly slipping away from the hands of the Shiv Sena? Of course, time will tell. In just about a bit, about 5 p.m. is when a key meeting is called for. To all the Shiv Sena MLAs, a chief whip has sent out a letter directing them to be in attendance. Let's cut across to reaction on this. Right, so here what we see in our visuals on our screens on the left-hand side, you see most of the rebel MLAs who are currently lodged at a resort in Guwahati. They've taken a chartered flight late last night, not taking any chance, not being close to Maharashtra in any way, not allowing even a chance for any Shiv Sena leader to come by and try and pacify any of the rebellion camp or the members, the dissidents who are with Eknath Shinde. In an attempt to completely separate them from the Maharashtra leadership, Eknath Shinde has taken his entire battalion, shifted base to Guwahati, another BJP-ruled state of Assam. And then you have Hemanta Biswa Sharma, the BJP High Command strong man. They have reposed faith in him time and again. He ensured security, visited that resort in Guwahati and ensured that things were arranged much in advance before these dissidents from the Maha Vikas Aghadi government arrived into his state. It seems like the stage is set. So far, the BJP has denied any communication with the Shiv Sena dissidents. But it seems like with the way the script is playing out, all the way from the rebels arriving in Surat, Gujarat, which is a BJP-ruled state, and then moving from Gujarat to Assam, Guwahati, another BJP-ruled state. So far, it appears that there is a BJP stamp all over this script that's now playing out. Of course, the BJP allowing for the Shiv Sena to implode in itself before taking its move. They've already, it's a case of once bitten, twice shy. Clearly, the BJP not jumping its gun, not wanting to arrive at a conclusion as yet. They're waiting for the numbers, they're waiting for a real implosion to build up to a point when they'll possibly react. So far, what's all the more detrimental at this point for the Shiv Sena is that Uddhav Thackeray is said to be positive for COVID-19. The governor Koshyari is also positive of COVID-19. Will this stall all these political developments? Will this be a blessing in disguise, or will this come as quite detrimental for the Shiv Sena at the moment? Looking at the crisis only building up, it seems like solution so far is nowhere in sight for the Shiv Sena, for Uddhav Thackeray. It appears that the situation is clearly slowly slipping away from his hands. Enough and more political analysts concluding that this possibly could spell doomsday for the Shiv Sena. With over 35 MLAs joining the rebel camp with Eknath Shinde, it seems like there is no solution in sight as yet for Uddhav Thackeray. The only way out possibly is if a bunch of the rebellions or the dissidents come back to the Shiv Sena's fold, which is under Uddhav Thackeray, or if at all, the governor agrees for a dissolution of the assembly. Of course, the options are open, but by all means, it looks like the end is closing in for Uddhav Thackeray and his government at this point. And what's very interesting to note also at the moment is that the NCP as well as the Congress party, both of them not on board when it comes to a decision to dissolve the assembly, which it appears Shiv Sena has been increasingly pushing for. They're still toying with the idea on dissolving the assembly, but will that be allowed or not? That remains to be seen. But clearly the NCP and the Congress not on board with those plans. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has very clearly stated that he'd rather sit in the opposition, wait for this tenure to complete before they fight back again in measure the next assembly elections. But doesn't seem like Uddhav Thackeray at this point wants to give in so easy. Sena MLAs now, most of them who have been called in to Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. We're going to wait and see if they're going to be appearing and will they come in numbers. this today, the meeting at 5 p.m. will really define exactly what would be the situation for the Shiv Sena and the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, the status, what will be the real status, will they be able to continue, do they have the numbers or not. Today's meeting at 5 p.m. will really define the fate and the destiny for the Maha Vikas Aghadi union. So far, so long, there have been allegations that this is an unlikely alliance, unholy alliance, the Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Congress, all of them having absolute stark differences in ideology, and despite that, they did come together to form a government of Maharashtra, which now Eknath Shinde calls an attempt by Uddhav Thackeray only to grab power. And that, it appears, seems to be his primary reason to pull off from his own party, the Shiv Sena. Let me cut across to Kamlesh Sutar, who has been on top of this story, bringing us precise updates. Kamlesh, what we see is panning out through the day is almost evident that the end is closing in on Uddhav Thackeray and the Maha Vikas Aghadi union. Right now, what the latest we've heard is that Shiv Sena has issued, the chief whip has issued a mandate saying that all Shiv Sena MLAs have got to be present in Uddhav Thackeray's residence 5 p.m. this evening. If you don't, then disciplinary action will be taken against you. It's almost like Shiv Sena now digging its heels. They're not giving up so easy.
Well, indeed, the Shiv Sena is not going to go down to the demand. That's what we've said. Since yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray has been combative, and this letter that is issued by the party, it's a clear-cut warning to party rebel MLAs. The letter clearly says that if you don't attend the meeting, it will be considered that you want to leave the party's primary membership, and as a result, there will be disciplinary action against you. That would mean the disqualification can be initiated against you as per the provisions of the law. This the letter is issued by the chief whip of the party, Anil Parab, and it has been given to all party leaders. The one which we have is being issued to the MOS home of Uddhav Thackeray's present government, Shambhu Raj Desai, and this is in a way signals to the party rebel MLAs that the party is contemplating action. Now this has to be given to the speaker. If all these MLAs are disqualified, it can be challenged later, but whenever it is challenged, that will take some time and give some time to Uddhav Thackeray they are trying to buy out at the time what we were expecting, what was created, the scenario that was created here, that Uddhav Thackeray's government would propose this dissolution of the assembly, but that never happened. That in fact wasn't even discussed in this cabinet meet. On the contrary, there was a whip issued by the party, by the chief whip, saying that you have to attend the meeting at 5 o'clock. Now we all know, and even the party is aware, that the MLAs are at this point in Guwahati. Even if they decide to reach by now, they will not be able to make it to the meeting. So the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray's stand here is very clear. They want to send across a strong message to these rebel MLAs that the party will take strictest action against them, saying that they might seek disqualification of these MLAs. What happens next will be seen. But this meeting, Uddhav Thackeray was very clear, calm and composed. That is what the ministers attending the meeting told me. Some ministers, including Aditya Thackeray, Subhaj Desai, was physically present for the meeting. Other leaders joined in through video conferencing.
Right, Kamlesh Sutar, I'm going to put you on hold immediately. We have some big breaking news coming in. Uddhav Thackeray's first reaction right after the cabinet meet. Uddhav Thackeray tells the cabinet, and I quote, "We'll see what happens next." This is Uddhav Thackeray's words. Maharashtra's suspense on Uddhav Thackeray's resignation there. We're looking at this thriller unfolding in ways that one can't tell what could be the real conclusion. Uddhav Thackeray, of course, almost seems like he's giving up at this point because he's left this to fate and destiny. He says, we'll see what happens next. Kamlesh Sutar, if you're joining me, here is Uddhav Thackeray, who speaks right after the cabinet meet and says, we'll see what happens. That's precisely what he said. There is no solution that it appears he's given to his own party members or the entire cabinet. It seems like he's left the situation to fate and destiny. Does that mean the situation is slowly slipping out of his hands? Evidently.
Nabila, it could be either ways. A senior minister whom I spoke to and who said that this is the same sentence on which the meeting ended. In fact, as I said earlier, the issue of dissolution of assembly wasn't discussed at all. And when the meeting ended, Uddhav Thackeray ended the meeting by saying "Baki putsa pude bagu," which in Marathi means that we'll see what happens next. So he also said that the CM appeared very calm and composed during the meeting, and he ended saying that we'll see what happens next. Now this could be in a way also seen as somewhere he's giving up on it, or maybe he's ready with something, some ammunition on his arm and waiting for going take the next step. And at the same time, as I said, when this meeting was about to get over, there was a letter issued by Shiv Sena's chief whip saying that they will initiate disqualification process against this MLA. So it's all an open game for now. Uddhav Thackeray, whatever options he has, very little option that we know up his sleeves. What will he do? Whether he will continue with his combative mood. Yesterday he removed Eknath Shinde from the legislative party legislative party leader's post. Today he has sent across a message, clear message. And also, let me add to it, Nabila, I forgot to add this. The letter has been sent to the rebel MLAs through email, through WhatsApp. Because they will not be able to serve this notice in purpose. It has been mentioned that this notice would be given to them not in person, but it has been sent via email as well as via WhatsApp. So they are leaving no stone unturned to reach them, to send across the message that this is what we are planning to do. We have to attend this meeting, come back to the fold, or face a disciplinary action.
No, when the chief whip says or threatens that you will face disciplinary action, how do they really define that? What exactly can the chief whip do at this point in terms of action or punishment if they don't appear for this high-level 5 p.m. meet at Varsha?
Well, see, this letter is issued by the whip, and the powers given to the whip. What does the power given to whip means? That they can petition to the deputy speaker at this point in time, because there's no speaker in Maharashtra. We all know the speaker resigned and there has been no election for the new speaker. So in charge is Narahari Jirwal from the NCP. So they can petition to the speaker, request them to disqualify this MLA. Now bringing down that, disqualifying them would bring down the strength of the house. Now whose way will it go? We'll have to just do some number crunching there, whether when the strength comes down, who will benefit from that. But the Shiv Sena would want to send across a message to these MLAs, whether this is just a veiled threat, come back or face action, because they'll have to seek re-election, and that's not going to be easy. Is it just a threat to the MLAs to come back to the fold, or the Shiv Sena wanting to give them another chance to return to the party fold is what remains to be seen. Or after 5 p.m, whether the Shiv Sena goes ahead and disqualifies all these MLAs, goes and petitions the deputy speaker that we want to disqualify these MLA for not obeying to the party orders, not being in line with the party orders that issued them. The chief whip has those powers. So in the powers conferred upon him by the constitution, the chief whip has issued this notice, come to the meeting at 5 p.m. or face action. 5 p.m. is the time we'll have to watch out for. In between, in next 3 hours, what does Eknath Shinde do? Whether he'll approach the speaker with the numbers that he has, whether he has crossed, he spoke to India Today just a while before, whether he has all the numbers and approach the speaker with that, we'll have to wait and watch. In fact, we just saw...
a quick word of clarity that I need from you right now is that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is said to be COVID positive. Is that possible that he is going to be meeting them directly, one-on-one? All right, here's some big news coming in on the rebellion front. Eknath Shinde all set to hold a key meeting with all the rebels. He's going to be discussing strategy on what next. Clearly, on both ends, it appears there seemed to be some difficulty in deciding what's going to be the next course of action. Doesn't seem like on both ends there is a clear road ahead, even for the dissidents, neither for Uddhav Thackeray and his camp either. It seems like Eknath Shinde now trying to decide the strategy next. What's the next course of action for the rebellion camp? Should they be approaching the governor at this point? What should be their next course? Doesn't seem like Uddhav Thackeray really reacted or responded the way Eknath Shinde expected him to respond. He really hoped that Uddhav Thackeray would give in so easy because he has the numbers. Undoubtedly, Eknath Shinde at this point is able to flex only because he has the numbers, overwhelming numbers. At least 36 of them are said to be with him. If it's 37, that's the mark that one needs not to attract the anti-defection law. And it appears that Eknath Shinde is very well close to that. He could possibly reach out to the governor and say that the government at this point does not have the numbers. He wants to break away. There could be a possibility for a floor test that will also be called in. Right now, Eknath Shinde has called in for a key meeting, a huddle within that Guwahati resort of those rebels who are with him. He said very clearly there are 36 MLAs who are with him. At least out of them, 34 of them are from the Shiv Sena and 2 of them are said to be independents who are currently with Eknath Shinde. This is certainly a big blow that's come in the way of the Maha Vikas Aghadi Union. Never did they expect for a situation like this overnight. In the last 24 hours, it's been almost a nightmare for Uddhav Thackeray and the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi coalition, because what happens to one party clearly will be a ripple effect across the board for the Maha Vikas Aghadi partners. It's detrimental for both the NCP as well as the Congress. And surprisingly, it appears usually the Congress, which is the weakling, is putting up a united brave front. NCP, which already had shown glimpses of dissent even before the elections began in 2019, also now poses a united front. It's the Shiv Sena, who all along showed that they were solid, united, has now literally bickered, fallen apart with its main man Friday of the Chief Minister, as one called Eknath Shinde, parting ways, taking away a huge faction of the Shiv Sena MLAs along with him, camping in Guwahati, refusing to come back. It doesn't seem like Eknath Shinde will return at this point without a decision. Eknath Shinde will be having a meeting with all his MLAs in this evening to decide further strategy. So it's not just Uddhav Thackeray who's coming out with a key huddle. It's also Eknath Shinde who's now going to be holding a key meet with his dissidents who are all currently with him. They're all in the same resort, but they will be huddling up to try and decide the future strategy. This, of course, is a situation unfolding in Maharashtra. Never expected overnight coup, it appears, that Eknath Shinde pulled off. Let me cut across to Kamlesh joining us live. Kamlesh, a lot of talk about what the BJP is doing at this point. We're seeing Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, who are planning a key huddle. Eknath Shinde, on the other hand, with his dissidents, planning a huddle this evening as well. Where does the BJP stand in all of this?
Since yesterday the BJP is in a wait and watch, but of course the BJP is in touch with the rebel MLAs. We saw it on camera. Several BJP leaders and those associated with the BJP seen in the hotel in Surat yesterday. It was India Today that ran those exclusive visuals of a senior BJP leader from Maharashtra, former minister and Devendra Fadnavis's close aide Sanjay Kute sitting with Shiv Sena leaders in the hotel yesterday. Also one of the not BJP leaders, so as to say, he's not with the BJP, that was BJP claims Mohit Kamboj, associated with the BJP, was also seen in the same hotel. And now yesterday they were taken from Surat to Guwahati, where India Today again ran some exclusive visuals of Assam Chief Minister taking a recce of the hotel. So the BJP is in a wait and watch. They are waiting for Eknath Shinde to garner those numbers. Once Eknath Shinde has those numbers, they will certainly come into the picture after that. But as I've been saying this, last time the BJP tried a coup in Maharashtra where Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar took an oath, but Ajit Pawar could not garner those numbers and the government had to go in just 78 hours, perhaps the shortest government in Maharashtra, shortest tenure ever any government had in Maharashtra. And now they don't want a similar risk. They want numbers to be with Eknath Shinde unless and until they're very sure of two-thirds of Shiv Sena MLAs with Eknath Shinde. They are not going to take one step ahead. Once that number is confirmed, we will see more action in this, and then we might see, though not officially on camera, on record, on the surface, BJP leaders might just start coming into the picture after Eknath Shinde gathers those numbers. We'll have to wait and watch till then. Yeah, Kamlesh, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to Sahil Joshi as well, who's tracking those developments by the minute. Sahil, look at the crisis unfolding in Maharashtra within the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Little did they even imagine that a coup like this will be pulled off second consecutive day. Over the last 24 hours, this has come as a nightmare for Uddhav Thackeray, who hoped that things would settle, possibly in a couple of hours, as he sent his emissaries to pacify Eknath Shinde and the team. But all of that failed. Instead of actually maybe having a conversation with Uddhav Thackeray as he may have hoped, it seems like Eknath Shinde pulled in more rebels and moved away from Gujarat, Maharashtra, far away to Guwahati in Assam. So all attempts for any of the Shiv Sena MLAs or leaders to...
बिल्कुल नहीं. चर्चा बाकी राजकीय चर्चा झालेली नाही. राजकीय चर्चा नाही. सरकार अस्थिर नाही.
46 आमदारांचा दावा जर त्यांचा आहे तर सर
सब लोग सुनो सब लोग लाइन से एक दूसरे पे गिरो.
All right, Balasaheb Thorat, Congress leader there. Of course, quite but natural that they're going to be putting up a brave front. The Congress there, as it appears, seemingly has been pushed to the corner. It seems like all the action and discussion is happening within the NCP and the Shiv Sena. The Congress so far, which was viewed as the weakling in the scheme of things within the Mahavikas Aghadi, so far has put up a brave front.
कैबिनेट के मुद्दे के ऊपर चर्चा हुई, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं. आता मी कॅबिनेट बाहेर आलोय, आता जाऊन तुमचा चॅनल बघतोय, त्यामध्ये मला कळेल कोणाकडे किती आहेत.
सर क्या सरकार को भी खतरा है क्या 5 से सरकार चल पाएगी?
अभी ये सब तो मुझे पता नहीं किसके पास कौन से नंबर्स है, और आप लोग तो सारी चीजें चला ही रहे हैं, तो आप मेरे से क्या
कुछ तो डिस्कशन हुआ होगा ना?
डिस्कशन सिर्फ ऐसा है कि संजय राव जी खुद जो है एक संपादक हैं, जैसे आप लोग अपने चैनल वाले हो, आप भी अपने हिसाब से जो चलाते हैं, उन्होंने भी अपनी बात रखी है. जब तक का कोई कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर या सरकार का कोई वरिष्ठ नेता इस पे कोई चर्चा नहीं करता, उस पर बात करना.
मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से क्या रिप्लाई किया गया सर? मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से क्या?
शिवसेनाचे मंत्री होते ना, सुभाष देसाई साहेब होते, गडक साहेब होते, ऑनलाईन वरती सीएम साहेब होते, आदित्य जी होते, परब जी होते, सगळे वीसी वरती होते.
मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से क्या रिप्लाई सर?
एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के लगभग सारे लोग. शिवसेनाचे जेवढे मंत्री उपस्थित होते तुम्ही बघितलंय, जाणे आणि येण्याचा मार्ग एकच आहे, इथे तुमचा चॅनल लागतोय.
और आज कैबिनेट.
All right, the leaders of course who are reacting are expressing hope, and it's no surprises at this point. It's a helpless situation, and that's what we see. Even though they do not want to admit it, the Shiv Sena right now appears rather helpless. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray now calling on all his MLAs to be in attendance at 5 p.m. this evening at his residence Varsha. And remember, this comes at a time when Uddhav Thackeray himself is tested COVID-19 positive. He's expected to be discussing with them virtually, but yet has called all of them to his house only to get a grip and hold of things at this point.
MLA जो है इंटैक्ट है, और जो भी
अनेक मंत्री कैबिनेटला उपस्थित नव्हते.
आज
शिवसेनेचे कोण मंत्री उपस्थित होते?
सगळेच मंत्री उपस्थित होते. इथे जे होते ते राज्यात जे आहे हजर ते सगळे होते.
नावं सांगू शकाल सर? प्लीज नावं सांगा.
जे काही 3-4 मंत्री त्यांचे होते तेवढे आहे. सुभाष देशेंद्र होते, सीएम साहेब होते, आदित्य ठाकरे होते, नंतर अनिल परब जी होते, सगळेच होते.
राजकीय परिस्थिती
काही चर्चा नाही. आणि
राजकीय परिस्थिती काय चर्चा झाली का?
नाही, काही नाही. रेग्युलर बजेटचे सगळे विषय मंजूर केले.
निर्णय झाले
नाही, काही नाही. तो विषय काही विषय नाही. रेग्युलर बजेट मंजूर केलं, आपलं बजेट म्हणतोय रेग्युलर कॅबिनेटचे विषय मंजूर केले आणि झालं. गरीब माणसाला कशाला
We cut across to Pallavi Saha from Guwahati. She's joining us right outside that resort where we're seeing the dissidents who are hauled up together. It's the second day straight and doesn't seem like they're willing to budge. It appears on both ends these leaders are digging in their heels. Pallavi, a quick word from you on what's the sentiment right there within that resort while those leaders with Eknath Shinde are currently in a key huddle. They're planning a meet this evening to decide on the strategy up next. If I can cut across to Pallavi, please.
Standing outside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. Nabila, if you can hear me, we're standing outside the hotel right now, Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati right now, where basically all of the rebel MLAs are present. They of course landed here in the wee hours of this morning from Surat, from where they were shifted out, and we believe from what we learned from the establishment over here, which is literally, quite literally standing guard over here, we believe that there are 37 rebel MLAs that are present inside the Radisson Blu Hotel. This includes the Shiv Sena and Independents as well. So the total figure of rebel MLAs is about 37. Also, there are members of their families. Some of them have family members present over here, as well as Shiv Sena supporters, members, volunteers, part of their troop and camp, so to say. A total of 89 people are in fact present inside the hotel right now, is what we've been told. And what they're saying is that they're expecting another group, so to say, to arrive over here in Guwahati to join them as well. So they have, in fact, we're learning from our sources, asked for more room bookings inside Radisson Blu Hotel. So they clearly are digging their heels in. They look like they're in it for the long haul, and they're not going to move anytime soon. Even though there was a little bit of, movement over here just a couple of hours ago when 2 empty buses did go in, and we, in fact, speculated that maybe they're planning to leave because that was in anticipation of that cabinet meeting that was to happen in Mumbai. And then, of course, the news coming in that there was no proposal to dissolve the Legislative Assembly, which was kept in that cabinet meeting. So Eknath Shinde, of course, has been meeting with these MLAs, and they seem very steadfast. From those we're speaking to, they seem apparently very in a very leisurely mood. They know they're in for the long haul over here, and they don't seem to be, in any sort of stress. They seem to be very adamant about their conditions and demands, and they look like they're not going to waver from it in any way.
Absolutely, Pallavi. It looks very clearly that this was a well thought out move by Eknath Shinde. He's planned this so strategically well, knowing very well that he has overwhelming support. He's moved away so comfortably with a large chunk of the party leaders. And that itself shows how not in the moment Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, was, how little he knew about the dissent brewing within his own party. Very unlikely of him, but clearly it seems like he doesn't have game at this point. Clearly, this is a classic example for him at this point. Sahil Joshi also joining us on that. Sahil, with support of 36 MLAs, possibly 1 or 2 more, which doesn't seem very difficult for Eknath Shinde at this point, they could be recognized as a separate party altogether within the assembly.
Well, Nabila, if you can repeat your question,
Eknath Shinde and the overwhelming support he's got, all those dissidents together, now it appears are 36 in number. That's what he claims. If he gets 1 or 2 more, basically 2/3 of the party, he could be, the camp itself, the breakaway faction could be recognized as a separate party altogether within the assembly. If he has the numbers, well, Nabila, and he's not far away from it.
Yes, Nabila, I think if Eknath Shinde have had 37 MLAs at this point of time, and 37 MLAs who have got elected on Shiv Sena's symbol in 2019, he wouldn't have waited to send a letter to Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly that he should be given permission to form a separate group along with these 37 MLAs, because there will not be, he will not attract sections of anti-defection law. Now, Uddhav Thackeray calling a meeting today evening, he's trying to guess the situation. Right now, Eknath Shinde is making claim that he will be getting 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena and 12 MLAs who are supporting Shiv Sena from outside, which are the smaller parties like people like Bachchu Kadu and all these people. But right now, it doesn't seem that Eknath Shinde has all the required numbers, to break the party as 2/3, to form a separate group with a 2/3 capacity, which shows, which will not attract anti-defection law. He's waiting for some time, because what I heard is that some MLAs, more MLAs are being flown to Guwahati at this point of time. These MLAs, if added, comes to 37, then definitely Eknath Shinde in the evening, will send another letter, or by tomorrow send another letter to the Deputy Speaker, claiming that he should be given permission to form the separate group. Now that is something which is going to be really interesting. It's going to be a damn technical game. At this point of time, both the sides are trying to assess the situation. It's very clear that Eknath Shinde has more MLAs than that of the MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray, but he does not have that required number to show that he can form a breakaway group with the 2/3 capacity at this point of time. And that is where the matter is stuck. Otherwise, what I was told that a lot of MLAs have already signed on a letter. The letter says that they are forming a separate group and Eknath Shinde is their leader. But that letter is not yet sent because the signatures on that letter has not add up to 37 yet. The moment the 37th signature will be made on that letter, the letter will be sent. So I think right now both the sides are seeing what exactly is going to happen. If Eknath Shinde doesn't get the required number, even if the government falls, even if the government does not have the required number, there is a possibility because no one wants elections. None of the MLA wants to resign and go for the bypoll. If the number would have been 4 to 5, then this would have happened. But the number is bigger. So
Sahil, bypolls is a very risky situation for these leaders, undoubtedly.
Yes,
we saw a situation on similar lines panning out in Karnataka. Most of those leaders who wanted who in fact had a rerun of the elections lost. So it's very likely that they could lose out on their seats. So they are holding to their constituency as tight as possible at this point. I'm very sure at this point none of those leaders want a re-election.
Yes, of course, and none of the MLAs, that is the reason why when Sanjay Raut was trying to claim that, he's seeing that the assembly go for dissolution and all that stuff, no MLA will be ready to go for a full-fledged election immediately after 2.5 years. It takes a lot of efforts to get elected, first of all. First to get ticket, then to campaign, and then to get elected. After that, immediately after 2.5 years, if you have to go through the same cycle again, nobody's ready to do that. It's like going for appraisal within a 2.5 years time when you already have 5 years of time. So nobody would be ready to do that. So that is the same thing with MLAs. And here it's a high stake game. You have to spend a lot of money. So rather than that, why not form another government and save yourself for 5 years? That is what normally the MLAs think. And that is the reason why if the government tries to do that, that is not going to happen. The governor is not going to accept it. And what we are hearing from the cabinet meeting, this point never came for the discussion. It was never discussed in the cabinet meeting. Whereas Uddhav Thackeray tried to explain to his cabinet colleagues that they are trying to get the situation under control. They are trying to speak to the MLAs, and he is still hopeful that many of the MLAs who are right now with Eknath Shinde will switch over as soon as they will land in Mumbai. And that is the reason why they have been kept at Guwahati, is what Uddhav Thackeray is saying at this point of time. So let's wait and watch.
That's just hope against hope. And doesn't seem like with Eknath Shinde now calling for a key huddle of his of dissidents who are with him, doesn't seem like Eknath Shinde is going to let go so easy either. He's really rolled out this plan after much thought and strategy. Clearly, he has done his bit. Uddhav Thackeray was caught off guard. Paulami Saha, we can see you. You're right outside the resort. Paulami, if you can show us those visuals there of police deployment. It seems like the BJP government there in Assam, Guwahati, are doing everything they can to protect those dissidents inside the resort, not allowing anyone to enter that hotel at this point. Like in Surat, are they also here cracking down on any leaders from the Mahavikas Aghadi? Are they not allowing them in?
Well, Nabila, the fact that they chose Guwahati was simply because of the fact that it's really far away. The distance is a huge factor in the choice of Guwahati as to where they decided to then shift these rebel MLAs. This is the hotel behind me. Ajay will show you the security deployment right now. As you can see, it's tight security over here. They are, of course, vetting the number of people who are going in, who exactly those individuals are, checking for their credentials and identity before they let them in. In fact, we did see a gentleman over here in a moment where he was, he was arguing with the hotel staff because he had a booking in this hotel for some sort of a family function or program. But that is something that stands cancelled right now because this hotel has been shut down. So he has to just accept the compensation that they have to offer, but his booking stands cancelled. So that is the situation over here. They've literally turned this hotel into a fortress. Of course, there are other guests over here who made some pre-bookings. There are, for instance, there are some airline pilots who, of course, are part of, in Guwahati. Guwahati as part of the shift change, etc. So there are guests over here, but otherwise for any sort of larger gatherings or for fresh bookings, they've shut it down. So we do believe that over here, these people are here for the long haul. That is what I was telling you earlier about as well, that they have of course sought more room bookings in this hotel because they're expecting more MLAs and more supporters to join them over here in Guwahati. And right now what they're doing is they're biding their time. They are of course looking at all the developments that are happening in Mumbai, watching it extremely closely, huddling amongst themselves and trying to strategize. But like Sahil was saying earlier as well, and like all of our colleagues have been saying as well, Eknath Shinde needs 37 on paper, 37 Shiv Sena MLAs on paper in order to be able to successfully stage this coup against the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. So until he has that, we believe when he came from Surat to here, he had 33 with him. He's falling short by 4 Shiv Senics. Will that happen? 2 more were expected over here. Yogesh Kadam as well as Sanjay Rathod. We do not know for a fact whether they are in fact here as well. So that is going to take some amount of strategizing before, of course, they have that number. They have that number of 37.
A quick word,
in
Pallavi,
order
and some
to
understanding on
establish
whether
that on
Eknath
paper
Shinde
that
is
he
in
can
talks
actually
with any of the
follow through.
BJP leaders. Is Eknath Shinde in communication with the BJP? We know he's not talking to Uddhav Thackeray and team. Is he talking to any of the BJP leaders at this point? Any inside information on that?
Well, Nabila, that can't be discounted, that he's talking to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Very ironically, as much as BJP would want to stay away from this or publicly tell that they have nothing to do with this as to what is happening within the Shiv Sena, yesterday when that bus in fact left, those buses in fact left from the Surat hotel to the airport before they in fact embarked on that chartered flight to come to Guwahati, on that bus was Mohit Kamboj, a BJP leader. His name was bandied around a lot. If you remember, he was one of the BJP leaders who was engaging in a war of words with Nawab Malik during the Aryan Khan case. There were counter accusations and accusations that were flying thick and fast between Mohit Kamboj and Nawab Malik. So Mohit Kamboj was there in that bus yesterday at 2:30 a.m. as they proceeded from the hotel in Surat towards of course, the airport. So clearly, the BJP can say as much as it wants to that it has nothing to do with what is happening within the Shiv Sena. It's their internal affair, and it is at the end of the day, Shiv Sena that's crumbling on the face of it, yes. But the BJP is also indirectly involved in it. The fact that we're here in Guwahati, a BJP-ruled state, and the establishment is provided
really
for the security.
Sign.
Says
Quite
a lot,
established
Nabila.
that the BJP certainly is an integral part in this entire coup that's led by Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde is a man who's literally pulled apart the Mahavikas Aghadi government at this point. It's pushed the whole government to the brink of collapse. In fact, Eknath Shinde spoke exclusively to India Today. My colleague Preeti Chaudhary, here's what he had to say, reiterating his stance.
शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना। अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है, आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी, और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे, यही हमारा जो कहना था। मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है, और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही है, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
Well, the confidence with which Eknath Shinde is expressing his views there shows very clearly that he has the strength. He has the numbers. He's very clearly declared that he has close to 40 MLAs who are in support of him. But so far, what we've established is there are 35 rebels who are currently housed at that resort with Eknath Shinde. Now, if you look at the number game here, it clearly shows that the BJP, which is the single largest party in Maharashtra, yet lost out on power, had 113 seats. Now, with the rebel camp, possibly, if in an eventuality they join hands with the BJP, then the BJP's strength would go up to 148. And remember, we're looking at a magic number of 144. Here, Shiv Sena and their numbers all the way from 55 will come down to 29, as we see here on our channel. 29 will be a small number for the Shiv Sena to cope with and stay in power any longer without the help of their dissidents. NCP, of course, has 57. Their strength is retained, at least so far. They've shown a united front there. Congress has so far 44 members, and their camp is also so long united. So if at all the rebels do join hands with the BJP, then BJP's numbers, of course, in alliance with these dissidents, could jump to 148, which is clearly above the majority mark. Let me quickly cut across to Sahil Joshi, joins us for more on that. Sahil, the number game here looks increasingly... Sahil, if you are with us...
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
The number game here looks increasingly in support of the BJP and the rebel alliance. If at all they do join hands, if they part ways from the Shiv Sena, join hands with the BJP, this is victory for BJP all the way. It could be sure that the BJP has all the power and might and could flex their muscle any point in time now in the next few days.
Well, the numbers clearly are with the BJP at this point of time, but where it is stuck is whether these rebels, if you heard, Preeti Chaudhary was continuously asking Eknath Shinde in that telephonic interview that does he have enough numbers of the Shiv Sena, MLAs from Shiv Sena, specifically from Shiv Sena, who contested 2019 elections on the Shiv Sena symbol. He did not answer it correctly. It looks like that he did not want to answer it properly, because it looks like that he does not have required 37 MLAs at this point of time who were elected on the ticket of Shiv Sena. He might get it in next few hours. The moment he will get them, that is the time when he will immediately dash off a letter to Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly, and then the Deputy Speaker will have to take a decision whether he should allow that splinter group to form a separate group or not. Till then, Uddhav Thackeray government's life is hanging on a thin balance at this point of time. The moment he gets the 37 MLA, just a while back, Surat did a phono with one more MLA from Konkan region, and he's saying the same thing, that he wants that the alliance with the Congress NCP should break, and he should be joining hands with Eknath Shinde. So there will be one more MLA in Eknath Shinde's kitty. That will add up to 37. The moment he gets that 37, remember, that is the crucial number, not the number what he's claiming along with the independent MLAs. Those independent MLAs will be helpful to form the government or to make the government stable. But the MLAs who have been broken from Shiv Sena as a party will help Eknath Shinde to form the separate group, and only with the help of them the next government can be formed. So that is the reason why this number game of 37 is going to be important. Now 5 o'clock meeting, Uddhav Thackeray is saying that MLA should report to Varsha. There will be another count. That count will decide whether they have got the enough numbers or not. The moment they will understand that they have enough numbers or not, that will decide the fate of Uddhav Thackeray government. Nabila.
All right, Sahil, it seems like for Uddhav Thackeray at this point, the only way to salvage the situation is to have those dissidents come back to his fold. And that clarity he'll have post the 5 p.m. meeting today, where he's called all his MLAs. A chief whip has issued a letter warning a stern direction to all the MLAs to show up at Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. today, where a possible head count could take place. And that's where possibly Uddhav Thackeray will have some clarity whether a solution can be in sight or is it doomsday for him. On that note, we're going to slip into a short break. We'll be coming back on the other side with our continued coverage on the Maharashtra crisis.
Watch Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, as he addresses and awards top job and wealth creators at the Business Today Best CEO Awards, 24th June 2022, The Oberoi, New Delhi.
It takes no time to gulp up juice, milk or shakes in a Tetra Pak, but it takes up to 200 years for the plastic straws to be decomposed. So from July 1st, the government has banned.
All right, here we have some big news coming in as new political law ahead of president's polls. Shocking abusive slur on president nominee. Congress calls Draupadi Murmu a dummy. This is Congress who deletes the tweet right after the backlash. Let me cut across to Shehzad Poonawala, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, your take on the Congress calling Murmu as a mere dummy candidate, which has been selected by the BJP. How would you receive this?
You know, this is typical of the Congress party, which has made it a habit to insult SC, ST, OBC and women at leisure. They have done this even before. They insulted Ambedkar ji. They had defeated him twice. They did not give him the Bharat Ratna for decades. They insulted Prime Minister Modi, who comes from OBC community, calling him Neech and Ganguteli. They've insulted Ramnath Kovind ji. In fact, Udit Raj has also tweeted certain despicable things, and now they have insulted Murmu ji also. Murmu ji comes from the most challenging circumstances. She has risen to the top. She has served as the governor, the first female governor of a state of Jharkhand. She has served as an MLA twice, as a minister. She has served in other capacities. Her administrative skills, her education, her ability to fight circumstances is regarded by all. And in fact, she's a role model for all women and for everybody in politics. But here you have the Congress party labeling her as a dummy. This is a patriarchal, sexist and an anti-tribal, the kind of statement they have made. It shows their elitism. It shows that they hate tribals, they hate Dalits, they hate OBC, they hate women. And therefore, this kind of mindset has come to the fore. And this is from the official handle of Congress party. Now they have deleted this tweet, but deletion of the tweet does not show deletion of mindset. Will Congress party, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, Jairam Ramesh come out and apologize unequivocally for this kind of language that they have used against somebody who has served as a governor, who served on topmost constitutional positions and has made this country proud? This is the mindset of the Congress. They have not done anything for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes for 50 years. And today they have insulted Murmuji, but they have insulted the entire tribal, ST, OBC and all the subaltern communities of this country by using the word dummy. Isn't this a patriarchal, sexist and misogynist tweet as well?
Undoubtedly, it seems like the Congress party has quickly realized that this may not have come forward the way they expected. The backlash, as much as they received that on social media, they quickly pulled down that tweet as well. So they've realized that they have made a mistake and backtracked. Does this help their cause at all?
No, it does not, Nabila, because these does not delete the mindset of the Congress party. For 50, 60 years, they did nothing for scheduled castes except for try to use them as vote bank. Scheduled tribes were deprived. Please tell me, they did not give Ambedkar ji his due. They continue to suppress the legacy of Ambedkar ji even today. Today, they continue to discriminate against people from scheduled caste, scheduled tribes. They are abusing even Ramnath Kovind. Please see the tweets of Udit Raj. He has continued to insult Ramnath Kovind ji as well. So this mere deletion of tweet does not mean deletion of mindset. Look at the language they've used for somebody like the Prime Minister who comes from OBC caste. They have said he's a Neech, he's a Ganguteli. So the only thing that will suffice is if they come out and give a categorical, unequivocal apology, and it should come from Sonia Gandhi ji or from Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Vadra, that they do not condone this, they condemn it, and they are extremely apologetic. Unless they do that, this means otherwise that this was assented by the Congress party top leadership. Because if they do not come out and apologize, mere deletion is not going to help. They must come out and apologize. This has been done by the official handle of INC Puducherry. So it is an official tweet. It means it must have gone to the social media head, who is currently Supriya Shinde. She has approved this tweet and then this has been tweeted. So she and the entire Congress party must come out and tell us why they are calling Miss Murmuji a dummy. Is somebody from a tribal community who served as governor, who is a respected lady who has done so much for this country, a dummy for the Congress party?
Why don't you, Shehzad, give us an understanding on Draupadi Murmu's journey and what was the reason for the BJP to pick her at this point for president candidate?
You see, the entire struggle of Murmuji represents the struggle of the common person of this country. She is a person who has actually risen to the top just by sheer hard work. She started off from local elections, local councils. She was elected twice as the MLA in Odisha. She then served as a Minister of State in the Odisha government, in the BJP-BJD government. Then she was also elected as the governor. She was given the responsibility. She was the first tribal woman leader to lead as the governor of Jharkhand. She served there in a spotless tenure, one of the most credible tenures of a governor in this country. And thereafter, she has been continued to serve in many capacities. And all of this she has done despite her personal challenges in her own personal life, despite her humble and modest background. She has raised spectacular children. She has done everything on her own single-handedly. And she has been a committed public servant. And this is the kind of person that is being selected by the BJP because the BJP believes that whether it is the Padma Shri recognition, whether it is the recognition via constitutional post, it should go to the people who reflect Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, and also who reflect the story of Bharat. She comes from a rural India background. We are celebrating our entire diversity through this candidature. And on the other hand, the Congress party has no shame that it says that a lady who has done so much in her administrative career in a public service is a dummy. For the Congress party, such a person is a dummy. Sonia Gandhi is the president of their party. Good, we respect that. Is she a dummy? No. We can never say this about people, and especially women who rise to the top only due to their hard work. This is a misogynistic and patriarchal sexist comment. It must be apologized for by Priyanka Vadra.
Heard your point. Do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Yashwant Sena, who's the president candidate of the opposition as he speaks.
For whatever reason, they have chosen this lady to be the candidate on their behalf. But I like to emphasize that this is not a personal fight. It's a fight on issues. It's a fight on principles. And basically, it is a fight to save the Constitution of India. So therefore, I'm again emphasizing that a rubber stamp Rashtrapati or rubber stamp person in Rashtrapati Bhavan will not be able to deliver the goods expected of the President of India. The President of India must have a mind of his own, and he must act as in terms of the constitutional responsibilities given to that post.
All right, let me cut across to Shehzad on that. Shehzad, Yashwant Sena, who is a unanimous opposition candidate for president, says that we do not need a rubber stamp president in the country. It's important for the president to have a mind of his or her own. Does that, he's almost casting aspersions on the ability of Draupadi Murmu, your candidate.
Draupadi Murmu ji is the first major tribal female presidential candidate in India's history. She is the first major tribal presidential candidate from Odisha. She continues to break barriers. She has been, despite her background, she has risen to the top, serving as MSA, serving as minister, serving as governor. For that person to be called a rubber stamp because she happens to be a woman from the tribal community, this reflects more, I'm sorry, on the mindset of Mr. Yashwant Sena. And in the past few days, I think Mr. Yashwant Sinha's mindset and language both have the colorful mindset and the colorful language he has is all over Twitter. I do not want to get into repeating all those statements that he has made, but to reduce somebody who has risen to the top, single-handedly fought her circumstances and has been an excellent public servant, a spotless career in public service, to be called a rubber stamp as if she has no mind of her own is to in fact denigrate the entire tribal community and the women of this country, that women are essentially rubber stamps, that tribals are essentially rubber stamps. This kind of elitist, patriarchal, sexist, misogynistic mindset to be espoused by Yashwant Sena, the opposition candidate, the opposition must reflect that is this the person they want to be projecting as their face? Yeah. Because this is a very sexist and misogynistic kind of comment. I, for one, reject it. And I hope Mamata Banerjee and others, if they're hearing, would they agree and concur that a tribal lady who has been such a spectacular public servant is a rubber stamp?
Shehzad, thank you very much for joining us on that. Yashwant Sena calls the president candidate of the BJP as a rubber stamp. Of course, not taken too well. I'm going to continue tracking those developments. For now, it's a wrap. I'm going to take you through the headlines up next. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says that he enjoys the support of 46 MLAs as of now. Shinde claims that he is not in touch with Sena or the BJP leaders. Suspense grows over Uddhav Thackeray's next move. Uddhav tests COVID positive amid this rebellion. Sources suggest that Maharashtra Chief Minister may just be ready to resign. Sharad Pawar refuses to come to Uddhav's rescue. NCP Supremo washes his hands off, tells his partymen not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantageous for the BJP. Fadnavis holds a meeting with party members in Mumbai. BJP deploys Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma to survey the resort even before rebels could arrive in Guwahati, setting the stage for them. Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says that he will continue to fight ED patiently with the support of Congress workers. All right, big developments coming in from the state of Maharashtra. We're looking at a big statement by the BJP Neta Narayan Rane, almost in a first of a reaction coming in from the BJP. He says in a tweet, and I quote, Sanjay Rawat is happy because he must have been happy to pull Shiv Sena out of power and end Shiv Sena. These are the plots of a man of insidious cunning and wicked intellect. This is Narayan Rane, who is targeting straight at Sanjay Rawat, calling him responsible for the near end of the Shiv Sena. This is what Rane says in a tweet, and I quote, he says, Sanjay Rawat is happy because he must have been happy to pull Shiv Sena out of power and end Shiv Sena. These are the plots of a man of insidious cunning and wicked intellect. This is Narayan Rane's statement now, who's currently at Fadnavis's house. Remember, former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, of course, so far has not spoken. He's waiting for the situation to unfold. Clearly, a bit tactful at this point after burning his hands in 2019 itself. It seems like the BJP now working forward tactfully. BJP now issuing a statement of sorts. In fact, this is a tweet coming out as a personal tweet by prominent BJP Neta in Maharashtra, Narayan Rane, who takes a dig at Sanjay Rawat. Sanjay Rawat, the man who's been at the face of this firefighting attempt by the Shiv Sena. Sanjay Rawat has often stood, in fact, he's the one who's addressed the media time and again, spoken strongly and stood by the Shiv Sena. This is the same man who's also taken the BJP head on time and again. Sanjay Rawat is now the target of Narayan Rane's tweet directly, as he says, and I quote, Sanjay Rawat is happy because he must have been happy to pull Shiv Sena out of power and end Shiv Sena. These are the plots of a man of insidious cunning and wicked intellect. This is Narayan Rane, who speaks right now as he is at Fadnavis's residence at the moment. Remember, the BJP adopting a wait-and-watch policy. They're viewing very carefully what could be developments within the two camps. One is the dissident camp led by Eknath Shinde. The other, of course, Uddhav Thackeray, who's called in for a key meet at 5 p.m. of all his MLAs, and a strict direction given out to those MLAs. Those who do not attend this meeting today at 5 p.m. will face disciplinary action. So BJP in the midst of it clearly looks like they're waiting and watching to see how situations on both ends unfold before they possibly strike. Kamlesh Sutar, who joins us, tracking those developments, giving us the most accurate details right from ground in Mumbai. Kamlesh, here we're looking at the BJP not directly commenting as yet. They've maintained a holier-than-thou image. So far, have not indulged in any rhetoric over the developments and the happenings within the Shiv Sena. Have said that this was inevitable, this was due to happen, it was unholy, unlikely alliance, etc. The same talk that they've had right from day one of this Mahagadi government that was formed till date. Nothing different have they spoken. They've washed their hands off this turmoil and turbulence within the Mahavikas Agadi. But clearly, personal jibes are being taken time and again. Here is another BJP leader, Narayan Rane, who puts out a tweet targeting Sanjay Rawat of the Shiv Sena, saying that this is Sanjay Rawat's doing entirely. He's possibly very happy for pulling the plug. Kamlesh, can you hear me?
Yes, Nabila.
Narayan Rane, BJP leader, puts out a tweet targeting Sanjay Rawat directly, saying that this is Sanjay Rawat's doing. Indirectly, he says Sanjay Rawat is very happy to pull down Shiv Sena from power.
Well, we've seen Shiv Sena and Narayan Rane indulging into war of words in the past as well. And in fact, we spoke to another Shiv Sena MLA who said that hadn't the BJP gone hammers and tongs against Aditya Thackeray in the Sushant Singh Rajput case, these parties would have come together. So we've seen allegations coming in from both sides. But at this juncture, we have seen several leaders targeting Sanjay Raut, saying that hadn't Sanjay Raut gone ahead to make such statements, it wouldn't have resulted in resentment among the party MLAs. Sanjay Raut, remember, has been one of the important figures in stitching together an alliance with the NCP and Congress. So some Shiv Sena leaders who at this point believe that going with the Congress and NCP was a mistake and that they are not comfortable with the alliance and they should go back. They also blame Sanjay Raut for this alliance, and now they want the BJP and Shiv Sena to tie up. So these type of personal allegations and jibes have been taken in the past as well. And now when the political scene is so hot, we will see everyone taking such personal jibes. Nabila?
Absolutely. You know, Sanjay Raut is viewed as the poster boy of the Shiv Sena. He's made some really strong statements. In fact, today itself, after Eknath Shinde addressed the media, Sanjay Raut reacted, and quite strongly so, and very likely of him. He says that we don't mind going out of power, but the party should remain intact. Anti-party activities will not be tolerated. Even if we have to go out of power, we will take strict disciplinary action. Those are the words of Sanjay Raut. Does Uddhav Thackeray echo the same sentiments?
Well, it is always believed that when a party spokesperson, that too a chief spokesperson of the party, an MP, and most importantly, the executive editor of the party, mouthpiece Samna, he said something, it obviously has to echo the sentiments of party chief Uddhav Thackeray. So if Sanjay Raut says that this is leading to the dissolution of assembly, it obviously would have come from the party chief. Sanjay Raut would not make such a big statement without a go-ahead from his party chief. But his closeness to the party chief is also not seen, not seen something as a healthy equation between the party chief and this party spokesperson. They blame Sanjay Raut for the debacle. Narayan Rane, while making that comment, has taken cue from earlier comments against Sanjay Raut by several leaders, saying that Sanjay Raut's closeness to Sharad Pawar is something that is to be blamed for. Is Sanjay Raut working for Shiv Sena or is working for the NCP? That criticism of Sanjay Raut has always been there. And today's jibe by Narayan Rane is somewhere in that direction. Sanjay Raut's closeness to Sharad Pawar, as well as his closeness to party chief Uddhav Thackeray, in bringing them together, has always invited criticism from his party colleagues, and today Narayan Rane also taking that same jibe.
Yeah, you know, Kamlesh, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Sanjay Raut, who spoke. Even he put out a tweet a little earlier clarifying the same. Let's listen in.
त्याच्यामुळे या राज्यातलं सरकार हे अस्वस्थ आहे, प्रमुख नेते अस्वस्थ आहेत आणि आता उद्या परवा किंवा भविष्यामध्ये नक्की काय वळण घेईल हे आता कोणी सांगू शकत नाही. अशी जेव्हा परिस्थिती निर्माण होते अनेक राज्यामध्ये, तेव्हा साधारण तिकडले विधानसभा ही बरखास्त करून पुढील निवडणुकांना सामोरं जाण्याचा एक मार्ग स्वीकारला जातो. मी माझं मत व्यक्त केलं.
मुख्यमंत्री राजीनामा देणार आहेत का आपल्या पदाचा?
मी असं म्हणालो नाही.
मी तुम्हाला विचारतो
नाही. आता मी वर्षावर जातो. महाविकास आघाडी एक संघ आहे. नक्कीच आमचे काही आमदार बाहेर आहेत. त्यातले एक आमदार नागपूरला परतले, आपण पाहिलं असेल, नितीन देशमुख. आणि त्यांनी जे सांगितलं विमानतळावर की त्यांच्या बाबतीमध्ये काय प्रसंग घडला, तो सगळा प्रकार भयंकर आहे. जोपर्यंत सगळे आमदार मुंबईला येत नाहीत तोपर्यंत कोणतंही मत व्यक्त करणं हे बरोबर नाही. एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे बहुत पुराने साथी हैं, उनको भी इतना आसान नहीं है पार्टी छोड़ना और हमको भी इतना आसान नहीं है उनको छोड़ना. हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है. आज सुबह भी मेरी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत चल रही थी. आज सुबह हम दोनों ने 1 घंटा बातचीत की है. यहाँ से जो बातचीत हुई उस बारे में मैंने पार्टी चीफ को बताया है. कोई बात छुप कर नहीं रहती है. वापस एक बार बात हो जाएगी. उनके साथ जो विधायक है उनसे भी हमारी बातचीत चल रही है. सभी शिवसेना में है, शिवसेना में रहेंगे.
All right, I'm cutting across to Kamlesh Sutar on that. Kamlesh, she's spoken in Marathi extensively. Please do translate for us exactly what are the sticking points of what Sanjay Raut has said.
Well, Sanjay Raut basically here is speaking about Eknath Shinde. He says that Eknath Shinde has been a staunch Shiv Sena worker and it is not going to be easy for him either to quit the party. Whatever issues are, that will be resolved. But party is important. In a nutshell, that is what Sanjay Raut we've heard saying, and whatever I could gather little on the earphones. That is what Sanjay Raut has been talking about Eknath Shinde. As I said earlier, and I repeat that he said that Eknath Shinde is a close friend, has been associated with the party for a long time, and it's not going to be easy for him either to take that decision.
All right. So at this point, it seems like they're trying to cozy up to Eknath Shinde, not aggressively hitting out at him. They have taken disciplinary action in terms of just axing him as the legislative party leader. But otherwise, so far, attempts are being made to pacify Eknath Shinde extensively. They're not leaving that window closed as yet. Even though Sanjay Raut or Uddhav Thackeray is projecting a hardened stance and are showing themselves to be angry with this whole situation, they're still leaving that window of hope alive to see if at all Eknath Shinde might just feel nostalgic and return back to the party fold. Because even Eknath Shinde time and again has said he's not going to part ways from the Shiv Sena. He only wants to part ways from the NCP and the Congress. His grouse is towards the allies. The NCP and the Congress, as they have stark different ideologies, they do not reckon with Hindutva the way Shiv Sena does, and considering that Shiv Sena's bases and grounds and ideology itself is all based around Hindutva, they feel that this alliance itself is unholy, and that seems to be the primary reason. But on both ends, it appears that they're trying to send out a message through the media, but not directly talking to each other. That's also interesting to note. But communication is alive through the media, it appears.
Well, indeed, there's one group. See, the Shiv Sena strategy seems to be clear in this regard. On one hand, Shiv Sena is also threatening party MLAs with a letter issued by the chief whip saying that you have to attend that party meeting. If you don't attend, you would invite disqualification. That in a way is a message to the rebel MLAs that if you don't come back to the party fold, you might lose lose your seat as an MLA, and you will have to resign as an MLA. That disciplinary action will be taken, and disqualification will be recommended to the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. On the other hand, leaders like Sanjay Raut are trying to pacify Eknath Shinde, saying that Eknath Shinde is a staunch party loyalist. He is a worker of Balasaheb Thackeray. He follows the ideology of the party. It's not going to be an easy decision for him to quit the party. So on both lines, they're trying to keep the communication open. They're not trying to go all offensive. On one hand, they are also threatening party MLAs with him with disqualification threat, and also on the other hand, Sanjay Raut is trying to pacify Eknath Shinde by calling him a staunch Shiv Sena worker who's still with the party. So the doors of communications are open, but also on the other hand,
the doors of communication is open through the media. It's not like they're speaking to each other directly. Even though Sanjay Raut says he's had a conversation with Eknath Shinde for about an hour today, that's what he claims. But yet it seems like there was no conclusion on a positive note on that front. Kamlesh Sudhar, stay with us. The Maharashtra political crisis as it explodes. India Today was the first to speak to the man who's leading this rebellion against the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. In an exclusive conversation with our channel, senior Sena Minister Eknath Shinde has claimed to have the support of over 46 MLAs, enough number to dodge the anti-defection bullet. Eknath has also told India Today that right now, he has 35 MLAs lodged with him at that Guwahati resort, and more MLAs are on their way to Assam. The majority mark in the Maharashtra Assembly right now stands at 144, with one Sena MLA who passed away recently. The number from 145 has come down to 144. If Shinde's claims are true, then he decides to go with the BJP. Then they have enough numbers to form the government in Maharashtra altogether. So in all ways and angles here, it looks like the BJP could take away the cake in due course of time. Just a few days before which we'll know. And it seems like this entire situation is hinging towards the BJP's victory at this point. Let's take a listen to this conversation exclusively with India Today, Eknath Shinde.
एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना। अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ बागी विधायकों का दल इस वक्त गुवाहाटी में है, क्या रणनीति आगे की?
निर्दल नहीं है, हमारी तहार की पार्टी है, तहार, और मैं और हमारे साथी का और विधायक है और अभी तक 40 तो हो गए और बढ़ेंगे, 10 तक और बढ़ेंगे, 50 हो जाएंगे।
तो सर आप ये बड़ा दावा कर रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 हो जाएगी, क्योंकि कल 20 से 34 से लेकर के आज 40 का दावा एकनाथ शिंदे ने खुद किया है और आप कह रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 भी हो सकती है।
हाँ, 50 तक हो जाए।
तो अब आगे की रणनीति क्या है सर, इसके बारे में भी अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता सकें।
अभी सत्ता प्रस्तावित करना है, सत्ता की तरफ जाना है।
तो बच्चों जी, गुवाहाटी में अब और कितने दिन?
गुवाहाटी में कितने दिन ये नहीं बता सकते हम, वो तो आज भी निकल सकते हैं, कल भी जा सकते हैं।
लेकिन बगावत की वजह क्या है, ये भी दर्शक समझना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है, ओके, चलो, और कुछ
जी? बगावत की वजह भी समझना चाहते हैं, आखिर एकनाथ शिंदे बगावत पर क्यों उतरे?
वो तो सब बताएंगे ना, अभी फोन पर क्यों इतने बताएंगे।
Right, from what we see, those dissidents who are hauled up in Guwahati's resort, it doesn't seem like they're really bothered about the numbers at all. For them, it's all about the ideology. At least so far, they're projecting the same narrative, that they are worried and upset with the fact that Uddhav Thackeray decided to ally with those parties who do not have the same ideology and the same ethics they share within the party. Well, we're looking at developments thick and fast within the state of Maharashtra. At this point, it seems like the end is closing in on Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. But it might just be crystal clear post the 5 p.m. meet this evening at Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Varsha, where the Chief Whip has issued a stern direction asking for all MLAs to show up in numbers. If not, disciplinary action will be taken. Now, let's take you through the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra on this political crisis. Major political crisis grips the state of Maharashtra. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's fate hangs in balance. He is likely to resign from his post as over 35 MLAs are set to favor rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde. After the key state cabinet meet concluded, Thackeray has said he will see what happens next, almost leaving it to fate and destiny. The Shiv Sena has now issued a whip to its MLAs asking them to attend a meeting at Varsha, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. today. A letter by the Chief Whip, Sunil Prabhu, reads that if anyone fails to attend this meet, it will be considered that MLA wants to leave the party itself and he will be facing disciplinary action. Disqualification could be on the cards for them. Eknath Shinde to convene a key meet of rebels at the Guwahati hotel this evening. Sena leader claimed that they haven't decided on the future course of action. According to reports, the rebel camp has requested additional rooms at the Guwahati hotel as they are expecting more rebels to join them. And Shinde has now claimed that he's got the support of 46 MLAs. He's now demanding Shiv Sena to join hands with the BJP. Over 35 rebels have already reached Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, Assam this morning. Earlier, they were lodged at a resort in Gujarat, Surat, before leaving for Guwahati. All rebel Shiv Sena MLAs were asked to sign a paper showing their support for Eknath Shinde, almost an assurance that they've given to Shinde that they will stick by him. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has dropped hints that the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly would be dissolved amid this growing political crisis within the state. He stated that the ongoing crisis in Maharashtra is heading towards dissolution of the Vidhan Sabha. Now, let me cut across to the possible scenarios right now. Even as the Shiv Sena so far has sent out hints, enough and more, that they want to dissolve this assembly, what could be the possible scenario if that could take place? Scenario number one, if at all the governor accepts a dissolution, they may just dissolve the house. Possibly fresh elections may happen soon enough post dissolution of the assembly. The BJP possibly will ally with the Sena rebels. That could be a likelihood and increasingly a situation that's now visible. And also a situation that could unfold where the Sena NCP Congress may just fight together and try to douse this rebellion within their own party. And then you have scenario number two, where if at all the governor rejects a dissolution of the assembly, then what would happen? Then the government asked to prove its majority, possibly that the government will be asked for a floor test. A floor test might just take place where the new leader will be asked to take oath after giving letters of support. It may also invite the leader to take oath who submits letters of support. The BJP may form the government with the help of Sena rebels. In fact, Sena NCP Congress may just end up sitting in the opposition. The BJP might come to power along with those rebels. So these are a couple of scenarios that could unfold if at all a dissolution is either approved or denied by the governor. And the biggest update here is that the governor himself is COVID-19 positive. Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari is currently hospitalized, is what we hear, owing to COVID-19. Even the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, amid this political crisis, has tested positive for COVID, but yet has called for a meeting at his home. It's likely that he is going to be communicating with those leaders virtually while seated at his house itself. The meeting is at his home, but he will maybe communicate to them virtually. This Maha-political pot boiler, is only getting hotter by the minute. According to sources, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray may just resign amid this political turmoil and drama. Uddhav Thackeray has also tested positive for COVID-19, and this comes after Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has hinted at a dismissal of the Maharashtra Assembly. They're trying to push for the dissolution. Of course, contrary reports on one hand that the Shiv Sena is very keen on dissolving the Assembly. On the other, that they may have rolled back on that decision or their thought post the cabinet meet. And one needs to remember that the NCP as well as the Congress are not on board with this decision of dissolving the Assembly at this point. Especially the NCP is not in favor of dissolving the Assembly. In fact, earlier Sanjay Raut said that he conversed with Eknath Shinde for about an hour on Wednesday. Raut has added that Sena may lose power in the state but will always keep fighting. Shiv Sena, meanwhile, has issued a whip to its MLAs to attend a 5 p.m. meeting at Varsha, the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. The whip letter mentions clearly that if MLAs fail to attend the meeting, then it will be considered that these MLAs want to leave the party and they could attract disqualification. Disqualification could be initiated against these MLAs. Early morning, senior Sena minister Eknath Shinde and rebel MLAs landed in Guwahati. Shinde claimed to have the support of at least 46 MLAs, which is enough to dodge the bullet of the anti-defection law. Before flying off to Guwahati, rebel MLAs pledged support to Eknath Shinde, even signed papers in assurance that they will stick with him no matter what. This was a paper that was given to these MLAs by Eknath Shinde, almost in confirmation that they will be aligned with Eknath Shinde until the end to whatever decision he takes. Right now, do these MLAs not know what's awaiting them? If at all they do not return to the party's fold, they could attract disqualification. It's sure, in fact, we could fairly well safely assume that these MLAs who are currently with Eknath Shinde are very well aware that if they do not come back to the party fold, they could attract disqualification, which is why it appears Eknath Shinde has already got his numbers enough to form a camp which is where the numbers outbeat Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's camp at this moment. Uddhav Thackeray has barely 17 MLAs with him, while Eknath Shinde has 35 who are stationed with him but claims to have 45 who are in support of him. Let me cut across to some reactions on the same. Let's hear it.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
क्या लगता है आपको अभी क्या सरकार बचेगी या नहीं बचेगी?
देखिए, कांग्रेस के कारण कोई सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। कांग्रेस के विधायक सब एक हैं। 44 में से 44 में से 41 विधायक आज उपस्थित रहे। 3 रास्ते में हैं क्योंकि मुझे निकल जाना है। मध्य प्रदेश में चुनाव हो रहे हैं, पंचायती चुनाव, नगरपालिका, नगर निगम के चुनाव है, इसलिए मुझे निकल जाना है। पर सबने एक आवाज में कहा कि हम कांग्रेस और देश की संस्कृति के साथ खड़े रहेंगे।
सोनिया गांधी ने आपको भेजा, आप दूध बन के आए, क्या कन्वे किया आपने विधायकों?
मैंने उनका संदेश कन्वे किया कि उन्हें पूरा विश्वास है हर कांग्रेस विधायक पर।
सरकार बचेगी कि नहीं सर, क्योंकि संजय राउत ने ट्वीट किया असेंबली भंग होने वाली है।
देखिए, इसमें कोई मैं मानता नहीं हूँ, सच्चाई है।
और अगर बात करें
कोविड पॉजिटिव,
आपकी मुलाकात थी उनसे?
उनका मेरी मुलाकात थी पर उनको कोविड हो गया, कोविड पॉजिटिव निकले हैं, इसीलिए मैं मुलाकात उनसे नहीं कर रहा, पर लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर हुई है।
हमारे जो 44 MLA है वो सभी हमारे साथ में है। गलत कुछ न्यूज कुछ चैनल पर आ रही है, वो गलत है।
National observer has come and we just trying to see that we all together and we want to see what we can do to save the government, because apparently large number of Shiv Sena MLAs have backed Mr. Shinde. Whether he is able to effect a 2/3 split, we'll have to see. But our role right now to make sure that we're all together. We'd also like to explore what happened in the council poll. A lot of people seem to have voted against the party whip. So that will be also an agenda.
महाराष्ट्र में जो चल रहा है उसे कैसे देखते हैं आप? और क्योंकि वहाँ पर भी यही बात निकल कर आ रही है बार-बार कि बीजेपी ही इसके पीछे है सरकार को अस्थिर कर रही है।
देखिए, अभी तो कैबिनेट मीटिंग बुलाए और जब कैबिनेट मीटिंग में सभी तीनों पार्टी के लोग मिलके क्या तय करने वाले हैं, उसके बाद में हम क्या करना चाहिए वो बाद में बोलेंगे।
Uddhav Thackeray is likely to resign now.
No, I have not heard so far. I don't know anything about it.
Sir, do you
What Sanjay Raut? Yet I do not know. I do not. साहेबांना भेटतोय आम्ही काय आता मला काय माहिती आहे त्यांचा अंतर्गत प्रश्न शिवसेनेचा आम्ही नेतृत्वाखाली देखेंगे क्या होता है.
साहेब ते काल जे आपल्याला पत्र दिलंय विधिमंडळ गटनेते पदाच्या बदलाचं ते आपण स्वीकारलंय का त्याच्यावर निर्णय घेतला मग आता नवीन गटनेते म्हणून आपण मान्यता दिली आहे ना.
हो हो हो
पण त्यांनी जो आक्षेप घेतला होता की 22 आमदारांच्या सह्या आहेत त्याच्याबाबत काय साहेब.
नाही त्याच्यात तशी तरतूद अशी आहे का गटनेता निवड ही पक्ष नेत्यांनी केलेली असते.
अच्छा.
त्याच्यामुळे त्यांना बदलण्याचे अधिकार आहेत.
बरं बरं आज आपली चर्चा झाली उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांसोबत त्याच्याबाबत काय सांगू शकाल का.
कशाच्या.
आज आपण उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांना भेटलात तर या परिस्थितीवर चर्चा झाली किंवा काय चर्चा झाली.
नाही याच्या संदर्भात नाही काही चर्चा झाली.
बरं आता पुढे काय ह्या सगळ्या आमदारांच्या बाबत काय निर्णय आपल्याकडनं तिकडच्या पक्षाकडनं काय शिवसेनेकडनं काय आपल्याकडे विनंती आली आहे.
नाही कुठल्याच प्रकारची काही विनंती आलेली नाही. फक्त गटनेते बदली तेवढंच आलं होतं.
Power is not for us. We don't bother about that. The bother is we are concerned about the party itself. And the concern for the party is that our own people should not leave the party. Even if they have some resentment, they can come talk to the chief of the party. Let us discuss it and we'll discuss. Yesterday our emissary was there. Nadulkar was there. He spoke to him. He spoke to even Uddhav Thackeray. He said he has not left the party. Then why you should roam around? If he has not left the party, then come talk to the party. Party chief is there right now. And then discuss and resolve the issue.
केसरकर साहब आप इस वक्त कहाँ हैं? क्या आप शिवसेना के साथ एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ हैं?
मैं मुंबई में हूँ, अपने घर पे हूँ. देखिए किसी के साथ होना ये बात नहीं है. ये तो बात ऐसी है कि मैं पहले से बोल रहा था उद्धव साहब को कि सेना और बीजेपी को इकट्ठा जाना चाहिए. और ये मेरा जो कहना था आज भी मैं उस पर ठाम हूँ कि शिवसेना और बीजेपी को इकट्ठा रहना चाहिए.
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे ने जो किया सही किया मानते हैं आप?
देखिए इन्होंने जो किया इसके लिए दो वजह है. एक तो महाराष्ट्र में तो कुछ उनके भी गलतफहमियां हैं. उनको साइड की कोशिश की गई और ये कौन कर रहा था मुझे तो खुद को मालूम नहीं है. लेकिन कोई ऐसे कार्यकर्ता या नेता रहेंगे सेना में जिन्होंने ये करने की कोशिश की और उसकी वजह से वो दुखी थे और वो समझ रहे थे कि साहब इसमें इंटरवीन करेंगे. और दूसरी चीज उन्होंने भी जाके बोला था कि सेना और बीजेपी को इकट्ठा रहना चाहिए. वो डिमांड उनकी पूरी नहीं हुई. और जो राज्यसभा इलेक्शन में हुआ वो समझते थे कि उसके लिए एनसीपी कुछ हद तक जिम्मेदार है. उसके लिए भी वो काफी हर्ट थे.
All right, here's some big news coming in. Eknath Shinde's fresh attack at Shiv Sena. This is Eknath Shinde, who's now coming out with a new bob. Shinde says whip issued for 5 p.m. meet is illegal. This is exactly what Eknath Shinde has said as he deems the whip issued by the Shiv Sena as illegal. This could possibly mean what he possibly could mean that he has the numbers and therefore the whip has no standing at this point because this is a breakaway faction with at least 35 MLAs, the dissidents who are with him at this point. Clearly with Uddhav Thackeray not having the numbers, is he in a position to issue a whip? Eknath Shinde responding to the whip issued for the 5 p.m. meeting, calling it as illegal. Remember, the Shiv Sena has issued a whip sternly warning all MLAs against disqualification if they don't appear at the residence of Uddhav Thackeray at 5 p.m. this evening. This is a direction given to those MLAs of the Shiv Sena to be present in numbers at Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. this evening. If not, face disqualification. To which Eknath Shinde, the man leading the rebellion, has said the whip issued against MLAs is illegal. Paulami joining us live for more on that. Paulami, with what sentiment and keeping what in mind is Eknath Shinde calling this whip issued by the Shiv Sena asking for all the MLAs to be present at 5 p.m. today as illegal?
Well, that remains to be seen, but this is, of course, Eknath Shinde, who's being extremely defiant in the face of the whip, which was issued by the party whip Sunil Prabhu just a short while ago, asking all MLAs of the Shiv Sena to be present at the CM residence Varsha in Mumbai at 5 p.m. today for a very crucial meeting in the wake of the instability and the sort of rebellion that the government is facing, and as a result of which it in fact stated that if the orders of the whip were not followed and people chose to be absent at that meeting, then strict action would be taken because it would be deemed that they do not want to remain members of the party. Now, what Eknath Shinde has just tweeted and said is that he's appointed his own whip. He's appointed Bharat Gogavle as the whip of the Shiv Sena. So he says that this is the whip of the party. He is the whip of the party. He is, of course, one of the members of the Legislative Assembly from the Shiv Sena who is inside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati with him. He has appointed Bharat Gogavle as the chief whip and said that as a result of which the order issued by the whip Sunil Prabhu for a meeting, calling for a meeting of all party MLAs at 5 p.m. at the same residence in Mumbai is completely invalid. So that is his argument. So clearly this is a defiant Eknath Shinde. So he's, of course, in a way that he's actually appointing the whip of the Shiv Sena. He's clearly saying that I'm forming a party. This is the real Shiv Sena. It remains to be seen if indeed he has the numbers as far as, it is considered in order for him to successfully break away from the Shiv Sena and not attract the anti-defection law. That remains to be seen. Does he have the numbers? Of course, in that conversation with our colleague Preeti, he said, I have 46 MLAs with me. How many of those are from the Shiv Sena and how many are others? That remains to be seen. But this is him basically in a complete rebellious tone saying, I have a chief whip, Bharat Gogavle is the chief whip and not Sunil Prabhu.
How are they two chief whips at this point? Follow me. How does the Uddhav Thackeray government explain that?
Well, this is, Nabila, this is a defiant tactic by Eknath Shinde. He is obviously, he can't go around appointing his own whip. All of this comes under the power of a procedure. If indeed he is to form successfully the real Shiv Sena or the actual Shiv Sena, the breakaway faction of the Shiv Sena, which has and can in fact carry forward the Shiv Sena label and name, then he has to have the number of MLAs and he has to successfully present that number to, of course, the governor as well, to the speaker, and then, of course, he can be, of course, that sort of proposition can be looked into by the constitutional head. But at this point of time, what he's basically doing is, because obviously this whip was issued from Mumbai and it said that everyone has to be present in Mumbai at 5 p.m. at Varsha, the chief minister's residence, it was being speculated what will Eknath Shinde do, because he's sitting here with a lot of those legislators here in Guwahati. He's obviously not going to make it to Mumbai. So is he going to face action? Is he going to just watch as it happens? He's come out in a defiant tone and he said, this is the chief whip. Sunil Prabhu isn't the chief whip. So it is becoming very interesting.
He says that because he has those numbers. He says that he has 46 MLAs with him. He only needs 37 to literally not attract the anti-defection law, and almost if he has 2/3 of the members with him, then it could be recognized as a whole separate party altogether within the assembly. So a defiant Eknath Shinde saying, I refuse to accept what the chief whip has issued, a direction calling that illegal, saying he has his own chief whip who's housed with him at that Guwahati resort. With political turmoil in Maharashtra only getting a lot more interesting and heated by the minute. In the latest update, we hear that Uddhav Thackeray has tested negative in his RT-PCR report. I'm going to take you through those details on the other side of a short break.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Karan Johar's upcoming film Jug Jug Jio has been creating a lot of buzz. A writer named Vishal A. Singh claimed that Karan Johar's Dharma Productions copied his script titled Bunny Rani. In a series of tweets, the writer shared his email copy sent to Dharma Productions. One of his tweets read, and I quote, "Had registered a story Bunny Rani with Swa-India.org in January 2020. I had officially mailed Dharma Movies in February 2020 for an opportunity to co-produce with them. I even got a reply from them. And then they have taken my story and made Jug Jug Jio. Not fair, Karan Johar." The film has been sued for copyright infringement by Ranchi-based writer Vishal Singh. A court in Ranchi has now ordered the screening of the film ahead of its release. After the screening, it will be decided whether the film violates the Copyright Act or not. Karan Johar and his team have not reacted to this yet. Directed by Raj Mehta, Jug Jug Jio is slated to release in theatres on June 24th, with film stars Varun Dhawan, Anil Kapoor, Kiara Advani and Neetu Kapoor.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
All right, looking at the political turmoil in Maharashtra, it all boils down to the number game. Are the numbers really in favor of Uddhav Thackeray at this point? If I may show you, the numbers that we have very clearly shows that this situation could possibly be hinging towards the BJP's victory here. Looking at the numbers, it's very clear, at least for the moment, that the BJP might just have an upper hand if at all the rebels join hands with them. Let me take you through a quick glimpse into what the numbers stand at. The BJP, of course, is the single largest party that it won in 2019 assembly elections, even though they still lost out on power because of the alliance of NCP, Shiv Sena and the Congress. So BJP that stood at 113, now we see a rebel faction of the Shiv Sena which stands at 35. If the rebels join hands with the BJP, then we're looking at a number of 148, slightly above the magic mark of 144. In fact, not slightly above, it's a comfortable majority that the BJP will be boasting of then. The Shiv Sena then will come down to 29. The NCP, of course, stands at 57. The Congress also stands at 44. Very surprising that the Congress and the NCP so far has not shown any dissent. Congress, which is viewed as a weakling among the three alliance partners, so far has posed a united front. Now let me take you through enough and more of the kind of turmoil that's coming from the rebel camp and the Shiv Sena in Mumbai. Of course, Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde, along with several other Maharashtra MLAs, have gone incommunicado after results of the MLC polls. In fact, Shiv Sena has claimed that there is an attempt to overthrow the Sena-led government. Let's watch this special to understand this Maha drama unfolding.
Pushed to the brink, this is a battle for survival for Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. With Uddhav's number 2 turning against him, the nightmare has just begun to unfold. But Uddhav Thackeray is leaving nothing to chance. 17 Shiv Sena MLAs were shifted to Mumbai's St. Regis Hotel late Tuesday night. Uddhav Thackre's son and Maharashtra Minister Aditya camped at the hotel overnight. This even as Eknath Shinde and 32 other rebels were at Surat's La Meridian Hotel before being shifted to Guwahati. Earlier on Tuesday, Uddhav sent his emissary to Surat to convince Shinde and the rebels to return to the party fold. Uddhav's aide made him speak to Shinde, but there was no breakthrough. According to sources, Shinde has claimed to have support of 35 MLAs and has demanded that Uddhav ally with BJP. Shinde told Uddhav that the rebels have a problem with the Sena-NCP Congress alliance and that he was upset that some Sena workers were speaking against him. Uddhav is said to have reminded Shinde of how BJP has been harassing his party and said that the Saffron party had mistreated Sena in the past as well. Uddhav then asked Shinde to return to Mumbai and speak to him.
हमारे सब एमएलए वहाँ हैं, उसमें से बहुत से लोग जो है वापस आना चाहते हैं लेकिन उनको वापस आना नहीं दिया जा रहा है, उनकी घेराबंदी की है। ये घेराबंदी सिर्फ गुजरात में ही हो सकती है क्योंकि वहाँ किस प्रकार की सरकार काम करती है और केंद्र किस प्रकार से वहाँ अपना काम कर लेती है, आपको मालूम है।
In an emotional appeal to his MLAs in Mumbai, at least 17 of whom attended a meeting at his residence, Varsha, Uddhav categorically told them that alliance with BJP was not an option. He said he was trying to understand what Shinde wanted and was confident that the rebel would return. These are testing times for Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray. Will he survive? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Shiv Sena Minister Eknath Shinde, who is said to be quite upset with his party, is reported to be hauled up in a hotel currently in Guwahati, along with several similarly disaffected MLAs from Maharashtra. Let's watch this special report on the political career of this man who's leading the rebellion.
Eknath Sambaji Shinde has come a long way from driving an auto rickshaw to becoming a minister in Maharashtra's Mahavikas Aghadi government.
Me, Shri Eknath Sambaji Shinde, Ishwar Saksh Shapath Gheto ki.
Shinde was a protege of Anand Dege, a notorious leader from Thane who was known as someone who could defy even Sena founder, the all-powerful Balasaheb Thackeray. Shinde's first political stint began after he was elected to Thane Municipal Corporation as a Sena candidate. But then, a horrific personal tragedy struck. 2 out of 3 of Shinde's children drowned while on a boat ride in their village. After the incident, he turned a recluse and quit politics. But Anand Dege brought Shinde back into politics, making him also the leader of the house in municipal corporation. After Dege's death in 2001, Shinde came into his own, his political career soaring, even as he styled his image on that of his mentor. Within the next 3 years, Shinde was elected to assembly and established his hold over the party's organization structure. After Raj Thackeray quit to form the MNS and Narayan Rane revolted, Eknath Shinde became the money and muscle man of the Shiv Sena and the crowd puller. Shinde was credited with bolstering the ranks of the Shiv Sena, thus growing even closer to Uddhav Thackeray and becoming the Chief Minister's trusted lieutenant. Overnight, the 58-year-old Eknath Shinde has gone from troubleshooter to troublemaker. With a large number of MLAs now loyal to him, Eknath Shinde has put in question the survival of the Shiv Sena and of the Maharashtra government. With inputs from Kamlesh Sutar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Shiv Sena rebel Eknath Shinde needs at least 37 MLAs to bring down the Maharashtra government. Shinde says that he has the support of nearly 45 MLAs. Even though only 35 are lodged with him in that resort, he still boasts of a majority at this point. His demand is quite clear. He wants Uddhav Thackeray to dump the NCP as well as the Congress and now patch up with the BJP. Here's a listen.
A nail-biting political thriller playing out in Maharashtra after India Today's big agenda-setting political newsbreak. The man on your screen has created a huge political storm. Senior Shiv Sena Cabinet Minister Eknath Shinde, who has now turned rebel. Holed up with over 26 MLAs at a resort in Gujarat's Surat, India Today's scoop revealed that it may be Chief Minister Uddhav's son and Minister Aditya Thackeray who may have alienated Shinde by denying him a free political hand. According to sources, Eknath Shinde was not happy about being sidelined in the Rajya Sabha and Maharashtra MLC polls recently. In fact, he was upset even right when the Aghadi government was formed. Harboring chief ministerial ambitions after being elected leader of the Sena legislative party, but pipped to the post, obviously, by the Thackeray Uddhav. Shinde's close aides say, despite being seen as number 2 in the Uddhav government, there was a lot of meddling in his urban development ministry, allegedly by Uddhav's son, Aditya Thackeray, and even his aides. Eknath Shinde wields considerable influence in Thane, Kalyan and Palghar districts. It was Shinde who had wrestled back Aghadi MLAs during the Ajit Pawar rebellion in 2019. He felt cheated with what he perceived as a raw deal from Chief Minister Uddhav and his son Aditya. Shinde tried to highlight his anger in the recent Dharamveer movie on late Sena leader Anand Dighe. The movie is said to have portrayed Uddhav Thackeray in bad light and angered the Sena leadership. We broke the story first, and we'll keep you posted on what this Maha potboiler is unfolding into. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that was a brief history into how this situation has come about. Over time, we're looking at the crisis only snowballing to proportions where it's literally showing the Maharashtra government at the brink of a collapse. Will Uddhav Thackeray literally pull out a trick or two from his sleeve to save and salvage the situation at this point? Or is a solution nowhere in sight for him? India Today continues to be on top of the story. We're going to stay tuned on this. But for now, a short break. We'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment, and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use, and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables, or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for tuning into India Today. I'm Pooja Shali, the only channel that's getting you the latest updates and from all cities which is unfolding with regard to the Maharashtra's political crisis. First, the headlines. Let's begin. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde is defiant. Speaking exclusively to India Today, he says he enjoys the support of 46 MLAs now. Shinde claims he's not in touch with Sena or the BJP leaders. But suspense is clearly growing over Uddhav Thackeray's next move. Uddhav tests COVID positive amid this rebellion, and sources suggest the Maharashtra CM is all set to possibly resign. Sharad Pawar refusing to come to Uddhav Thackeray's rescue. NCP Supremo washes his hands off, tells his party men not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantage BJP. Fadnavis holding a meeting with party leaders in Mumbai. BJP deploys Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma to survey the resort before rebels arrive in Guwahati. And Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time with regard to the questioning from the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald scam case. Rahul Gandhi says he will continue to fight the ED with patience and with the support of Congress workers. Big news coming in. It is with regard to the Maharashtra crisis. BJP chief, the BJP unit chief in Maharashtra, Chandrakant Patil, arrives in Surat in Gujarat on a chartered aircraft. He will be also reaching Guwahati, Assam, along with 4 MLAs. So what's exactly happening now? Is BJP making its intention very clear? Because Chandrakant Patil, remember, yesterday also in his press conference, looking absolutely confident, but also a casual speech there, stating they do not know much about what's happening. But this time it appears 4 MLAs with Maharashtra BJP chief Chandrakant Patil, the aircraft landing in Surat. These are the latest visuals coming in on your screen. So this aircraft, as Maharashtra BJP unit chief Chandrakant Patil, lands in Surat in Gujarat, where some of the rebel MLAs were at a resort, remember. But now this same aircraft will include 4 other MLAs of Maharashtra and will be then heading to Assam. So very interesting. The BJP waiting for that single opportunity right now, as in when it becomes clear if Uddhav Thackeray has been able to resolve this crisis or the Maha Vikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is set to fall. All right, so these are the latest visuals on your screen. A chartered aircraft for the Maharashtra BJP unit chief Chandrakant Patil. The aircraft, while touches down in Gujarat, he will be accompanied by 4 MLAs with him that will then be heading to Assam. So making it very clear, if at all, that confidence, remember, coming in of Eknath Shinde and 46 MLAs, remember, is a whopping number. Because even yesterday, when Sanjay Raut was speaking to our executive editor, Sahil Joshi, he tried to play it down and say maybe Shinde has 17, 18 MLAs. But by the night, it was already touching to about 30, 35. Now he's claiming, there's no clarity yet, but his claim is very confident that I have 46 MLAs. So why does that number important? That number is important because with 46 MLAs and any number beyond 37, anti-defection law is not needed. And therefore, the BJP can quickly jump in, claim that this Mahavikas Aghadi government is now in minority and they have the numbers to form the government and numbers way beyond expectations. My colleague Paulami Saha has been in Guwahati. Paulami, very interesting because till now it was only the rebel MLAs going from one city to another. But if the Maharashtra BJP unit chief Chandrakant Patil says, I'm also coming with 4 more MLAs, that's as clear as it gets. What's next to happen, Paulami?
That's right. That just basically goes to show that there's a possibility that BJP has now moved full throttle into this entire situation. Earlier, the BJP, as we were speaking to our sources within the party, of course, maintained that they were in a wait-and-watch mode because they didn't want to jump into a situation which was half-baked. They wanted to be absolutely sure that Eknath Shinde had the numbers indeed to bring down the Mahavikas Aghadi government, to break the Shiv Sena. So unless that was to happen, the BJP was not going to move into the picture quite directly and quite upfront. And now if Chandrakant Patil is saying that he's also going to move to Guwahati with, of course, 4 other MLAs, that just goes to show that the BJP is now lending support to this entire rebellion, which has been orchestrated by Eknath Shinde. And the BJP has now sensed that they have a real opportunity over here to bring down the Mahavikas Aghadi government. And this is no half-baked situation. This is serious, and this is a gambit which has the possibility of being successful.
Paulami, before I come across to you for the second question, I want to tell our viewers watching right now that Paulami is right outside a resort in Guwahati where now those rebel MLAs who had flown from Surat landed in Assam. And now they are holed up there. So Paulami, what about these 4 MLAs? Because do help us understand here. If all the MLAs of the Shiv Sena, the rebel MLAs, had been flown now to Assam, who are these 4 MLAs? Why would Chandrakant Patil be first touching down Gujarat and then going across to Assam? So what is happening here, if you can explain?
Well, we of course have to wait for those details to emerge right now. Remember, there are a lot of figures which are being bandied about since yesterday as to how many MLAs there are. Like, for instance, when Mr. Eknath Shinde was having a conversation with our colleague Preeti, he said, I have 46 MLAs. How many of these are from the Shiv Sena and how many are others? That is extremely crucial because while, of course, eventually in the formation of a government, it is important to have as many numbers as possible, get the smaller parties in, get whatever support you can get in order to form government. But when you want to defect away from the Shiv Sena and successfully without attracting the anti-defection law, then you need 2/3 of the party's current strength in the House, which is 55. So you need 37. Out of these 46, how many are Shiv Senics? That is going to be extremely crucial. So who are these 4 that are going to come with Chandrakant Patil? And this entire route which is being followed, Maharashtra to Gujarat, Gujarat to Assam, we have been asking some of our sources about this as well. What they believe is they take the road route into Surat and then, of course, fly out of Surat, and that is much easier for them to, of course, work things out. That is how the planning is at the moment. But again, let's see how it pans out because eventually, like I said, everyone's banding about numbers. But when it comes down to the final picture, it will be all about the signatures on that piece of paper, Pooja.
All right, Paulami, thank you so much for tracking all the latest. And I just want to tell our viewers how Paulami also had touched down Mumbai. But within hours, as the situation changed, has then now flown to Assam so that you get the latest coming in from this mega crisis that's unfolding. Paulami, thank you very much for tracking that latest. We have some more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. It's a big claim coming in from Team Rahul. Now, Team Rahul Gandhi says that top aide KC Venugopal says that the Bharatiya Janata Party is offering a bribe to the rebel MLAs, and that bribe is a bombshell number of about 25 to 50 crore rupees if they decide to switch camps. So are these rebel MLAs, according to KC Venugopal, who's a senior Congress Neta. He's a close aide of Rahul Gandhi. He's saying that the reason these rebel MLAs are switching because they are being offered 25 to 50 crore rupees if they decide to switch the camp from the Mahavikas Aghadi government as it stands now to then either join the BJP as Shinde is demanding and asking for, or perhaps at least ensure that the government also falls at this point. 25 to 50 crore rupees to switch camps politically here. That's all it takes, according to KC Venugopal, for the rebel MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde right now. We'll wait and see some Shiv Sena netas if they want to react on that as well. But first, listen in to the reactions coming in.
They are giving 50 crores to MLA. Today also Maharashtra, that is the discussion. They are offering 50 crores, 25 crores. They are making this Enforcement Directorate department as an election department of BJP. Only one thing in these things I have to tell. I'm really proud of our workers.
Constant updates coming here on India Today, because after what Rahul Gandhi camp said, now the Eknath Shinde camp MLAs have released a resolution letter. 34 MLAs. I repeat the number here. 34 members of the Legislative Assembly have signed this letter that says, and I quote it here, the MLAs are dissatisfied by the prevailing corruption in the Maha Aghadi government, and that's specifically referring to Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh. The party cadre is facing harassment and distress on personal grounds from the opposition's ideological parties. So which are the ideological parties in opposition within the government? The Congress Party and the NCP. They're also stating in that resolution letter that the discontent among the cadre, among the Shiv Sena cadre, is primarily against Congress and NCP. For the last 2.5 years, our party Shiv Sena leadership are compromising on party principles. Very strong words there in the resolution letter that the Shiv Sena leadership has ignored people's mandate of 2019 and tied up with the Congress and NCP. So is this about old grudges coming forth eventually now that they have the strength to speak up about it, or is there something more brewing behind? But for now, the resolution letter that we are breaking first here on India Today from the Shinde camp, very important. MLAs 34 in number, which is the official number as of now it appears. So definitely 34 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. They are saying Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, both of them are behind bars. They are saying because of their prevailing corruption, because of harassment and distress on personal grounds from the Congress and the NCP, indirectly, but clearly stating that ideologically in opposition parties, among the cadre is against the Congress and the NCP. For the last 2 years, Sena leadership has compromised party principles and tied up with Congress and NCP. This again, the reference coming in as Eknath Shinde had quoted Anand Dige and Bala Saheb Thackeray and said, Hindutva ideology matches and will stay with it. It matches with the BJP, not with the Congress and NCP. Very interesting. We'll try and get you details if Uddhav Thackeray's name was directly mentioned here or not. But the Shiv Sena leadership eventually, of course, again reflects back to the Thackeray's. And therefore, this has become, in many ways, a defined 7-page letter of Shinde's Sena, as we can say right now, with this new group that is emerging. You're looking, of course, at old visuals where Uddhav Thackeray and Shinde were at such a platform where Shinde would touch feet and take the blessings of Uddhav Thackeray. Today, he's a defiant Neta standing against Uddhav Thackeray, where the question is in survival of politics, of the party and of Uddhav Thackeray. Vidya joins me from Mumbai. Vidya, do give us details about this resolution letter of Eknath Shinde. 34 MLAs stating, we are done with the Congress and NCP. We face harassment and distress.
The letter that has been put forth certainly bears quite a lot of signatures than the Shiv Sena probably expected. But the Shiv Sena here is still going ahead with the whip that they have issued, and they are very clear that they have the numbers. Whether the letter with, and if you see, Eknath Shinde has been claiming that he does have most of the MLAs with him. They clearly in this over the last many weeks, months that they have faced is written in the letter, and that is what it really conveys, the reasons why they have left the party and are right now earlier in Surat and right now in Guwahati.
So what time are we expecting this meeting that is also set to begin? How is the Shiv Sena ensuring that, with just few hours to go now before a final decision will come from what is expected of the Mahavikas Aghadi government? When is the huddle expected of the Shiv Sena? How are you looking at who will attend? Because Eknath Shinde said this is illegal. The whip, the senior whip, is actually in Guwahati right now with us. So how is that really happening at this point with him?
After the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena actually put out a letter and for changing the Legislative Assembly's leader. They actually had 22 signatures on that letter as well. So that certainly meant that Eknath Shinde did not have what he was claiming, and that's one of the reasons why it is being claimed by the Shiv Sainiks also that at this moment it is Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena which still has the numbers with it, and that is one of the reasons why this whip was issued. One, as a threat to Eknath Shinde and others who are still in Guwahati, to tell them that in case you do not really come back in time, which is by 5 o'clock this evening, 7 o'clock this evening, this entire action would be taken. Whether or not the party will go ahead with the action is a different matter, that will really happen later. But to get things moving, this entire whip has been issued. Also, what we have learned is that Chandrakant Patil has also, who was earlier in Surat, has also gone there. So things might change, look a little different a little later, with a lot of happenings around, especially around the time when the entire whip that has been issued, that really
do tell me this at this point, because you must be trying to reach out to the Shiv Sena MLAs. I also liked how you said Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, because clearly there's another Shinde Shiv Sena that is emerging. Do you think that the morale of the cadre of the Shiv Sena, are they taken aback? Are they waiting for Uddhav Thackeray to find a solution? How is the cadre? How are the other MLAs looking at what's brewing? Do they think they can keep the government intact, or perhaps they would want eventually to go with the BJP?
Since the time this MVA government had really formed, a lot of Shiv Sainiks had been saying that this was not right, and that is exactly what Eknath Shinde has really, used, if I can say, to get this entire coup working, and has taken, where all the MLAs, where most of the people who have actually gone with Eknath Shinde are aware of the view that the MVA government should not have formed, the Shiv Sena should not have gone with the Congress and the NCP, and at this juncture as well, even now, Uddhav Thackeray actually stands by his decision that he had taken in 2019 to go with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray claims that this entire government will still work. Well, it depends first, after the sheer fact that the numbers in the party itself can be, are actually right. Apart from that, after the parties really prove their numbers, it will now have to be taken a step further, where all these three parties together will have to prove their majority. That will take certainly time.
Vidya, stay on with me, because as Vidya is tracking all the latest from Mumbai, and how Uddhav Thackeray and his cadre and his MLAs with him right now are trying to save the government for now, because otherwise he'll have to resign. Poulomi Saha is presently in Guwahati, right outside the hotel, where the rebel MLAs, the Shinde Sena group, is currently holed up. Poulomi, how are you looking at this Shinde resolution letter that has come? It's very strongly worded. It is by 34 MLAs. It says we are done with the Congress and NCP's harassment. But, it doesn't directly name Uddhav Thackeray, but does as much mention that the leadership has failed and compromised.
Well, this is what has been stated by Eknath Shinde and company for, of course, the past couple of days, that they are quite unhappy with the way the Mahavikas Aghadi is functioning, with the way that the Shiv Sena seems to be a pushover in this alliance, and it is the NCP that is calling the shots, and they, of course, do not believe that, given the stated ideology of the Shiv Sena and Bal Thackre's ideology and his part into formation of the Shiv Sena, the Hindutva ideology, ideology, NCP and Congress are natural allies. It is the BJP which is a natural ally, and hence they would want the Shiv Sena to go back into the NDA force. So these are, of course, statements which have been made in the past. But what is interesting is what, like I was discussing with you just a short while ago, Pooja, it is about putting those signatures down on paper. You can keep bandying about numbers, you can keep claiming numbers, but where are those numbers? Do you have enough of those numbers? And you have to prove it on paper. So here, of course, the Shiv Sena putting down 34 names and saying that these are the individuals who are with Eknath Shinde. And that is a huge chunk. I mean, it possibly isn't all the way up to the 37 mark that he needs in order to successfully defect away and form a breakaway faction of the Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Sena, quote unquote. But it is a sizable chunk. If Shiv Sena stands at 55 and 34 are with Eknath Shinde as we speak right now, we do know where the majority strength of the party lies and where it is right now, and that's right behind me inside this Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. So clearly this is muscle flexing by the Eknath Shinde camp. First, of course, saying we do not accept your whip, we do not accept your diktat, we believe that that is completely invalid, and here is our whip because we have the numbers. Our whip is the one that stands, and our whip is Bharat Gogavle. And then, of course, now putting out that piece of paper and saying this is what we want and this is what we believe, and look at the numbers that we have, and clearly the numbers are in our favor.
Polumi, stay on with me. Also, Vidya is with us. I want the viewers to look at that image closely. That is the signature of the MLAs of the Shinde resolution, the Shinde Sena, as we can call it right now. Vidya is in Mumbai. Polumi is in Guwahati. Vidya, first to you here, because at this point, Uddhav Thackeray will be hopeful that as and when they decide to have a meeting of the MLAs, it is also a show of strength, isn't it? Because, of course, the cameras are rolling. Everyone will be tracking how many MLAs arrive to meet Uddhav Thackeray, who himself will likely be virtually because he is COVID positive. So do you think in many ways today's evening's meeting is very crucial? Because Shinde is not revealing his MLAs directly today, but Uddhav Thackeray may just have to.
Well, actually, if I can correct you, Pooja, Uddhav Thackeray has tested negative. His earlier report was positive, but his RT-PCR report compared to the antigen was different. It was negative, and that's the reason why the meetings are being held at Varsha, where a lot of Shiv Sena leaders are right there waiting to meet him. And certainly the meetings will probably progress to something that would really lead to a positive output is what they are also expecting. But at this juncture, yes, it's not just the Shiv Sena which is holding meetings. There are various rounds of meetings that have been held by the Congress yesterday, today, as well as the NCP, and right now even the BJP. Narayan Rane, where I'm actually at the BJP office, and Narayan Rane was expected to be here. However, Devendra Fadnavis called him over to his residence, and many rounds of meeting are actually happening there as well. So just about every party is in the huddle, looking at the entire, turmoil that is happening in Maharashtra and wondering what exactly will be the right thing to do so that they can be either, for the Shiv Sena to keep the government or for the BJP to form a government. But certainly at this juncture, with the governor also testing positive, being in the hospital, there are a lot of ifs and buts. But certainly things will probably clear out in the next couple of hours or so after that whip that has been issued by Shiv Sena and the meeting that is held there.
Vidya is tracking all the latest in Mumbai. So Uddhav Thackeray, who's tested negative, will be there in the meeting. He's chairing that meeting. Polumi Saha in Guwahati. Polumi, because you've also closely covered the Maharashtra politics, the question that everyone's been asking is, how can Shinde possibly have over 35-40 MLAs on his side, and Uddhav Thackeray or anyone senior did not even get a whiff about it? So, of course, there are all sorts of conspiracy theories. If it is a fixed match also, what is happening? What do you think possibly happened here? Was Uddhav Thackeray caught off guard? Was he aware but underestimated Eknath Shinde?
Well, he, Pooja, in order to answer your question, it appears that Uddhav Thackeray did not exactly pick up on the signs.
Yes.
While Eknath Shinde was expressing his rebellion for a while right now. In fact, from the start of this coalition of government, the formation of this Mahavikas Aghadi, Eknath Shinde was one of those who was not very happy with this coalition of the Shiv Sena breaking ties with the BJP and joining hands with the Congress and the NCP, and he made it known and he made it quite apparent as well. Now, he's a strongman of the party. We've been showing our viewers pictures of Eknath Shinde standing right next to Uddhav Thackeray and others at various functions and on various dioceses as well. So he's a strongman of the party. He in fact wields a lot of influence in areas like Kalyan, like Thane, like Dombivli, like Palghar. So he is extremely influential. In fact, today when Sanjay Rao this morning was speaking about Eknath Shinde, he categorically stated that those are municipality elections which will be fought under the influence and the leadership of Eknath Shinde. There's absolutely no two ways about it. So when such a prominent leader of the party is expressing these views, why weren't those signs being picked up upon? He, of course, eventually went on to he wanted to, of course, he harbored chief ministerial ambitions when, of course, he was appointed leader of the legislature party. But then, of course, Uddhav Thackeray took on the mantle himself. The deputy chief minister's post then, of course, went to the NCP. After that, he was given the urban development ministry. In the urban development ministry, his anguish was that there was a lot of interference from others who were part of the Shiv Sena, specifically Aditya Thackeray. So he was not very happy with, the way things were functioning. And it appears now that Uddhav Thackeray did not pick up on the signs within the party that, there was a growing sense of angst, a growing sense of resentment and anguish. And this is not the first time the Shiv Senics have come out and expressed their anguish over this alliance and the fact that this is not a workable alliance for the future, for the long term. Also, Pooja, just to make a little update, because
yes,
we were in fact talking about that list of 34 earlier. Now I'm looking at that list very carefully, and obviously it's the handwriting is because the signatures and handwriting is not very legible on most of it, but it's a list of 34 of all. So it's not just Shiv Sainik, just the final name, if Ajay could point out over here. This is 34, constituency Shirol. And the name is Rajendra Patil. This is Rajendra Patil Yedgaonkar. He's basically, in fact, right now, I'm going to try and, again, if he can see, Ajay, if you can now, number 34, Shirol, Rajendra Patil, and its signature. Rajendra Patil is an MOS in the Uddhav Cabinet. He's currently inside over here, inside Radisson Blue. He's an independent MLA. So this is not a list of 34 of only Shiv Senics. So he's still falling short in terms of reaching that number. So 34 Shiv Senics, no. It's 34 of all. The total is 34 that is signed over here. So we still have to get a final number of Shiv Senics that Eknath Shinde has with him. And like we've been discussing, 37 is the mark that he needs to reach. Pooja.
Very interesting. He's claiming 40, but at least on paper we see 34, which includes the Shinde Shiv Sena rebel MLAs and independent MLAs as well. Paulomi breaking that us for basically to understand, remember, 37 is the magic mark if at all Shinde wants to align with BJP right away. Otherwise, it's not as easy as Shinde is trying to claim out to be. Thank you so much, Paulomi, Saha and Vidya, for all the latest. I'll come back to you shortly, because the Maharashtra political crisis continues to explode and unfold with new twists and turns. India Today spoke to the man in question. The one who's organized this coup is leading the rebellion against Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, senior Sena Minister Eknath Shinde claims to have the support of over 46 MLAs. That's a big number, and enough to dodge the anti-defection bullet. Eknath Shinde told India Today very clearly that he has at least 35 MLAs with him at the Guwahati resort. More MLAs are on their way to the state of Assam. The majority mark is 144 in total for any coalition or a party to form the government in Maharashtra in the 288 Assembly. If Shinde's claims are correct and he decides to go with the Bharatiya Janata parties as he's demanding to, they do appear to have enough numbers to at least form a government in Maharashtra. Listen in now to what Eknath Shinde told India Today. Listen in.
एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर हैं?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना। अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ गुवाहाटी में है, क्या रणनीति आगे की?
निर्दल नहीं है, हमारी तहार की पार्टी है, तहार, और मैं और हमारे साथी का और विधायक है और अभी तक 40 तो हो गए और बढ़ेंगे, 10 तक और बढ़ेंगे, 50 हो जाएंगे।
तो सर आप ये बड़ा दावा कर रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 हो जाएगी, क्योंकि कल 20 से 34 से लेकर के आज 40 का दावा एकनाथ शिंदे ने खुद किया है और आप कह रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 भी हो सकती है।
हाँ, 50 तक हो जाए।
तो अब आगे की रणनीति क्या है सर, इसके बारे में भी अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता सकें।
अभी सत्ता प्रस्तावित करना है, सत्ता की तरफ जाना है।
तो बच्चों जी, गुवाहाटी में अब और कितने दिन?
गुवाहाटी में कितने दिन ये नहीं बता सकते हम, वो तो आज भी निकल सकते हैं, कल भी जा सकते हैं।
लेकिन बगावत की वजह क्या है, ये भी दर्शक समझना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है, ओके, चलो और कुछ
जी, बगावत की वजह भी समझना चाहते हैं, आखिर एकनाथ शिंदे बगावत पर क्यों उतरे?
वो तो सब बताएंगे ना, अभी फोन पर क्यों इतने बताएंगे।
So clearly what you must be wondering is what are the possible scenarios that will play out, what happens with the numbers. Now Shiv Sena, remember, is hinting at an assembly dissolution. So what happens? There are different scenarios that are playing in. Number one, if the governor accepts, then there will be a dissolution of the house. And there will be, of course, then fresh elections that are likely to take place, and the Bharatiya Janata Party to ally with Sena rebels, or basically the Shinde Sena group. Now, the Sena NCP Congress may have to fight together again if they wish to. But there is another scenario. If the governor rejects, as the claim that will come if the government is in minority or not, the government will be asked, which is the Uddhav Thackeray government, will be asked to prove their majority. If they have the numbers, all is well, continues. The floor test will then take place where you have to, in person, show that you have the hands and the numbers to continue with the government. New leader to be asked possibly to take oath after giving letters of support. All of this only if the governor rejects. They may then invite the leader to take oath who submits the letters of support. The BJP may form the government with the help of Sena rebels. Sena NCP Congress may have to then sit in opposition. So these are possibly two scenarios that are breaking out, but it will only be remembered after likely the BJP, who will have the strongest numbers, the biggest numbers now, not enough to make the government, may approach the governor that they can have an alliance. Now, this Maharashtra political potboiler is only getting hotter by every minute. According to our sources now, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray may resign with regard to the political drama, and if he realizes the numbers are stacked against him. Uddhav Thackeray, remember, had earlier tested positive. The fresh update has come that he's also negative now. This comes after Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut hinted at the dismissal of Maharashtra Assembly. Earlier, Raut has said that the conversation with Eknath Shinde lasted for an hour on Wednesday, but added that Sena may lose power in the state, but they will still keep fighting. Shiv Sena issued a whip to its MLAs attending the 5 p.m. meeting in Varsha, which is the official CM residence. The whip letter mentions if MLAs fail to attend, they will be disqualified.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
त्याच्यामुळे या राज्यातलं सरकार हे अस्वस्थ आहे. प्रमुख नेते अस्वस्थ आहेत आणि आता उद्या परवा किंवा भविष्यामध्ये नक्की काय वळण घेईल हे आता कोणी सांगू शकत नाही. अशी जेव्हा परिस्थिती निर्माण होते अनेक राज्यामध्ये तेव्हा साधारण तिकडले विधानसभा ही बरखास्त करून पुढील निवडणुकांना सामोरं जाण्याचा एक मार्ग स्वीकारला जातो. मी माझं मत व्यक्त केलं.
मुख्यमंत्री राजीनामा देणार आहेत का आपल्या पदाचा?
मी असं म्हणालो
मी तुम्हाला विचारतो
नाही. आता मी वर्षावर जातो. महाविकास आघाडी एक संघ आहे. नक्कीच आमचे काही आमदार बाहेर आहेत. त्यातले एक आमदार नागपूरला परतले, आपण पाहिलं असेल, नितीन देशमुख. आणि त्यांनी जे सांगितलं विमानतळावर की त्यांच्या बाबतीमध्ये काय प्रसंग घडला, तो सगळा प्रकार भयंकर आहे. जोपर्यंत सगळे आमदार मुंबईला येत नाहीत तोपर्यंत कोणतंही मत व्यक्त करणं हे बरोबर नाही. एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे बहुत पुराने साथी हैं. उनको भी इतना आसान नहीं है पार्टी छोड़ना और हमको भी इतना आसान नहीं है उनको छोड़ना. हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है. आज सुबह भी मेरी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत चल रही थी. आज सुबह हम दोनों ने 1 घंटा बातचीत की है. यहाँ से जो बातचीत हुई उस बारे में मैंने पार्टी चीफ को बताया है. कोई बात छुप कर नहीं रहती है. वापस एक बार बात हो जाएगी. उनके साथ जो विधायक है उनसे भी हमारी बातचीत चल रही है. सभी शिवसेना में है, शिवसेना में रहेंगे.
क्या लगता है आपको, अभी क्या सरकार बचेगी या नहीं बचेगी?
देखिए, कांग्रेस के कारण कोई सरकार नहीं गिरेगी. कांग्रेस के विधायक सब एक हैं. 44 में से 44 में से 41 विधायक आज उपस्थित रहे. 3 रास्ते में है क्योंकि मुझे निकल जाना है. मध्य प्रदेश में चुनाव हो रहे हैं, पंचायती चुनाव, नगरपालिका, नगर निगम के चुनाव है, इसीलिए मुझे निकल जाना है. पर सबने एक आवाज में कहा कि हम कांग्रेस और देश की संस्कृति के साथ खड़े रहेंगे.
सोनिया गांधी ने आपको भेजा, आप दूत बन के आए, क्या कन्वे किया आपने विधायकों को?
मैंने उनका संदेश कन्वे किया कि उन्हें पूरा विश्वास है हर कांग्रेस विधायक पर.
सरकार बचेगी कि नहीं सर, क्योंकि संजय राउत ने ट्वीट किया असेंबली भंग होने वाली है.
देखिए, इसमें कोई मैं मानता नहीं हूँ, सच्चाई है.
और अगर बात करें
कोविड पॉजिटिव,
मुलाकात थी उनसे?
मेरी मुलाकात थी पर उनको कोविड हो गया, कोविड पॉजिटिव निकले हैं, इसीलिए मैं मुलाकात उनसे नहीं कर रहा. पर लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर हुई है.
हमारे जो 44 MLA है वो सभी हमारे साथ में है. गलत कुछ न्यूज कुछ चैनल पर आ रही है, वो गलत है.
National observer has come
and we're just trying to see that we're all together, and we want to see what we can do to save the government, because apparently large number of Shiv Sena MLAs have backed Mr. Shinde. Whether he's able to effect a 2/3 split, we'll have to see. But our role right now to make sure that we're all together. We'd also like to explore what happened in the council poll.
The big updates first on India Today. We have more breaking news coming in. Uddhav Thackeray likely to speak at 5 p.m. Remember, this is going to be big in so many ways because this will be the most awaited reaction coming in on what Uddhav Thackeray will say. Will he resign? Or will he say, hold on, have confidence, we will resolve this crisis? Will he emerge as a bigger leader? Has he managed to convince Shinde at all? Or are we looking at a chief minister of Maharashtra who's about to resign with both the political survival of himself and the party at stake, apart from the government also that may likely fall. At this point, when 5 p.m, the MLAs who are being asked to attend, there is a meeting, a whip has been issued. But Uddhav Thackeray, precisely if he's going to speak at 5 p.m, our sources are telling us that it is very likely that the chief minister of Maharashtra and also Shiv Sena's tall leader right now, Uddhav Thackeray, is expected to speak up at 5 p.m. That first reaction will be most crucial because remember, not only his own party, MLAs, ministers, supporters, workers, the rebel MLAs will also be watching and listening to what Uddhav Thackeray says. The Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress, the NCP, and of course, the residents of Maharashtra will be listening intently to what Uddhav Thackeray has to say at 5 p.m. At this point, Uddhav Thackeray says they will manage to resolve. The party appears confident. Ritvik Bhalekar joins me now from Mumbai. So 5 p.m, Ritvik, can we expect Uddhav Thackeray to be making a presence and giving out either a public statement or a video message to his MLAs?
Yes, indeed. Uddhav Thackeray, after 48 hours of silence, is finally going to speak, and he's going to address a whole state. He's going to address the people of Maharashtra. There is a meeting scheduled of Shiv Sena MLAs. The whip has been issued that if any of the MLAs misses this meeting, he will be thrown out of the party. And it has been told that there are only 15 to 17 MLAs which are left with the party, and those MLAs have been told to attend the party. Once the meeting gets over, Uddhav Thackeray is going to clarify his official stand for the first time after a big rebellion which has happened, which has split the party in half, more than half, I must say. Eknath Shinde, he spoke to Eknath Shinde on phone over 20 minutes yesterday. Then he also spoke to MVA leaders, and he also spoke to Sharad Pawar, what is being told. And after speaking to everyone, Uddhav Thackeray is going to clarify his stand. It is remain to be seen what he is up to. Is he still going to fight the battle? Is he still going to claim the majority of the government, or he is going to resign?
Also, Ritvik, what does it look like right now for the Shiv Sena? At this point, MLAs have they already started coming? It's about 4:30. Have they already started to arrive for the meeting? Or will that happen close to 5? Because every time that's also being tracked. How many MLAs will want to meet Uddhav Thackeray expressing support? Have Shiv Sena workers, the Shiv Seniks, have they also reached there in Varsha?
Yes, there's a lot of curiosity between the Shiv Seniks and also the leaders of the party who are staying back with Uddhav Thackeray, what he's up to, because he's also found COVID positive, and since morning no one is being able to meet him or speak to him one-to-one and have a direct contact with him. Now, if he's going to address the nation, definitely he's going to speak to his party leaders first, then his MLAs, and he clarifies his stand, and he's going to make sure that everyone agrees with his stand. And once that's done, I'm sure Uddhav Thackeray is going to address the state and he's going to clarify his stand. Yes.
Ritvik, as we stay on with this big story, so this is going to be possibly the first reaction that comes in from Uddhav Thackeray. Since about 3 days ago, remember, where this midnight coup, a rebellion that was organized by Eknath Shinde, taking, as it looked like, everyone by surprise, but specifically Uddhav Thackeray. And since there have been huddles and meetings that are trying to contact, MLAs who are incommunicado. But what you're looking at right now are two different visuals. On one side, remember, Uddhav Thackeray looking like he has everything sorted and he's the next big Neta for the Shiv Sena before this rebellion hit. On the other, you're looking at this flurry of movement from Mumbai to Surat, then again to Guwahati. All of this including Delhi, where flights in and out are currently taking place, chartered aircraft, buses, all of this, the midnight movement that's been taking place. Will this be end game for Uddhav Thackeray, or will he manage to emerge as a bigger Neta, ensuring the government and his own politics and its survival stays for now? At 5 p.m, we are getting you the latest on that. Ritvik continues to be with us. So, Ritvik, this meeting and this reaction from Uddhav Thackeray will be at Varsha, which is the official CM residence?
Yes, of course. He is camped in CM residence. He has not attended today's cabinet meet also because he was found COVID positive. He attended it virtually. He is stationed from last 48 hours, has not left his official residence. And all the meetings since yesterday was happening at Varsha residence. Even Kamal Nath, who is in charge of Congress, who's flown down to Mumbai, was scheduled to meet him at 12:30, but he couldn't meet because he's found COVID positive. And this address is going to be done from the official CM's residence, and it is seen and it is believed that
Ritvik, I request you to please stay on with me. Ritvik is right at Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Varsha. I'm also now joined by our senior executive editor, Sahil Joshi, tracking all the latest. Sahil, 5 p.m. We're expecting that big possible comment coming in from Uddhav Thackeray. Will it be addressed to the public, to the Shinde Sena, or perhaps to his own MLAs?
To adjust the audio for a minute, but what I'm hearing at this point of time is that Uddhav Thackeray himself decided that this address
needs to be given. Not many people knew about this, and suddenly this has been planned. What I'm hearing is that he's not going to decide about his resignation at this point of time, but he's going to address the the MLAs who are sitting with Eknath Shinde at this point of time, because there is no way he can communicate with his MLAs at the, directly. He cannot make a call to them. He has spoken to Eknath Shinde. He has tried to convince him that why he should be back in Sena fold. But, he was unable to convince Eknath Shinde. It looks like that he's going to put forward the situation, what exactly it is at this point of time. Secondly, the resolution which was passed by the Eknath Shinde group yesterday, with 34 MLAs attending the meeting, that resolution have made certain allegations against the party leadership. The resolution had said that the party leadership went against what the cadre and the MLAs wanted. Maybe he wanted to clarify on that as well. Secondly, he also would like to clarify on certain aspects of issues with the Congress and NCP and his own government, because today when he had a cabinet meeting, the ministers who attended the meeting told us that he was pretty calm and composed, and he still believed and hoped that his MLAs will come back. Right now they are in Guwahati, so they are uncontactable. They, the Sena cannot reach them. So that is the reason why he is using the opportunity through the social media to reach out to his MLAs and the cadre directly. Because right now he cannot address any public rally. So that's why maybe he will use this opportunity to address them directly. At 5 o'clock, originally, the Shiv Sena leadership had called a meeting of the MLAs. They have issued a whip. But despite that, they have understood that, of course, the MLAs from Guwahati will not be able to attend the whip. It was pretty clear that despite not attending the whip, the Sena is not going to fire them, because that will completely counter-effective. And that is the reason why it looks like that Uddhav Thackeray is going to address them directly. And everybody is basically surprised. Even his cabinet colleagues, Sharad Pawar is sitting and having a meeting with the NCP leaders. Ajit Pawar is sitting with some of the NCP senior ministers. Nobody knew that he's going to address such kind of a speech through a social media. So everybody will be inclined to see that what exactly he's going to speak about. And that is going to be the really interesting aspect of this speech. Even earlier, he has made certain public speeches through this, addressed his cadre directly. And this is the same medium he's going to use. But
Sahil,
all said and done,
can we also say
till the time he does not have...
Sahil, can we also say here at this point that perhaps because there was so much time since Uddhav Thackeray hadn't spoken, there were all sorts of conspiracy theories emerging. If this is a rebellion, is this a fixed match? What is happening? Why is Uddhav Thackeray not able to resolve it? That he's also realizing that what he has to say as the tall Neta of Shiv Sena needs to be said right now because they're running short of time, they're running short of possibly numbers, and the supporters, the cadres, the MLA, the public needs to know what Uddhav Thackeray has in mind.
Well, I don't think that there is any kind of a confusion with respect to that because, ample of times at various occasions, Uddhav Thackeray has made it very clear to his cadre, be it a Dashera rally of Shiv Sena, be it, the address he made on 19th of June before the MLC elections in Maharashtra, again through video conferencing that why he decided to ally with the Congress and NCP and how Congress and NCP is actually helping Shiv Sena, how the BJP treated the party when Shiv Sena and BJP together were in power, and he has been talking about this with the cadre so many times. So, there is nothing much new to say about. But because Eknath Shinde has, suddenly pulled out a rabbit out of the hat and, created such a big rebellion out of nothing, that is something which is really surprising for the MVA government. I'm not sure whether Uddhav Thackeray really did not know anything about it because even on Sunday, he made some remarks with respect to that. So he was expecting some kind of a rebellion in the party, especially from Eknath Shinde, and especially after the Rajya Sabha elections when almost 10 people cross-voted from MVA to BJP. Yes. It was all beginning and everybody knew that there is something going to happen. Even we had predicted that if this continues, there will be a problem bell ringing for Mahavikas Aghadi.
Sahil, what do you expect that Uddhav Thackeray is likely to speak at about 5 p.m? Of course, we can only speculate at this moment, but many would ask, is he going to announce a resignation? Is he going to just convince his share of MLAs that we need to keep this Mahavikas Aghadi government on? But knowing Uddhav Thackeray, having covered Maharashtra politics, is there any line that you think that Uddhav Thackeray is likely to be for sure saying at about 5 p.m. today?
There are multiple things. Someone was mentioning that he may just decide because what Eknath Shinde wants is basically that him to resign, him to quit the chief ministership, not be in the government, allow his people to have an alliance with the BJP and let the BJP form the government. Originally, what Uddhav Thackeray's demand was from the for the BJP was give him half the chief ministership distributed in half the time, half the tenures. So 2.5 years for Shiv Sena, 2.5 years for BJP. That is what is basically has been explained to him by the support, by the Shiv Sena MLAs who have revolted today. Eknath Shinde was trying to tell him the same thing, that you have already completed your 2.5 years. Why don't you give a chance to BJP now? You got what you wanted by defying BJP. Because of that, a lot of MLAs are facing action from the central agencies. A lot of MLAs are facing action, a lot of MLAs are facing issues with the Nationalist Congress Party MLAs, because a lot of MLAs of Shiv Sena who are right now in Guwahati are from Western Maharashtra, Marathwada and Vidarbha, who have got themselves elected fighting a tough battle with the NCP and not with the Congress. So basically their issues are with the NCP. That is what Eknath Shinde is trying to highlight all the time. And as long as Uddhav Thackeray understands that, and if he thinks that to save the party he should quit the chief ministership, keep the party intact, allow the MLAs to do what they want to do at this point of time, because they are angry, they don't want to be with him at this point of time. Even if Shiv Sena claims that a lot of MLAs from Guwahati wants to come back, but they have been kept there forcibly, etc., etc. But despite that, the fact of the matter
the numbers,
right now,
Sahil, because they're constantly numbers are changing. Eknath Shinde said, I have more than 40 MLAs, but the resolution letter has about 34, which includes Shiv Sena and the independent ones. On the other side, Uddhav Thackera's Sena camp says they also have enough numbers. They do not think the government will fall. According to you, what is exactly happening? Both sides are trying to boast numbers. Do you think Eknath Shinde does have the magic number, Sahil?
Well, now let me just put it,
Yes.
add some numbers and perspective to this. The letter which we are quoting at this point of time, the resolution which was passed and we are showing on our screen, is basically the letter and the resolution which was passed on 21st of June, that is yesterday. It had 34 signatures, out of which 3 MLAs are independent MLAs who were supporting the MVA government.
Yes.
And they came into Shiv Sena's quota because originally they were supporting Shiv Sena. So the people who were originally got elected on Shiv Sena ticket in that letter are 31. In the morning, couple of more MLAs reached to Guwahati. So the number has already gone to 33. And now what I'm hearing is that there is one more chartered flight which is reaching Guwahati with some more MLAs. The exact
and
numbers
with
is not
Chandrakant
known,
Patil, the
but it might be
BJP
between...
chief of Maharashtra, Sahil. Is
Yes,
that correct?
Yes. Yes. So basically there is one more chartered flight which is reaching right now to Guwahati. The numbers I'm not sure about, but some 3 to 4 MLAs are there in that flight at this particular time. Now, interestingly, when today the cabinet meeting happened, there is another MLA who attended the meeting at Varsha before, Gulabrao Patil, was missing in the cabinet meeting. He was not there. So there is a suspicion about his name as well. So there will be another cabinet minister who is going to Guwahati. There is a possibility that he might be going to Guwahati. So the number will go down to 36. It will rise to 36, 36, 37. If there are 4 MLAs in that, then it will be 37. But more than that, interestingly, the BJP sources are saying that right now there is no speaker in Maharashtra Assembly. If there is no speaker in Maharashtra Assembly, as per the 10th schedule, the decision with respect to the disqualification of MLAs can only be taken by the speaker and not by the deputy speaker. So where is the question of disqualifying somebody? Deputy speaker cannot hold any kind of hearing with respect to that. So first the assembly will need to elect the speaker, and only after that the speaker can hear the petitions with respect to whether the MLA should be disqualified or not. There is no speaker in Maharashtra Assembly at this point of time. Okay. So there the matter may get stuck. And if that happens, then Uddhav Thackeray's government's numbers, days are actually, the countdown will begin. But it looks like a lot of technical aspects to this. There will be some legal fights as well. And it's being fight from very close quarters at this point of time. Yet, I can definitely say that Shiv Sena at this point of time, Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena does not have the required numbers. It's pretty clear at this point of time.
It's interesting, Sahil, how we've also already started to say Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena and Shinde Shiv Sena, because that is a reality. That's actually what's happening right now.
But that is the only way people listening to us can understand exactly that who is where, because we have to distribute it between Shiv Sena Uddhav group and Shiv Sena Shinde group. That is the only way they can understand.
Absolutely. That's a simple way to actually put across. In just 5 to 10 minutes now, Sahil, we'll have Uddhav Thackeray's speech coming up. The most awaited, the suspense is already escalating. And before I just let you go, a quick question here to Sahil Joshi, who's been tracking all the latest. Sahil, how is the NCP and the Congress reacting? We see that NCP and Congress are both slightly on the defensive, as if they don't want to interfere what is happening, even if it concerns them also in so many ways.
Well, NCP and Congress can do very little about this, to tell you the truth, because, I'm comparing what happened in 2019 and what happened in 2022 as well. Yes. When there was an open revolt in NCP, when Ajit Pawar took that famous oath in the morning, in the wee hours of in the morning with Devendra Fadnavis, everybody was shocked, including Sharad Pawar. But finally, it was Sharad Pawar who managed to bring them back. He got all the MLAs back, he put them in the hotel, and after that he could prove that majority of the MLAs are with Sharad Pawar and not with Ajit Pawar. So
Sahil,
finally,
what you're actually telling us is very interesting. It's a developing story, and in just 5 minutes now, as I head into a very short break, Sahil Joshi will be telling us all the latest, and Shiv from 5 p.m. will be taking over. Don't miss it, don't go anywhere, because what will Uddhav Thackeray say at 5 p.m. is going to be very important, and India Today is the only channel giving you the latest and fastest updates. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Watch Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, as he addresses and awards top job and wealth creators at the Business Today Best CEO Awards, 24th June 2022, The Oberoi, New Delhi. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are...
It takes no time to gulp up juice, milk or shakes in a Tetra Pak, but it takes up to 200 years for the plastic straws to be decomposed. So from July 1st, the government has banned single-use plastic items in the country. But companies like Coca-Cola, Amul and PepsiCo haven't welcomed this ban. Amul is India's biggest dairy product producer in India. The managing director of the group, R.S. Sodhi, wrote to the government to delay the plastic ban. The letter to Prime Minister Modi said that the move will negatively impact the farmers. He also added that it will hamper milk consumption in the country. This is because Amul sells billions of small dairy cartons with plastic straws every year. Similarly, fruity producer Parle Agro has sought a 6-month deferment to the ban to set up local manufacturing capabilities. The ban will hurt the production and sale of small packs of juices and milk for a market estimated to be worth $790 million. Action Alliance for Recycling Beverage Cartons represents major drinks companies like Coca-Cola. It said companies were considering importing paper straws from China, Indonesia and other nations in light of the upcoming ban. Single-use plastic, as the name suggests, can only be used once before being thrown away. These are usually not disposed of properly, making it difficult to recycle. Items like plastic sticks in balloons, flags, ice creams, earbuds, and items such as plates, cups, straws, and cigarette packets will be banned. More than 34 lakh tons of plastic waste was generated in 2019.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
The big story that's developing right now and what we're awaiting on is Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is all set to address the Shiv Sena and the people of his state in just a few minutes from now. He's going live via Facebook. Uddhav Thackeray had a bit of a health scare over suspected COVID. Thankfully, he doesn't have COVID. He's fine. He will be doing a Facebook live video to address the people of Maharashtra as the dramatic events that threaten to bring down his government reach a climax between Mumbai and Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde, his former number 2 and now arch rival, a man who has split the Shiv Sena in two, is all set to bring down the Maha-Aghadi Sarkar. Is this endgame Uddhav Thackeray? We don't know until it's completely over yet. But all indications are that this could be the final hour or the final few hours of the Maha-Aghadi Sarkar. There are many ways this can go, but nothing is over till it's over, especially in Indian politics. Uddhav Thackeray, who was seen yesterday briefly when he showed up to be seen with Shiv Senics in Mumbai, will be seen for the first time after that today at 5 o'clock. Remember, a meeting of MLAs was also called around 5 p.m. and a message was sent out that if Eknath Shinde and his band of rebels did not attend, they would be disqualified from the Shiv Sena. Well, that has climaxed. It has come to a head. It is very clear that Eknath Shinde has no plans of re-merging with the Uddhav Sena. It's become the Uddhav Sena versus the Shinde Sena. There is no Shiv Sena anymore, as it were, because Shinde claims a Bal Thackeray Shiv Sena. But what is that party as these two factions now fight, with one bringing the other down from government? Uddhav Thackeray, the man in the spotlight, the patriarch of the Shiv Sena, leader of government and chief minister of Maharashtra, all set to go live in just a couple of minutes from now. We're standing by. That entire speech will be live here. Uddhav Thackeray is expected to speak in Marathi. We will have a live translation, so you don't need to worry. You will not miss any word here on India Today. I want to go across to Vidya. Vidya, big suspense. Uddhav Thackeray is going to go into this live address. What are you picking up from the ground? What's expected? There was this big meeting of MLAs that was also called around 5 p.m. But Uddhav Thackeray is going to be speaking now, addressing the Shiv Sena as well as the people of Maharashtra. What are you hearing? What are you picking up, Vidya?
What we have gotten to know, Shiv, is that over the last more than 24 hours, the turmoil that Maharashtra politics, especially the government of Maharashtra, has been facing, it is about this that, Uddhav Thackeray would be speaking, clarifying what really is happening within his party with the alliance, and of course as to what he of course wants to also speak out to the MLAs. Remember, Eknath Shinde is the only one they have been speaking to. They have not been able to speak to all the other MLAs. They want to try and speak to the other MLAs also. Not getting a way through, this probably is also a way of trying to reach out to those other MLAs to ask them to get back into the party fold. This seems like a probable way of trying to do that. And so the couple of things that Uddhav Thackeray is really trying to get through to is, of course, trying to speak to the people of Maharashtra, to tell them what is really happening, and also try and speak to those people who are right there in Guwahati and out of the reach of Uddhav Thackeray and his partymen right here in Mumbai.
Vidya, that 7-page resolution that we just saw, which can easily be interpreted as the divorce papers. That may be an oversimplification, but that appears to be the official, the divorce papers between the Shinde Sena and the Uddhav Sena right now. Shinde, sitting in Guwahati with his band of MLAs, has given no indication that he is, ready to negotiate some kind of settlement with Uddhav unless he realigns with the BJP. That doesn't appear to be anywhere on the horizon right now. Dissolution of the assembly is one of several different possibilities. Uddhav Thackeray has wanted a show of strength. There could also be an attempt at some kind of sympathy because, all of that flies in politics. But is there any chance, Vidya, because you're on the ground, that there could be a resignation afoot also, because there has been a lot of talk all of today that Uddhav Thackeray is ready to resign. Is that a possibility?
Everyone has been speaking. This entire hypothesis has been going around since morning. In fact, since yesterday itself. But then, if you look at it, everyone said that he would resign in the cabinet. He did not do that. Now is the time, because he's addressing the people of Maharashtra, he'll do that. Well, the people of Shiv Sena that I've been speaking to, they have been very categorically saying that, there's a procedure to resigning. He'll have to do it before the cabinet. He'll have to go before the governor. He can't really just do it just like that. Probably he might get a little emotional about it and speak his heart out, which he generally does during all his addresses that we have seen. But actually putting out a formal resignation and saying that I'm giving up and not going to fight any further to keep this party together is something that is, that's completely ruled out by the Shiv Sainiks who have been speaking to.
The mood inside the Shiv Sena right now, there's obviously a great deal of uncertainty over what the leader will do, because the leader himself is not sure of how this is going to end. What is the mood in the Shiv Sena right now? What are they expecting their leader to say in this upcoming address, Vidya?
If you remember, Shiv, during the cabinet meeting also, Uddhav is, said to have said that we will see what will happen. We'll take it on head on as things happen. Probably Shiv Sena at this juncture seems to be the only party which does not have a strategy in place, while everyone else, including the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde along with the BJP and others, seem to have a perfect strategy. The strategy from which they have been working for the last many days is what everyone has been saying. But certainly at this juncture, Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray is certainly not sure that they have the numbers, but they are still trying to cajole, push, trying their best either through, reprimand, either through love and affection. They're using every mode of emotions that they have in their hand to actually get through to Eknath Shinde and the party men. But at this juncture, certainly Eknath Shinde seems very adamant that he would not budge. But probably after this entire address to the people of Maharashtra, something might come about, is what Shiv Sainiks are really hoping for.
Okay, Vidya, we're going to let you go for the moment so you can speak to your sources. We'll keep coming back to you in the next few seconds or minutes. Uddhav Thackeray, we're standing by for him to begin his live address. Will there be a dramatic resignation? Will there be, a quest for sympathy from the people of Maharashtra? Will that have any effect on what happens in Guwahati, where, where all those MLAs, those rebel MLAs are sitting with Eknath Shinde in BJP-ruled Assam? All unanswered questions right now. These are open-ended questions that we have to ask, because they will be answered with what happens in the next few minutes and hours. This is a political potboiler that has gone nuclear. Everyone, or at least most people, perceive this to be the end game, the last. Okay, Ritvik Bhalekar is also live with us from the Maharashtra Mantralay. I want to go across to him. Ritvik, the Chief Minister all set to speak, expected to speak in the next few minutes. We've just spoken to Vidya, lots of expectations, but no clarity really on what this speech is going to be about. Anything you're picking up from Mantralay?
Yes, absolutely. After 48 hours of silence, finally CM Uddhav Thackeray is going to address the people of Maharashtra. What he is going to say, that remains to be seen, but lot of curiosity and lot of there are people who have gathered in Mantralay too, because today there was a cabinet meeting and it has been said that a CM is about to resign. So there's a rush in Mantralay that could be seen. What he will say is remain to be seen, because Uddhav Thackeray before the cabinet, Sanjay Raut had tweeted that there will be a dissolution of Vidhan Sabha, and that somewhere states that Uddhav Thackeray as a CM, he has to resign in the cabinet and the government has to be abolished, has to be dissolved, and then only Vidhan Bhavan will be resolved.
How are they going to resolve that is the big question. You know, the point is everything is up in the air right now. Vidya continues to be with us. Ritwik is outside the Maharashtra Mantralay, but the uncertainty over what happens next is reaching fever pitch right now. On the left-hand side of your screen is that standby screen. Standby screen for Uddhav Thackeray's live address. It's happening via Facebook. You'll miss nothing. You'll watch that whole thing here on India Today. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra could be counting his last hours in the Mantralay Kursi. He could be on his way out as the Chief Minister. Saving a miracle, Uddhav Thackeray could be on his final countdown out of the Chief Minister's chair, but nothing is over until it's over. The huge suspense, 48 hours after he last spoke, Uddhav Thackeray will begin his live video address. That screen is where Uddhav Thackeray is going to be speaking. He's doing this via Facebook. He's been in quarantine for the last couple of days over suspected COVID. The good news is he does not have COVID. He's tested negative earlier today, as we've confirmed through our reporters. It will not be an in-person address. It will be an address via Facebook, so it can reach even more people, and millions of people across Maharashtra and the country can watch the address, because this is a crisis for Uddhav Thackeray that has gone at least visibly beyond his control. He does not have control over the rebel band of MLAs under Eknath Shinde, who are sitting not in Maharashtra, not in Gujarat, but all the way across the country in BJP-ruled Assam. Eknath Shinde spoke first and exclusively to India Today. He said he's not in touch with anyone. He is a former number 2 to Uddhav Thackeray, and now the man who could well be responsible for bringing the Uddhav Sarkar down. The Shiv Sena stands split. The Aghadi Sarkar has been riven by mistrust. There's a lot of shadow play going on, as you can imagine, beyond what we are reporting to you while we wait for this speech. There's a great deal of a whisper campaign within the Mahavikas Aghadi about who the fall guy needs to be, who is responsible for this crisis happening and catching the Aghadi Sarkar completely off guard are the big questions. There are sections within the NCP that believe that Team Uddhav is responsible. There are sections within the Shiv Sena that believe that Uddhav Thackeray, that Sanjay Raut is responsible. The Congress, of course, has absolutely no say in what's going on, because their energy is completely focused on protesting in favor of Rahul Gandhi in Delhi, even though they are part of the Mahavikas Aghadi. So suspense is now fever pitch. Sharad Pawar, we're hearing, breaking news coming in. Sharad Pawar is likely to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray after this live video address that is about to take place. That's the big piece of breaking news that we're bringing to you right now. Sharad Pawar, who has only spoken to Uddhav before this, he hasn't met him before this, since this crisis began, following India Today's big news break the day before yesterday morning, as a matter of fact. The fact is, Uddhav Thackeray, two things are going to happen now, viewer. Let me just be very clear. Sort out all the strands that are developing in parallel right now. Uddhav Thackeray, the next thing you're going to see on your screen is Uddhav Thackeray addressing the people of Maharashtra via video on Facebook. You'll watch that whole thing here. It'll be in Marathi. It'll be live translated for you, the viewer, here on India Today. Number 2, Sharad Pawar is going to be meeting with Uddhav Thackeray immediately after the video address. Vidya, coming quickly back to you on this. Sharad Pawar to meet Uddhav Thackeray after this video address. It's a reasonable meeting. It has to happen. But anything you're picking up from both camps right now?
Well, most of the NCP leaders, as well as the some of the Shiv Sainiks who are closer to Uddhav Thackeray, have been tight-lipped about it. In fact, what they are very categorical is that we will discuss all of it only after the entire address has happened. So actually, in fact, what some of the NCP leaders are also saying is that they do not really know what Uddhav Thackeray is going to say. they have not been told clearly about it, though some bits of it was probably informed to some of the senior leaders, but most of the NCP leaders do not at this juncture know what is going to be said, and they are also waiting to hear it when the address really starts. So all of them are saying that whatever will be whatever will be decided in Sharad Pawar Uddhav Thackeray meeting will really depend on what happens in the address itself. So everyone's really waiting for the address to begin, which could actually begin any time now.
Okay, it's going to begin any time now. It's delayed. It's 5:15 already. You know, obviously the loose ends are being tied up. Uddhav Thackeray is probably being briefed on a minute-to-minute basis. Am I right, Vidya? That, you know, in such a situation where it's all down to the numbers, Uddhav Thackeray must be being briefed literally on a minute-to-minute basis. Do we know who all are with Uddhav Thackeray right now? Do we know who his inner circle is, apart from Aditya Thackeray? Who else is with him, advising him?
Well, Sanjay Raut definitely is around, and in fact, you know, it's just not a minute-to-minute meeting. In fact, it has to be really decided what has to be put across. Remember, people of Maharashtra have seen the turmoil really in the last more than 24 hours, and they're certainly not liking what is really happening. At this juncture, probably they are not able to decide who is responsible for it, because no one really has the facts of it as to what has led of it, because this is an internal issue related to Shiv Sena, is what even Congress and NCP have been saying. But at this juncture, yes, you know, Uddhav Thackeray preparing completely as to what he has to say, what he has to convey to the people of Maharashtra. That would not really give out an entire crude form of the entire politics that is really unraveling here in Maharashtra, but also will probably, you know, put up a face where he could be actually seen as a victim of what is really happening. So some of the people who are actually strategizing are right there with him. They have been here in the meeting since morning. It's not just Uddhav Thackeray, in fact Rashmi Thackeray herself, as we had seen yesterday also, that Eknath Shinde had actually spoken to her as well. So, you know, just about everyone in Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena, is actually in this entire meeting, in the thick of it, trying to ensure that really nothing wrong signal goes out any further, so that people who are actually anointed with them, against them right now, do not really, you know, go any further distant and can be actually brought back into the party fold.
Vidya, what about the MLA meeting? You know, the meeting of MLAs was also called. I'll ask Ritwik that question and then I'll come back to you, Vidya. Ritwik, the MLA meeting that was for... Okay, we've got some reactions coming in. I'll just come back to you, Ritwik. Jayant Patil speaking. Let's listen in.
मदद देनी थी 50,000 तक की, उसका निर्णय हमारे सरकार ने लिया है.
सर, महाराष्ट्राच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री आता जात आहेत. तत्पूर्वी तुमची चर्चा पण झाली असेल महाविकास आघाडीतल्या सर्व पक्षांच्या प्रमुख नेत्यांबरोबर.
महाराष्ट्राच्या मुख्यमंत्री महोदय आता फेसबुक लाईव्ह करणार आहेत, त्यातून त्यांची भूमिका समोर येईल. मगाशी मंत्रिमंडळाची बैठक झाली. महाराष्ट्रातल्या शेतकऱ्यांना जे नियमितपणाने कर्जाची परतफेड करतात अशा शेतकऱ्यांना 50,000 रुपयापर्यंतचं अनुदान देण्याचा निर्णय जो अर्थसंकल्पात जाहीर केलेला, त्याची पूर्तता आज आमच्या सरकारने केली आणि सरकारने त्यांना कर्जमाफीची जी योजना आहे त्याच्यातला पुढचा टप्पा म्हणून 50,000 रुपये आम्ही अनुदान देण्यास सुरुवात केलेली आहे. मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये कोणती राजकीय चर्चा झाली नाही. मंत्रिमंडळात माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय हे झूमद्वारे मंत्रिमंडळाच्या मीटिंगला उपस्थित होते. त्यामुळे त्यांच्याशी व्यक्तिगत कोणती चर्चा काल संध्याकाळनंतर आमची झाली.
मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून येणार आहेत का पक्षप्रमुख म्हणून? वेगवेगळे आता समोर आले.
फार वेळ नाही, 5 वाजल्यानंतर ते फेसबुक लाईव्ह करणार आहेत. त्यांची भूमिका आपल्यालाही कळेल, आम्हालाही कळेल.
Okay, sir, that was Jayant Patil, Maharashtra Minister close to Uddhav Thackeray, saying, you know, what Uddhav Thackeray has decided and what is his stand will also only be known during his Facebook Live or after that during the meeting. Vidya, the MLA meeting, the meeting that was called for of all the Shiv Sena MLAs was also scheduled for around 5 o'clock. Is that happening? Is there some change in that?
No change has been stated as yet by the party, but certainly, the moment it was actually put out, everyone had been stating very clearly that it was more of a threat to those who are in Guwahati, and obviously it was just a part of his strategy that the Thackeray-led Shiv Sena has been, trying to push, threaten the people that in case you do not really come back to the party fold, then you will be really, facing some kind of an action, which could probably, make some of those people to actually come back. But certainly, giving just a 5 o'clock notice would not have sufficed anyway, because Guwahati to, Mumbai would certainly take some time. Even if they took a chartered aeroplane, it would not have suddenly happened out of the blue. So this entire planning of actually throwing out a threat at 5 o'clock was more of a threat rather than a practicality, something that could really happen, is something that the Shiv Sainiks themselves were actually questioning. However, at this juncture now, everyone's really waiting to see as to what Uddhav Thackeray does next, which is basically the speech that he's going to address. That will put some more clarity as to what the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray has. On the plans that they have, what are they actually planning to do? Do they really have a strategy in place to actually do anything? Because those, apart from Eknath Shinde, they have not been able to establish contact with the other MLAs. The one lone MLA from Surat who actually returned back managed to do it on his own without any help from the Shiv Sena cadre, which could have actually helped in some way or the other, like we had seen when the NCP coup had really happened with Ajit Pawar and the other MLAs, how the entire NCP cadre went to Delhi, actually kidnapped NCP MLAs and brought them back to Mumbai. That's not really something that we have seen here right now as yet.
No, this is incredible. This is a situation where there's been complete communication breakdown. Eknath Shinde appears to be holding all the cards right now. Things are going in his favor. He has the numbers with him. I'm going to play out that conversation we had with Eknath Shinde in just a few minutes from now, because we're standing by for what Uddhav Thackeray is going to say in that live address. But Ritvik, coming to you, quickly want to get your perspective on this meeting that's going to take place after Uddhav Thackeray's speech. Sharad Pawar, Kamal Nath are said to be standing by to meet with Uddhav immediately after this speech. Anything you're picking up on that?
Yeah, the meeting was scheduled at 5 with the MLAs of Shiv Sena, and the whip was also issued by the main whip of the party, Sunil Prabhu, and it was told that if anyone misses this meeting, action will be taken against that MLA. But at the same time, this meeting was supposed to happen virtually, is what is believed, what is told by the party sources, because the MLAs who are with Shiv Sena, who are with Uddhav Thackeray, are camped in a 5-star hotel, St. Regis in Worli, and Aditya Thackeray himself is stationed there since morning. He is with all the MLAs. It has been told that there are not more than 15 to 17 MLAs who are camped in St. Regis Hotel, and they are going to attend meeting virtually. Also, the reason being Uddhav Thackeray has found COVID positive. He is not meeting in person to anyone. Only few of the leaders are there in Varsha at his official residence, but there is not in-person meeting happening. He is addressing the state, the people of the Maharashtra virtually. Also, he is addressing the meeting with MLAs virtually. The main reason which is being told that this meeting was organized just to ensure that whichever MLAs are left with him, who are camped in the hotel in Mumbai, are still with him, and they don't have any double mind, or they are not thinking about joining Eknath Shinde's camp. They are not turning rebellious. So that's the reason the whip was issued, and he just wants to ensure that whoever is left with him is still with him. We can see many ministers of NCP also coming in at Deputy CM Ajit Pawar's cabin, and there's some rush in the Mantralaya, I can see, and there are many people around. Everyone is curious. Everyone is curious to listen to CM Uddhav Thackeray, what he is up to, what will be his strategy. Is he holding the same stand of not going with BJP, not going down in front of the demands raised by Eknath Shinde. That is remain to be seen, but it is also believed after what Jayant Patil, who is a minister and who was in the cabinet meeting today, has told the reporters below the Mantralaya that there was a farm loan waiver decision taken. That might be one of the point which will Uddhav Thackeray speak about. At the same time, he will also make an emotional appeal given his
and also Ritvik and Vidya, you know, we're getting a constant stream of updates from Ritvik and Vidya's teams in Mumbai right now. You know, Vidya and Ritvik are on air with me. Their teams are also getting all the information, so you miss nothing about what's happening behind closed doors. We're hearing that Aditya Thackeray, the son of Uddhav Thackeray, also a minister, has spoken to one of the rebel MLAs named Yogesh Kadam, who is considered close to Aditya Thackeray. So obviously the phone lines are being worked at this time. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai team chief, is also with us. Nobody understands politics in Maharashtra better than Sahil. Sahil, this is this scene appears to be entering a climax. We're standing by for Uddhav Thackeray's speech. It was supposed to be at 5 p.m. It's already 5:26 now. What are you hearing, Sahil? What are you hearing from your sources inside the Aghadi and the Shiv Sena?
Well, right now, Sanjay Raut is present in Varsha at this point of time, and the final details might be worked out. Normally, Uddhav Thackeray is known for giving impromptu speeches. He doesn't do the written speech at any point of time, and this is basically, there is nothing written about it. He has been talking about it since very long time. What is expected out of it? You know, his speech is coming after the letter of resolution became public. That resolution was passed by the Shinde group, Shiv Sena Shinde group. As I have been saying, for the benefit of our viewers, we can split this group into Shiv Sena Uddhav and Shiv Sena Shinde. So the Shiv Sena Shinde group had passed a resolution yesterday on 21st of June, and the copy of the resolution have made certain allegations on the party leadership. You know, they have very interestingly bifurcated the party, the Shiv Sena as a party and Shiv Sena as a legislative party, which is always the case. But they have made it very clear. What they have trying to say is that the party leadership, without considering the aspect of what cadres want, what the MLAs want, they went against the public opinion, they went against the election mandate and defied BJP and went ahead and formed the government with the Congress and NCP. It also tried to clarify that how, the same resolution also mentions that last 2.5 years, the MLAs are fed up with the corruption they have faced in this government. Of course, they are not mentioning that this government was run by Uddhav Thackeray, their own chief, right? But they are saying that they are fed up with the corruption in this government. They are fed up with what happened with Anil Deshmukh, the way Anil Deshmukh was found involved in some activities, allegedly found involved in some activities, and because of that ED has arrested him. Nawab Malik was found having relations with the Dawood gang or the underworld, allegedly having a relation with Dawood gang or underworld, and because of that even ED has arrested him. So looking at the scenario, they think that the alliance with the Congress and NCP is not right, and finally they have reassured that Eknath Shinde should remain as a CLP leader. Now, these are the allegations which are made specifically against the party leadership. It looks like that the Uddhav Thackeray will finally have to address these things because they have come in public. It's not that he has not said this even before, because when Nawab Malik was arrested, Uddhav Thackeray had to come forward and say that why Nawab Malik is still part of his ministry, why Nawab Malik is still part of his cabinet. He has made such kind of speeches even at the time when during the Shiv Sena's Dashera rally on 19th of June by latest, that how BJP treated Shiv Sena when they were sharing power together from 2014 to 2019. So all these various aspects have already been spoken by Uddhav Thackeray, not only to his MLAs but also to his cadre and the party workers as well. So, now the time has come that he has to speak it again. That is point number one. The point number two is that, till now he has been unable to speak to the MLAs directly. He has not been able to do that. He sent his emissaries. The emissaries could only speak to Eknath Shinde. They made Eknath Shinde to speak to Uddhav. It obviously did not work out because Eknath Shinde had already decided that what he wanted to do, and that's why he had gone to Surat. If he just was unhappy, he could have just gone incommunicado, but that did not happen. He planned the whole rebellion. He took 30 MLAs with him. He went to Surat in BJP ruled state, and from there they have been taken to Guwahati. So he had already determined what he needed to do, but still Uddhav Thackeray tried to speak to him. Now he did not accept whatever Uddhav Thackeray was trying to explain to him. So now the time has come to speak to the MLAs directly. Of course, that will be a one-way communication. He will again say the same things. It looks like. And lastly,
yes.
What is being portrayed is that Eknath Shinde's certain tweets, the 2 tweets he has made. The first tweet he made after this rebellion was about how he is not going to compromise with his ideology for remaining in power. So it's kind of a jibe at Uddhav Thackeray himself.
Yes,
so
indeed.
Uddhav Thackeray will also have to clarify on that allegations, that whether just because he wanted to become a chief minister and that is the reason why he defied BJP and so-called Hindutva ideology to have an alliance with the Congress and NCP. So all these things he will have to elaborate and put in perspective from his side. By covering all these 3 points, I even tried to ask some Sena leaders that there is a buzz that Uddhav Thackeray might just say ki, enough is enough. He doesn't have the numbers. That is very clear that the numbers are not with Shiv Sena at this point of time. So might as well just resign and quietly step aside rather than facing all this legal battle. And in the end of the day, everybody saw what happened in 2019.
Yes.
Devendra Fadnavis tried all his tactics. There was a precedent's rule that suddenly on one fine day in the morning, he and Ajit Pawar took oaths together. Everybody was surprised, but despite that, he did not have numbers, and that's why he could not sustain the government. Now that Uddhav Thackeray has realized that he does not have the numbers, will he resign? Will he just quietly step aside? That is something which nobody is sure about, and they are saying that they don't think that Uddhav Thackeray will announce it in this way. But I spoke to some of the senior leaders from NCP. They are also eagerly waiting for this particular speech. Jayant Patil, one of the senior ministers, he said that he also he also doesn't know what he's going to talk about. So he is going to listen to it at the same time when we will listen hear his speech through the social media. So only after that the things will be clear that what is exactly going to happen. Congress and NCP clearly have decided that this is Shiv Sena's internal matter, and finally, they are not going to mingle into that.
Sahil,
the way in 2019, NCP's internal issues were sorted by Sharad Pawar. This is Shiv Sena's internal issue, and Uddhav Thackeray should sort it out.
Okay, we have to wait on what he's going to say. The speech he's supposed to give is already over half an hour late. Mukul Rohatgi, former Attorney General of India, is with us live. Mr. Rohatgi, thank you for speaking to India today. Important moment. As Maharashtra awaits this speech by Uddhav Thackeray, there's been a great deal of speculation about what's going to happen to his government. But I want to ask you, Mr. Rohatgi, about the anti-defection law and its application in what is playing out with the Shiv Sena and the Aghadi Sarkar right now. Can you make that clear for us? There are lots of numbers doing the rounds right now. Eknath Shinde says he has enough numbers to buck the law itself. Your perspective and your expert view on this, sir.
See, let's look at the issues separately. The first issue is whether the current government has majority in the House or does not have majority in the House.
Yes.
That's a simple issue of arithmetic and numbers. They require 50% of the numbers. So if out of 287, they don't have 50% on the floor of the House, the government must fall. That's the second step is if people who have gone over or broken away, if they are not 2/3 in number of the party to which they belong, then they may face an anti-defection penalty. But if they are more than 2/3, that is say 37 out of 55 go away, then they will not face any penalty. So that is the second question where anti-defection proceedings will have to be commenced by the Speaker if the original party makes an application or a complaint in that behalf. But that is a process which will take time. Hearing has to be given to the concerned MLAs, pleadings have to be exchanged, and then a ruling is given by the Speaker. But that's a later question.
Yes.
The first and the foremost question is majority on the floor of the House. If the government resigns, then there is no question of a contest. They have gone. In that case, the opposition party who claims to have more than 50% will have to be given a chance by the Speaker to form the government. If they are also unable to form the government, then you will have resort to President's rule.
Yes.
That is how it happens. But if the ruling party wishes to put up a fight, then of course they are welcome to it. The Speaker should summon the House as soon as possible, ask them to prove their majority on the floor of the House. That's the only place where a majority has to be proved. Confidence or no confidence will take place on the floor of the House. It cannot take place anywhere else. So that's the need of the hour, and that's the first question.
Understood, sir. You know, Eknath Shinde, the rebel leader, claims to have in his possession 46 of these rebel MLAs, sir. So procedurally, what happens next? Is it a floor test? What happens next, sir?
Yeah, see, whether he has 46 or whether he has 36, the fact of the matter is that the government does not have as many members as it claimed.
Yeah.
So there is a situation of a split or a fissure in the government. That has to be worked out on the floor of the House. Whether he has 36, 46, whether he has enough for the government to fall, but not enough on the 2/3 mark is a second question. But the government will fall if it does not have 50%. Simple.
Mr. Rodhi,
and if, as I told you, the second step is 2/3 or not, that is a question for the Speaker to decide later.
Sir, you know, the senior Sena leader, Sanjay Raut, hinted at dissolution, you know, dissolving the assembly. Is that, you know, is that one of the possibilities, or is that one of the only possibilities facing the ruling party in Maharashtra right now?
Not at all. Dissolution of the assembly and a president rule and so on and so forth is the last option. The first option is that the government must be democratically elected. It must enjoy the confidence of the House. If A group does not, and if B group does it, then B group must form the government. But if B is also not available, then of course, as you know, you have president's rule, which is called dissolution, etc.
Yeah.
But it can't be a dog in the manger policy that if I can't run the government, then nobody should run the government. That's not the way the Constitution functions.
Mr. Rohatgi, Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai bureau chief, has a couple of questions for you. Sahil, over to you.
Well, sir, it's very clear that whoever has the numbers will form the government. In 2019, Devendra Fadnavis, despite all his efforts, could not run the government because he did not have the numbers. At this situation, it's very clear that the numbers are heavily, tilted towards the BJP and, of course, the other splinter group. But here, the role of speaker becomes really important. And at this point of time, Maharashtra Assembly does not have the speaker. The speaker had resigned and deputy speaker is there in the place. Now when the
नंतर आपण भेटतो आहोत. पहिल्यांदाच एक खुलासा करतो की आजच्या माझ्या या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर काही जण टीका करतील किंवा टिप्पणी करतील की मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा चेहरा पडलेला होता, त्यांचा आवाज असा भारदस्त किंवा नाकातला येत होता. तर साहजिकच आहे, त्याला कारण आजच सकाळी माझी जी कोविड टेस्ट केली ती कोविड टेस्ट पॉझिटिव्ह आलेली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे हा काही इतर कशाचाही दुष्परिणाम नाही, तर तो कोविडचा जो काही एक दुष्परिणाम असतो तो आहे. असो, बऱ्याच महिन्यांनंतर मी आपल्या समोर आल्यानंतर नेमकं बोलणार काय आहे, बोलण्यासारख्या गोष्टी बऱ्याच आहेत. थोड्याफार मी आता बोलणारच आहे. हेही आपल्याला माहिती आहे की कोविडचा विषय निघाल्यानंतर कोविड काळामध्ये जी काही आपण लढाई कोविड बरोबर लढलो, प्रसंग बाका होता. मला तर प्रशासनाचा कसलाही अनुभव नव्हता आणि तशा त्या कठीण काळात म्हणजे कोणीही तोंड देऊ शकलेलं नव्हतं किंवा ज्यांच्या अनुभवाला हा कोविड आला नव्हता, अशा प्रशासन माहिती नसलेल्या माणसाच्या वाटेला पहिल्या 2-3 महिन्यातच कोविड आला. मला जे काही करायचं ते मी प्रामाणिकपणाने त्याही वेळेला केलं.
Uddhav is saying that he has no experience how to run the government, but when he took over the charge, he was faced with the pandemic. The world was facing pandemic, in fact, and he tried to battle this pandemic, and he tried to use all his skills and all his understandings to fight this COVID situation.
साहजिकच आहे. आत्ताचा विषय कोविड हा जरी असला तरी तो विषय मी घेऊन तुमच्यासमोर आलेलो आहे. मी आलेलो आहे काही वेगळे मुद्दे घेऊन, जे काही मुद्दे गेल्या काही दिवसांपासून प्रसारमाध्यमातून आपल्यासमोर येत आहेत. मग ते शिवसेना आहे, ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची आहे का, शिवसेनेने हिंदुत्व सोडलं आहे का, मग ही शिवसेना नेमकं कोण चालवतं आहे, मुख्यमंत्री भेटत का नाहीत, मुख्यमंत्री भेटत नव्हते, मुख्यमंत्री म्हणजे मी, हे गेल्या काही दिवसांपूर्वी सत्य होतं. ह्याचं कारण
CM Uddhav is saying that today is not a time to speak about COVID situation, but I have come to answer all the questions and all the queries which were raised about me as a CM, as a Shiv Sena chief. There has been allegations that CM doesn't meet to anyone. Why he doesn't meet to anyone? He wants to tell that. And also, at the same time, he was accused of not running the government properly. He is going to reply to that too.
मी माझी पहिली कॅबिनेट मीटिंग ही हॉस्पिटलमध्ये बाजूच्या खोलीतनं अशीच ऑनलाईन केली होती आणि त्याच्यानंतर काम हे अव्यवहातपणे सुरू आहे. शिवसेना म्हणाल तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
When he formed the government, Uddhav was also accused of leaving Hindutva as an ideology, and that's the thing which he wants to clarify, that what stand he has about Hindutva and what Shiv Sena stands for Hindutva.
हेही बोलण्याची आता वेळ नाही. पण हिंदुत्वाबद्दल मी विधानसभेत विधिमंडळात बोलणारा कदाचित
This is not a time to speak about who has done what for Hindutva.
मग नेमकं झालंय काय, ही शिवसेना कोणाची आहे. काही जण असं आरोप करतायत की किंवा असं भासवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतायत की आता काय बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही. ठीक आहे ना, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना आणि आताच्या शिवसेनेत फरक काय नाही.
Some people allege that the today's Shiv Sena does not belong to Balasaheb Thackeray. It is a new Shiv Sena. It is a new form of Shiv Sena.
बरं, त्याच्यानंतर म्हणजे आपल्यातून बाळासाहेब 2012 साली गेले.
But I've been trying to take forward the same ideology what Balasaheb Thackeray as a Shiv Sena chief has taught us.
तोच राहणार आहे, तोच असणार आहे. पण 2014 साली सुद्धा जी लढलेली शिवसेना होती आणि जिने एकट्याच्या ताकदीवरती प्रतिकूल परिस्थितीत 63 आमदार निवडून आणले आणि ते 63 आमदार आल्यानंतर त्यातले काही नंतर जे मंत्री झाले ती सुद्धा शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांच्या नंतरची शिवसेना होती. आणि त्याच्यानंतरची आतापर्यंतची वाटचाल म्हणजे मग मी आता गेली 2.5 वर्ष मी स्वतः मुक्त.
In fact, when Shiv Sena won the elections in 2014, Shiv Sena proved to be the better party than before by securing 63 MLAs, and that was the same Shiv Sena which was working and functioning after Balasaheb Thackeray.
मधल्या काळामध्ये जे काही सगळं मिळालं ते बाळासाहेबांनंतरच्या शिवसेनेने दिलं हे मी म्हणेन कृपा करून लक्षात ठेवा. मग आता मुद्दा काय आहे की सध्या
those who were made ministers in the cabinet after 2014 elections, Sena BJP alliance government was formed, and those who are now saying that the Shiv Sena doesn't belong to Balasaheb Thackeray and his ideology of Hindutva, they should remember that they were made ministers after 2014 elections under the leadership of CM Uddhav Thackeray.
मी अवघ्या 5 मिनिटात संपवणार आहे. आणि ते एवढ्यासाठी की काल परवा जी आपली एक निवडणूक झाली विधान परिषदेची, त्या विधान परिषदेच्या निवडणुकीच्या आदल्या दिवशी हॉटेलमध्ये सगळे आपले आमदार होते. मी तिकडे गेलो आणि म्हटलं काय परिस्थिती, ही कोणती लोकशाही ज्यांना आपण आपलं मानतो. शिवसैनिक मरवर मारतात, राबतात, निवडून देतात. जनता सुद्धा शिवसेनेच्या विचारावरती विश्वास ठेवून त्यांना निवडून देते. आणि
I don't want to elaborate this address, but I want to wind it up, coming to the point, and he is referring to the MLC polls which just took place last week. During that time, Shiv Sena MLAs were camped in some hotel, and Uddhav Thackeray visited that hotel, spoke to the MLAs just because he thinks that they are his people, they are his party's people, they are part of the family.
मला एक मुद्दा काय सांगायचा आहे की मला कशाचाही अनुभव नसताना जे काही घडलं, मी इच्छेपेक्षा जिद्दीने करणारा माणूस. इच्छा असो वा नसो, पण एकदा जबाबदारी अंगावर आली तर ती जबाबदारी मी पूर्ण जिद्दीने पार पाडण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो. आणि त्याच जिद्दीने मी शिवसेना प्रमुखांना दिलेलं वचन पूर्ण करणारच हा निश्चय मनाशी बाळगून रणगाडात उतरलो. त्यावेळेला मी आपल्या समोर आलो होतो, आज सुद्धा समोर आलो.
Whatever happened after 2014 elections, he was made CM. He is saying that that was not by his will, but because he was put into that situation, and he aggressively accepted it because he believes that whatever word he has given to late Balasaheb Thackeray, was a Shiv Sena chief, he will do anything to make it true.
त्या बैठकीमध्ये सगळं ठरलं आणि ते ठरल्यानंतर मला त्यांचं की उद्धव जरा एक मिनिट बोलायचं. म्हटलं काय बोलायचं, आता ठरलं सगळं, नाही एक मिनिट. आणि बाजूला खोलीत गेल्यानंतर त्यांनी सांगितलं की उद्धव हे सगळं ठीक आहे, पण जबाबदारी तुम्हाला घ्यावी लागेल. म्हटलं का, तर तसं नाही म्हणे, आमच्याकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, काँग्रेसकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, आणि शिवसेनेकडनं जर तुम्ही नसाल तर ते पुढे चालणं हे कठीण आहे. म्हटलं पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का, मी आता.
Uddhav is now referring to the meeting between Congress, NCP and Shiv Sena leaders, which he attended with Sharad Pawar, and he said that after the meeting they were about to form the government, but Sharad Pawar told him that Uddhav, you have to take the responsibility and you have to lead this government, because all three parties have senior leaders and no one will be able to work under any other person than you, so you have to take the lead.
राजकारण म्हटल्यानंतर राजकारण कुठेही कसंही वळण घेऊ शकतो, पण त्या वळणाला सुद्धा अर्थ पाहिजे. उगाचच काही रडकुंडीचा घाट जो म्हणतो ना.
It was not my selfishness that I wanted to become CM, I wanted to become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, but it was the situation which put me into that thing, and hence I had to accept the situation, and I have to, without having any experience of organization, administration, I have to accept the challenge.
प्रशासनाने तर कमाल केलेली आहे. प्रशासनाने तर मला सांभाळत काय योग्य काय अयोग्य हे सुद्धा सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. आज मी नेमकं काय बोलणार आहे, मला दुःख कशाचं झालेलं आहे, आश्चर्य कशाचं वाटलेलं आहे, धक्का कशाचा बसलेला आहे.
Despite having no experience of the administration, the bureaucrats helped me a lot, and they did a wonderful job, he is saying.
ठीक आहे, सत्तेच्या तडजोडीसाठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो असं जे काही इतर जण म्हणतायत, त्यांच्याप्रमाणे सत्तेच्या साठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो. पण आज सुद्धा सकाळी कमलनाथजींनी मला फोन केला होता, कालच सकाळी शरद पवारजींनी फोन केला. मला म्हणाले उद्धव आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत. हा त्यांच्या भरोश्याचा विषय, पण त्यांनी भरोसा माझ्यावरती ठेवल्यानंतर.
Uddhav is telling that Kamalnath called him, Sharad Pawar called him, and they ensured that they are with Shiv Sena, they are with him, and they will fight it out.
ते ठीक आहे, त्यांना हवे असतील, पण आम्हाला तुम्ही नको. मग मला हेच म्हणायचं आहे की समजा माझ्या लोकांना, म्हणजे मी माझं म्हणतोय ते मला आता माझं आपलं मानतात की नाही मला माहिती नाही, कारण ते माझ्यासमोर नाही आहेत. तर तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती. सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा, आणखी कुठेतरी जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात, हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो. आणि आज सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी.
If now Eknath Shinde and group of MLAs are accusing him that he did not perform well, he could not handle the situation, the COVID situation in the state, and he was unable to perform as a chief minister, he should have come across the table, spoken to me about it, and then after the talk I would have given the resignation.
कोणताही मोह मला खेचू शकत नाही, अडवू शकत नाही, थांबवू शकत नाही, पण हे माझ्या समोर येऊन बोला. उगाच काहीतरी शिवसेनेशी आम्ही गद्दारी करणार नाही, पण ही शिवसेना आहे आमची शिवसेना, कशाला तुम्ही हे करताय. या सगळ्या करण्यावरनं नुकसान कोणाचं होतं आहे. एक जी गोष्ट आपण लहानपणापासून ऐकत आलेलो आहोत, कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा होताच टाळ, तीच परिस्थिती आहे. ती काही जणांना ही म्हण माहिती आहे, पण त्या म्हणीमागची गोष्ट नाही माहिती.
Why did Eknath Shinde has to go to Surat and put forward his demands? Why didn't he come and talk to me about it? What made him, what forced him to go there and then strike a deal?
आपला आसरा असलेले हे झाड आता तुटणार, कोलमडून पडणार, पण त्याहीपेक्षा एक घाव हालत असताना या झाडाला वेदना किती होत असतील म्हणून ते पक्षी त्या झाडाशी बोलायला लागले. आपल्याला निसर्गाची भाषा येत नाही, पण निसर्ग एकमेकाच्या भाषेत बोलत असेल तर पक्षी त्याच्याशी बोलायला लागले झाडाला की दादा तुला खूप दुखत असेल ना रे, खूप वेदना होत असतील ना रे, की तुझ्यावरती हे कुऱ्हाडीचे घाव पडतायत. झाडाने काय उत्तर द्यावं की मला वेदना होत आहेत, दुःख होतंय, पण ते घाव पडतात म्हणून होत नाहीये. तर हा लाकूड तोड्या ज्या कुऱ्हाडीने घाव घालतोय त्या कुऱ्हाडीचं लाकूड हे माझ्या फांदीचं लाकूड आहे, त्याच्या मला वेदना जास्त होत आहेत, त्याच्या वेदना जास्त होत आहेत. हेच आज चाललेले आहे.
Uddhav is sharing an anecdote, a story of a tree and a woodcutter. He's trying to tell how when woodcutter tries to cut the tree, how the tree has to suffer.
या समोर बसा, मी देतो राजीनामा. चला, मी तुमच्या हातामध्ये आज मी माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र तयार करून ठेवतो आहे. जे आमदार गायब आहेत किंवा त्याने गायब केलेलं आहे त्यांनी यावं आणि माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र.
Now here he makes the big statement. Uddhav Thackeray is saying that yes, he is ready to give the resignation. The resignation letter is also ready, but Eknath Shinde or anyone who is accusing him of so many things has to come forward, sit across the table and have a talk.
अगदी लाचारीचा प्रसंग नाही किंवा मजबुरी तर अजिबात नाहीये, कारण आजपर्यंत अशी अनेक आव्हानं बिनसत्तेची आपण पेललेत. हे काय मोठं आव्हान आहे? काय होईल जास्तीत जास्त? परत लढू. जोपर्यंत माझ्यासोबत शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जोडून दिलेला साधा शिवसैनिक आहे.
Uddhav says that it is not a big challenge of losing a government, of giving resignation from CM Shiv. He is ready for any challenge.
हे जसं मी मुख्यमंत्री पदासाठी बोलतोय तसंच मी आज माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना सुद्धा आवाहन.
What can happen, he asks.
कारण का
only the government will lose, he will lose, but he will fight back again and come and form the government again.
माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की
I have answer for all the allegations made against me, Uddhav says.
मी शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत, त्यांच्या सांगण्यावर किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर ह्याच्यासाठी.
Uddhav is again making a big statement. Uddhav is saying that he is ready to leave the post of Shiv Sena chief, Shiv Sena president, only if someone comes and tells him what he is lacking in and how he is going wrong in handling the party.
जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे.
But he insists that no one else from the opposition come and tell him that. It's his people, it's his close people should come forward and tell him what he is lacking in.
पण एकदा मला समोर येऊन सांगा, हे इकडून तिकडून नाही, आमचं तुमच्याबद्दल काहीच म्हणणं नाहीये, पण तसं नसेल तर जोपर्यंत मी खुर्ची अडून ठेवले तोपर्यंत काय होणार? काहीच होणार नाही. म्हणून एकदा ठरवूया, तुम्ही या किंवा तिकडनं फोन करा आणि सांगा की तुमचं आम्ही फेसबुक लाईव्ह पाहिलं, चॅनलच्या माध्यमातून पाहिलं, फेसबुकच्या माध्यमातून पाहिलं, आम्हाला तिकडे यायला संकोच वाटतो, पण तुम्ही म्हणालात त्याच्याप्रमाणे तुम्ही आम्हाला नकोत. हे स्पष्ट सांगा. मी या क्षणाला मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
Uddhav is again trying to convince Eknath Shinde and his group of rebellion MLAs that he needs to talk to them. They should come forward and talk to him. Only then can the solution be found. He is appealing again. He is trying to convince them to come forward.
प्रतिक्रिया काय असते? ही आयुष्याची कमाई असते. आणि या 2.5 वर्षामध्ये जे प्रेम तुम्ही मला दिलं, कुठे झाली हो आपली भेट? पण ह्याच माध्यमातून मी तुमच्याशी बोलत आलो. आणि अनेक जणांनी मला सांगितलं की उद्धवजी तुम्ही बोलताना आमच्या कुटुंबातला एक माणूस आमच्याशी बोलतोय असं वाटतं. हे भाग्य मला नाही वाटत ह्याच्यापेक्षा आणखीन काय असू शकेल. ज्यांची ओळख पाळत नाही, दूर कुठेतरी राहतात, अगदी मुंबईत राहिले तरी भेटीचा तरी योग येईल असाही भाग नाही आहे. पण या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी तुमच्याशी बोलतोय तेव्हा तुम्ही आमच्या कुटुंबातले वाटतात. हीच तर आयुष्याची कमाई आहे. आणि या आयुष्याची कमाई
CM Uddhav is now making an emotional appeal to those who are listening to him, be it the rebellion MLAs or Eknath Shinde or anyone who has any allegations or who has any problem with his leadership.
कारण नाहीतर म्हणतील की काय हे असं करायचं होतं. नाही, मला काय म्हणायचंय की तुम्ही संख्या किती कोणाकडे आहे हा गौण आहे विषय माझ्याकडे. शेवटी ही जी काही लोकशाही आहे त्या लोकशाहीमध्ये संख्या ज्यांच्याकडे अधिक असते ती जिंकतो. मग ती तुम्ही संख्या कशी जमवता? प्रेमाने जमवता, जोर जबरदस्तीने धमक्या दटवण्या देऊन जमवता, हे नगण्य असतं. पण समोर
Uddhav says for running the government the number is required and who has the largest number is not important to him, but what is important that how you manage to secure that number. Is it by love, is it by affection, or you resort to some other ways to secure these numbers?
म्हणून मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार करणार नाही, वाच्यता करणार नाही. तुम्ही सांगा मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडलं, बस. याच्यावर आणखीन काय सांगू? मी माझं मन घट्ट करून तयारीने बसलेलो आहे. मात्र बांधवांना आणि भगिनींना एकच सांगेन की जे प्रेम तुम्ही आजपर्यंत दिलं, उद्या मी सांगितलेलंच आहे की मुख्यमंत्रीपदी माझी राहायची अजिबात इच्छा नाही. पण त्याच्यानंतर सुद्धा जेव्हा जेव्हा आपली भेटगाठ होईल ती मात्र जसा मी फिरत जाईन तशी प्रत्यक्ष होईल. तेव्हा मात्र तुम्ही हे दाखवत असलेलं प्रेम हे सदैव असंच कायम ठेवा.
Uddhav is saying that he only longs for the love which he has received all these years from all the Shiv Sainiks, his party cadre. He doesn't wish to remain as a CM anymore. He is just appealing again to all the Shiv Sena rebellion MLAs and all the people who are hurt that if we meet again somewhere, there should be love, respect and affection between us. The post of CM is not that important for him.
Halwa? Inside.
Massively emotional appeal saying he's willing to resign if even one person from the band of rebel MLAs led by Eknath Shinde comes and asks him to step down. It's a speech that is still on. We're going to cut right back to it. But Uddhav Thackeray using an emotional chord to reach out to the people of Maharashtra, saying that he never wanted to be the chief minister. He was practically forced into it by Sharad Pawar and others. But the operative part of it, saying, my resignation letter is ready and anyone can submit it on my behalf because I don't care about this seat I am sitting in. Uddhav Thackeray speaking directly to Eknath Shinde, sitting far away in Guwahati and saying, why didn't you bring this issue to me? Why did you need to go to Surat and then to Guwahati? You could have come and spoken to me, and if you wanted me to step aside, I would have stepped down if someone else from the Shiv Sena needed to be the chief minister. You know, whether the people of Maharashtra or the political landscape buys these words or not, this is an emotional war cry, if we can call it that, from Uddhav Thackeray. Whether it is a signal of the end game is not known just yet, but what is known is that Uddhav Thackeray has not yet resigned. Let's listen in.
मी करतील की मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा चेहरा पडलेला होता, त्यांचा आवाज असा भारदस्त किंवा नाकातला येत होता, तर साहजिकच आहे त्याला कारण आजच सकाळी माझी जी कोविड टेस्ट केली ती कोविड टेस्ट पॉझिटिव्ह आलेली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे हा काही इतर कशाचाही दुष्परिणाम नाही, तर तो कोविडचा जो काही एक दुष्परिणाम असतो तो आहे. असो, बऱ्याच महिन्यांनंतर मी आपल्या समोर आल्यानंतर नेमकं बोलणार काय आहे, बोलण्यासारख्या गोष्टी बऱ्याच आहेत, थोड्याफार मी आता बोलणारच आहे. हे आपल्याला माहिती आहे की कोविडचा विषय निघाल्यानंतर कोविड काळामध्ये जी काही आपण लढाई कोविड बरोबर लढलो, प्रसंग बाका होता. मला तर प्रशासनाचा कसलाही अनुभव नव्हता आणि तशा त्या कठीण काळात म्हणजे कोणीही
Uddhav Thackeray finally speaking up today, and in that emotional message, in many ways, he says any Shiv Sainik can become the chief minister. If you wanted me to step down, why did you just not come to me? And that message primarily for Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. Is Uddhav Thackeray ready to resign, as he says? What's really brewing? Let's go across to my colleague Ritvik. He's tracking all the latest and was also helping us translate what Uddhav Thackeray has said and spoken in Marathi. Ritvik, what do you make of this specific message of Uddhav Thackeray? Because for him to say this in public, that we're all one, why did you not just come to me? If you wanted me to resign, I'll step down anytime. It was not that I was any day fighting specifically for the chief minister's position.
Perhaps it seems that CM Uddhav is playing his last chance to convince Eknath Shinde and the rebellion MLAs to come back home and have a talk with him and just solve the whole political upheaval which Maharashtra is watching. He wants to come. He wants them to come back, and he is appealing them. He's making an emotional appeal. He's saying that he has been in the party for so many years. He's helped him party to grow, and after 2014 and 2019 elections, party has grown exponentially. Even after Bala Saheb Thackeray, he also tried to answer all the allegations and accusations which are made against Uddhav, that he is not able to run his party properly, he is not a good administrator, but at the same time he also tried to focus on things, that what all he did during COVID situation, how administration and bureaucrats helped him do that, and at the same time even party workers were always his backbone, and that's the reason party has succeeded in so many ways. But at the same time, when he's saying that, he's also saying that if he has no experience to do all these things, he would have just stepped down from the CM ship. He has no
in this about half an hour long message, if not more, Uddhav Thackeray, did he at all take the name directly of Eknath Shinde or anyone in the rebel camp, in the Shinde Sena, so to say? Did he take anyone's name, to be specific here? Do tell us about that.
However, the address was indirect. The address was towards the people of Maharashtra, but it is quite evident that he was only trying to convince and address Eknath Shinde and the rebellion MLAs, what we could make of.
Oh, so specifically it appeared to be for the public, what you're telling us, Ritvik. But of course, it was a reference to what Eknath Shinde had done in the past few days. And what do you think right now his message is perhaps going to be as an impact? Do you think it possibly will click with what the Shinde camp wanted? They wanted him to resign. They also wanted the Shiv Sena to align with the BJP. So that he's not said. What we are looking at right now is Uddhav Thackeray's message and the rebel MLA and the minister Eknath Shinde, who wanted end this government Mahavigari Agas and then go across and join the BJP. That mention has not been made by Uddhav Thackeray, isn't it, Ritvik? He said, I'll step down if you did not want me as the chief minister, but he's said nothing about the alliance, whether or not with the BJP.
Absolutely, he had no remarks about that, and at this juncture, looking at the situation, we can make out that he's trying to convince, he's trying to play the last ball, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to gain the sympathy also, because he said that he has made up his mind that he doesn't want to remain in the CM post and he is ready to resign. The letter of resignation is ready with him. Only thing is he wants to communicate, he wants to talk, have a final talk with him. He doesn't want to take the onus, what it seems, what we can make of from the speech, even if he resigns, because the numbers are not in his favors. Most of the MLAs are with Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, and on the paper, if we see that Uddhav Thackeray is in no position to claim the majority of the government, and in that case, if the pressure mounts and if he has to resign, obviously he is trying to gain the sympathy with the emotional appeal he has just made.
Ritvik, also, so can we say today, as the viewer who's watching and listening to what Uddhav Thackeray said, that it was not an aggressive Uddhav Thackeray to come across as a strong neta, like perhaps likely Balasaheb Thackeray would have done. But he came across as with an emotional connect to the public, that I did as best as I could. Even when I did not have the experience, we were one of the top 5 states, as mentioned, to have managed COVID-19 in the best manner possible, despite population in Maharashtra. I never wanted to go for Chief Minister's position. I was expected to. I was asked to. I will give it up. So why do you think that it was not an aggressive stand taken for his party, for his government, but instead an emotional connect with the public and with the rebel MLAs as well?
Exactly, as I mentioned earlier, Uddhav right now in the current scenario is not in that position, because he has to talk to Sharad Pawar, he has to talk to Kamal Nath, he has to strike a balance between his leaders who are in alliance with him. At the same time, he also wants to make sure that the rebellious MLAs and Eknath Shinde is somehow convinced, at least a chunk of MLAs who get convinced, who get emotional and try to connect to him again. Because what Sanjay Raut has been saying, that they are trying to contact, and MLAs, rebellious MLAs are ready to talk to them, but they are not coming back, and now they have been flown to Guwahati. It has become more difficult for them to get in touch with them. So somehow through this Facebook Live, through this address, what Uddhav Thackeray is doing, he is trying to gain the sympathy, he is trying to connect with the rebellious MLAs, and he is trying to play the last part.
Let's look at that visual closely on our screens. On one side, we have Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the Sena leader. And in the background, if you look closely, behind Uddhav Thackeray is Bal Thackre's image. And there is also a map of Maharashtra. In so many ways, it summarizes where precisely Uddhav Thackeray stands right now. Because Bal Thackeray, known to be an all-powerful, all-strong man, nobody could break the Shiv Sena, not even Anand Dighe or anyone else. But today, Uddhav Thackeray does face that challenge, and in an emotional message to his people, to the public, to the voters, he has said that at this point, I will resign. I will happily go back, but come say that to me on my face. I don't know where and which MLA is standing right now. Ritvik continues to be with us. Ritvik, as we break down what exactly were the highlights of this speech that you've also been translating, do tell us this. He's presently at Varsha, which is the official Chief Minister residence. He did mention that he's going to go to Matoshri at any point. So what does the plan look like right now? Will he be staying at Varsha? Is he heading to Matoshri? Are we expecting Sharad Pawar to come meet Uddhav Thackeray anytime now?
Yes, it has been said that there will be a meeting between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray soon in the evening, and he also already had a talk with Kamal Nath. But what we can make out from this speech and the sense what we are getting is he has accepted that he has no numbers and he is ready to resign. The only thing he wants to do, and what probably he must have discussed with the leaders of the alliance, that they can still continue to make efforts and bring them back.
So will this be followed by more meetings as we are expecting? A lot of people were waiting for Uddhav Thackeray to speak. Ritvik, I request you to please stay on with me, because I'm joined in this live telecast also by our senior executive editor Sahil Joshi. Sahil, how do you see this message today by Uddhav Thackeray? What do you think was the key highlight, the key takeaway? Not an aggressive stand, but an emotional connect to the public and who else?
Well, this is completely unlikely of what Shiv Sena chief would have done ever.
Yes.
You know, and it clearly looks like that Uddhav Thackeray has realized that he doesn't have the numbers. He has clearly realized that the government is going to fall. He not only does not have the numbers, but the MLAs he believed in, he considered his own men, have defied him, have, you know, in his own words, what he tried to say is that I consider you my people, but I don't know whether you consider me as your person or not. So, you know, it was quite an emotional kind of a speech, but he was trying to connect them, kind of a request that let me know. I mean, he is completely hurt is what I can feel from what he tried to say. Of course, his voice was not very up to the mark, because he admitted that he is COVID positive. Looking at his other conditions and his health conditions. Of course, he will be taking. He must be taking a lot of precautions as well. I don't even know whether he will be able to meet Sharad Pawar in this situation now because he's COVID positive. But I can be clear. I can be really certain about this, is that he has realized that he doesn't have the numbers.
Yes.
His whip, his remote control is no more existent on these MLAs who are now sitting in Guwahati, around 1,000 kilometers away from Mumbai. More than 1,000 kilometers away from Mumbai, and they are not listening to him anymore. They are, Shinde is their leader, and Shinde is now with the BJP. The only thing, I don't understand what the Shinde is trying to tell him is that, quit this government. That this government belongs to Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray is the chief of this government. So obviously, if Uddhav Thackeray resigns, the government will fall, and that's what Eknath Shinde wants. He has clearly said that form the government with the BJP, support BJP to form the government. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray, in the scheme of things, there is no question that the Shiv Sena will be making a chief minister. Of course, Shiv Sena will be supporting BJP from the outside.
Yes.
What now clearly can be seen is that he is trying to save the party from breaking. His legislative party is already broken. The numbers are not with him to form the government, but that's a government. That's a different thing. Now he's trying to save his own party at this point of time. If the party breaks, if the party gets over, then there is no future, political future. And that is what he's trying to save. You remember what happened with TDP. The party patriarch, Chandrababu Naidu, revolted against him. And the party, he actually took over the whole party with him. And despite having whole charisma, despite having the whole...
Sahil, what you're telling us is very important. I'll just briefly for a second request you to please halt for there, because Uddhav Thackeray had spoken to Eknath Shinde in the morning, also before attending the cabinet meeting. Even then he had given the offer that he will resign. He had said, but Shinde apparently said the time has passed. Decision to resign or not now needs to be your call. So clearly at this point, has there been a complete breakdown? Any moment that there could have been a bridge again between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, has that been broken at all? Let's go back to Sahil on that. Sahil, so is he going to be staying at Varsha? Will he be moving to Matoshri anytime soon? Because what happens here on, if he's ready to resign, will Shinde return with his rebel MLAs? Let's say, this is a hypothetical situation, become the chief minister, the Mahavikas Aghadi government stays, or that option is completely gone. It is Shinde Sena with the BJP.
Well, it's Shinde Sena with the BJP. Now, what remains to be seen is that whether the Shiv Sena as a party remains intact, whether the flock which has gone with Shinde had only one intention to form the government with BJP, or they want to join the BJPs. That is something which we are yet to hear. We don't know what is going to happen about that. Whether all this these people will come back from Guwahati and then will go back to Uddhav Thackeray and say, okay, you be the president, keep running the party, but don't be the chief minister. Whether that is going to happen, or all these MLAs eventually will land up in BJP and the BJP becomes a stronger partner. BJP will eat into Shiv Sena as a party. It's something what we need to look at. Because Shinde running a party has no future. That is very clear for a lot of MLAs. So obviously either they will have to merge back into the Shiv Sena and ask Uddhav Thackeray to lead the party. But that will be a very tricky situation. And the other option, of course, is to merge with the BJP and let BJP run their political future. So that is something which is very clear. But to talk about whether what will Uddhav Thackeray do now,
yes.
I can be really sure that he is not going to stay in the official residence now that he has contracted COVID. I don't know whether for that reason he will continue to stay at Varsha or he will still go back to Matoshri. But I think that first it will go step by step. Rather than resigning first he will quit Varsha. He will go back to Matoshri. Kind of sending a message that he was not doing it to get the power, because that is what is the allegation on him.
Correct, yes.
The main allegation on Uddhav Thackeray is that just to get into power, he defeated the ideology. He abandoned the ideology what Balasaheb Thackeray was trying to teach them. The Thackerays never ran any government. They always controlled the government. They always ran the governments through remote control, and that is what was expected out of Uddhav Thackeray. Is what Eknath Shinde and others were trying to tell him. He tried to cross the wall,
yes.
But that has not worked out well. That has not worked out well, which has been proved now. Or maybe Uddhav Thackeray could not manage to cross that bridge. that is something which has been proved. If he had managed to do that well, this
Sahil,
situation would have never arisen.
If I take you back to your first answer, what you said was very interesting. I'm pretty sure that many people in Maharashtra would be thinking that right now. Bal Thackeray was not the chief minister, but how do you think he would have handled this today had he faced a similar rebellion of sort within the Shiv Sena? As you said, he wouldn't have spoken like Uddhav Thackeray speaking right now, but do you think a lot could have been done? Because he did sort of face with Anand Dighe, but it was resolved within time. How do you think that, do you think that is a question that could have also come in people's mind today?
Well, Uddhav Thackeray himself have answered that, actually speaking. On Sunday, when he made a speech, he made a cryptic remark saying that a lot of people are thinking of rebelling at this point of time, but they should know that if there is a sher, there will be Sawwa sher as well. So there will be a bigger tiger. If you think that you are a big fish, there will be a bigger fish to eat you and support me.
Sahil, we are joined on this telecast by Nana Potolo right now, and I would like you to ask the first question to him. Go ahead, Sahil.
नाना, आपने अभी सुना होगा उद्धव ठाकरे ने क्या कहा. लग रहा है कि आपकी सरकार नहीं बच रही है. उद्धव ठाकरे खुद कह रहे हैं कि मैं इस्तीफा देने को तैयार हूं. आप में से कोई भी सामने आए और कहे कि आप इस्तीफा दे दीजिए, मैं इस्तीफा दे दूंगा. अब जब उद्धव ठाकरे खुद ही एक तरीके से हार मान चुके हैं, लग रहा है कि उनके पास नंबर्स नहीं है. ऐसी स्थिति में आपने देखा होगा 2019 में शरद पवार ने अपने सारे विधायकों को साथ में ले आ पाए, लेकिन यहां उद्धव ठाकरे वो कर नहीं पाए. अब कांग्रेस की क्या सिचुएशन रहेगी, कांग्रेस की भूमिका क्या रहेगी इस पूरे मामले को लेकर?
देखो, हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ थे और हमारी नेता सोनिया जी ने उस समय भी कहा था कि जो महाराष्ट्र में स्थिति, जो अंधेरे में जो सरकार बनाई थी बीजेपी ने, और जो स्थिति बनी थी उस महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए सोनिया जी ने आगे आकर यह भूमिका ली थी और उद्धव जी महाविकास आघाड़ी के मुख्यमंत्री बने. लेकिन जो आज जो स्थिति बनी हुई है, जो बनी है वो कोई ये शिवसेना के एमएलएज में या मंत्री में कुछ इनके आपस में मनमुटाव इससे नहीं हुआ है. ये एक्चुअली इसका फैक्ट एक है कि केंद्र की जो सरकार है, उनकी जो ईडी और सीबीआई जो केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा है, इनका दुरुपयोग जो है, ये दुरुपयोग का परिणाम है. ये कोई वो आरोप की लड़त नहीं है.
वो आरोप आप लगाते रहिए. मैं पूछ रहा हूं कि प्रैक्टिकली अब क्या होगा. अब आपके पास नंबर्स नहीं है, आपके मुख्यमंत्री खुद कह रहे हैं कि रेबेल एमएलएज में से कोई भी उनको सामने आके कहे कि आप इस्तीफा दे दीजिए, वो इस्तीफा दे देंगे. अब ऐसी सूरत में जब आपके नेता कह रहे हैं कि मैं इस्तीफा देना चाहता हूं, तो कैसे आगे होगा?
मामला उनके पार्टी के अंतर्गत है. उन्हें आह्वान किया है, वो पार्टी के मुखिया है और बाला साहब ठाकरे के लड़के हैं. उनका आह्वान है उनके पार्टी के नेताओं को, उनके जो एमएलए है उनको आह्वान है कि भाई मैं
वो कह रहे हैं कि वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन का वो सामना नहीं करना चाहते. उद्धव ठाकरे ने साफ कह दिया है कि वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन का सामना नहीं करना चाहते. ऐसी सूरत में नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन के पहले ही वो इस्तीफा दे देंगे, ऐसा वो कह रहे हैं. वो खुद ही अभी उन्होंने पब्लिक स्पीच की, उन्होंने अभी सोशल मीडिया पर एड्रेस किया और उसमें उन्होंने क्लियरली कह दिया कि मैं नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन का सामना नहीं करूंगा, मैं पद छोड़ दूंगा. अब ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के साथ अभी भी कांग्रेस और एनसीपी खड़ी रहेगी या उससे पहले ही कांग्रेस एनसीपी कुछ सोचने के लिए तैयार हो गई?
नहीं, देखो, मैदान छोड़ना काम हमारा नहीं है, वो उनके पार्टी के अंतर्गत का मामला है. हमने महाविकास आघाड़ी सरकार बनाई थी, उसमें अगर मुख्यमंत्री पोस्ट पे रहना नहीं चाहते तो उनका इशू है वो, लेकिन उनके पार्टी का अंतर्गत मामला है. उसमें अगर वो रहते हैं तो हम उनके साथ है, नहीं रहते तो हमारा इशू नहीं है.
आप अपोजिशन में बैठने को तैयार है, आप और एनसीपी?
हमने तो पहले ही तय कर लिया था कांग्रेस ने. हमने तो अंधेरे में सरकार नहीं बनाई थी.
नहीं तो अभी तो अंधेरा होना बाकी है. तो अभी ये बता दीजिए कि आप अपोजिशन में जाने के लिए तैयार है? उद्धव ठाकरे का जिस तरीके से रवैया दिख रहा है,
मैंडेट मिला था, वो मैंडेट के साथ हम थे. हमने कोई सरकार तोड़ना और ये करने का काम हमने नहीं किया. बीजेपी ने जो शिवसेना को बाजू करने का ये जो काम किया था, उसका जो राष्ट्रवादी और उन्होंने सरकार बनाई थी अंधेरे में, तो कांग्रेस का उसमें कोई इन्वॉल्व नहीं था. और जब शिवसेना और एनसीपी जब कांग्रेस के पास आई, तब हमारी नेता सोनिया जी ने ये भूमिका ली. हम कहे नहीं थे कि हमें सरकार में जाना है. मामला एकदम स्पष्ट है. हम महाराष्ट्र के इस विकास के लिए महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ हम आए थे, और उसके इसमें अगर वो मुख्यमंत्री बने और वो हम उनके साथ है, अगर वो उनके पार्टी के अंतर्गत का मामला वो सलटाते तो हम उनके साथ हैं। नई सरकार है तो हम तो
उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे हैं कि वो तो मुख्यमंत्री बनना ही नहीं चाहते थे, वो तो शरद पवार ने कहा कि अगर आप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनेंगे तो ये सरकार नहीं बन पाएगी, इसीलिए मुझे मुख्यमंत्री बनना पड़ा, मुझे तो कोई इच्छा ही नहीं थी मुख्यमंत्री बनने की।
ये पवार साहब से पूछिए ना, हमें क्यों पूछ रहे हो आप?
ठीक है, तो अभी की सिचुएशन में क्या है? आप सिर्फ वेट एंड वॉच करेंगे उद्धव ठाकरे के इस्तीफे का इंतजार करेंगे?
वेट एंड वॉच में ही है हम लोग। हमें कोई इसमें बहुत ज्यादा हम लोगों ने हमारा इन्वॉल्व है ही नहीं। हमने सरकार में भी हम बहुत साइड को इसमें ही थे, हम लोग बहुत सरकार के इन्वॉल्व में नहीं थे। शरद पवार जी सरकार के रिमोट कंट्रोल थे, और उसका उल्लेख भी अभी उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने भी किया था। तो इसलिए हमने बोला है कि जो भी है हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ है और लड़ेंगे।
आपके सारे विधायक आपके साथ में हैं, सारे के सारे, क्योंकि विधान परिषद में आपके 2 वोट्स कम पड़े हैं।
हमारे 44 वोट हमारे साथ है,
पूरे के पूरे आपके साथ में। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया नाना पटोले। Pooja, you heard Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee Chief clearly saying that they are just waiting and watching. You know, it's like a popcorn movement for them. They can't do anything. Shiv Sena is having a trouble. They said that we were never there in the picture. We got into the picture because there was a fight between BJP and Shiv Sena. And even today, they have nothing to do because there is a fight within the Shiv Sena. They can see that the government is falling.
Isn't that also correct that the NCP and the Congress can actually not do much right now, because it will be eventually how Uddhav Thackeray manages this crisis. But how do you see beyond what is happening with the government? Do you believe that at this point it is as much about survival of the Shiv Sena and specifically Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, at this point of time, it's very clear. I mean, what will be more interesting, the numbers are now with the opposition side.
Yes.
The BJP has not said a word about it till now. We have to see that what the BJP says about this. The BJP has not come forward and said that the government is in minority and we want that they should face the no confidence motion, etc., etc. That all that thing hasn't happened yet. So what the BJP does now is going to be really important. In this rebellion, there is a BJP hand which can be clearly seen.
Yes.
There is, you don't need much political analytical mind to understand that there is a BJP hand in this. So that's very clear.
Sharad,
so,
as we are talking about the BJP, NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar is on his way to Varsha, where Uddhav Thackeray is the official Chief Minister's residence. These are the live visuals on our screen. The cavalcade of Sharad Pawar, and we'll just dip into what Mausami Singh is bringing us this ground report. Let's just listen in.
बात करने की कुछ कोशिश करेंगे। देखिए, सारे शीशे ऊपर हैं। एक तरीके से जो संकट आया है, एक सन्नाटा पसर गया है महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाड़ी सरकार के मंत्रियों में, खास तौर से जिस तरह से एनसीपी और कांग्रेस को इल्म नहीं था कि इस तरह की बगावत शिवसेना के खेमे में होगी, और उसके बाद एक तरीके से मॉरल सपोर्ट के लिए शरद पवार यहां उद्धव ठाकरे से तब मिलने आ रहे हैं जब वो खुद कोविड पॉजिटिव है। उद्धव ठाकरे खुद उन्होंने वर्चुअल बैठक ली है कैबिनेट की, और आप जानते ही हैं कि शरद पवार की अपनी सेहत जो है वो नासाज रहती है। इसके बावजूद भी ये पहली बार नहीं है जब शरद पवार ने पूरी कमान अपने हाथ में ली है, और पहले भी वो ऐसा संकट झेल चुके हैं। इस बार दोबारा आप देखिए कि किस तरह से सियासी परिपक्वता का परिचय देते हुए अपना जो गठजोड़ है अपने अलायंस पार्टनर के समर्थन में एक नैतिक आधार पे, सैद्धांतिक आधार पे सपोर्ट करने के लिए शरद पवार पहुंचे हैं वर्षा। कैमरा पर्सन संजय के साथ मौसमी सिंह।
That's Mausami Singh bringing us this ground report as Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, and of course the senior most Neta right now in the coalition government of the Mahavikas Aghadi. Sahil Joshi continues to be with us. And Sahil, at least till this time, NCP's reactions were very interesting. Sharad Pawar said, well, it's internal matter of the Shiv Sena. We'll see how this goes. But even Sharad Pawar perhaps now realizes that, time is of priority. Hours are passing by and quickly, and they can see how. Do you think this meeting, can we say, will be about a last attempt to keep the government together? because in the next few hours there could be likely the BJP just taking claim.
I'll really need to see what Uddhav Thackeray does now, because there are no procedures followed most of the time.
Yes.
Ideally, if he has realized that he doesn't want to face no confidence motion, that he should know by now that he has to face the no confidence motion, because if the BJP comes into in the play, and the first thing what the BJP will do is to go to the governor and say that this government is in the minority. Look at the media reports, the MLAs are staying at some place in Guwahati, etc., etc. So the governor can always ask the chief ministers that according to me that you have lost the confidence, please prove your majority in the house. So that is the procedure. But as Uddhav had said that he doesn't want to face the no confidence motion, so it is likely that he might resign even before that. So I think the BJP is going to wait for the movement at this point of time. The BJP, Devendra Fadnavis has told very clearly to all his leaders not to speak anything at this point of time. Just be quiet. Even Eknath Shinde, who had earlier decided that he might speak.
We are joined by Ashok Chavan, who's also a senior Congress Neta. You want to take questions to him because Congress is as closely watching this. They are stakeholder in the government. Sahil, over to you.
Mr. Chavan, thank you very much for speaking to India Today at this point of time. Mr. Chavan, first of all, do you think now that the MVA has numbers? Because looking at the speech, what Uddhav Thackeray just made a while back, it was more of an emotional appeal, but it was kind of an acceptance of the fact that he does not have the numbers at this point of time. He has also said that he is not ready to face the no confidence motion. Even before that, he is ready to resign. You think now that there is anything left in this MVA government, or you're just counting days that the government days will be over?
You see, Sahil, the situation is fluid. One can't really ascertain the number of people who are with Mr. Shinde. Physically, they may be there, but most of them would like to come back. As I was told that 2 or 3 have already left the area because they were, forcefully kept in the camp there along with the others, and quite a large number of them still would like to go back and not stay there. That means that they have been forcefully kept into Guwahati, what it seems from the people who have come back. And so, number one. Secondly, I think Uddhav's appeal is very categorical and very clear. That whatever you want to say, please come and talk to me as a Shiv Sena chief. I'm ready to listen to you. That doesn't mean that he is...
No, but Mr. Chavan, Eknath Shinde had made it very clear. If you read the resolution, it is very clear. Eknath Shinde has told very categorically to Uddhav Thackeray that they don't want to have a government with the Congress and NCP. And he is holding more MLAs than what Uddhav Thackeray has in Mumbai. In fact, I'm hearing that the number might be reaching 47 by now. And so it looks like that the BJP and this rebel group already can form the government. It's just that Uddhav Thackeray has to agree to quit and go. And that is what Uddhav Thackeray has been saying in his Facebook Live at this point of time.
You see, I would like to comment anything at this stage because the MVA partners, NCP is also there. We are a part in the government, and the Chief Minister himself has not categorically said that he would like to leave and join with the BJP. The CM has not said anything. Eknath Shinde's personally usually be there, but that doesn't mean that everybody has the same view as what Mr. Shinde has. No. So anyway, but still, the matter is issues have to be sorted out through discussions, and whether they would like to join with the BJP or not is a question which remains.
All right, that is Ashok Chavan, former Maharashtra Chief Minister, Congress leader, speaking to Sahil Joshi. Sahil, I request you to stay on with me because I'm also now being joined by BJP IT Cell Chief Amit Malviya on the phone line with me. Amit, what is the BJP next step? Because Uddhav Thackeray says, I don't want to be Chief Minister. There are rebel MLAs waiting right now to decide their next step of action. The BJP hasn't said a word yet, Amit.
Well, if Uddhav Thackeray does not want to be the Chief Minister, the next logical step for him is to resign. But he does not seem to be inclined to do so. So what's holding him back? 34 of Shiv Sena legislators have signed a letter disapproving of his government and his leadership. Today, Uddhav Thackeray, the inheritor of Balasaheb's legacy, his party and power, is an isolated man. He's not even in control of his party, let alone the government. If he can't see the writing on the wall, then I don't know what will help him do so. The truth is that he became chief minister by deceit. He has been one of the worst performing chief ministers through the COVID pandemic. He has not been able to deliver. There has been widespread corruption in his administration. His former home minister and minority affairs minister are in jail today as we speak. They are being investigated for several counts and linkages with underworld. Now, that is the administration that Uddhav Thackeray has decided over.
But Amit, there are, of course, allegations that expectedly BJP will make. But at this point, the important question will be, BJP has the biggest number right now, over 125. And if Shinde Sena has also the magic number, the BJP keeping its doors open? Are we expecting the BJP to contact Eknath Shinde anytime now?
Well, from what it looks like, it is not Shinde Sena, but Shiv Sena, and Eknath Shinde is its leader. As far as the BJP is concerned, we are going to wait and watch and see how things unfold. We are in no hurry. We have not made a comment. We are not precipitated the crisis. This is a rebellion within the Shiv Sena. Let it play out.
How do you see the next few days, Mr. Amit Malviya, for the Maharashtra coalition government? Because it was earlier expected the BJP and the Shiv Sena will come together. Eknath Shinde said Hindutva was our ideology of Bal Thackeray. It is similar to that of the BJP. We were never similar to Congress and NCP. We did not want to be with them. That is mentioned, all of that, in the resolution letter. And at this point, do you think that is also a messaging being sent to the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Let's be very clear. The mandate in Maharashtra was for a BJP-led alliance, with Shiv Sena being the junior partner. Naturally, Uddhav Thackeray cheated on us. He became chief minister by deceit. He aligned with parties which are ideologically opposed to even the Shiv Sena. And that is exactly what the resolution passed by the Sena legislators say. The truth is that he has compromised for power. He backstabbed the BJP. He became the chief minister by deceit. Now it's all come back home to him in the manner that he probably understands.
Amit, I request you to please stay on with me, because I'm also joined by senior executive editor Sahil Joshi, who would like to take a question to you. Mr. Malviya, please stay on. Sahil, over to you.
Mr. Malviya, I heard what Eknath Shinde was saying, and Eknath Shinde said that it's not his group who wants to ally with the BJP. Of course, that is the reason why he has, made this particular group, and a lot of MLAs are with him at this point of time. It may reach to 47. The BJP and this group can very well form the government. But at the same time, Eknath Shinde is trying to tell Uddhav Thackeray that keep the party intact, ally with the BJP, and we will stop this rebellion. So tomorrow there might be a possibility, if Uddhav Thackeray agrees, that there can be another BJP Shiv Sena government in Maharashtra. Will you hold the same what you said about Uddhav Thackeray, same opinion about Uddhav Thackeray, or Uddhav Thackeray's passage to BJP is completely blocked now?
Well, we have been very clear about the developments in the last 2.5 years. We have not minced our words. We have said so in public, and we are reiterating again that the mandate was for the BJP-led alliance in the state. Uddhav became chief minister by deceit, and that remains. Whatever Eknath Shinde is saying to Uddhav Thackeray, and Uddhav Thackeray's response is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena at the moment. We are going to wait and watch how this unfolds and then decide.
Well, if tomorrow Uddhav Thackeray comes to you and say, okay, bygones are bygones, let's have an alliance today. Eknath Shinde is right. He wants to have an alliance. So, Shiv Sena as a party is ready to have an alliance with BJP and let BJP form the government. Will you agree to that? Because there are a lot of MLAs in the flock right now in Eknath Shinde's group, who were on target of the BJP leaders, maybe by the central agencies as well. Now, if Uddhav Thackeray comes to you and say, let's have an alliance, will the BJP agree to that? Is that is the question?
Look, in politics, you do not respond to hypothetical situations. You respond when the situation arises. At the moment, Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers. His own legislators have disapproved of his leadership. He must step down. If there is something that is holding him back, then it is morally incumbent upon him to prove that he still has the mandate, which by all accounts does not seem to be the case at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Malviya, for speaking to India Today about this. So,
yes, and remember very interesting words there by the BJP leader here, Sahil, because obviously the BJP is clearly closely watching, and even though Amit Malviya being very cautious, they are making it look like that this coalition was never meant to be in the first place, and it was expected that they'll fall.
Yes, actually what I'm seeing right now is that, what will be more interesting to see later is what happens to Shiv Sena, what it existed today, what is going to happen to that? Because now the numbers are very clear. The BJP has succeeded in defeating the MVA government even after 2.5 years, but they have managed to do that. They have managed to do Operation Lotus successful. It is, BJP is yet to decide that, is yet to declare that. Even if Mr. Malviya is saying that we are watching the situation, the BJP is into it. We can see clearly the BJP hand in getting these people going to Guwahati and all that, all those places, even at Surat. So now the point remains, what happens to the Shiv Sena? The Shiv Sena which existed in Maharashtra since 1966. What happens to that? And the Shiv Sena with which BJP had an alliance for last 25 years, forget 2014. But even after that, they had an alliance government in Maharashtra. What happens to that party? Whether that party will exist the way TDP of Chandrababu Naidu existed, will that party be in existence?
Sahil, I do have a quick question here before we go across to our colleagues in Guwahati and also in Mumbai there. Yeah. How did you see his specific reference that I do not need the Chief Minister's position? Is he at any point also making it look like that perhaps Eknath Shinde's ambition came in the way of the government and of the Shiv Sena, that he's the one power hungry, I'm not the one?
Well, what it looks like is that it is very clear that when this government was being formed, the Shiv Sena, Congress and NCP, nobody thought that Uddhav Thackeray will accept
Sahil, we are being constantly joined by the newsmakers here, all of them talking to India Today. Now, Deepak Kesarkar, the Shiv Sena member of Legislative Assembly, is joining us, and I think you should be taking the first question to him. Over to you.
केसरकर साहब, मैंने आपकी एक बात सुनी है थोड़ी देर पहले और आप साथ नहीं है, आप एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ जाना चाहते हैं, ये बात बड़ी क्लियर है। आपने कहा कि आप जब गुवाहाटी जा रहे थे तो आपको वहां पर शिवसैनिकों ने रोका। कहां पर चूक हुई है उद्धव ठाकरे से? उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे हैं कि अगर चूक हुई है तो आइए बताइए, मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार हूं, चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप छोड़ने के लिए तैयार हूं।
All right, we seem to have lost that line, and Sahil will quickly be getting Deepak Kesarkar back. But unlikely, maybe he heard your voice and knew the question that's going to be sharp and crisp coming in with regard to Maharashtra politics. Sahil, stay on with me. We are quickly cutting across also right now to Guwahati, because that's where Eknath Shinde and his group is. Paulomi, over to you now. What does it look like? Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray have spoken already. Are we expecting more conversations? Because now everyone will want to know what Eknath Shinde has to say after Uddhav Thackeray's message.
Well, of course, that we're waiting to hear from Mr. Eknath Shinde's camp. There was a lot of talk earlier in the evening that he could possibly respond to what Uddhav Thackeray says in his Facebook address to, of course, the people of Maharashtra. But that there is no confirmation of the same as of yet as well. You can see the waiting media over here. There's a whole horde of waiting media outside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, and they're all just waiting by in case there is a press conference, in case Eknath Shinde wants to react to what Uddhav Thackeray has said to the media, then of course they're standing by for the same. Also, what we're learning as far as this evening is concerned, that there are more MLAs who are coming in to join Eknath Shinde's fold this evening. So any time between 8:30 to 10:30 is what we've been told is the window when we're expecting these MLAs to come in. Two names, of course, we know of. One is Yogesh Kadam and Sanjay Rathore, whose names have done the rounds all of this morning, that they're coming anytime, any moment now. They will be, in fact, here in Guwahati at the Radisson Blu Hotel. But it's not happened as of yet. But we're still expecting that they are going to come over here. But we've been told that there will be 4 people who will be landing in Guwahati. Who will be these 4 people? And will they add to the numbers that Eknath Shinde has at the moment? earlier when we were going through that resolution which was adopted by the Eknath Shinde camp over here, we of course broke it down and we found that there were 3 independents in it of the total of 34. So he has 31 Shiv Sainiks with him. Will he have enough and more join him in order to be successfully established as the leader of this faction of the Shiv Sena, or will he in fact approach Uddhav Thackeray, have that conversation with Uddhav Thackeray? That remains to be seen, because he has dug his heels in, and in conversations that he's had with Uddhav Thackeray over the phone, with the emissaries that Uddhav Thackeray sent as well, he's categorically stated that if the alliance with NCP and Congress continues, that is not something that he is in support of, and he will not come back on board with the Shiv Sena if this alliance is to continue.
Paulami, we are entering into the 3rd night of unpredictability, uncertainty. We do not know who's going to be taken to which resort. Are they staying there? Do you see tonight as well, perhaps, that uncertainty to continue? Because as of now, there's no reaction yet that has come from Eknath Shinde or his group. The BJP says we are not in a hurry. Amit Malviya said that to India Today just about a short while ago. So they're also clearly watching. They know they have the maximum number as of now. Uddhav Thackeray does not. So in that emotional message, I request you to stay on with me because Deepak Kesarkar, he's also a Shiv Sena MLA who's joining us now on the phone line. Mr. Kesarkar, because you had also said that BJP was a better choice for the government at this point. Do you still stand by, sir? How do you look at what Uddhav Thackeray said today? I did not want to be CM. Anyone who's interested can come and tell me I'm ready to resign.
Nobody has asked for his resignation, first of all. The issue was whether to support the same party or the same ideology which was there in Maharashtra for the last 25 years. The MLAs were demanding that the same should be continued. So this issue was not addressed at all. And this has become an emotional issue. Nobody had anything against Uddhavji because all of them love him. But the kind of treatment is being given by the coalition partners to the Shiv Sena MLAs, which is very different. And not only Shiv Sena MLAs, it is given to the Shiv Sena workers as well. So this was the basic issue. So basic issue, had it been addressed, then it would have not come to this situation.
Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, also at this point, an emotional message that came from the Chief Minister of the state. Sharad Pawar, NCP Supremo, is reaching Varsha right away. He will try his best to save the coalition government. How do you see, sir? What do you think needs to happen? Do you think Eknath Shinde, as you said, is correct, that there needs to be the next step? Or do you think the government needs to stay, will stay, because Sharad Pawar will want to have that, sir?
Whether this government should continue, it depends, because neither NCP nor Congress have enough majority to run the government. So Shiv Sena is a factor which is inevitable in Maharashtra politics. So whether to go with BJP or whether to go with this alliance partner was the question. And everybody was demanding the kind of treatment they have given to the Shiv Sena MLAs. So Shiv Sena MLAs were not happy at all with that.
Very interestingly, sir, you're saying it was never about the Chief Minister's position. It was always about the alliance. So, sir, just a final question here. Do you think time is running out now that politicians there, specifically of the Shiv Sena, need to decide? Because this is also about how the Shiv Sena is looking to the public, that there is this big rift right now. If Uddhav Thackeray continues to be the leader, decides that they can go with the BJP, do you think Shiv Sena will survive, or do you think Shiv Sena is breaking up today as you see it?
This is not today's demand. 1.5 years back also, we had spoken to Honorable PM about this, and he had a dialogue with the Honorable PM also. So if there had been a coordination between these two authorities, Maharashtra would have been benefited much more than what it is getting right now. So it is not that today is being demanded by that. It is not only the question of the kind of treatment given by the allied partner to our MLAs. It is also related to the progress of the state as well. So I think that this appeal is basically for the party workers, because party workers are very emotional. And if that will put some pressure on the party MLAs. That could also be the reason behind this appeal.
All right, Shiv Sena MLA Deepak Kesarkar, thank you so much for joining us and speaking to India Today, sir. He's saying that this is not about Chief Minister's position. This was about ideology. This was about a long pending demand of the workers, of the MLAs, of the supporters, that BJP was a better option. So very interesting days right now, even for Uddhav Thackeray, who says, I also never wanted the Chief Minister's position. I was expected to, asked to by the alliance partners, and I'm ready to resign. Come to me, tell me, and to which Kesarkar says, he already knew we had told him so. So this, remember, is all about the Shiv Sena right now, not the NCP, not the Congress. They can only sit and watch and wait for the government to survive. I'm going back to now Paulomi Saha, because Paulomi is at a very crucial location right now where all the action is. Eknath Shinde, who clearly would have watched and listened to what Uddhav Thackeray has said. So do the MLAs, whether 30 or 40 right now, Paulomi. But as we were discussing, do you think another night today where there's going to be a lot of permutations, combinations, discussions? And Amit Malviya of the BJP said, we are in no hurry.
Yes, the BJP, of course, is in no hurry. The BJP is in wait-and-watch mode. The BJP wants to ensure that this is a serious gambit, in fact, which has been floated by the Eknath Shinde camp. And without the numbers, the BJP is not going to go ahead and, in fact, go full throttle as far as this experiment is concerned. They have, of course, weakened the Mahavikas Aghadi. They have, of course, thrown a very serious challenge at the Mahavikas Aghadi, given that over the past as well, there have been attempts and there have been possible experiments which were carried out in order to, in fact, challenge the government and its stability on various issues also. But at that point of time, the MVA stuck together and the MVA survived. But in this gambit, because the rebellion has come from within itself, from within the Shiv Sena, which is one of the primary components of this alliance, obviously it's a much more serious challenge that the MVA is facing. And
stay on with me, because I just want to show to our viewers right now that on one side, Paulomi Saha is where Eknath Shinde and his group of the Sena rebel MLAs are in Guwahati. She continues to show us those visuals. On the other side is Mausami Singh outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Mausami, you sent us that live update about Sharad Pawar arriving. The meeting must have started by now. Very crucial. Sharad Pawar must be giving his experience and expertise. What do you think is happening in Mumbai right now? What is the mood on the ground that you see?
Symbolically also, politically as it is, this meeting is very critical and crucial, because this will decide where this Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government is headed. This comes close on the heels of Uddhav Thackeray doing his presser, saying that he never wanted to become Chief Minister. He's ready to resign. He's writing his resignation. And those who have rebelled should take his resignation to the governor. So here, Sharad Pawar making a move to come and meet Uddhav Thackeray really means that that the alliance partners are backing Uddhav Thackeray, are morally and emotionally and psychologically supporting Uddhav Thackeray. So very critical there, because though the situation is different this time round, but Sharad Pawar has faced rebellion earlier. He is a master strategist. Importantly, behind me you can see hectic activities, because the meeting is going on right now, and Sharad Pawar hasn't come alone. He's got an array of ministers and leaders of the NCP who've also come in, and this is at a time when Uddhav Thackeray has tested positive for COVID. So that really adds new dimension to what is at stake for the NCP, for the Congress, and also for the Shiv Sena. And at the helm of affairs, they've been able to iron out the differences. That's always been. But the problem lies in the trickle-down effect. It's really not been able to trickle down to the grassroots, and that's why you have Shiv Sena MLAs and even MPs airing their disgruntled views about
Mausami, have the Shiv Senics arrived at the location where you at? Because I remember just about 24 hours ago, there were some Shiv Senics cheering in support of Uddhav Thackeray, saying, "Tum aage badho, hum tumhare saath hain." Any of that happening today?
Could you repeat your question, Pooja?
Yes, Mausami, are there Shiv Senics or supporters or party workers who have assembled at the location to express support to their neta?
You know, there have been eruptions of support in various nook and corners. Importantly, you know, we saw a poster war that broke out, and Sanjay Raut said that this is an arrogance of 4 hours and we are politicians traditionally. So that's the poster war. So there have been eruptions, but clearly, you know, what Uddhav Thackeray says will have a trickle-down effect in the rank and file of the Shiv Sena, and that clear direction from Sanjay Raut or from Uddhav Thackeray hasn't come yet. Perhaps it's a wait-and-watch situation. Now the Shiv Sena top leadership playing it very carefully and walking each and every step very carefully. The governor cannot dissolve the assembly on his own. They know that. They've said that the MLAs, if they don't come, they've issued a whip. So the entire matter is very constitutional, and also, you know, that's one reason that Sharad Pawar is huddled in a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray.
Mosmi, you also track the Congress party very closely. You spoke to Kamal Nath, senior neta, messenger sent by the top leadership. Do you think that the Congress is just watching because they can't do much, or they also fear what if their party MLAs may just jump ship and actually align with the new alliance that could be in the forming?
Ironically, Pooja, when I interviewed Kamal Nath, the first thing he said was that the Congress was not to be blamed. And that's where the entire problem in this government stems from, that they are not natural allies. The Congress, the NCP have been arch rivals of the Shiv Sena, ideologically, character-wise, style of functioning. And the Congress...
And Mosmi, as you're telling us what the Congress party and other netas are up to, posters have erupted over Shinde support. There appears to be posters in and around Mumbai, and that in support of the rebel MLA and Minister Eknath Shinde. This is very interesting. Who are putting up these posters? Where are the supporters of Eknath Shinde? Has Uddhav Thackeray total underestimated perhaps the support that the rebel MLAs had, not just within the party but also of the supporters and workers? Or is there much more behind the curtains that is on? Posters in support of Eknath Shinde, who and other MLAs are currently in Guwahati. In his support, posters cropping up in Mumbai. Mausami Singh, Paulami Saha, Sahil Joshi and all our team of reporters continue to give us update on the same. I'm heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. India Today, the only channel, gets you the latest and fastest updates on the pot boiler that Maharashtra politics has become. Is the Aghadi government staying, or perhaps it is endgame for the government? Leaving you with these visuals and this update. Stay tuned. More after a very short break.
Watch Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, as he addresses and awards top job and wealth creators at the Business Today Best CEO Awards, 24th June 2022, The Oberoi, New Delhi.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
President Emmanuel Macron could lose control of the French National Assembly. This could throw France into political paralysis unless the president manages to stitch up a coalition with other parties. This is an important period for France and the French government, given that the man was re-elected president less than 2 months ago. So what went wrong? Who are the major players? And how is this going to impact global politics? Let's find out. Now there is French President Emmanuel Macron with his centrist ensemble of 3 major parties. They had an impressive track record during the presidential elections, and many thought that that would translate into the National Assembly win as well, but that was not to be. Second is the far-right leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon, whose leftist NUPES alliance came out with an impressive outcome. The entire alliance and the leader leads an alliance of various parties, that is socialists, communists and green parties. They had an impressive outcome, 25.66% in voting, just behind Emmanuel Macron's centrist ensemble. Now the NUPES alliance is the main rival of the centrist parties. They have been criticizing Emmanuel Macron's policies and have been highly critical of the decisions taken by the government. So they have been after President Macron and his centrist policies from the get-go. The third player is Law Republicans Party, France's centrist right establishment. Now, President Macron was looking at the Republicans to form an alliance, a coalition, to have the numbers in place. But unlikely that is going to happen, since the Republicans have clearly stated that they are going to sit in the opposition. Fourthly, we have the far-right National Rally led by Marine Le Pen. She was the runner-up in April's presidential election, so an important role that she plays. She completely stands against Macron and has been pledging that should she be an important part in decision making, she is going to look at overturning all of his policies.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Breathless political developments as they take place in the state of Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray just spoke directly to the people of Maharashtra as well to the rebel Shiv Seniks, where he pretty much said that he's got his resignation down. It's for the rebel MLAs to come pick it up and take it. Also, he threw in a googly by directly asking the rebel MLAs, how do you know that the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be a Shiv Sainik? A highly emotional appeal made by Uddhav Thackeray. What will it tantamount to? We are counting down, viewers. In just about a few minutes, we must now, anytime, hear from Eknath Shinde, who is in Guwahati with his rebel MLAs. He's going to be addressing a press conference soon. What goes down there? What is Eknath Shinde going to do? Because he claims that he has at least 46 plus MLAs with him, out of which 37 plus are from the Shiv Sena. That would mean, as per Eknath Shinde, he's bucked the anti-defection law. We're going to get you all of that, and we're going to break down the speech of Uddhav Thackeray with our panelists over the course of the next 1 hour. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Suspense grows over Uddhav Thackeray's next move. Maharashtra Chief Minister tells Shinde he is ready to step down if the minister asks. Uddhav to move back to Matoshri today. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says he enjoys the support of 46 MLAs, out of which 37 are from the Sena. As Sena firefights mega implosion, NCP Supremo arrives at Varsha Bungalow. Pawar and Uddhav meeting underway. Shinde's rebellion proves to be an advantage for the BJP. Fadnavis holds meet with party leaders in Mumbai. BJP deploys Assam Chief Minister Himanta Sharma to survey resort before rebels arrive in Guwahati. And Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on the ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says he will continue to fight ED patiently with the support of Congress workers. All right, viewers, latest news break right now coming in is that we are counting down to Eknath Shinde's press conference. He is going to hold a press conference any time now. It would be his response to Uddhav Thackeray, viewers. Uddhav Thackeray might not have even once taken the name of Eknath Shinde in his entire address to the people of Maharashtra, to the rebel cadres, to the Shiv Seniks. Not once did Uddhav Thackeray say the name of Eknath Shinde, but Uddhav Thackeray was addressing the rebel MLAs, which included Eknath Shinde, and through which his emotional appeal, he's also thrown in a googly for the Shiv Sainik rebels. He's asked them, are you sure that the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be a Shiv Sainik? I never wanted the post. I have taken it up, but my resignation is down. I have written it. Come and take it. Usually, a resignation is given or stepped down. Here, you have Uddhav Thackeray, who, viewers, is actually extending his resignation not to anybody else but to the Shiv Seniks, asking them to come and pick it up and take it, but asking them a pertinent question as well. Will the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra be a Shiv Sainik? What we are going to do, keep a keen eye on all developments as they take place. Eknath Shinde from Guwahati will be holding a press conference responding to what Uddhav Thackeray had to say. All right, viewers, also there's word coming in that in Mumbai suburbs, in the area of Kalyan, in the area of Thane is the stronghold of Eknath Shinde. Kalyan is where his son is an MP from. Both these areas, posters of Eknath Shinde have already come up. Supporters are congratulating Shinde, saying Hindutva values, Bala Sahib's legacy and teachings of Anand Dige have been carried forward by Shinde. Well, that's what's happening in the outskirts, in the areas where Eknath Shinde has a strong influence. But viewers, on the other account, we are counting down to Eknath Shinde's press conference that should take place anytime right now. What's interesting is Eknath Shinde, when he spoke to India Today, I spoke to him this afternoon and he said, viewers, that he has 46 plus MLAs with him. Out of 46, he told me that he has 37 plus MLAs of the Shiv Sena with him. However, the number of signatures of that letter which was sent to the governor saying that you cannot change the chief whip, he was the chief whip, you cannot change that. That letter had just 34 signatures in total. I want to cut across to Kamlesh Surat before we go across to all our guests who are going to be joining us through the course of the next 1 hour to get us the latest. Kamlesh, it's interesting, a resignation which was offered to the Shiv Sainik saying that my resignation has been written, come and take it, a highly emotional appeal. But through that appeal, Uddhav Thackeray has pretty much thrown a googly to the Shiv Sainiks, especially the rebels, asking them, are you sure that the next CM is going to be a Shiv Sainik?
Yes, Preeti, interestingly, as you mentioned, it's a googly by Uddhav Thackeray. Although the Chief Minister's address was publicized as Chief Minister's public address, he'll be speaking to the public of Maharashtra. But if you go to the speech very carefully, you will find that this wasn't addressed at any person in Maharashtra than Eknath Shinde. This was only meant at Eknath Shinde and the rebels with him. And I'm very sure in that Guwahati hotel, they would be listening very carefully to what Uddhav Thackeray had to say. He has offered to quit not just as a Chief Minister, but has also offered to quit as the Chief of Shiv Sena, saying that if you feel that I am no good to lead this party, I am no good to carry on as the CM of Maharashtra, I will resign, but you have to come in front of me, sit in front of me and say that and talk about it. We are willing to talk. Either Uddhav Thackeray here wants to buy time or wants to send across a strong message to the party leaders that if they want, he'll do that. But then they have to come and discuss that with him. So clearly, it has shown, it has some, in a way, thrown the rebels into a tizzy. They'll have to find a good answer. Of course, they will have a team of researchers ready with them who will be perhaps guiding Eknath Shinde and the team where we are expecting him to address a press conference. How does Eknath Shinde reply to that? Will there be another emotional appeal to reply to the emotional appeal made by Uddhav Thackeray is what remains to be seen. It's very interesting. The situation is developing in an interesting way, Preeti. But
in
Uddhav
an unusual way, Kamlesh,
has shown that calm and composure while talking to Eknath Shinde here.
Well, you're right, in an unusual way at that, because the Chief Minister would usually tender his resignation to the governor, and other ways, but not to the rebel, Shiv Sainiks in this question, because that's what he's done. He said, my resignation is down pat, come take it. I'm ready to give it to you. Emotional appeal, but will it just be an emotional appeal? Because ultimately it's going to come down to hard, cold numbers. As Eknath Shinde have them is the question. And we're going to cut across to that press conference, which he is going to hold shortly from now. But before that, viewers, Kamlesh, thank you for joining us. Coming back to you in the next 25 minutes. Cutting across to Sanjay Jha, political analyst, Swati Chaturvedi, author, columnist, Chandrasekhar Jha, leader, Shiv Sena, Sriraj Nair, political analyst, Umesh Patil, leader, NCP. I want to cut across directly to Swati Chaturvedi first. Swati, you've been following the political developments since the morning. Would you have expected the kind of Uddhav Thackeray speech? Because all of us in the newsroom were actually thinking he's going to step down when he began, but he didn't quite do so. Unusual.
No, Preeti, I was totally expecting it, because you have to understand, I have known Uddhav Thackeray now for over 20 years. The Shiv Sainiks and the Sena Pramukh have a very different kind of bond. It's a very emotional bond. It is always like, they get hurt, they appeal to the Shiv Sainiks. And in this case, Uddhav Thackeray was talking about betrayal. The biggest theme of his today's address to Maharashtra was the betrayal of the Thackeray family by its own. He was a man hurt, totally on the brink. He said, I will resign. Come and take my resignation, not the governor, not to anybody else, not to the coalition partners, but to the Shiv Sainiks. Now, the ordinary Shiv Sainik is very emotional about Matoshri and about even Uddhav Thackeray. I mean, they were crazy about Bal Thackeray. So this is something that I actually really did expect, because, this disconnect that the Sainiks have with, the Sena Pramukh is something which we actually don't see in other political parties.
All right, Sanjay Jha, yes, it's an emotional appeal. It's interesting the way it's happened right now, but ultimately it's going to come down to hard, cold numbers. Eknath Shinde seems to have them.
Well, it is very obvious that Eknath Shinde is up in the game. I mean, he's got some trump cards, no denying that. But I think it was a master stroke on the part of Uddhav to really go out and speak publicly. To take on from what Swati mentioned, and I quite agree with her, is that it is actually not just talking to Eknath Shinde. He actually was also talking to the Sainiks, because there are a lot of rumors about the fact that has Uddhav gone soft on the aggressive Hindutva that some people expect the Shiv Sena to follow, etc., etc. I think he quelled a lot of those doubts at the very beginning, but he also threw down the gauntlet at Eknath Shinde. I think that is the underlying politics of what he did right now. He basically said, listen, you want to be the chief minister, you want me to go, come and let's have a conversation. And let me tell you this, Preeti, I live in Mumbai. I know a lot of people who are part of the, supporters of Shiv Sena, some who work for the party. The truth be said, if all these people come down from Guwahati to Mumbai, let me tell you, it will be very difficult for them to dislodge Uddhav Thackeray. The truth is, when they come face to face, I think the story changes. He also spoke to all the rebels, saying that, listen, if you have a problem with me leading a coalition with the Congress and the NCP, well, what's the alternative? Let's go and have a chat about it. You have an objection to my political stance, I'm willing to step back. But he did not hesitate, Preeti, in saying what is actually a very true fact, which is that he's done a good job on the COVID. He's largely liked by a majority of people. And I said it on your show yesterday, I'll repeat it again. A lot of the anti-Shiv Sena or even the borderline people, Congress and others have begun to like Uddhav Thackeray. They believe he's administered reasonably well. His governance has been above board, and he's overall become more, shall we say, progressive Hindutva and not
but
as
Sanjay Jha, as I bring in Chandrasekhar Jha to this, there's a flip side to the administration of Uddhav Thackeray, criticized highly for not meeting his MLAs for months at end, something he tried to make amends this time around when he spoke directly to the Shiv Seniks. He said, I have been unable to meet some of the MLAs because I was unwell. I had my surgery for the last few months, but I'm making amends. I'm meeting MLAs now. So there's somewhere down the line an embedded apology as well for maybe not keeping in touch with his people, his cadre, his MLAs. He chaired multiple cabinet meetings while he's just presided on these meetings through teleconferencing and not really been there, in flesh and blood over the last many, many months, and something that has been criticized. Chandrasekhar Jha, leader Shiv Sena, joins us from Kolkata. Mr. Jha, how do you see this pan out? This address directly to the Shiv Seniks, do you think it's going to be taken well in terms of what's going on right now in Guwahati?
The message is very clear. First thing, what he has said, that he is ready to resign. So in any event, he has expressed his willingness to resign. And second thing, what he has expressed very clearly, that since some fractional issues are there, which is an internal issue which can be resolved very quickly if the fraction which has separated and Sahib will sit and will decide upon the issue. It's very clear and very exactly what he wants to say to the fraction which has divided from the party. Now, the thing is that everybody is making out an issue why he did not resign simultaneously. So, he is ready and willing to it, but let the fraction come out. The fraction has some issues and fraction wants the party to go with BJP. That's the only issue on which the thing has struck, and I believe that that issue can be already resolved, and if they sit together.
That emotional pitch, Mr. Jha, Chandrasekhar Jha, that he made with, is the next chief minister going to be a Shiv Sainik? Can you assure that? Will that touch a chord?
These are all probabilities we are debating on. Now let all the things come out in public, let all the issues be resolved between them, and then all the things will come out.
All right. Umesh Patil, leader NCP, is also with us. Patil ji, अब जब हम बात कर रहे हैं वर्षा पे, जहां से वो निकलने वाले हैं, मातोश्री जाने वाले हैं, सुप्रिया सूले और शरद पवार उनके साथ हैं। कल तक शरद पवार का कहना था कि देखिए ये शिवसेना का इंटरनल मैटर है, हम तो ऑपोजिशन में बैठने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। कुछ बदला है अभी?
नहीं, देखिए, ये कल पवार साहब ने जो कहा वो बिल्कुल सही है। ये शिवसेना का इंटरनल।
All right, we seem to have lost Umesh Patil. We're going to try and reestablish contact with him. Swati Chaturvedi, I'll pull you back into this conversation. How do you see things pan out right now? Because one thing is very clear, Eknath Shinde seems to be rather hard-nosed about, going ahead and trying to get in the numbers and possibly moving in the minute he has those numbers. Do you see anything change? Because this emotional appeal is all right, but what changes on ground?
Preeti, you said a very significant thing right now, that Uddhav Thackeray, asked the $1 million question that, okay, fine, I will go, replace me. But will it be a Shiv Sainik as a chief minister? That is really the crux of the case. What the two things he didn't mention, one was Mr. Shinde's name, and the other was the fact that this is a BJP-sponsored rebellion. This is a BJP-sponsored, coup against his government. So, this question, Mr. Shinde cannot really, is Mr. Shinde going to be the chief minister? We don't know. If it's the chief minister going to be from the BJP, then, clearly Uddhav Thackeray is showcasing to the Shiv Sena that, look, this is a man who's a turncoat, who betrayed me and ensured that the Shiv Sena doesn't even have its own chief minister. So, this was a very significant thing that Uddhav Thackeray asked. And, the repeatedly saying, come and take my resignation, I will come with you to the governor, was almost like a taunt that, will you replace me? I mean, who will, from these people, who will replace Uddhav Thackeray? The other thing is, the fact that these people went to Surat and then they flew to Guwahati. Now, who arranged the hotels? Who arranged the charter flights? All of us know that the BJP is behind it. So, by not even, he's kind of underlined that this is a BJP plotted coup and that, it will be a BJP replacement. So, I wonder how many of the Shiv Sena MLAs who are currently with Mr. Shinde are going to review this because they have to be elected again. And will they join the BJP? How will they be elected again? Because the Sena is going to make a huge story. It was like Uddhav Thackeray saying that reports of my demise are greatly exaggerated. I don't think he's lost control of Shiv Sena yet.
Sriraj Nair, spokesperson VHP. Uddhav Thackeray made also a very pertinent point when he spoke about Hindutva, and he also talked about how this might be a new Shiv Sena, but the core of the Shiv Sena is Hindutva.
Well, madam, we also, saying is one thing and what he was doing is another thing. They absolutely compromised on the Hindutva issue. We all know what they did just to seek the power. 2019 election, I am also from Mumbai and I am also a voter in Maharashtra. 2019, the voters voted for Shiv Sena BJP combined only for Hindutva. Once the election results were over, just for the sake of power, Uddhav Thackeray joined hands with those people who always ridiculed, mocked Hindu Dharma. They are the people who said Sri Ram is Kalpanik, imaginary figure. They ridiculed the movement of Ram Janmabhoomi. They ridiculed and mocked the Hindutva movement always. And that is the reason Uddhav Thackeray and his coterie is paying a heavy price for going against the ideology.
Mr. Nair, number one, they still haven't paid that price, and number two, the BJP would have many believe it was development and not Hindutva. That is why the mandate went to the BJP and the Shiv Sena. But we'll come back to that. It's a point made. Sanjay Jha, the fact is, let's talk about the Congress in midst of all of this. You had Kamal Nath there through the course of the day. If it goes the way of Eknath Shinde, sir, I'll come back to you. Sir, I'll come back to you. Give me 20 seconds. I'll come back to you. You can make your point there. Yeah, Sanjay Jha, the fact is, if things go Eknath Shinde's way, the Congress in all of this would be most vulnerable. They might have their 44 MLAs together, but once you look at it, they will disintegrate because usually MLAs have a habit of gravitating towards the party which is on the precipice of power.
Well, Preeti, I mean, at this point, and I don't want to speculate as to what's really going to happen, but one thing is pretty obvious that, if Eknath Shinde does not respond to what is a very public request by Uddhav Thackeray to come face to face and sort out that internal difference, Uddhav Thackeray will actually be checkmating him. Because remember, I think the key point is the Sainiks. If you look at the average Sena person, I mean, they are really deep-seated loyalists. I mean, no matter what happens, the Shiv Sena always does well in the BMC elections. And that is a given because the voter will never change. So the truth is that Eknath Shinde today, I think, is cornered. And we all know that this is part of the Operation Lotus game plan. Now, the BJP's playbook may actually, in a great number of ways, tumble off the floor. And one of the reasons for that could be that they have bitten more than they can chew. Because let me tell you, at some point, there has to be a floor test. Or the alternative is what? A president's rule, which nobody would like. Nobody wants a midterm election. When it comes to the floor test, I mean, they will have to have the interface. I mean, groups will have to, be in conversation. And that is why Guwahati becomes critical, because Gujarat was accessible in closer proximity. There's a reason behind Guwahati. I think you need to look at that in depth. It tells you why the BJP believes that this flock is highly susceptible. And one Mr. Deshmukh coming and telling you how he was attacked yesterday night is perhaps just the tip of the iceberg. So to use a famous quote, picture to bhi baki hai mere dost.
Well, are you totally looking on the positive side, Sanjay Jha? Because Swati, if, to say that Eknath Shinde is cornered would be a little foolhardy at this point of time. Eknath Shinde has over 30 MLAs sitting with him in Guwahati. How is he cornered?
No, but he's not got 37.
No, Preeti, I totally agree with you, mainly because we've seen today that, Uddhav Thackeray also underlined the fact that Sharad Pawar is still supporting him, and so is Kamal Nath, which is the Congress, which has two allies. Now, the Sharad Pawar factor is extremely important here, because yesterday we virtually saw Sharad Pawar kind of distancing himself from Uddhav Thackeray, from the Shiv Sena, and saying that the Chief Minister's post was Shiv Sena's, and this was an internal matter of the Shiv Sena. Today, Pawar, is kind of meeting him. So there's been a change, because also, the fact that the home portfolio in Maharashtra is held by Patil, who's from the NCP, a Sharad Pawar loyalist, who didn't see 37 MLAs, 35 MLAs go away, who have, Mumbai police security, who have PAs, who have 3 ministers to boot, is a huge failure of political intelligence as well. I mean, how did the MVA government not see this coming? The BJP has been publicly challenging them ever since this government's been made. So, it is a huge crisis. And you're right that the Congress is susceptible to poaching, but also this time the NCP is.
Sriraj Nair, I know you've been wanting to complete what you said, sir. Come in, make that rebuttal. I'm sorry I'm coming in a tad bit late. What is it that you wanted to say then?
I just wanted to say, after they took on the administration of Maharashtra, and after Uddhav Thackeray taking over as CM, we also how parks and infrastructural projects were named after Tipu Sultan. Everything what Bala Saheb's ideology was kept aside, and everything was done which could ridicule and mock Hindutva. We saw the way there was a collection drive for the Ram Mandir. There also they tried to ridicule and mock. So all this price what they're paying is for the way they mocked Hindutva, the way they crushed Hindutva movement in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is a land of saints, and we saw two saints.
May I just get a Shiv Sainik to answer that? Chandrasekhar Jha, do you believe that Shiv Sena has moved away from the cause of Hindutva?
There was no proper
investigation. It has never been. He has said, and every time he has said that we are the party with the Hindutva. First and foremost, everybody remembers his first day speech, and on the last day till today, he has said that he belongs to Hindutva. His party basis is Hindutva. So he has never deviated from Hindutva. First thing. Second,
how did he prove?
Sir, let him speak. You got uninterrupted time. Please don't interrupt.
His party has done it. And what you are saying today, you say you people are practicing Hindutva only on electoral rolls and only on electoral basis. You people are divulging people. You people are making riots. You people are doing nothing for the public, and you say that you people are following Hindutva. What kind of Hindutva you people have followed?
Yes, absolutely. Hindutva.
All right, okay, viewers, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get into a quick break. I urge our guests to stay with us. Back shortly. A quick break right now.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
If Robert Pattinson is the most attractive man in the world, Amber Heard has the world's most beautiful face. Well, if we go by science, Heard dominated headlines in recent past for her highly publicized defamation case against ex-husband Johnny Depp. Does she indeed have the most beautiful face in the world? A famous plastic surgeon thinks so, and here's why. According to London-based plastic surgeon Dr. Julian De Silva, Heard topped his list of world's most beautiful women back in 2016. The surgeon used the Greek golden ratio of beauty, phi, to support his claims. The phi ratio of 1.618 has long been thought to hold the secret for beauty. De Silva has facial scanning technology that allows him to map faces 12 key points of Heard's facial structure, including her eyes, lips, nose, chin, and overall face shape. Dr. De Silva discovered that Heard's face was 91.85% accurate to the Greek golden ratio of beauty, phi. This was even higher than other famous subjects he studied. Using the same algorithm, it was discovered that Scarlett Johansson has the most perfect eyes, Rihanna has the perfect face shape, model and actress Emily has the most beautiful lips, Kim Kardashian has the best eyebrows, supermodel Kate Moss has the perfect forehead, and singer Selena Gomez was hot on her heels.
You are watching.
Maha Agadi stares at total collapse. Political blockbuster enters climax. Uddhav roars, says ready to resign. More rebels to join Team Shinde. Can only a miracle save Uddhav now? Big focus on Newstrack. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Warm welcome, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Will it be the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray which will survive? Will Uddhav be able to save his Sena, or will it now be Shinde Sena? Uddhav Thackeray spoke a short while ago, spoke in Marathi, highly emotional speech, a direct pitch to the rebels, Eknath Shinde, though not once did he take Eknath Shinde's name, viewers, but was directly addressing the rebel MLAs. And through it all, he put in a googly saying, "Are you sure that the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be a Shiv Sainik?" Also said that I never wanted to be the Chief Minister. My resignation is down pat. Come and take it. Speaking to the rebel MLAs. Let's quickly listen in to what he said.
शिवसेना म्हणाल तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. की शिवसेनेचे काही आमदार गायब, अमुक गायब, तमुक गायब, गेले कुठे? पहिले सुरतला गेले, त्याच्यानंतर आता म्हणतात गुवाहाटीला गेले. आता त्यातल्या काही आमदारांचे आपल्याला फोन येत आहेत, आम्हाला इकडे आणले गेले, आम्हाला परत यायचंय. आपल्यामध्ये इथे असलेल्या आमदारांना काही फोन येत आहेत. मला त्याच्यामध्ये जायचंच नाहीये. मला काय म्हणायचंय की तुम्ही संख्या किती कोणाकडे आहे हा गौण आहे विषय माझ्याकडे. शेवटी ही जी काही लोकशाही आहे त्या लोकशाहीमध्ये संख्या ज्यांच्याकडे अधिक असते तो जिंकतो. मग ती तुम्ही संख्या कशी जमवता? प्रेमाने जमवता, जोर जबरदस्तीने का धमक्या दटवण्या देऊन जमवता, हे नगण्य असतं, पण समोर उभी केल्यानंतर डोकी मोजली जातात आणि अविश्वास ठराव मंजूर किंवा अमंजूर होतो. आजपर्यंत अशी अनेक आव्हानं बिनसत्तेची आपण पेललेत. हे काय मोठं आव्हान आहे? काय होईल जास्तीत जास्त? परत लढू. जोपर्यंत माझ्यासोबत शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जोडून दिलेला सारा शिवसैनिक आहे तोपर्यंत मी कोणत्याही संकटाला भीत नाही. मी आव्हानाला सामोरा जाणारा माणूस आहे. त्याच्यामुळे कोणतेही आव्हान हे घाबरून त्याला पाठ दाखवणारा नाहीये. मी तुमच्या हातामध्ये आज मी माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र तयार करून ठेवतो आहे. जे आमदार गायब आहेत किंवा त्याने गायब केलेलं आहे त्यांनी यावं आणि माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र घेऊन राजभवनमध्ये जावं. मी का नाही जात? कारण मला कोविड झालंय. त्यातून राज्यपाल महोदय म्हणाले की उद्धवजी को खुद को आने दो, चलो मैं भी आने के लिए तैयार हूं. जनता सुद्धा शिवसेनेच्या विचारावरती विश्वास ठेवून त्यांना निवडून देते आणि आपली माणसं ह्यांना सुद्धा आपल्याला एकत्र ठेवावं लागतात. का? अरे हा कुठे गेला बघा, तो कुठे गेला बघा. मग मध्येच कोणतरी गायब होतो. कुठे गेला होता? नाही मी जरा बाथरूमला गेलो होतो. म्हणजे बाथरूमला गेला तरी संशय. म्हणजे बाथरूमला म्हणजे असं म्हणतात की शंका ठीक आहे, पण लघुशंकेला गेला तरी शंका. ही कुठली लोकशाही? ही अशी लोकशाही काय मला आवडणारी आणि पटणार नाही. आणि मला वाटतं बाळासाहेबांनाही पटत नव्हतं आणि आपल्यालाही पटणार नाहीये.
All right, viewers, we're going to get you the latest, cutting across to a reporter in just about 5 minutes from Varsha, where Uddhav Thackeray is right now present, which is his residence, of the Chief Minister's residence. He's going to be now moving towards Mato Street, but he is in talks there with Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. And what we are getting to understand, what is also on the discussion table, is the possibility of giving the Chief Ministership to Eknath Shinde. All permutation combinations are being discussed as I speak. You just heard the speech of Uddhav Thackeray, emotional, digging in his heels. Usually you tender in the resignation to the governor. This time around, it seems Uddhav Thackeray tendering in his resignation to the Shiv Senics, saying, come, take it. My resignation is ready. But will the next Shiv Senik be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra, I beg your pardon, be a Shiv Senik, is the question he's left them with. We are expecting a press conference by Eknath Shinde any time now. I want to cut across to our panelists on what they make of the current political dynamic as it unfolds in Maharashtra. Sanjay Jha, political analyst; Swati Chaturvedi, author, columnist; Chandrasekhar Jha, leader Shiv Sena; Sriraj Nair, spokesperson BHP. They're all with us. Cutting across to Sanjay Jha first. Sanjay, emotional speech, yes, as we wait for Eknath Shinde, who clearly seem to have the numbers. But what's more on the table? Will just emotions work?
Well, you know, politics, Preeti, is all about your communication and your relationships. Clearly, if Uddhav is feeling today a sense of isolation, it's got to do with some element of a communication breakdown. Now, you know, I'm not aware of what the real issues were within the Sena, but what is in the public domain is largely the accepted reason why possibly, you know, we are facing this kind of a gridlock. One is the rise of Aditya Thackeray, that a lot of people in the Sena, veterans like Eknath Shinde, may have felt miffed with, saying, you know, at the end of the day, their political future will probably have a cap or a ceiling. And the second was that perhaps, you know, the Sena was not following what they believe is Bala Saheb's ideological, you know, rigidities in terms of what he wanted from the party. Now, these are all a function of the way you know your people. So the very fact that the government actually is stumped, rather the Shiv Sena is stumped, does tell you that there was an internal fault line. But then these are also things that can be sorted out. You know, as you and I know, a relationship changes over a conversation. And you know, if they meet and they actually figure out a political solution, I don't think anything will dramatically change.
Swati Chaturvedi, as emotional that the speech might be, the fact that in the same speech he inadvertently apologized to the Shiv Senic, saying, I was unwell, I couldn't meet you regularly for months there. I understand, now I'm meeting people. You know, he has woken up to the dissent brewing for so long, a little too late.
No, you're absolutely right, Preeti. You know, the fact is that he was handed the Shiv Sena on a platter by his father. And today he's fighting not just for his post, but also his party. Because, you know, if this happens, Uddhav Thackeray will be totally disinherited. But let's remember that there have been rebellions in the Shiv Sena in the past. There was Chhagan Bhujbal, there was Narayan Rane, strong men. There was Raj Thackeray, you know, doppelganger of Bal Thackeray, who thought that because he spoke like his uncle and looked like his uncle, he should inherit the Sena. He was, you know, also very rough. While Uddhav was considered the soft-spoken, very quiet photographer. He's a very talented photographer. But the fact is that Bal Thackeray, if you remember, functioned as what he called himself the remote control of the Maharashtra government. So, what today Sharad Pawar has said, which I've just also heard, that, let Shinde become CM if that's what his desire is, and, Uddhav Thackeray can be in control of the party and yet, still be the remote control of the Maharashtra government. Now, this seems like an end game which only Pawar could envisage, that, they don't lose power, the BJP still doesn't come in despite masterminding this coup, and Shinde comes back.
Chandrasekhar Jha, so does that mean somewhere down the line, which is also being discussed very deeply, that for in Uddhav Thackeray right now, he'd be willing to give up on power but save the outfit of Shiv Sena and his party? Chandrasekhar Jha.
These are all talks of probabilities.
Go ahead, sir.
These all are talks of probabilities. Let everything come out. Let everything come out. Let the fraction gets into talk with our senior leadership. Let everything come out and let it be in public that what happens next, we'll see to it.
But Mr. Jha, is there somewhere down the line at least admittance that there was dissent brewing for so long within the Shiv Sena that your own chief minister would be addressing meetings, his own cabinet through teleconferencing for actually more than months, years is what we've heard?
See, basically he was facing health issues for last 8 to 9 months since we were also not able to meet him. And it is very clear that since health issues were such serious in nature that he has to be admitted 2 to 3 times in hospital. That has also to be seen. But the fraction which has demanded something has to come out and talk with him. These issues can be resolved on table. That's not a very big issue.
Okay.
But the issue now remains that he has expressively expressed to the public as well as to his party that he is ready to resign, willing to resign.
All right, what I'm going to do is, as we count down, and I don't know how long this countdown is going to last because Eknath Shinde had promised that he's going to be speaking and holding a press conference right after Uddhav Thackeray has spoken. There's no sign of him. A lot of those rebel leaders who are sitting besides Eknath Shinde would at least be hearing in. We don't know if they did actually listen in to Uddhav Thackeray's speech, but I did, in fact, this afternoon spoke to Eknath Shinde. This is what he told us. He actually told me that he's got 46 MLAs. Out of the 46, 37 are of the Shiv Sena. That's what he claims. Listen in. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं। बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना। अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं। All right, viewers, these are the latest visuals coming in right from Varsha. Uddhav Thackeray He's meeting his supporters. What's interesting in all of this is he said he's COVID positive, but he still has people flanking him. Of course, he is wearing a mask, even though he is COVID positive. He did meet Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. But these are the latest visuals after his address. There is a stakeout by Shiv Senics right outside Varsha. And it was an emotional appeal, so one understands this outburst of emotion. And you can see Uddhav Thackeray coming out in a mask, acknowledging the kind of support which is unmasked in front of his residence, the Chief Minister's residence, which he is all set to leave. While these visuals play out, I want to cut across back to our guests this evening. Swati, is what you were talking about earlier, that there is the Shiv Senic possibly skips to a very different political beat, and that is what, in this case, Uddhav Thackeray hopes to bank upon.
Absolutely, Preeti, because this is not like the Congress party where you also have Rahul Gandhi as the heir who's not completely acceptable, but they had a G22. In the Shiv Sena, a G22, which is exactly what Mr. Shinde has now, is heresy. Because ever since the days of Bal Thackeray, whoever was the Sena Pramukh was the last word. He was the tiger, and he ruled that, if you call Mumbai a jungle, he ruled that jungle. And, when you see all these scenes today, all the MLAs who are with Mr. Shinde will be wondering about their own future. Because this is, as Uddhav Thackeray said, like a giant family, where there's family betrayal. It's almost like a soap opera, there is a wronged hero, there is he's crying victim. If you saw Uddhav's speech, if you did, he was almost teary-eyed today. I mean, I have never ever seen Uddhav Thackeray so emotional. This was like a Balasab thing, he would get emotional, he would say that, let's fix this, let's do that. But what the Shiv Senics didn't like about Uddhav was that, he was self-deprecatory, his style was understated. But today,
Swati, for somebody who's followed politics for so long, all right, okay, now these are visuals coming in of Sharad Pawar leaving the residence of the Chief Minister's residence, Varsha. He met Uddhav Thackeray alongside his daughter Supriya Sule, and what we are given to understand is he did go and put forth an option in front of Uddhav Thackeray that what if Eknath Shinde becomes CM. What we are also given to understand, Uddhav Thackeray had already put that option in front of Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde had refused. He wants the Shiv Sena to go with the BJP. Swati and Sanjay Jha and our other panelists, I'll bring you back in. Swati, I'll come back to you with what I was saying. Will optics save the day? Yes, he's crying, no, not crying, he's highly emotional, but will that just be enough?
Sometimes it would be enough, because they are talking about a party whose DNA is, Matoshri is named after Bal Thackre's wife. This is a family. This is almost like a family business. This is like an Italian family. I don't want to use that word, but you know what I mean by that word. So this is not a regular, normal political party. And now, with Shinde, okay, what Pawar has said to Shinde, and Uddhav Thackeray has also indicated that, no, I will quit, but will you take over? That exposes the power-hungry, ambitious, once and future Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. He's probably the author of this entire coup. So now, Shinde, the reason he's not doing that press conference is because he has no answer to this. Pawar, as usual, he's normally almost phoenix-like in his behavior. But today he is, this whole googly that has been bowled to Shinde by actually both Pawar and Thackeray. That, right, we don't mind. But will you take over? Will it be the Shiv Sena who's the Chief Minister? That question Shinde doesn't have an answer to right now.
Well, I'm going to go to Sanjay Jha, but before that, Mr. Jha, just give me a minute. I want to cut across, and possibly if I can ask our producers to, actually give us the surround sound of what's going on right outside Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence. Cut across in all of this din to my colleague Vidya, who's standing by. Vidya, understandably, an emotional speech delivered by Uddhav Thackeray invoking strong reactions from the Shiv Senics. We don't know how many number they are. You can maybe give us a larger indication. But what went down? Did Sharad Pawar give a suggestion to Uddhav Thackeray that offer Eknath Shinde the chief ministership?
Well, it did occur, and especially it is being said that Uddhav Thackeray did speak to Shinde and offered it the post of the chief minister. But apparently, what it is being reported is that Shinde refused, and he said that the time for that has already gone. Well, there could be many interpretations of this, but certainly at this point, it is that he has rejected the offer, and he still stands by the resolution that had come forward earlier, which meant that Shiv Sena should really join hands with the BJP and not with the other parties that has been happening in the last 2.5 years, which, according to Shinde, is only creating a disturbance in the the grassroots of the party. Everyone in Shiv Sena is disturbed by this, according to Shinde, and that's the reason he has taken this move of going away from the party until unless the BJP and Shiv Sena combined come together.
Vidya, will you stay with me? I want to also pull in colleague Maushmi, who's at Varsha. Maushmi, take us through the surround sound. What are the optics that you're seeing outside Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence?
Right, Preeti, we can see dozens of media persons huddled outside Varsha, because this is the nerve center of all the crisis that is brewing in Maharashtra. And right when NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule and other NCP leaders are in a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, this becomes extremely important, because this meeting will decide the course of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government. Clearly, this is a night of turmoil, because even as the entire day saw a turn of events, it did climax with Uddhav Thackeray holding a presser and saying that whoever wants me to not become a chief minister should come from the Shiv Sena and tell me, and I will offer my resignation. So an emotive appeal by the Maharashtra chief minister to his flock, but how much will that work? That's a big question, because there's been a studied silence on the other side in Guwahati.
Let me take a quick word in from Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, Mr. Sharad Pawar might have mooted the question that, listen, make Eknath Shinde the chief minister, but that's already been turned down, which pretty much also goes on to elucidate the BJP's role in all of this. But that aside, one might look at this emotional pitch, all the action outside Varsha, but the hard, cold facts are the numbers are not there. How much of posturing will, one go down with?
But Preeti, I think this is where I believe that Uddhav has actually done the right thing by putting out what Eknath Shinde has been saying has been his grouse, which is that the Shiv Sena has gone into a soft Hindutva mode by saying that, listen, I'm willing to resign, which means that if your ambition is to be the chief minister, come here and take over if the other allies are open to that proposition. Now, in doing that, actually now Shinde needs to bite the bullet. If he becomes the chief minister, he can afford to bring whatever version of Hindutva he believes the Shiv Sena needs. But because this is a BJP instigated revolt, I don't think Eknath Shinde can do that, which is the reason why I believe Uddhav has actually cornered Eknath Shinde. Because now what does Eknath Shinde say to the Sainiks and to the others who are in Mumbai who are supporting Uddhav? And by the way, the rebels who, if they were to come out in the open in Mumbai, might actually be standing on the other side. So the BJP may be finding itself as much exposed as Eknath Shinde. So the game, in my opinion, is just thickened in terms of what the future potentialities hold.
Swati, is the BJP exposed? Because the BJP, it seemed was quite exposed from the word go. The fact that they went to Surat, Sanjay, the fact that they were taken to Guwahati, the fact that in the morning, you had the chief minister of Assam inspect the hotel that they were in, that till last night you had Sanjay Kutte, BJP leader, with them.
Look, that is the problem, Preeti. I mean, we become so cynical about politics. Assam is facing the worst floods ever in its history. People are dying. People are underwater. And Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma goes and does a meet and greet with rebels, Shiv Sena MLAs. I mean, does he receive every hotel guest personally in Assam? I mean, this is, what the BJP is doing. The kind of abuse of the agencies, of the money they have via the electoral bonds is astonishing. And the fact that we are not calling it out. I mean, these MLAs were escorted to Surat by the Gujarat police. They took chartered flights arranged for by the BJP. They had a meet and greet with Mr. Sarma. I mean, it's so evident that the BJP is behind this. And in terms of politics, Preeti, it is very interesting that both Pawar and Thackeray did not name the BJP, but both Pawar and Thackeray have, by saying that let Mr. Shinde become CM, expose the BJP. I don't think Mr. Fadnavis will allow anyone else, to be CM. He probably doesn't want Shinde in his party because he'll be a competitor.
All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly get into a break. Appreciate all our panelists for taking the time out and joining us this evening. Thank you there. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. We are expecting Eknath Shinde's press conference. Will it happen? Well, it didn't happen on time. We're still keeping a keen eye there. Thank you all for joining us. Up next is Rahul Khan.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching.
Maha Agadi stares at total collapse. Political blockbuster enters climax. Uddhav roars, says ready to resign. More rebels to join Team Shinde. Can only a miracle save Uddhav now? Big focus on News Track.
Do you litter? Well, humans do have a habit of littering possibly everywhere, but here's something that will shock you. Human trash was found on Mars. Yes, we aren't kidding. NASA's Perseverance rover is on a mission to explore Mars planet, and while exploring, it found a piece of human trash. NASA shared images on Twitter where it can be clearly seen that a shiny litter is stuck between the rocks. It was indeed a surprise to find it in that region. So far, the Perseverance rover had no luck in finding life on Mars planet. But does finding this piece of trash really mean something? The rover actually stumbled on a piece of thermal blanket, which NASA thinks might have come from the rover's descent stage. The thermal blanket protects the rover from extreme temperatures. It is possible that the thermal blanket belongs to the rover's descent stage. But what NASA finds out is that the descent crashed 2 kilometers away from the location. So how did that piece of thermal blanket get there? The Perseverance team thought that it could have been blown away from the wind. NASA's Perseverance rover was sent to explore the red planet to find ancient signs of living. It landed on Mars in 2021 and since then has been collecting rocks, exploring the planet and sending back vital information to NASA.
watching India Today.
Maha-Agadi stares at total collapse. Political blockbuster enters climax. Uddhav roars, says ready to resign. More rebels to join Team Shinde. Can only a miracle save Uddhav now? Big focus on Newstrack. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aag Se Bachai. Powered by NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, Roz Khao Ande. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening and welcome. The Maha Political Crisis playing itself out live on India Today. Is Uddhav Thackeray going to resign? That's the big question I'm tracking on the Newstrack tonight.
Maha-Agadi stares at total collapse. Political blockbuster enters climax. Uddhav roars, says ready to resign. More rebels to join Team Shinde. Can only a miracle save Uddhav now? Big focus on Newstrack.
Here's a look at the headlines we're tracking this evening. Embattled Uddhav Thackeray says he's ready to resign if Shiv Senics have issues with him, declares that Hindutva is part of his soul. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says he has the support of 46 MLAs. Shinde claims he's not in touch with Sena or BJP leaders. As the Sena fights mega implosion, Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray. NCP chief tells his partyman not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantage BJP. Fadnavis holds meeting with party leaders in Mumbai. Union Minister Narayan Rane says the rebellion is masterminded by the wicked intellect of Sanjay Raut. Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on his ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says he'll continue to fight the ED patiently with the support of Congress workers. With his government on the brink, Uddhav Thackeray addressed his party and the people of Maharashtra earlier this evening. Speaking through Facebook Live, Uddhav said he was ready to resign but ultimately did not step down as Chief Minister. He hit out at his friend turned foe Eknath Shinde, asking Shinde to come to Mumbai and talk to him directly.
On Wednesday, as the rebellion in the Shiv Sena grew, reports trickled in from Mumbai indicating that Uddhav Thackeray may resign by the end of the day. Just after 5 p.m., the Chief Minister went live on Facebook video to set the rumors to rest, that he would not be going out without a fight.
जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
In an emotional address, Uddhav said he did not seek power or position.
त्याकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, काँग्रेसकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत आणि शिवसेनेकडनं जर तुम्ही नसाल तर ते पुढे चालणं हे कठीण आहे. मी म्हटलं पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का? मी आतापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार? ते बोलले नाही तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल.
He even said that he was all set to leave his official residence Varsha and shift back to the Thackeray ancestral property Matushri.
आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरनं मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
On the rebellion by the Shinde Sena, Uddhav said he was feeling betrayed. He also reacted to Eknath Shinde's charge that the Shiv Sena was straying from its core Hindutva ideology.
तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही.
As Uddhav dug in his heels, he made one thing clear, that he would not face a no-confidence motion in the assembly.
मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार करणार नाही, वाच्यता करणार नाही. तुम्ही सांगा मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडलं.
From now on, Uddhav is clear that he will not resign on his own. The Sena chief has made it obvious that he was ready to play the waiting game. The ball is now back in Eknath Shinde's court. With Sahil Joshi and team in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Shinde was hoping Uddhav will resign. Uddhav has not done so. There's been massive drama all through the night when the Sena MLAs who were ensconced in Surat were taken away to Guwahati by a spice jet charter. They were checked into Guwahati. That's where they've been. They claim to be 40 plus with talk of more joining them, which hasn't happened so far. One MLA said he was beaten and forcibly taken away to Surat. He wanted to come back. Here's a quick look at all the drama as it unfolded from late last evening and through the day today.
The Maharashtra political pot boiler is getting hotter by the minute. Day 2 of the Maha-Aghadi mutiny began with this image. 35 rebels posing together before being flown out of Surat to Guwahati. A massive show of strength by Shiv Sena leader and the man behind the rebellion, Eknath Shinde. Sending a stern message to Uddhav, rebel MLAs signed papers pledging support to Shinde. As the political crisis deepened amid tight security, Shinde and rebel MLAs left their hotel in Surat for Guwahati. The MLAs were received by Assam BJP MP at the Guwahati airport. After landing, Shinde reiterated that he has got the support of over 40 MLAs.
40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
The BJP too was in overdrive. Assam Chief Minister stepped into the Maha-political arena. Himanta Biswa Sarma visited the resort early morning before the arrival of Sena rebel MLAs in Guwahati. In Maharashtra, Uddhav and his Sena were firefighting. Ahead of the crucial cabinet meet, Uddhav, who was showing COVID symptoms, attended the meet virtually and declared, "We will see what happens next." Uddhav, however, does not have time to wait and watch. Shiv Sena is also running out of options.
शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष है, लड़नारा पक्ष है. हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे. ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है? ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है. सर, लेकिन प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है.
More Aghadi MLAs are headed to Guwahati to join Shinde and his rebel camp. There's no way out for Uddhav Thackeray. Numbers are not in his favor and Eknath Shinde has served an ultimatum. Now, only a miracle can save him. With Polami Saha in Guwahati, Bureau Report, India Today.
On the other hand, you've got Eknath Shinde, who's emerged as the man of the moment. He's now saying he has the support of 46 MLAs. Speaking exclusively to India Today, Shinde said he's committed to Bala Sahib's Hindutva ideology.
The Maharashtra political potboiler that began with India Today's news break is escalating by the minute. Shiv Sena strongman Eknath Shinde has pushed Maha Vikas Aghadi to the brink of collapse. Shinde, the rebel in the spotlight who bolstered the Sena's ranks in 2005, has now pushed the same party into its biggest ever crisis, less than half a way through its tenure.
कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
The rebel minister, camped since early today in BJP-ruled Assam, claims to have support of 46 MLAs. Critically, he says the number is only going to swell further. Speaking first and exclusively to India Today, Shinde confirmed that he is not going to form a new party. The rebel leader also repeated the claim that he planned to carry forward the Bal Thackeray brand of Hindutva. Shinde also claimed that he is not in touch with any party. Also, that all his options are open. All eyes are now on his next course of action. The band of rebel MLAs with Shinde includes at least 8 Maharashtra ministers camping with him in a Guwahati 5-star hotel. Shinde has time and again asked Uddhav to bury the hatchet with the BJP, saying that's the only way the Shiv Sena can be saved. Perceived as the most powerful leader in the party after the Thackerays, Shinde's rebellious war cry is having a telling effect. As Uddhav hunkers down to save his Sarkar, all that's expected next, save for a miracle, is a finishing move by the Shinde Sena. Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across live to Mumbai. Ashutosh Mishra joins us from there. He has a group of Shiv Senics who seem to be marching to Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Let's listen in.
The identity of Shiv Sena, these Shiv Senics are marching towards the Chief Minister residence with the flag, as we know that it is the battle largely to take control over the Shiv Sena. Here the Shiv Senic extending support for Uddhav Thackeray. In Mumbai, with Alok Das, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
So you've got the ground level cadre of the Shiv Sena in Mumbai supporting Uddhav Thackeray. However, the MLAs seem to be on the side of Eknath Shinde. At least 3 dozen MLAs currently in Guwahati. They've broken away from Uddhav Thackeray, majorly embarrassing this for the son of Bala Sahib Thackeray, who can't now seem to control his own party. Can we just listen for a moment to some of these Shiv Senics and see what they're saying?
ये जो शिव सैनिकों की ताकत है वो किसके साथ खड़ी है, उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ या एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ? ये आप जो शिव सैनिकों का दल देख पा रहे हैं, ये पूरा दस्ता, ये देखिए, ये मुख्यमंत्री आवास की ओर मार्च कर रहा है। एक समर्थन की कोशिश हो रही है ये दिखाने के लिए, और उद्धव ठाकरे के समर्थन में तमाम नारे लग रहे हैं दिखाने की कोशिश कि ये जो समर्थन है ये उद्धव सेना के कार्यकर्ता हैं जो दक्षिण मुंबई में अब सीधे मुख्यमंत्री आवास की ओर मार्च कर रहे हैं। इस संकट में सबसे बड़ी
Across now to one of the most consummate watchers of Maharashtra politics, Rajdeep Sardesai joins us. This Maharashtra rebellion definitely busting his holiday. He's in Phuket. I thought you'd be in a nice beach attire, enjoying the evening in Thailand. That no longer seems to be the case, Rajdeep, and you can blame not us, but the Maharashtra politicians for that. Uddhav Thackeray, the hot money was suggesting might resign. He said, I'll move from Varsha to Matoshri, which is his private residence, but hasn't said anything about resigning. Instead, he's wanting Eknath Shinde to come back to Maharashtra. What's your reading of the current state of play in Maharashtra?
Rahul, it's clear now that we are in for a long drawn-out battle. This battle isn't going to end in 24 hours because I think Uddhav Thackeray, and I'm told this by reliable sources who just met him a short while ago, has in a sense indicated that he is actually ready to dig his heels in. Contrary to what was being speculated that he might resign, even call for dissolution of the assembly, he's ready to dig his heels in because he feels that he needs to buy time. If he can buy time...
No, but buy time to what end?
His supporters are insisting that if they buy time, out of the 34 odd MLAs of the Sena who are in Guwahati, at least a dozen will return to the fold is what he's claiming. Some are claiming even more. Now, this could be bravado, but the belief is that there are three views. One is, there are three strategies. One is tire them out in Guwahati, and as one Shiv Sena MP just told me a short while ago, once they are in Mumbai, fir dekho hota hai kya. So the belief is that once they are in Mumbai, then we will come back to our original form of the street Sena. Put pressure on these MLAs through their families to return back to the fold. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray Rahul gave an emotional pitch today, trying to suggest that this is still Bala Sahib Sena. He's fighting a tough and possibly losing battle. It could be too little, too late. But there is a belief in his supporters this evening that I clearly did not sense 24 hours ago. Their belief is out of this list of 34 MLAs who are in Guwahati, only 12 are hardcore Eknath Shinde supporters. 22 of them include some who are work close to the Thackeray household, claim that they have ED cases against them like Pratap Satnaik, and therefore they have gone to Guwahati. They are hoping that with time, those MLAs can be convinced to return to the fold. They are still hoping that the longer it therefore gets prolonged, the more desperate those MLAs around Eknath Shinde will get. And finally, the fact is that the Sena, Rahul, like it or not, is still a street party. You're already seeing some signs in places like Worli in Mumbai, which are the strongholds of the Sena, where the Sena is now saying that we will not allow this government to fall. All of this, as I said, could be too little, too late. The numbers are stacked against Uddhav Thackeray at the moment. That's very clear. However, because you are in power, because you have the police force, at least in Maharashtra, still with you, the hope is that if these MLAs come back from Guwahati to Maharashtra, then things can change. Now, we don't know
why will they come back? Why will they come back? That's the point. They are safely lodged in Guwahati. Sahil Joshi also joins us. Sahil, you're listening to what Rajdeep is saying. Uddhav Thackeray seeming to dig in his heels. But to what end? What is the Matoshri Varsha camp expecting? Where do they see this battle go from here? They don't have the numbers with them at this moment. Sahil.
Well, all the desperate attempts are being made. What my sources were telling me is that even in the morning today, if you look at the day plan of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, is that he first got his antigen test done, which came positive. After that, at 1 o'clock, he was supposed to attend the cabinet meeting in Mantralaya, which he could not because he had to attend it through video conferencing. But before that, he had a long chat with Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde sitting in Guwahati. What Uddhav Thackeray offered him? Come here, I'll offer you chief ministership. Take control of Varsha. I'll go back to Matoshri. Eknath Shinde categorically told Uddhav Thackeray that the time has gone. This is not the time. You should have thought about it in 2019. That makes it very clear that Eknath Shinde does not want to have this talk. Number one. Number two, the kind of speech today Uddhav Thackeray tried to make is basically to clarify certain things on on the allegations made by Eknath Shinde camp against him. First, Eknath Shinde's tweet, which clearly says that he is not going to compromise on the issue of ideology for power. So that means he was charging Uddhav Thackeray that you compromised on the issue of ideology for your own power. That he tried to tell that he did not do it deliberately. It happened because the BJP, the way they behaved with the Shiv Senics and the party. Secondly, he made it clear again and again, he did not want to become the chief minister. It was Sharad Pawar who asked him to become the chief minister, otherwise the MVA couldn't have survived. So he is trying to put everything on somebody else, that he did not want to have anything. It happened accidentally. It just that he wanted Shiv Senic to become the chief minister, and the same offer was made to Eknath Shinde even in the morning, which Eknath Shinde has already refused. And more than that, we can see clearly a BJP hand in this operation. We can definitely see that. Otherwise, Eknath Shinde and these 40 odd MLAs wouldn't have been in Guwahati. Chief Minister of Assam, despite being involved in handling the flood situation, wouldn't have visited Hotel Resign in the wee hours in the night. But despite that, what we can see that the BJP is completely quiet. The BJP is looking at the situation very closely. They want to understand that yes, now Eknath Shinde is firm on his stand. They do not want that Ajit Pawar episode to be repeated, and that's why they're holding their cards very closely. They're watching the situation very closely. Okay. They know that their success is inch away. They just want to wait and watch and see that Eknath Shinde stands by what he has promised and get the number, and then the next is that MVA government falls.
Eknath Shinde is in Guwahati. Paulami Saha is in Guwahati outside the Radisson Hotel. What have these MLAs been doing in Guwahati all day long? There were 40 in total. How many of them are Sainiks and how many are non-Shiv Sainiks? And what's the Shinde camp telling you in Guwahati, Paulami?
Well, yes, they have been lodged, Rahul, inside this hotel, the Radisson Blu Hotel. Behind me, Ajay will show you the pictures of the premises where we've been spending the entire day. They, in fact, arrived here in the wee hours of this morning. There's been a lot of back and forth over here in terms of vehicles. The security has been tightened. They're frisking, and they are, of course, checking on individuals who are coming in. They have booked out a bulk of the rooms over here as well. What we were told by our sources within the establishment here in Assam is that 89 persons are inside the hotel. That includes supporters, that includes members of the staff of these MLAs as well. And 37 MLAs is what we were told were inside. But then, of course, we saw that resolution which was signed by the Shinde camp, and that said that there were 34 MLAs who had signed that, in fact, that resolution. So 31 from the Shiv Sena and 3 others. So that is what it appears in terms of the strength. Earlier, there was also a lot of talk earlier in the evening, Rahul, that Eknath Shinde might want to put forth his response to what Uddhav Thackeray said on that social media live. But then, of course, we were told that there is no such press conference, there is no such response or media response that she's going to make. So Eknath Shinde is currently, of course, calculating his prospects and, of course, holding his cards extremely close to his chest as to what exactly will be his next move. But like Sahil was pointing out in that conversation that he had earlier with the Chief Minister, he has categorically, of course, rejected the offer to become the Chief Minister because he said that this was something that he should have thought about earlier. And then, of course, he's got himself in a bind as well because he's very categorically stated that it is not about the Chief Ministerial position or anything of the sort. It is about the alliance that the Shiv Sena has with the NCP and the Congress, and they should be going back to the NDA.
The critical question is, what does the legal view suggest? And Sanjay Hegde joins us. Sanjay, you've got a situation where it seems at this moment that more than 2/3 of the MLAs have turned against the Chief Minister. They seem to be siding Eknath Shinde, which means that without invoking the anti-defection law, they can claim that we are the real Shiv Sena, in which case the role of the Speaker and the Governor becomes critical. The Governor is an appointee of the central government. How do you see the legal scenarios playing themselves out given the state of play?
Let me tell you one thing, Rahul, going by my experience of these matters. If, in fact, Mr. Shinde commanded 2/3 of the Sena, he would not be in Guwahati, he would have been in Bombay. The very fact that he is in Guwahati, the very fact that a couple of MLAs have already defected from Gujarat itself, shows that the numbers are not firm. Yes, there is great dissent within the Shiv Sena. How it sorts itself out is its internal problem. As far as the legality goes, to my mind, the best way out is for the governor to ask for a convening of the assembly and asking the chief minister to prove his majority on the floor of the assembly. Because there are certain consequences from that. If a chief minister is not defeated on the floor of the assembly, then he has the right to recommend dissolution, and normally the governor would be bound by such advice. So the threat of dissolution is what every incumbent chief minister or prime minister has to keep the flock together. On the other hand, it comes the question under the anti-defection law. There is no speaker, so there is only a deputy speaker. Today there was a whip issued the whip may have been disobeyed by certain MLAs. If the deputy speaker is moved with petitions under the anti-defection law, then the deputy speaker would be bound to give notice to the MLAs to come and respond. And thereafter, the deputy speaker could take the next logical step of disqualifying them or condoning the disqualification, depending on how the facts play out. So today, to make an assumption that 2/3 of the party, of the legislature party, mind, that has to be differentiated from the political party. If the legislature party 2/3 have indeed gone away, then I think there are more ways than one, and they themselves could request the governor also to convene the assembly. So
okay,
all
I've got
these
a comment from Eknath Shinde. Moments before now, he's tweeted, and I'll take our viewers through what Eknath Shinde is saying. He says the Mahavikas Aghadi has only benefited the Congress and the NCP for the first 2.5 years. Shinde in this tweet says, allies are getting stronger, the Shiv Sena is getting systematically corrupt and weaker. Shinde says it is important to get out of this unnatural alliance for survival of the Shiv Sena. Shinde is saying the decision has to be taken now in the interest of Maharashtra. Rajdeep, what is he hitting out at? Like, what is he aiming for? Because in all of what he's saying I'm a Sainik. There's no mention of the BJP. He seems to want to suggest that Uddhav Thackeray join hands with the BJP, which Uddhav clearly doesn't want to. What is Eknath Shinde's endgame?
No, it's very clear, Rahul. He's playing on the restiveness that has existed within a large section of the Shiv Sena, and indeed even some of the independent MLAs, and dare I say even some among the Congress, who believe that this alliance has benefited a few at the expense of many. And he has played the Hindutva card. Look, it's very interesting. The rebellions within the Shiv Sena, when Chhagan Bhujbal rebelled in the early 90s, it was playing the card of an OBC. When Narayan Rane rebelled at the end of the 90s, he rebelled claiming that the Shiv Sena had become a dynastical party. Eknath Shinde has rebelled saying that this party has forsaken the ideology of Maharashtra Thackeray and the commitment to Hindutva. Now, Uddhav Thackeray tried to respond to that today, saying, of course, we are the original party. But soon after that, that Facebook live that he had, he met Sharad Pawar. And even in his speech, he supported, he sort of thanked Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi for the support they had given. So Uddhav Thackeray seems to be committed at the moment to the Mahavikas Aghadi, and therefore Eknath Shinde is exploiting the restiveness, the grievances of many Shiv Sena leaders who believe the party has abandoned the path of Hindutva and trying to thereby widen the flock who may join him and thereby create a kind of BJP new Shiv Sena alliance. That I am the real Shiv Sena, and this mandate of 2019 was for a BJP Shiv Sena alliance, which was effectively stolen, or was a new government was created with the betrayal of that original mandate. So Eknath Shinde is hoping that by constantly making the point that Hindutva is what binds the BJP and Shiv Sena together, that he can in a way retain a sense of support within the Shiv Sena. The one fear that Eknath Shinde will have, and maybe Sahil will know this better, is that when these MLAs return, I repeat, when they return from Guwahati to Mumbai, will they enjoy the same support, sympathy of the average Shiv Sainik, especially in Mumbai? I know many of them are from rural Maharashtra, some are from western Maharashtra, where they know their opposition primarily is the NCP, so therefore they have every reason to be wary of the MVA. But what of the others when they come to Mumbai? Will they have that same control that they seem to have? Why is it? The question that Sanjay Hegde placed. If Eknath Shinde was so sure of the support of all these MLAs, why go to Guwahati? Why go from Surat to Guwahati? Clearly, the fear is that because the MVA still controls the Maharashtra government and police, once they come back, things can change and margins then can change dramatically. The fact at the moment, therefore, is Eknath Shinde is playing on the restiveness and anxiety of the Shiv Sena MLAs and the Shiv Sena cadre over this so-called unnatural alliance with NCP Congress.
Okay, I'm joined at this time by Nitin Raut. He's the Sena leader who returned from Surat to Mumbai. His wife had filed a missing persons complaint. Nitin Raut ji, स्वागत है आपका इंडिया टुडे पे. आप हमारे दर्शकों को तसल्ली से बताइए कि क्या हुआ आपके साथ। आप सूरत में थे, आप एकनाथ शिंदे के कैंप में थे, बताया जा रहा था कि रिबेलियन हो रहा है, फिर एकाएक ही हुआ कि आपको वापस आना, एग्जैक्टली हुआ क्या, प्लीज बताइए।
कैसा है, हम जो सूरत के होटल पे हमारे को जो ले गए, शुरू से तो हमारे को पता नहीं था कि किस लेना है करके, लेकिन वहाँ जहाँ ले गए वहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता भी हमारे को दिखे। पुलिस का 300-400 लोगों का फौज फाटा था। फिर बाद में ख्याल आया कि कुछ गड़बड़ है। वहाँ भाजपा के नेता मोहित कंबोज थे, विधायक कुटे जी थे, विधायक चौहान जी थे। फिर बाद में ख्याल आया कुछ तो भी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट गिराने का षड्यंत्र भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चालू है।
नहीं, पर आपको कुछ तो बताया गया होगा ना, जब मुंबई से सूरत गए तो क्या
नहीं, कुछ नहीं, कुछ ही बताया गया नहीं। हमारे जो गत नेता है शिंदे साहब, हम उनके गाड़ी में थे। गत नेता ने बुलाया तो आमदार का काम रहता जाने का, क्योंकि हमारे पार्टी के गत नेता है। गत नेता का आदेश चलता है पार्टी में। हम उनके गाड़ी में बैठे चले गए। बाद में सूरत जाने के बाद पता चला कि हम सूरत आए करके।
सर कोई ऐसे वर्ली से बैंड्रा तो नहीं गए ना, मुंबई से सूरत गए। मैं अपने 5 साल के बेटे को गाड़ी में बैठाता हूँ, पहले उसको समझाना पड़ता है कि कहाँ जा रहे हैं और क्यों। ऐसे कैसे कि मुंबई से सूरत पहुंच गए और आपको पता ही नहीं चला कहाँ जा रहे हैं।
5 साल के बेटे को इसलिए समाज बताना पड़ता है कि उसको समझ नहीं सकता हो। हमारे को मालूम है, हमारे नेता है, नेता ने बोला चलो, पहले गाड़ी में बैठे उनके बंगले पर से थाना गए, थाने से पालघर गए। पालघर के पास कुछ तो भी विधायक जमा हो गए। वहां से फिर गाड़ी आगे सूरत के रास्ते पे चले गई। फिर रास्ते में जाते जाते ख्याल में आया कि कुछ गड़बड़ है। फिर होटल पे पहुंचने के बाद वहाँ पुलिस की फौज थी, इतनी फौज थी कि शायद वो पुलिस की फौज हमारे लिए रखी थी देखभाल के लिए। फिर वहाँ हमारे ख्याल में आने के बाद हम निकलना चाहते थे। हम निकलने की कोशिश किया, लेकिन पुलिस लोगों ने इतना अतिरिक्त किया कि हमारे को निकलने नहीं दिया। फिर 12:30-1 के दौरान मैं वहां से निकला हूँ, जबरदस्ती वहां से निकला मैं, लेकिन मैं आगे पैदल चल रहा था, पुलिस मेरे पीछे चल रही थी। अरे भाई, मैं कोई आतंकवादी था? मेरी पुलिस पीछे चल रही थी। मेरा हक नहीं चलता मैं मेरे गाँव जाऊं? मैं वहां से निकला, मेरे पीछे 60-70 पुलिस की फौज फटा। जौरबाद में नजदीक एक चौक में आया, 3-3:30 का टाइम हो गया। मैं अकेला वहां खड़ा हुआ, रात का टाइम था, ऊपर से बारिश थी। मेरी हालत मेरे को मालूम कि वैसे टाइम कैसी हालत रहती थी। उस टाइम में मेरे नेता से कांटेक्ट किया, फोन पे मेरे गाड़ी बुलाया। वो पुलिस लोगों के ख्याल में आया कि इन्होंने गाड़ी बुलाया करके। फिर 3:30 के दौरान मेरे को 20-25 लोग पुलिस वाले ने पकड़ा, उठाया, गाड़ी में, लाल रंग के गाड़ी में दबा दिया। वहां से मेरे को दवाखाने में ले गए, सरकारी अस्पताल में। मेरे को ना कोई अटैक आया, ना कोई बीमारी थी, ना कोई मेरी बीपी बढ़ी थी, ना शुगर बढ़ी थी। मेरे को किस लिए दवाखाने में लेके गए, ये मेरे सामने प्रश्न खड़ा हुआ। वहां जाने के बाद मेरे को शंका हो गई। डॉक्टर और पुलिस वाले आपस में कुछ तो भी बात कर रहे थे। उनकी बातियां, उनका नजर, उनके वो जो बोल वचन रहते, वो कुछ संशयपद मेरे को दिखाई दे रहे थे। इसलिए मेरे दिल में एक शंका हो गई कि अपने को कुछ तो भी प्रॉब्लम खड़ा करने वाले हैं जानबूझ के। बाद में एक डॉक्टर बोलता है कि तुम्हारे को अटैक आ गया, पसीना आ गया, तुम्हारे को अटैक है। जबरदस्ती के 20-25 लोगों ने मेरे को पकड़ा, मेरे हाथ में धड़ में कुछ तो भी इंजेक्शन लगा दिया जबरदस्ती से। जैसे जानवर को इंजेक्शन लगाते वैसे एक विधायक को इंजेक्शन लगाया गुजरात के प्रशासन ने, जबरदस्ती से इंजेक्शन लगाया।
पर मुझे ये बताइए, ये मेरे पास ना
बाद में मेरे ख्याल में आया कि
एफिडेविट है सर, एक ये रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ था शिंदे जी और उनके साथ जो विधायक है, उसमें आपका सिग्नेचर नजर आ रहा है, तीसरा नाम आपका है।
आपको हिस्ट्री बता रहा, आप सिग्नेचर का बात बाद में पूछिए। पहले हॉस्पिटल में क्या हो गया इतिहास वो तो सुन लीजिए।
हाँ,
मेरे को 20-25 जने ने पकड़ा, मेरा हाथ में इंजेक्शन लगाया, जैसे जानवर को लगाते वैसे। वो इंजेक्शन किसका था, क्या था? मैं बोल रहा था मेरे को कोई लगाओ मत इंजेक्शन। पेशेंट खुद आदमी बोल रहा है कि मेरे को कोई दवाई की जरूरत नहीं, औषधि की जरूरत नहीं है, तो किस लिए मेरे को लगाया इंजेक्शन? मेरा आतंक के नाम पर कुछ जो भी मेरा घात गुजरात सरकार करना चाहती थी, मेरे ख्याल में आया। अब बताइए सिग्नेचर का क्या है? तो
नहीं, ये ना, ये जो रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ, उस रेजोल्यूशन में जो नाम है उसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है, नितिन देशमुख करके।
नहीं, दिखाई दे रहा है, मेरे को भी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है वो।
आपका नहीं है, देखिए ना, तीसरा नंबर, मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली देसाई शिवाजी राव पहला नाम है, संजय शिरस्ते सेकंड नाम है, ये तीसरा नाम नितिन देशमुख का, ये तो आप ही का नाम है ना सर?
नाम तो लिखित, नाम तो मेरा ही है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है।
अच्छा, आपके हिसाब से इस वक्त कितने ऐसे एमएलएज होंगे जो कि एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ हैं, जो कि आपके हिसाब से अपनी मर्जी से नहीं है वहां पे, जबरदस्ती, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं पुलिस ने आपके जबरदस्ती की, ऐसे कितने लोग हो सकते हैं वहां पे?
अभी वो कल पता चलेगा, मेरे शरीर के और बहुत सारे होंगे, तो 15 तो लोग सहज होंगे कि जिनको कोई पता नहीं है।
कितने लोग? 15 लोग? कैसे मालूम कि 15 लोग हैं ऐसे?
वो पता चलेगा कल परसों।
कैसे पता चलेगा?
वापस आ जाएंगे, वापस आने का पता चलेगा ना।
नहीं, आपको कैसे मालूम वो वापस आ रहे हैं?
अरे जो मेरे को मालूम है, मैं वहां था, मेरे से कुछ बातचीत कर रहे थे लोग, ये तो पता ही चलता ना मैं वहां रहने के बाद।
अच्छा, ये बताइए आपके हिसाब से होगा क्या नेक्स्ट? उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बनी रहेगी या उनको वर्षा से निकल के मातोश्री जाना ही पड़ेगा?
जाती है सरकार, आती रहेंगी, जाती रहेंगी। जो कोई विधायक कोई पार्टी में जाता है तो विधायक जाएगा, जनता नहीं जाएंगी, मतदार नहीं जाता, पदाधिकारी नहीं जाता, शिवसैनिक नहीं जाता, विधायक जाएगा। लेकिन वो मतदार संघ का शिवसैनिक नहीं लेके जा सकता, हो शिवसैनिक का वोट नहीं लेके जा सकता, शिवसेना का पदाधिकारी नहीं लेके जा सकता। सत्ता आएगी जाएगी वो बात अलग है।
नहीं तो आपको लग रहा है सरकार गिर रही है गाड़ी की?
अरे वो बता रहे गिरेंगे या नहीं गिरेंगे वो हमारा विषय नहीं है।
नहीं, पर शिंदे साहब ये आरोप लगाते हैं ना कि उद्धव ठाकरे किसी से मिलते नहीं है, बैठे रहते हैं अपने कमरे में, उनका इंटरेस्ट नहीं है किसी से मिलने में।
सब देश में एक नंबर पे आए गए उद्धव साहब, सब देश में। चलो ठीक है।
नहीं, बात करो ना, जाओगे कहां? अरे नितिन देशमुख, that was a big exclusive we just had. He's the man who ran away from Surat. We had a few tricky questions for him. You make what you will of his answers. He's of course smiling. He thinks he's done a great live interview. Stay with that frame. Stay with that frame. That is the man who claims he was forcibly taken away. Sahil Joshi, you're listening to what Nitin Deshmukh just told us. He says, I didn't find out, which I find difficult to believe because ultimately he sat in a car from Mumbai to Surat and he didn't know why he was being taken there. Interpret all of what you just heard from Nitin Deshmukh.
Well, it is like a deja vu for me because, the similar kind of interview I had, done and heard the similar kind of sentences, except, part of the Gujarat police forcibly taken to the hospital and given the injections, etc. The time when the NCP MLAs accompanied Ajit Pawar for the morning swearing in Mumbai's Raj Bhavan, the same MLAs came later and said, what should we do? Ajit Pawar called us and just took us to Raj Bhavan. After going there, we suddenly realized that this is for something else. What should we do about it? Similarly, Nitin Deshmukh is also trying to say the same thing. And he did not come back from Surat. He went all the way to Guwahati. From Guwahati, when he made, hue and cry about the situation, finally he was sent back in a chartered flight from Guwahati to Nagpur. As soon as he got down at the Nagpur airport, the first thing he spoke to media about the things, how he was treated in Surat and how he was kept forcibly with Eknath Shinde. But interestingly,
saying something about what will happen tomorrow, that 15, 16 MLAs could come back. Is that something that the Shiv Sena is counting on?
Absolutely. Shiv Sena is basically counting on that. Now just look at the people who are there at this point of time with Eknath Shinde. And some more important aspect what Nitin Deshmukh was trying to say. He said that the MLAs will go, but what about the Shiv Senics and the votes Shiv Sena get? That is how Shiv Sena survived all the rebellions since 1991. The only difference is that Chhagan Bhujbal's rebellion was against Balasaheb Thackeray, whereas Narayan Rane, Raj Thackeray and now Eknath Shinde, all three of them have rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray. That is the big difference. But to come to that point of 15 MLAs, now what Rajdeep was trying to say, when these MLAs will be back, whenever they will be back, say for an example, when tomorrow there is a no confidence motion and Shiv Sena MLAs will need to be brought back to Mumbai, they will of course be taken into whole security cordon to Maharashtra Assembly. Once they reach Assembly, what happens is going to be the interesting part.
Okay,
because there
Rajdeep,
they will have to face Uddhav Thackeray.
you just heard Nitin Deshmukh, one of the dramatis persona in this entire saga. What did you make of what he just said?
Look, as it is always possible that there are MLAs who are playing both sides.
No, but why would he play both sides, Rajdeep? Try and make some sense of that. He's not a 5-year-old child.
There are MLAs within this group of 34 who are claiming, or at least told Uddhav Thackeray, we are leaving because we are worried about ED. We have ED inquiries. We have been promised by the BJP, those ED inquiries will be immediately removed, and therefore we are going with Eknath Shinde. We are still loyal to you. This is the kind of language that has been used by some of the MLAs. Please appreciate, many of these MLAs are close to Uddhav Thackeray or the Thackeray family, and they are close to Eknath Shinde, who is a genuinely emerging mass leader within the Shiv Sena, who has contacts across the Sena. So you have a situation where MLAs have divided loyalties, and they are simply looking at which way the wind is blowing. My limited point to you, Rahul, is simply this, that yes, the MLAs may well only now be brought into Mumbai as and when there is a vote of confidence, and therefore the possibility of them being allowed to escape may not be so easy with other MLAs. But I am told, and Sahil can reconfirm this, that there is a section of the Sena which is planning tomorrow to start street agitations outside the houses of some of these MLAs, put pressure on their families, their contacts, their shakhas. Remember, particularly in and around Mumbai, not so much in rural parts, the Shiv Sena works through a strong local shakha network. That network still exists. Maharashtra Thackeray and his emotional appeal may not be there with an Uddhav Thackeray, but the network is there. So
no, but which side? And who is the network siding? That's the critical question. Ashutosh Mishra is on the ground with those Shiv Senics who are marching towards Varsha. The critical question is, who will the Sena workers, the Karyakartas, the guys who go to the Shaka, who will they support? Yashwant Deshmukh is with us from C Voter. He's been running different scenarios, looking at the numbers. Given the fact that some of these MLAs who swung away from Uddhav Thackeray to the Shinde camp could potentially do a reverse swing tomorrow, what are your various scenarios at this moment? How are you reading, Yashwant, the state of play?
Well, number game aside, Rahul, I simply feel that this was basically an unnatural alliance going against the mandate that was given by the people of Maharashtra. It was very much like something what we had seen in Jammu and Kashmir as the BJP and PDP alliance, failing on the ideological ground altogether. So it was only a matter of time when that happens. So number aside, I think there is a deep fault line in understanding. Even if Mr. Pawar asked, Mr. Thackeray to give away the chief minister post to Mr. Shinde, I doubt that is going to call the curtain, that is going to solve the problem. Because Mr. Shinde's problem is not that he is not the chief minister. I guess the big number of Shiv Sena MLAs, their problem is they see a big problem coming up in the next couple of years when they have to go back for re-election and finding it hard to understand how their natural constituency is going to gel with the constituencies of NCP and Congress voters. So it's the question of basic existential crisis of Shiv Sena on ideological ground, whether they want to evolve and look at themselves as a secular party in the future or as a party which is based in Hindutva, as Mr. Thackeray said in his remarks today, on Facebook Live. So that is something which is a critical and core critical element to what we are looking today. It was only a matter of time when that would have happened.
Vijay Krishna joins us. He's a Shiv Sena leader. The conversation that we were having about who the Sainik support, 3 dozen MLAs seem to be on the side of एकनाथ शिंदे. आपके हिसाब से जो मूलतः शिव सैनिक है, जो शाखा जाता है, जो बाला साहेब ठाकरे के वक्त से सेना से जुड़ा रहा है, वो किसके साथ है? वो एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ है या उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ है?
सभी को, राहुल कनवल जी को और सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। सर, आज एक शिवसैनिक को बहुत दुखदायक है क्योंकि शिवसेना में एक इंटरनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट आया है। अचानक हम भी ऐसा महसूस नहीं किया है कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी ऐसा बाहर जाएंगे। आज मैं बहुत संतुष्ट हूं। कारण ये है कि हमारा मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने साफ बताया कि वो उसको पदवी का लालच नहीं है। और दूसरी बात है कि बाहर के पार्टियां जो एनसीपी के पवार जी है या कांग्रेस के लीडर्स है, वो हमारा उद्धव साहब का लीडरशिप को माना है। लेकिन अचानक हमारा जो पार्टी में जो मुख्य लीडर है, उनको क्या प्रॉब्लम है? अगर वो प्रॉब्लम है तो वो सीधा आके उद्धव ठाकरे जी से बात करने का स्वतंत्र है। लेकिन ये सब नहीं हुआ है। आज मुझे और एक दुखदायक बात है कि उन्होंने कहा है अगर मुझसे आपत्ति है, मैं ये शिवसेना पदवी से, जो मुख्यमंत्री पदवी से, उससे भी मैं बाहर जाता हूं। एकनाथ शिंदे साहब भी मुख्यमंत्री बन सकते हैं। इसके बावजूद भी अगर एक रिस्पांस नहीं आ रहा है तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये अच्छी तरह का वो 3 व्हील्ड जो महाविकास आघाड़ी ऑटो ड्राइवर रहा था एकनाथ शिंदे जी, एक इमेजिनेटिव जो मर्सिडीज बेंज है बीजेपी का है, उसमें ड्राइवर बनना चाहते हैं। अगर एकनाथ शिंदे जी कट्टर शिवसैनिक हो तो क्यों, व्हाई डज ही वांट टू बिकम अ सबर्टन टू बीजेपी's लीडरशिप? मुख्यमंत्री शिवसेना का ही होगा। और हम यही मानते हैं, वी वुड लाइक टू रीअसर्ट दैट बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने वही बताया, अगर जनता के काम करना है तो जनता के पास ही जाना पड़ेगा। संजय राउत जी बहुत ठीक कहा है, अगर सत्ता गए तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है? हम उतरेंगे सड़क में उतरेंगे। और एक
correspondent Pankaj Upadhyay that Uddhav Thackeray will not resign if need be. The Agadi government will prove its majority on the floor of the House. Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, joins us. Rahul, you've been speaking to various senior leaders in the central BJP. How are they viewing the developments in Maharashtra? Are they confident that the Shiv Sena, Congress, NCP government is about to crack under its own pressures, or could there still be a chance that Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray are able to save this government?
See, Rahul, the BJP is not going to show its hands openly in this crisis. It is providing asylum protection to the MLAs, trying to ensure that Mr. Eknath Shinde's attempts to get the numbers does not falter because of some pressures from the Shiv Sena. Now, if you see that the perhaps first attempt to create a sense of legitimacy about this rebel group has started with Mr. Bharat Gorawale being appointed as the chief whip, and the whip by Sunil Prabhu of the Shiv Sena being rejected as for calling a meeting has been rejected, and that means that the first attempt for legitimacy is begun. The second bit of legitimacy comes as everybody has said, only when the numbers come crossing that 37 mark, which is critical for Mr. Shinde, because only then there can be a legitimate demand in front of the speaker that we should be identified as a separate group, and we do not defy the anti-defection law, primarily because the NCP's deputy speaker right now holds the cards. Because if Mr. Sharad Pawar is for the MVA and he tells the deputy speaker that you have to ensure that these people don't take to voting, then it's game over for Mr. Shinde. That is why Mr. Shinde first has to get the numbers. In case there is an adverse action by the deputy speaker, it can go to courts. The issue then eventually has a legitimate right going to the courts and challenging that the deputy speaker is not acting fair as per the constitutional norms are concerned. And that is why the BJP wants to protect Mr. Shinde. The fact here is, which is very critical, is what Yashwant has also said. This is not a seeming race for power. What they have done this time around, that this is an ideological race that Shinde is raising. So it is also doubtful that all these MLAs who are out in the field, their Karyakartas are also worried that if this alliance is unnatural, 2 years later when this goes to the polls, will it gel with the Congress and the NCP workers? So can there be a very strong upsurge against these MLAs on the ground, even if they come back? That's where the emotional pull is concerned. And I think what Uddhav Thackeray today has done he's trying to present a personal side. He's trying to tell the MLAs, I am ready to step down if I've been a party for Hindutva. I think it's an attempt to buy time. And that's where what Rajdeep was saying, it's an attempt to buy time, weaken the Muhim launched by Mr. Shinde and wait and see that he does not get the numbers. Right now, everybody is trying to keep their props together.
So I'm just being told that Sanjay Raut has announced that Uddhav Thackeray will leave the Varsha bungalow and stay at Matoshri. Rajdeep, that essentially means he's leaving the Chief Minister's house, going back to Bala Sahib's house. Now, Bala Sahib's house laced with symbolism. It's also Uddhav Thackeray's current house. But what do you think is the message that Uddhav Thackeray is trying to send through this shifting of residence?
It's very interesting because in the first few months of this government, when Uddhav Thackeray did become Chief Minister, he didn't spend enough time in Varsha, which is the Chief Minister's official bungalow. He used to still live at Matoshri. And one of the criticism was that he was still sort of, in a way, seeing himself as a Shiv Sena Pramukh and not as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This is all part of this emotional pitch that, I am not the person who hankers after power. I am really the true heir of Bala Sahib, who was always the remote control. Whoever wants to be Chief Minister can be. This is part of the emotional pitch, not so much to only attract the Shiv Sena MLAs today who are in Guwahati, but the Shiv Sena rank and file. You see, this battle is, yes, an ideology.
Which side is the rank and file on? Rajdeep, your broad sense of which side the rank and file is on right now?
The rank and file clearly has been anxious about this alliance, especially outside Mumbai. Those who are in rural Maharashtra, where their principal opponents are the Congress and NCP, there has been a lot of disquiet. Within Mumbai, I still believe that the Thackeray's will command, as of now, the majority support. In Thane, which is Eknath Shinde's bastion, Eknath Shinde will command a majority support. Look, Uddhav Thackeray is not Bala Sahib Thackeray. If it was Bala Sahib Thackeray, you could have safely said rank and file will fully stand behind the Thackeray family. However, there will be divided loyalties, but I do believe that deep down inside, most Sena workers will not want to see their government toppled. They would ideally like the BJP Shiv Sena to come back.
But the government doesn't topple. They then are in government with the BJP. So the government doesn't really topple.
No, so therefore, you see, they don't want Uddhav Thackeray to be humiliated in any form. So while they would be preferring a BJP Shiv Sena government, they don't want to see Uddhav Thackeray humiliated. And therefore, I think Eknath Shinde's rebellion has taken even some of them by surprise, the manner in which it has been done. I think most journalists are also surprised by the numbers that have come with Eknath Shinde. The general belief was 12 MLAs could be firmly with him. That the numbers have increased clearly suggests that the anxiety goes well beyond what most people expected. Now, the challenge again is for Eknath Shinde to retain this hold while openly challenging. He's openly challenging Uddhav Thackeray. Let's be very clear. And until now, whether Chhagan Bhujbal, Narayan Rane, Raj Thackeray, whoever has challenged the Thackerays, they've never had the majority support. This time, Eknath Shinde has shown he's actually, as of today, as of this moment, got a majority of the MLAs there with him in Guwahati.
I'm just hearing from Paulami Saha in Guwahati.
34 out of 55.
No, but Rajdeep, we are just hearing from Paulami that 4 new MLAs have reached the Guwahati hotel. They are with Chandrakant Patil, and amongst them, Paulami says, is Gulab Rao Patil, Yogesh Kadam. Is that correct, Sahil? Is that your information as well, that more MLAs have reached this Guwahati hotel?
Yes, 3 more MLAs were supposed to reach Guwahati hotel by evening. Yogesh Kadam had already
Okay, they're speaking right now. Sahil, stay with me. Let's listen in to these new MLAs. No, Sanjay Rao.
मुख्यमंत्री आता वर्षा बंगल्यातून मातोश्रीवर राहण्यासाठी निघालेले आहेत. मोह, माया, सत्ता याचा आम्हाला अजिबात लोभ नाही. आम्ही लढणारे लोक आहोत. आम्ही लढत राहू आणि शेवटी सत्याचा विजय होईल अशा प्रकारची भूमिका आहे. दोन्ही पक्षाच्या प्रमुख नेत्यांनी येऊन महाविकास आघाडीला आणि उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या संदर्भात ज्या सद्भावना व्यक्त केल्या, मग शरद पवार साहेब असतील, नाना पटोले असतील, अशोकराव चव्हाण असतील, बाळासाहेब थोरात असतील, सकाळी कमलनाथजी होते, आम्ही त्यांचे आभारी आहोत.
कारण काय आहे?
असं आहे की काही लोकांना वाटत असेल, त्यांनी आपल्या निवेदनात सांगितलेलं आहे की ते मातोश्रीवरती का राहायला चाललेले आहे. मातोश्री हे मूळ स्थान आहे शिवसेना
कि
प्रमुखांचं आणि शिवसेना
कुछ कोई मोह माया हमें नहीं है, हम वर्षा पर नहीं रहना चाहते, इसके लिए मुख्यमंत्री मातोश्री पर जाकर रहने वाले हैं। मातोश्री अब निकले, मातोश्री के लिए वो निकलेंगे और वहां जाके रहेंगे।
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे। फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
जर सरकार वाचवायचं असेल,
माननीय पवार साहेबांनी असा कोणताही सल्ला दिला नाही, किंबहुना ही लढाई आपण शेवटपर्यंत लढायची अशा प्रकारचं भूमिका माननीय शरद पवार साहेबांनी घेतलेली आहे।
Really, it's not what you just heard from Sanjay Raut, but the fact that 4 new MLAs have now reached Guwahati. Sahil, Uddhav Thackeray was expecting MLAs from Guwahati to come back to Mumbai. Here the ball seems to be swinging the other way. People who are at Varsha have now ended up at the Radisson Hotel, Sahil.
The chartered flights are in full swing from Mumbai to Guwahati, from Surat to Guwahati, and from Guwahati to Nagpur as well. So, it's a very interesting game. But, I just want to add one point in what Rajdeep was trying to say. He specifically mentioned about the numbers, that when earlier rebellion happened, they never could get so many MLAs on their side, whereas Eknath Shinde has managed to get it. The biggest difference between the rebels earlier and what happened now is that was the time when Shiv Sena was not in power. The fight was not to come to power. The fight was, the way Shiv Sena was being handled. There was internal party issues, and that is the reason why the rebellions happened. Chhagan Bhujbal had problems with Manoj Joshi, he left the Sena. Narayan Rane had problems with Uddhav Thackeray, he left the Sena. Raj Thackeray had problems with Uddhav Thackeray, he left Sena. But here, the difference is that some other party is, fueling this anger amongst supporters of Eknath Shinde, MLAs of Shiv Sena, that they break away from Shiv Sena, come with us and let's form the government. The problem is whether their revolt is against the Uddhav Thackeray government. Even if it is about the Congress NCP, finally the government is of Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde's tweets also are making it clear that whatever this government is, this is against Shiv Sena and against the interests of Shiv Senics, is what he's trying to underline very clearly. And there is a hashtag also beneath the tweet which says Hindutva. So, he is trying to make it an ideological fight. No, but Eknath Shinde was never known for making an ideological fight in the past.
No, but what's very clear is, as of this moment, with the additional 4 MLAs reaching Guwahati, the tide seems to be in favor of Eknath Shinde's camp. Now, unless there is some massive change in the picture, and as the Shiv Sena expects, or Uddhav Thackeray expects, that MLAs will come back from Guwahati, MLAs, more than 2/3 of the Shiv Sena MLAs in the assembly are on the side of the rebel. And what a mess this is for Uddhav Thackeray, the son of the great Bala Sahib Thackeray, who couldn't keep his own flock together. He's moving now from Varsha to Matoshri, trying to appeal to the emotional sentiment of being in the house where Bala Sahib resided. But because of his inaccessibility, because of his style of functioning, he has now cut himself away from these MLAs. But the story is not done. Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar is immensely wily, as you know, have decided they will stay on and fight. And this is your ringside view to all the action in Maharashtra as it unfolds. We'll track it right here on India Today. I'm slipping into a break. More details coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Watch Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, as he addresses and awards top job and wealth creators at the Business Today Best CEO Awards, 24th June 2022, The Oberoi, New Delhi.
are watching India Today.
Yes, you read that right. Marijuana is legal. Thailand became Asia's first country to legalize marijuana.
ดีใจครับ ผมเกิดในยุคที่กัญชาและกระท่อมถูกกฎหมาย
But smoking away is not that easy. Although people in Thailand are allowed to possess and grow marijuana, there are some legal complications. Possession and sale of weed is legal, but if one is found smoking outside home, they will be fined or arrested. Thailand wishes to promote the medical use of marijuana. Public Health Minister Anutin Charnivirakul said if weed is used under the correct awareness, it is like gold. Something valuable, it should be promoted. The government in Thailand wishes to create awareness rather than punishing people. The change came after the country's legalization of medicinal cannabis. But even the legalization of medicinal marijuana is huge for the country. Thailand is very strict with its anti-drug laws. For the new generation, it's a dream come true. While possession and sale of cannabis is now legal, smoking the substance outside your home could still get you arrested. Offenders could potentially be fined 25,000 baht, that's about $780, and face up to 3 months in jail.
They cook with it, they make medicine with it, they make textile with it. They live with it regularly. It's not so alien for them. So to have this native plant back into their hands is just amazing.
People in Thailand see this as a revolutionary move. Since the legalization of weed, people have risen to celebrate the occasion.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed.
My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Warm welcome viewers, you're watching News Today. I am Preeti Chaudhary. An emotional appeal made by Uddhav Thackeray, but has it come a tad little too late? On the other side, is it now going to be the Shinde Sena with numbers mounting in the favour of Eknath Shinde? The latest coming in viewers. 3 more MLAs from Mumbai are making their way to Guwahati as I speak. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Embattled Uddhav Thackeray says he is ready to resign if Shiv Sainiks have issues with him. Declares that Hindutva is part of his soul. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says he has the support of 46 MLAs, 37 of those are from the Shiv Sena. Shinde claims he's not in touch with Sena or BJP leaders. As Sena firefights mega implosion, Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav. NCP chief tells his party men not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantage BJP. Fadnavis holds meet with party leaders in Mumbai. Union Minister Narayan Rane says the rebellion is masterminded by the wicked intellect of Sanjay Raut. Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on the ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says he will continue to fight ED patiently with the support of Congress workers. Congress insults NDA's pick for president nominee. Draupadi Murmu calls her in fact a dummy president. BJP accuses Congress of insulting women and tribals. Turmoil in AIDMK as EPS versus OPS returns. OPS urges General Council members to skip key meet, which could make EPS the unitary leader for the party. Oil tumbles below $110 per barrel as US government calls for fuel tax cut. In midst of the economic uncertainty, rupee falls to a fresh low. The Indian currency depreciates 30 paisa close at 78.39 against the US dollar. And tragedy strikes Afghanistan again. Massive earthquake. 6.0 magnitude deadly quake claims 1,000 lives in Afghanistan. Nearly 15,000 people are injured. All right, viewers, you heard the emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray, and now Eknath Shinde has hit out. Shinde tweeted a short while ago that the Mahavikas Aghadi benefited only the Congress and the NCP for 2.5 years. He also says only Aghadi allies are getting stronger. Uddhav, meanwhile, has dug in his heels. Shinde still remains defiant. There might be an emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray, but viewers, hard, cold numbers side with Eknath Shinde. Shinde was to hold a press conference. He hasn't quite done it. But after Uddhav's emotional pitch, speaking directly to the rebels, saying, I never wanted power. I have already written down my resignation. The rebel MLAs can come and take it. But he also threw in a googly. He asked the rebel MLAs that, how do you know that the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be a Shiv Sainik? On the other hand, Eknath Shinde was to hold a press conference an hour ago. He hasn't done so. He's chosen the medium of the social media platform Twitter to hit back at Uddhav Thackeray. He said that the Mahavikas Aghadi has been corrupt and he wants to make it very clear that he wants Uddhav Thackeray to leave this unholy alliance, is what he is saying, that has continued for 2.5 years. He also says only Aghadi allies are getting stronger. The Shiv Sena, as per Eknath Shinde, is getting weaker. I'm going to get you the latest visuals that are coming in from Guwahati, where all the MLAs along with Eknath Shinde are holed up at the Radisson Hotel. These are the lobby shots from the Radisson Hotel there. As we speak, viewers, 3 more Sena MLAs have reached Guwahati to back Eknath Shinde. Manjula Govt, Yogesh Kadam and Gulab Rao Patil have joined the rebel gang, and clearly now visuals pouring out, them touching the feet of Eknath Shinde. You can see Eknath Shinde being surrounded by all the rebels. A mood of jubilation. It does seem, because they have the numbers. Eknath Shinde spoke to India Today this afternoon. I spoke to him, in fact, and he told me that he has 46 plus MLAs and 37 of them are from the Shiv Sena, which, viewers, directly means that he will buck the anti-defection law from kicking in if he has that figure of 37. I want to quickly cut across to Polumi Saha, my colleague, who's reporting from Guwahati outside the Radisson Hotel, where these visuals are streaming from. Jubilant visuals of Shinde Sena, if I might call it, Polumi, where the 3 new MLAs that have defected now into the Eknath Shinde camp, coming in, touching the feet of Eknath Shinde. What's the latest that you're getting it?
Preeti, to just correct that figure, 4 new MLAs have now joined the Shinde camp. That's Gulab Rao Patil, that's Manjula Govt, Chandrakant Patil and Yogesh Kadam. 4 new MLAs who've joined the Shinde camp. And those are the jubilant scenes. As you see the Shinde camp, and their numbers grow at this moment. Remember, earlier we did report on the resolution which was signed by the Shinde camp, which suggested that there were 31 Sena MLAs and 3 independents who were on board with Eknath Shinde in terms of this rebellion, which he has, of course, hoisted against the Uddhav Shiv Sena camp. And now what we're learning is that 4 new MLAs, they in fact drove in right before our eyes. Chandrakant Patil, Gulab Rao Patil, Manjula Govt and Yogesh Kadam. Chandrakant Patil and Manjula Govt are independent MLAs. In fact, Chandrakant Patil, as my colleague Kamlesh in Mumbai, who covers this extensively, informs, Chandrakant Patil had in fact, as an independent MLA, defeated Eknath Khadsey's daughter from the Muktainagar assembly seat, and he was very upset when recently Eknath Khadsey, as an NCP candidate, entered the Legislative Council of Maharashtra. He was just elected as an MLC in Maharashtra. So Chandrakant Patil is quite upset about that, and that's why he's come and joined the Eknath Shinde camp. And there is Manjula Govt, who is an independent MLA as well, who in fact has expressed her support for the Shiv Sena. And from the Shiv Sena, it's Gulab Rao Patil, a minister in the Uddhav government, who has now joined ranks with Eknath Shinde and also Yogesh Kadam.
So 2 from the Shiv Sena, 2 independents is what we are getting in right now in Guwahati, and these are the visuals, viewers, that are filtering in. Clearly, visuals of jubilation. You can see a beaming Eknath Shinde. The Shinde Sena, if I may say, is only getting stronger. This video clip is taken on purpose to show the show of strength of Eknath Shinde. And you can see the number of MLAs all standing next to him. And, well, he has the numbers, cold, clear numbers, up against virtually highly emotive appeal to these very Shiv Senics who now stand shoulder by shoulder with Eknath Shinde. Before I cut across to the next news break, I want to quickly pull in Polumi for a quick update. Polumi, what's the number? Eknath Shinde had claimed to us he already has over the 37 mark which he needs from the Shiv Sena in terms of MLAs. Now, that anyway could be posturing, but any indication what's the number gone up to right now with the MLAs that he has, especially from the Sena?
Well, Preeti, because a lot of numbers have been bandied about through the entire day, let's just go with what's been on paper, really. And that is the resolution that was signed by the Shinde camp today. 34 MLAs signed that resolution, in fact, which was, of course, saying that the Shiv Sena should pull out of the Mahavikas Aghadi government and should not continue with the NCP Congress. So 34 MLAs on that, 31 belong to the Shiv Sena and 3 other independents. Now, if you count the 4 more, yes. If you count the 4 more that have gone in right now, so 34 plus 4, the total strength stands at 38. And as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, that's 31 plus 2. So Shiv Sena stands at 33 and the total strength, as we see it, stands at 38, Preeti.
All right, 38 total strength, 33 of the 38 come from the Shiv Sena, 4 short of the magic 37 mark that Eknath Shinde needs to reach that proverbial magic figure for him where the anti-defection law will not kick in. Paulomi, stay with me. I'm going to quickly get into the next news break that is coming in. Sanjay Raut, meanwhile, has said that Uddhav will not resign. He's confident of a floor test win. We are looking now possibly at a floor test. Another big twist coming in. Multiple statements have been given by Sanjay Raut and knives are out for Sanjay Raut. Some from within the Shiv Sena, the others from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the latest is that Sanjay Raut has said Uddhav's not resigning. He's going to fight to the finish. He will go in for a floor test. Mind you, viewers, Uddhav Thackeray, when he was giving that address, said he doesn't want to go in for a floor test. So the emotional appeal is not quite working. Listen in to Sanjay Raut.
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री क्या एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री के लिए
ऐसी कोई बात नहीं हो गई है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, ये आप गलत न्यूज चला रहे हो जी। पर मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे।
यानी कि इस्तीफा नहीं देने जा रहे हैं, अभी इस्तीफा देने नहीं जा रहे।
फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर बड़ी खबर, अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
ऑलराइट, उद्धव ठाकरे चीफ मिनिस्टर है, चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेंगे is what Sanjay Raut says this evening. I'll give you, context to that. This morning, viewers, at about 9 a.m., Sanjay Raut says, अगर सत्ता छोड़नी पड़ी तो छोड़ देंगे. Well, it seems that the Uddhav camp has decided to dig in its heels. Sanjay Raut maintains that Shiv Sena is now open for a floor test, something which Uddhav Thackeray said that he's not looking at a floor test. Interesting developments. Things are changing by not just the hour, possibly within minutes. Cutting across to Ashutosh, my colleague, who's joining us from the Chief Minister's residence. Ashutosh, you are at Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence, a residence which Uddhav Thackeray will now leave and go back to Matushri. What are the optics? What are you seeing? We had Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, who met Uddhav Thackeray. They've left now. Sanjay Raut has gone ahead and met him, coming out with that strong statement. We don't know what's there to back it. But what are you witnessing? Quick update, then we'll move on.
Well, Preeti, we usually call it optics, but politically it's also about the messaging. And after Uddhav Thackeray's that appeal, now what we see, the Shiv Sainiks are on the road. So I just moved from Varsha towards Matoshri at the Uddhav Thackeray with family members. He'll be leaving through on the sea route. And here, from the southern Mumbai to the western part to the Matoshri to Bandra, here on the ceiling, several pockets you see the Shiv Sainik men, women with the flowers and the saffron flag, the identity of Shiv Sena. They all are just showing strength. And as you know, I've been saying that right after this appeal, the impact could be seen within 24 hours. And this is one of such strength, show of strength of the Shiv Sainiks, their unity, that they are, the messages, placards, everything that they're carrying, saying that they are with Uddhav Thackeray. Now remember, this is what is unfolding in Mumbai. And since Uddhav Thackeray, when he realized that power could not be in his hand anymore after rebel by Eknath Shinde, but it is also to have a power on Shiv Sena. And this would only come after his appeal. And unless you have Shiv Sainiks on board, the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, which he is carrying, unless you have the support of the grassroots cadre, clearly that will be difficult politically to survive.
Get us some reactions. Get us some reactions, Ashutosh, then we're going to quickly move on.
Of course, Preeti. And that's very important. That's very important. अब एकनाथ शिंदे, तो वो एकनाथ आपको लगता है कि वो शिंदे सेना होगी या शिव सेना पर वर्चस्व? ये लड़ाई आपको सिर्फ कुर्सी की दिखती है, लगता है कि पार्टी पर भी मुश्किल होगा? शिव सैनिक किसके साथ खड़े होंगे ऐसे समय में?
शिंदे सेना कभी नहीं होगी, शिवसेना ही रहेगी। ये बाला साहब की शिवसेना है और हमारे सब शिव सैनिक है। हम मरते दम तक शिव सैनिक ही रहेंगे। शिवसेना कभी शिंदे सेना नहीं होगी।
आज जो उद्धव ठाकरे ने अपील की, आप लोगों ने सुना, देखा उसको? जो उद्धव ठाकरे ने बात कही, सुना आपने उनको?
बहुत अच्छा बोला है हमारे साहब ने और बहुत अच्छी तरह उन्होंने रखा है लोगों के सामने और उसी लिए हम लोग हमारे साहब के साथ है, उद्धव साहब के साथ है।
लेकिन विधायक जिस तरह से अभी 2 और गुवाहाटी पहुंच गए, आपके पास जिनको आपने चुना था वो विधायक शिवसेना के अब एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ खड़े हो रहे हैं, ऐसे में पार्टी की कमान किसके हाथ में बची रह जाएगी? कहां तक जाएगी ये लड़ाई?
नहीं, हमारे जो साहब है उनके हाथ में ही कमान रहेगी और आखिर तक हम लोग, जब तक हमारे शिव सैनिक है और इसीलिए हम लोग उनको बल देने के लिए इधर खड़े हैं।
क्या बगावत से शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ता भी टूटेंगे? इसमें भी टूट दिखाई पड़ेगी?
बिल्कुल नहीं, कार्यकर्ता कभी भी टूटेंगे नहीं। हम लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ शिव सैनिक ही रहेंगे और साहब का साथ कभी छोड़ेंगे नहीं।
And this just happened, Preeti, right after the appeal by Uddhav Thackeray that all across the Mumbai street, and particularly since they know this is the route where Uddhav Thackeray will pass
well,
through
Ashutosh, I'm just giving you a quick heads
welcoming to greet and
that
to show their
Uddhav Thackeray,
solidarity.
along with his family, is ready to move from Varsha on to Matoshri, so he'll be passing you anytime soon. We're going to come back with those visuals, but viewers, what a day it's been. Multiple political developments, breathless at that. Now, his government is clearly on the brink. Many thought, us in the newsroom, that Uddhav Thackeray, when he came on with that address, is going to step down. He did. He dug in his heels. Usually, resignations are extended to the governor, where the chief minister is concerned. He extended the resignation to the rebel leader, saying, I've written my resignation, come take it. But will the next chief minister be that a Shiv Sainik? Throw a googly. But till now, it doesn't seem that that emotional appeal has cut through where the rebel MLAs are concerned, because viewers, as we speak, 4 more rebel MLAs, 2 independent, 2 from the Shiv Sena, have joined the Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati. All right, cavalcade of the current chief minister, at least till now, of Maharashtra, leaving Varsha, his residence, onwards to Matoshri. Why it's happening for those who are joining us? Because Uddhav in that emotional appeal says, I want no trappings of the chief minister. I'm going to leave Varsha where I live. Varsha, viewers, is the chief minister's residence. He says, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to go back to my home, to Matoshri. So that's what he's doing. He had a bit of meetings there, political meetings. Even though he says he's COVID positive, he did meet Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, then Sanjay Raut later. One thing is clear, the stance of the Shiv Sena in the morning was reconciliatory. They wanted to make, build bridges with Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. Huge emotional appeal going on in the evening. But now it seems they're getting prepared to fight it out to the end, even if it comes to a floor test. So Uddhav Thackeray, viewers, has left the CM's residence Varsha on his way to Matoshri. And we are getting you visuals of that cavalcade. All right, viewers, let me quickly take you through those visuals coming in of Uddhav Thackeray leaving Varsha. Hectic political developments going. It's not a day that has ended for us, or rather even Uddhav Thackeray and all that's going down in Maharashtra right now. Uddhav Thackeray has left for Matoshri. A lot of Shiv Sainik, my colleague Ashutosh was pointing out, lining up the road. Maybe we'll get a close-up shot of those visuals as well through the course of the next 45 minutes. We're going to try and decode, understand what's really going on in the state of Maharashtra, teetering on the brink of a collapse in Uddhav Sarkar, if one might call it. Uddhav's emotional appeal has come, but has it come a tad too late? That's the question. The fact that there was dissent brewing within his lot for so long, how is that the chief minister didn't pick up? But very quickly, let's take you through on what's gone down through the course of the day.
On Wednesday, as the rebellion in the Shiv Sena grew, reports trickled in from Mumbai indicating that Uddhav Thackeray may resign by the end of the day. Just after 5 p.m, the Chief Minister went live on Facebook video to set the rumours to rest, that he would not be going out without a fight.
जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
In an emotional address, Uddhav said he did not seek power or position.
त्याकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, काँग्रेसकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत आणि शिवसेनेकडनं जर तुम्ही नसाल तर ते पुढे चालणं हे कठीण आहे. मी म्हटलं पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का? मी आतापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार? ते बोलले नाही तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल.
He even said that he was all set to leave his official residence Varsha and shift back to the Thackeray ancestral property Matushri.
आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
On the rebellion by the Shinde Sena, Uddhav said he was feeling betrayed. He also reacted to Eknath Shinde's charge that the Shiv Sena was straying from its core Hindutva ideology.
तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही.
As Uddhav dug in his heels, he made one thing clear, that he would not face a no-confidence motion in the assembly.
मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार करणार नाही, वाच्यता करणार नाही. तुम्ही सांगा मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडलं.
From now on, Uddhav is clear that he will not resign on his own. The Sena chief has made it obvious that he was ready to play the waiting game. The ball is now back in Eknath Shinde's court. With Sahil Joshi and team in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Quickly, viewers, let's cut across to our panelist. Can Uddhav Thackeray save his Sena, or has the time come for Shinde Sena? Joining me all the way on his holiday, Rajdeep Sardesai. The tumultuous political winds blowing from Maharashtra have found him in Thailand. He'll be joining us. Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor. Sahil Joshi, Senior Executive Editor. Anand Dubey, Shiv Sena Leader. Mahesh Thapse, NCP Spokesperson. Deshrata Nigam, Political Analyst. Javed Ansari, Senior Journalist. I want to immediately cut across to our Shiv Sena Spokesperson. I believe we have him for a very short time. Mr. Anand Dubey, you know, a lot has changed since the morning. The morning began with Sanjay Raut coming out and saying, सुबह उन्होंने दुबे जी बोला था कि सत्ता जाती है तो जाए, संगठन पार्टी संभालना है. रात तक वो कमेंट बदला है कि फ्लोर टेस्ट तक जाएंगे, आखिर तक लड़ेंगे.
मैडम, कल से और आज के बीच में 10 बार हमारे नेताओं ने शिंदे जी से संपर्क किया, बातचीत किया. हमने सुना था कि बहुत बड़े से बड़ा विवाद संवाद से हल हो जाता है, बड़े से बड़ी उलझन बातचीत से खत्म हो जाती है. लेकिन यहाँ बातचीत करना किसको है? जब आदरणीय उद्धव ठाकरे जी कह रहे हैं कि शिंदे साहब आपको क्या चाहिए, मुख्यमंत्री बनना है, पार्टी में सर्वोच्च पद चाहिए, आइए बैठ के बातचीत करते हैं, जो कह देंगे मैं मान लूंगा. लेकिन मेरे पास आइए, उन्हें आना नहीं है. वो गुजरात से गुवाहाटी चले जाते हैं. एक तरफ कहते हैं कि हम बाला साहब ठाकरे के शिव सैनिक हैं, एक तरफ कहते हैं कि हम असली हिंदुत्व को मानने वाले शिव सैनिक हैं, और एक तरफ हमारे सर के पीठ में छुरा भोगते हो. आज उन्होंने जो कहा है भावनात्मक अपने इसमें फेसबुक में कि जब कुल्हाड़ी लकड़ी को काटती है तो लकड़ी को इस पर दर्द नहीं होता कि कुल्हाड़ी काट रही है, दर्द तो उस पर होता है कि जिस कुल्हाड़ी में वो लकड़ी लगी है वो उसी कटने वाले पेड़ की टहनी से बनी हुई है. तो हमारी टहनी तो कट गई, हमारी टहनी को तो किसी और ने अपनी जाल में फंसा लिया. रही बात सरकार की, हमने कभी सत्ता का मुंह नहीं देखा. हमने मनोहर जोशी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, नारायण राणे जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, हमने खुद भी नहीं बनना चाहा. जब शरद पवार जी ने कहा कि नहीं आप बनिए, नहीं तो संभल नहीं पाएगा, कोई किसी की बात मानेगा नहीं, तो उद्धव जी ने कहा मैं तो कभी महापौर के चुनाव में भी उनको बधाई देने जाता हूं, मुझे तो कुछ आइडिया नहीं है, अनुभव नहीं है. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, धीरे धीरे हो जाएगा, आप काम करिए, आपका कुशल नेतृत्व है, आपका प्रशासन अच्छा है. ये सब करने के बाद अरे मुख्यमंत्री का पद चाहिए, हमने तो वर्षा भी छोड़ दिया.
आप साहेब बोल रहे हैं, दुबे साहब
छोड़ दिया.
दुबे साहब आप साहेब बोल रहे हैं उद्धव ठाकरे जी को, पर जो आप ही के साहेब थे, जो उन्होंने आज जो बोला है शाम को, साफ ये भी तो कहा है ना कि देखिए मैं मिल नहीं पाया आप लोगों से, जब समय था, क्योंकि टेली कॉन्फ्रेंस थी, जब चेयर करते थे टेली कॉन्फ्रेंस के थ्रू ही मिलते थे, तो मिल नहीं पाए, थोड़ा लेट नहीं हो गया? ये पहले नहीं समझना चाहिए था कि
उसका कारण बताया। हाँ, उसका कारण बताया कि मेरे एक बड़ी ऑपरेशन हुई थी, जिसके बाद 2-2.5 महीने में कैसे कैसे संभला हूं मैं ही जानता हूं। ये उनका व्यक्तिगत मामला था, लेकिन अब चूंकि देखिए एक मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वो भी बीमार हो सकते हैं, फिर भी उन्होंने वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग बगल वाले अपने अस्पताल के जो रूम होते हैं वहां से उन्होंने कोई काम रोका नहीं। कोविड के समय में प्रधानमंत्री से लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट, WHO ने उनकी तारीफ की, टॉप 5 मुख्यमंत्री में उनका नाम आया। ठीक है, वो बहुत ज्यादा भाषण नहीं
दुबे साहब आप कह रहे हैं अभी, दुबे साहब तो आप अभी कह रहे हैं कि अब जो रिकंसिलिएशन थी, जो बातचीत हो रही थी एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ, वो अब नहीं होगी आगे, क्योंकि
उनकी तरफ से हमारी तरफ से आज भी दरवाजे खुले हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि आज भी आइए, बैठ के बात करिए, कौन सा पद चाहिए, कौन सी सत्ता चाहिए।
अपील के बाद 4 और MLA चले गए उनके पक्ष में।
बस वही कह रहा हूं कि इन्हें न बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा से लेना देना है, न हिंदुत्व से लेना देना है, न शिवसेना से लेना देना है।
मुंह देख रहे हैं आप कह रहे हैं।
इन्हें महत्वाकांक्षा है, अति महत्वाकांक्षा। किसी ने सगुफा छोड़ा होगा कि आपको तो प्रधानमंत्री बनवा देंगे, हमारा चेला बन जाइए। बस देखिए इस लेवल की राजनीति।
बहुत शुक्रिया सर हमसे बात करने का। I want to cut across right now to Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, who's joining us. Rajdeep, you've been tracking all the details very closely. I want to ask you, a little too late, you know, there's been mutiny brewing in the ranks for a while now. You've suddenly woken up and admitted that there was something going wrong, and the emotional appeal coming now?
It would seem so, Preeti. Clearly the momentum is with Eknath Shinde, and therefore Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal on Facebook may well have come a little too late. Even his move tonight from Varsha, the official chief minister's residence, to his own personal residence of Matoshri, almost suggesting as if he's renouncing the perks of the chief minister's office, may also have come too late. Because when the Shiv Sena lost that 5th seat in the Rajya Sabha election 2 weeks ago, when they lost the MLC election, of course, a couple of days ago, the writing in a way was on the wall. Once you knew that the BJP had got as many as 134 votes out of 288, with a dozen Shiv Sena MLAs cross-voting, you should have been able to put your team together, get your act together, and been able to control the damage. That clearly didn't happen. Somewhere there was something seriously wrong in the Shiv Sena's ability, or the Shiv Sena leadership's ability, to gauge the extent of this dissent. I remember speaking to a Shiv Sena leader just a few days ago, and they said, oh, there are just 5 or 6 people who are dissenting. Eknath Shinde's name has been doing the rounds for some time as someone who feels aggrieved that he believes he should have been given far more importance than possibly even an Aditya Thackeray, the son of the chief minister. And yet, at no stage was a serious attempt made to understand what was happening on the ground. Let's also be very clear here, Preeti. There's an inevitability to what has been happening. The alliance that was formed in November 2019 was an unnatural alliance. There was an element of betrayal. So there was a sense that this alliance, particularly as you came closer to the next election of 2024, and importantly, the Mumbai Municipal Corporation election, which is really the cash cow for parties like the Shiv Sena, now scheduled for October, November, some of these fault lines, some of the fissures would come out into the open. And that's exactly what has happened. But your challenge was, how do you accommodate, conciliate, and be able to meet the ever-rising demands of ambitious leaders like Eknath Shinde? So clearly there was a failure to gauge that. And you were hoping that the emotional appeal, the fact that all of these leaders have come through the Bala Sahib Thackeray era, owe an allegiance to the family, dynastic privilege alone is not enough to ensure commitment of the new generation of Shiv Sainiks. And I think somewhere they miscalculated. Now, is the miscalculation of a kind that will cost the government? As of today, it appears so. The numbers appear heavily stacked against Uddhav Thackeray. Their only hope now is that when these MLAs do return to Mumbai, as they will have to at some stage, will the Shiv Sainik rank and file rally behind Uddhav Thackeray, or will even that only be limited to Mumbai and not to pockets beyond that? So clearly, as of today, the odds seem heavily stacked against Uddhav Thackeray's government surviving what seems a concerted attempt, not just on the part of the Shiv Sena, but also the BJP. Let's be clear. No BJP leader, including Devendra Fadnavis, may have come out in the open. But when you move from one BJP-ruled state like Gujarat to another BJP-ruled state like Assam, the BJP stamp is all over this operation, a new kind of Operation Lotus. They only this time are moving step by step, waiting for that magic number of 37 MLAs, where the breakaway group will have 2/3 and therefore not attract the anti-defection law. Once that is done, and they are very close and may even have crossed it now with some MLAs reaching Guwahati, once they do that, then I believe it is almost game, set and possibly match to Eknath Shinde.
Well, the optics, go more than that, where the BJP's role is, Rajdeep, till yesterday you had Sanjay Kutte, who was a BJP leader who was with these rebel MLAs in Surat. This morning, you had Himanta Biswa Sarma, who was actually inspecting the hotel where these MLAs are holed up in. But I'll, come back to it. Well, they, in terms of, the hardcore numbers lie with Eknath Shinde, but not entirely. So they're, they might be close or within kissing distance, even with the 4 MLAs that have gone now to Eknath Shinde's camp. 2 are independent, 2 of them are from the Shiv Sena, which makes the Shiv Sena count reach about 33. So they're still about 4 short of that magic figure. But how do you see, Rajdeep, before I'll let you go, how do you see things pan out over the next few days? Because whatever goes down, the fact is the odds are stacked against Uddhav Thackeray, but it's also going to impact the Mahavikas Aghadi. Things are not going to be all hunky-dory where the NCP or the Congress is concerned. There are going to be fissures and fault lines which will only widen there.
Absolutely. And it's not just about a government in Maharashtra. Let's be very clear. The BJP just a couple of months ago won a huge victory in Uttar Pradesh. Now, after Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra is the state with the second largest, biggest chunk of Lok Sabha MPs. If the opposition loses that, what is the opposition really looking forward to as you build into 2024? You've just got a couple of states today, Bengal led by Mamata Banerjee, almost as, and Stalin's Tamil Nadu. I don't count Andhra Pradesh, which seems very close to the government at the center, or Odisha as opposition ruled states. But these are the only 2 bastions, real bastions left. If Maharashtra goes and the BJP comes to power in combination with this new Shiv Sena, as they are calling it, then you have a situation where genuinely the BJP completely dominates Western and Northern India, has complete dominance over Northeast, and will hope to retain Karnataka in the south. What it will then suggest as you build up to 2024 is a completely demoralized opposition. And that, in a sense, is why this Maharashtra election has become this Maharashtra trial of strength, battle, whatever you call it, is so significant. And I think, in a sense, 2019 November, the coming together of the Shiv Sena NCP Congress was only able to stave temporarily the BJP juggernaut. The BJP, particularly Devendra Fadnavis, has not forgiven or forgotten what happened then, the manner in which he felt he was betrayed and the mandate was stolen from him. And they've been building towards this. Let's be clear, Preeti, if there was no COVID in 2020 and 2021, the BJP may well have struck earlier. They've been smarting, waiting for their moment, and they have sensed a vulnerable chink in Eknath Shinde, someone who's a mass leader in Thane, but who has commanded financial resources, has a lot of support among Shiv Sena MLAs and a section of the rank and file, and used him in a way to plot the demise of this government. And what really surprises me is that the Shiv Sena, or indeed the NCP, did not see the writing on the wall after what happened in the Rajya Sabha elections. Why did they not act swiftly enough? Or maybe this has been in the planning for 6 months, as some has been saying. This has been in the planning for 6 months. They've been waiting for the right time to strike, and they wanted to strike before the Mumbai Municipal Corporation and Thane Municipal Corporation elections. Right. They've chosen this moment just before the monsoon session, and thereby create a mahal that the opposition is completely disintegrating, and the BJP's Ashwamedh Yagna, if you can call it that, is marching once again from state to state.
All right, Rajiv, we're going to let you go. Apologies and sympathies that this big news story breaks on that 1 week that you've taken off. You have a good holiday for the next couple of days, but we're going to keep calling you back. Well, that's water, and cheers to that as well. I want to cut across right now to Mahesh Tapse, NCP spokesperson, who's joining us. Mr. Tapse, the fact is it might not be game over yet, but you're inching rather close towards that. Sharad Pawar met Uddhav Thackeray a short while ago. Was the idea once again mooted that give Eknath Shinde chief ministership, something which is already turned down by him yesterday in that conversation he had with Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, good evening, Preeti. Let me tell you that NCP has supported the Shiv Sena in 2019, and we stand by the choice of Chief Minister that the Shiv Sena will give up, will put in. I think Mr. Pawar Sahib made it very clear, amply clear when he spoke to the media in Delhi that the Chief Minister post lies with the Shiv Sena and it's up to the Shiv Sena whom they want to give. Today, Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has spoken his heart out very directly, and he has made a very emotional appeal not only to his legislators but to his party cadre at large. I am very certain and very optimistic that all those legislators who heard him will come back to the party fold, and this rebellion, which is fueled by the BJP. We know it's definitely fueled by the BJP. This rebellion will rest.
Mr. Tapse, is the NCP open to a floor test? Because when it comes to the dissolution of the House in the morning, it was very clearly put forth by the NCP that they weren't very keen. Even yesterday, you had Sharad Pawar, and there's a lot to read between the lines on what he said. This is an internal battle of the Shiv Sena. We'd rather sit in the opposition if this breaks.
See, ifs and buts does not work in politics. Today, the rebel group does not have the requisite number 37. They are not in a position to make a breakaway group which can be recognized by the Election Commission under the various provisions of the anti-defection law. They have certain numbers, but the magic figure of 37 from the Shiv Sena does not seem to be there. And hence this dilly-dallying and this show of strength and show of numbers. If at all they had these numbers, I'm sure they would have come in.
But they're inching close, Mr. Tapse. It's not that they're very far off. I'll bring in Rahul Srivastav as well into this conversation. Rahul, how do you see all of this? Because not only is it the litmus test for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, which clearly is now plunged into political turmoil. We'll only know the fate, I'm quite sure, rather quickly than later. But having said that, this is also a testimony, documentary to the leadership of the Shiv Sena, where it comes down to Uddhav Thackeray and his son, even Aditya Thackeray.
Yes, Preeti, there is a charge sheet against these MLAs who are camping in Guwahati against Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. But if you look at the situation today, after you spoke to Mr. Eknath Shinde in that exclusive chat, he gave certain numbers, but he was reluctant to talk about the number of Shiv Sena MLAs as part of that group which is there in Radisson Hotel in Guwahati. Now that's where lies the catch. The number game is still not intact. Often and unless Mr. Eknath Shinde has 37 or more, that legitimacy element with which he can go to the election commission, he can go to the speaker to be recognized as a separate group. And in case it is rejected by an NCP deputy speaker right now, he can go to the courts, because then it's all clear as far as the anti-defection law is concerned. A legitimacy battle has begun with Mr. Eknath Shinde announcing that Mr. Bharat Gogawale, a Mahad MLA, is going to be the chief whip of the Shiv Sena and not Sunil Prabhu. A battle is on there. So there is a legitimacy attempt going on. So this is exactly what Mr. Shinde wants to do. But what Mr. Shinde actually has done, as we were discussing yesterday also, is created an emotive Hindutva plank to wield a knife against Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. And that is why Uddhav Thackeray today is trying to say that I don't hanker for post. I never wanted to be chief minister. And I'm going out of Varsha and I'm going to live in Matoshri. Remember, Matoshri has a great emotive appeal. So there is a Hindutva appeal by Mr. Eknath Shinde to all Shiv Senics. There is a personal appeal by Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. Between these two appeals, the number game becomes critical only till when Mr. Shinde gets those 37 MLAs. And till the time that does not happen,
right,
Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has the time to win back his flocks. And that is why...
Well, you know, he's only bleeding. Rahul, he's only bleeding even after that emotional appeal. Two from his own flock have gone and joined Eknath Shinde, two independents. But I want to cut across to Javed Ansari. But before I do that, let's listen in to what Eknath Shinde told me this afternoon, viewers. It's rather interesting because when we kept trying to ask him, and I kept trying to ask him, we're going to play that out. In just a minute, we're going to play that out. But let's bring in Javed Ansari into this conversation. Javed, the fact is where the Congress is also concerned in all of this, where the NCP is concerned. You know, Mr. Thackeray might say that, you know, we are all good, everything is fine, our lot is intact. But once, you know, it becomes clear that the power lies with an ex-party, which is Eknath Shinde here, usually political history stands testimony that MLAs gravitate towards the party which is standing on the precipice of power. Do you see the likes of the Congress, the likes of the NCP being very vulnerable then?
Well, you can't rule it out. If a party like Shiv Sena can be vulnerable to poaching, then certainly I don't see how the Congress can remain out of the ambit. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and this alliance, this has been an uneasy alliance. This wasn't a natural alliance. Let me put it this way. From the very beginning, they came together to prevent Mr. Fadnavis and the BJP from coming to power. They had to, and in any coming together, when more than one party aligns, you have to make compromises. Sena has had to make compromises. The Congress is a peripheral player. It's mainly Sena and Mr. Pawar's party, the NCP, which are in the driving seat. The Congress is a peripheral player. But of course, what prevents the BJP from poaching into the Congress will be a low-hanging fruit, because you need lesser numbers to break the Congress. So, but all this is all academic. Everything depends on whether or not Mr. Shinde can get to that 37 or more figure. If he can get 37, then he can effectively, bring about a split. He will be recognized as a separate entity. If he doesn't, then he runs the risk of being of the speaker disqualifying them. Then this will be the other dynamics will come into play. But certainly at the moment, the Agadi has a mountain to climb. This government, if again I say, if at all it survives, it will be a lame duck government.
All right, well, let's now listen in because what's going on? Yes, in the last 1 hour after that emotional appeal of Uddhav Thackeray, two more from the Shiv Sena, 4 in all, 2 are independent, 2 more from the Shiv Sena have gone and joined Eknath Shinde's flock. This afternoon, strangely, Eknath Shinde insisted to India Today that he has 37 plus from the Shiv Sena, 46 plus in total MLAs. Listen in to what he had to say. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं। बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास?
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है, उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी। और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया। ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ। मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ, जो 46 है।
सर, फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर, एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
I want to cut across to Desh Ratan Nigam, political analyst. Sir, appreciate the patience. Thank you for staying with us. Mr. Nigam, I want to ask you, till now, the BJP hasn't been outrightly vocal. The fact, yes, there was Sanjay Kutte, BJP leader, yesterday in Surat. You had the Chief Minister of Assam in the morning inspect the resort that these MLAs were going to get booked into. And one can understand, the tepidness to all of this because they've been burnt earlier. How do you think that the BJP is viewing the situation as they unfold?
Well, I think since I'm not the spokesperson for the BJP, I can only speculate. The classic situation, if you, summarize Uddhav Thackeray, want to resign but will not resign, is the motto. And why is he not resigning? Because if you see the stand is continuously shifting. On one hand, Uddhav Thackeray says he will not face the floor test because it will hurt him. Sanjay Raut says we'll go to the floor test. Look at the strategy. So there is some kind of an external pressure, and most probably from the NCP, which is not allowing him to resign. Clear, because in desperation, the Shinde was offered CM-ship also, which he clearly declined. This is about, straying from the path of Hindutva, which is an all-encompassing and inclusive philosophy, which the Uddhav Thackeray willingly or unwillingly left. Because I am saying unwillingly because there is a possibility that because of the hostile alliance and coalition, he was compelled to leave that Hindutva philosophy. And that is where the people, the MLAs, got the feedback from the ground, from the voters and the supporters, that the alienation of Shiv Sena is taking place on the ground. And MLAs are very sensitive to the opinion of their own voters and supporters, and hence this situation has developed. Now, once they have the numbers 37, which is the magic number when the anti-defection law will not apply, then I believe they will be in a very clear position. I don't know whether they have it or not. Tonight will make it very clear. Then they will be in a very clear position to take a very clear stand legally and constitutionally. And they have made it very clear that Shiv Sena has to break from the MVA. That they have also made it very clear. So the only possibility which remains out here is a combination of Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party, which may give a stable government in Maharashtra. And what we saw recently in Maharashtra is something that we all are worried about. Ketki actress is put behind bars. Today she got a bail after 1.5 months. And a student also being sent behind the bars because he also wrote something against Pawar. Or if you recall the Palghar incident which had happened, or Hanuman Chalisa. So everything was building up, and there was actually, and believe me, there was a feedback from the ground that Shiv Sena is getting alienated from the people. And that is where the whole issue boils down to.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the desperation of the MVA, and especially NCP, it does not want to let go of power. At the same time, they don't also want to be, seen as if they are washing their hands off, calling it an internal matter of Shiv Sena, then offering CM ship to Shinde is something, there is a lot of confusion there also. They are also not very clear which side the entire Shiv Sena may go. So clearly today the position is, as Rajdeep clearly said, momentum is mass into velocity. Mass represents the number of, MLAs that they have, and the velocity with which number of MLAs are, gravitating towards Shinde is something which clearly gives a superior position to Eknath Shinde and the possible combination of Bharatiya Janata Party and this breakaway group.
All right. I just want to, for closing comments, I want to bring in all three of you very quickly. Rahul Srivastava, what Mr. Nigam said also ties into what you've also been stating, that entire Hindutva factor, which Eknath Shinde wants to leverage, to beat Uddhav Thackeray about. But Uddhav Thackeray also turned it around and did put, or at least attempted to, put the rebels in this moral conundrum when he said, can you say that the next chief minister is going to be a Shiv Sainik? All right, visuals coming in of Uddhav Thackeray leaving Varsha, flower petals galore, all of that. Yes, go ahead, Rahul. Make your point while we play these visuals.
You see, I think I'll make a very quick point here. It is a clash between two men now belonging to the Shiv Sena. One saying, this is not about power, this is about Hindutva. The other saying, this is not about power, this is about Shiv Sena. I think both of them are trying to create a situation in which there are emotional pulls. Which ones the larger number of Shiv Sena men are going to accept, that is going to perhaps decide the end of this battle and the outcome.
Javed, I'll bring you in on this. Would you think, and Uddhav Thackeray, especially with, what he said during his speech, speaking to the Shiv Sainiks, talking about the Sangathan, talking about Shiv Sena, it's interesting, at a level, because he seems to be okay right now to give up power or to trade, being in power to protect leadership of his own leadership and the party, which is the Shiv Sena.
Yes, for him, it's now even if the government goes, his priority would be to save his leadership, for him to save the party, to continue as leader of the Shiv Sena, the official group Shiv Sena. He would want to be the leader of that. He's pitching Mr. Shinde's claim of Hindutva against his own appeal of being the natural inheritor of Mr. Thackeray's legacy.
Well, it's interesting. Well, does Eknath Shinde have the numbers? That's the big question, because if Eknath Shinde had the numbers, he would possibly be now in Mumbai with the BJP staking claim. These are visuals, viewers, of Uddhav Thackeray and his family. You can actually see. Let's listen it. Let's dip into the end.
आदित्य शिव सेना की जीत होगी आदित्य शिव सेना की जीत होगी आदित्य भाई आदित्य आदित्य जी आदित्य जी आदित्य जी आदित्य जी यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि शिव सैनिक कुछ यूं निकलते हुए और कुल मिला के जो संदेश देने की कोशिश है, काफिला अभी भी रुका हुआ है। उद्धव ठाकरे आगे थे और आदित्य ठाकरे और रश्मि ठाकरे साथ में निकलते हुए मातोश्री के लिए, और इसके साथ ही जो पलटवार किया है एक सियासी रूप से इमोटिव अपील करके और ये भावनात्मक स्टेप लेके, तो उनके पक्ष में समर्थन भी आ गया है।
All right, so you see the cavalcade there of Uddhav Thackeray's family. They are leaving from the Chief Minister's residence, Varsha, all the way to Matoshri. It's interesting how things are going to play out. We're going to leave our viewers with these visuals as they play out. An emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray, but has it come too late? And a classic example of that is 1 hour after that appeal, viewers, 1 hour after that appeal, 2 more MLAs from the Shiv Sena defected to the Eknath Shinde camp, and 2 independents are with Eknath Shinde. I want to cut across back okay, let's try and dip in. I want to cut, if we have Mr. Nigam back, is he with us? All right, we have Deshratan Nigam, who is still with us right now. Mr. Nigam, we were talking about, Hindutva, but that aside, but ultimately, even the BJP would not want to go in for midterm elections right now. It's not just the NCP or the Congress.
In fact, Preeti, if elections are forced upon the people of Maharashtra, then I believe the BJP will be in the most advantageous position. However, given the fact it requires a lot of time, energy and money, nobody wants to go in for fresh elections. But however, if it was not about CM-ship, then why did Uddhav Thackeray, leave the BJP alliance in the first place and became the chief minister? That's a moot question to be asked. And if you recall, the Shiv Sena had clearly said that we will share the CM-ship, 2.5 years for Shiv Sena and 2.5 years for BJP. Now 2.5 years for Shiv Sena is over now. So you need to go deep into such kind of questions and to actually lift the curtain and see the real scene behind the curtain. Now what is happening today?
2.5 years because that rotational CM-ship wasn't given to Uddhav, made him leave the alliance with the BJP. His 2.5 years is over. It's time, as what Ms. Nigam says, of Devendra Fadnavis to come back, who always has felt that power was snatched away from him because the mandate belonged to the Sena and the BJP.
Yes, obviously, it's a hostile alliance that we have in the form of MVA today.
Right.
And Shiv Sena is actually suffering at the ground level because they can't take the stand on Hindutva very clearly. Whether it is Hanuman Chalisa, they are in contradiction with the popular sentiment of their own voters and supporters.
I'll just bring in Rahul Srivastav as well, our National Affairs Editor, to take that question. Rahul, would you want to answer that question?
Vijay, what Mr. Shada was saying was not very clear. Can you please repeat it?
Rahul, that we were talking about is that no party would really at this point of time want midterm election, be it the BJP, the NCP, Congress or the Sena.
Actually, there is a valid point in that. The NCP does not want elections at this moment. And that is the reason why Mr. Sharad Pawar went and met Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and perhaps might be tying his hands. And I think that could well be a deciding factor in what the NCP Deputy Speaker does if the push comes to shove. The second very important element, Congress does not want an election quickly, primarily because the Congress may lose a lot of ground. The BJP definitely is ready for a situation in which, if nothing else, it will like to have a clear, clean position in which it can go into elections under President's rule, because the BJP feels at this moment, if Mr. Uddhav Thackeray loses that Hindutva plank that was built by Mr. Bal Thackeray, then the BJP, which used to be playing second fiddle to the Shiv Sena at one time, but now is number one as far as the Hindutva template is concerned, the BJP stands to benefit. Top leaders are saying, if it is elections, then we are prepared for it. And we may come back, the BJP says we may come back with our own majority.
Well, gentlemen, appreciate you joining us. We are going to, get our viewers the vantage position, the ringside view as things develop. The Maharashtra government plunged into abject political chaos. These visuals coming in of the cavalcade of Uddhav Thackeray moving from Varsha to Matoshri, Chief Minister's residence, to his private residence. And I hand over from here on to Gaurav Savant, my colleague, who's going to take it from here.
These images on your screen tell the story. Is this endgame Uddhav Thackeray? He's packed his bags. He's left official Chief Minister's residence, Varsha. He's en route Matoshri. And you're looking at these images. There are Shiv Sainiks lining up the road on either side of that road from Varsha to Matoshri. But does he have the numbers? Does he have the numbers or just these Shiv Sainiks? Because Eknath Shinde seems to be having the support of more than 30 Shiv Sena MLAs. Some argue close to 40 MLAs supporting him of the Shiv Sena, and that would leave Uddhav Thackeray with anything between 15 to 20. But of course, we'll only know the actual numbers on the floor of the house. But has Uddhav Thackeray clear? Hindutva forever. He insists he wants an end to what he calls is an unnatural alliance with the NCP and the Congress, the Maha Vikas Aghadi. What has come as a shot in the arm for Eknath Shinde is the news that the Eknath Shinde camp. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray insists in that Facebook live, he insisted that Balasaheb Thackre's legacy continues. He of course tried to play an emotional card, telling Shiv Seniks that if even one of them had told him to his face that he should quit, he would have quit immediately. And he insists he's willing to do the same even now. But he needs to be told to quit to his face. Of course, what has baffled some of his supporters was Uddhav Thackeray saying that Sharad Pawar wanted him as chief minister and Sonia Gandhi spoke to him, and that is why he was the chief minister of Maharashtra. He had no selfish interest being the chief minister of Maharashtra. He's happy to see any Shiv Sainik take over the mantle from him. But he also said, Shiv Sainik mere saath gaddari na kare. There should be no treachery, no deceit. Let's for a moment try and listen into what's happening on ground. A lot of questions are being put to Uddhav Thackeray, but as you can see in these images, he's not responding to any of them. He's not responding to any questions as of now. But how do numbers stack up? We'll also get you those numbers, how numbers are stacking up at this point. These could change because Shiv Sainiks, at least some close to Uddhav Thackeray, insist that the four rebels who've now gone to Guwahati, including Chandrakant Patil and Gulabrao Patil, Yogesh Kadam and Manjula Govt, they have gone to talk to Eknath Shinde and bring him back into the Shiv Sena fold or the Uddhav Thackeray fold. Let's for a moment listen in. We have the biggest team of reporters on ground from Guwahati to Mumbai to Surat. We'll get you the bigger picture over the course of the next half hour. Let's listen into what's happening on ground.
क्या कहेंगे आप आज जिस तरह उद्धव साहब ने भी एड्रेस किया?
As we look at these images, I want to go to that one man who understands Maharashtra politics like few others. He knows what's happening in the Maha Vikas Aghadi and in the entire political landscape. Sahil Joshi joins me for more on this. India Today's executive editor Sahil Joshi joins me for more on this. So Sahil, what do we make of this? Uddhav Thackeray packing his bags, Uddhav Thackeray leaving Varsha to go to Matoshri. Is this again playing an emotional card, or has he read the writing on the wall?
Well, it's both, you know. Right now, he's playing the emotional card because writing on the wall, I think he has not seen yet at this point of time, because 4 more MLAs have reached in Guwahati. Yet, the number by which, you know, the two-third people can, you know, two-third MLAs in the hands of Eknath Shinde, by which the anti-defection law does not attract. There is one more to go. But at this point of time, what Uddhav Thackeray is trying to send a message to the cadre, more importantly, and also to some of the MLAs, that he's not in Varsha, he's not power hungry, he's ready to leave the Chief Minister's residence and he's happy to be in Matoshri, just that this rebellion should stop. And that is the message he wanted to show, and that is what he's doing at this point of time. Look at the streets, there are Shiv Sainiks who have already gathered when he was leaving Chief Minister's residence in the evening now. He announced it while making his Facebook live, and after that, immediately, within 2 hours of time, he packed his bags. You can see the visuals. Yes. Packed his bags, leaving Varsha for the Matoshri. Matoshri has always been a lucky for Thackerays. They have seen a lot of political turmoils while they stay in Matoshri, but despite that, the party survived. Now the question has come whether the party will survive or not. It's the existence of the party which is more than 40 years old. And that is the reason why he is trying to show to his supporters that he is ready to leave Varsha. He is not power hungry. He is still with the ideology and he doesn't want to be the chief minister.
You know, he's still with the ideology. Is the question where is he actually the weakest on the ideology footing or the Hindutva footing? Is he actually carrying forward Bala Saheb Thackre's legacy? That's the question that Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena leaders who've gone to Guwahati, that's the point they're raising, Sahil, that with the Mahavikas Aghadi, he seems to have become, you know, perhaps more loyal than the king, more pious than the Pope.
Well, you know, Uddhav Thackeray has time and again spoken about it. This is not the first time that this question was raised and Uddhav Thackeray has answered this. Or because he understood that, you know, when he is going to have an alliance with the Congress and NCP, his cadre is definitely going to be under question that what exactly the leadership is doing. They have been fighting elections against Congress and NCP since last 30 years and now suddenly they are having an alliance with the Congress and NCP and forming the government. Every Dashera rally of Shiv Sena, every foundation day of Shiv Sena, he has made this speech and he has specifically marked a particular alliance in Jammu and Kashmir when the BJP had alliance with the PDP. If they can keep their Hindutva intact, why not Shiv Sena is the question he kept asking his supporters. Now the point has come that the MLAs who have deserted him and now in Guwahati at this point of time, they have the problem with the Congress and NCP because they think that the NCP is growing stronger to strongest by being in the government, whereas the Shiv Sena MLAs for whom the chief minister was unapproachable for various reasons. Okay. He has his reasons. He told this today in the meeting, yes. in his Facebook live, that due to COVID and then he himself had undergone a surgery and that is the reason why he was not available. But he has understood that there was a problem with that. The only thing which
Sahil, stay with me for a moment. I want to play out these visuals for the benefit of our viewers. These are the last images or the latest images of Uddhav Thackeray as he steps out of Varsha, talks to his supporters, meets his supporters, reaches his vehicle, and then he's en route Matoshri. He's leaving the official chief minister's residence, and as Sahil Joshi was just pointing out, his suitcases were being taken out, his luggage was being taken out, all of that was, Uddhav Thackeray actually playing an emotional card. I'm not power hungry. I'm not desperate to stay in the chief minister's residence. But Sahil, some may ask, for that, he says if a single Shiv Sainik tells me to my face, I should quit, I will quit. And yet, the ranks of Eknath Shinde camp have only swelled since then. Is that the writing on the wall? What are numbers looking like, Sahil? How many with Uddhav Thackeray and how many with Eknath Shinde?
Well, let me just give the breakup of the numbers at this point of time, including the four which who have just reached to Guwahati in a special chartered flight. Let me give the breakdown. The letter which we were running in the morning, the resolution which was passed yesterday by the supporters of Eknath Shinde while being in Surat, it had 34 signatures. Out of that 34 signatures, 3 were independent signatories. Out of that 34 remaining 31, Nitin Deshmukh have come back and he is saying that that is not his signature. Today, while speaking to Rahul Kawal and even before that, while speaking to media, he clearly said that that's not a signature, which makes that the count, the Shiv Sena count with Eknath Shinde is 30. Now today, 4 MLAs have joined in this evening, comprises of Gulab Rao Patil, who is a senior minister again in the cabinet, and two more independent MLAs, okay, which comes to 4. But there are 3 more supporters of Eknath Shinde are in Mumbai. That is, these 3 supporters were even seen today when they came to meet Uddhav Thackeray. But it is known that they are Eknath Shinde's supporters. They have not gone to Guwahati yet. But still, the number reaches to 34 to 35, not 37. He still needs 2 to 3 people more. But having said this, now Uddhav Thackeray is trying to do this. He's playing that emotional card. He's trying to speak to the MLAs. Today's speech was not for Eknath Shinde. Today's speech was for his MLAs. He is trying to tell them that what has been told to you by Eknath Shinde and others, I am not a power hungry person. I don't want to be the chief minister. In fact, in the morning when he spoke to Eknath Shinde, he tried to tell him, why don't you come to Mumbai and take control of Varsha? I will go back and stay at Matoshri. I am happy to be at Matoshri. Eknath Shinde told him, now the time is gone. You should have asked me a few years back, but you didn't. So now the time is gone. So the thing is very clear that Uddhav Thackeray wants to send out a message to his MLAs that he is not power hungry, as is being claimed by Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde has kept his cards close. BJP has not uttered a word till now. In fact, what I've heard is that the BJP has told its leaders not to make any kind of a claim the way they were making during 2019 or even a year back. Including Kirit Somaiya has not made any kind of a statement yet. Now they are watching the situation. The moment Eknath Shinde gets 37, the thing will be over for
Sahil, stay with me for a moment. We'll analyze this at length. For the next 1 hour, we will be talking in great detail. Is this endgame Uddhav Thackeray, or can he still pull a rabbit out of the hat and survive this tsunami, as some say, of defections that are taking place from his camp to the Eknath Shinde camp? But before that, I quickly want to cut across to Matoshri. A large number of Shiv Sainiks are there. Let's listen in to Saurav Vakhtania. Re-establish that link with Saurav Vakhtania standing by at Matoshri. There are a number of Shiv Sena supporters who are there on ground zero. We also have Paulami Saha, Rahul Srivastava and Mosmi Singh, who will join us in a short while from now to give us the latest from Guwahati and from Mumbai. But Sahil, what we are also being told by some Shiv Sena supporters is that Chandrakant Patil and Gulabrao Patil have actually gone to Guwahati in a way to convince Eknath Shinde to come back and keep the Shiv Sena together and take over the mantle.
Well, to control Shiv Sena, you need to have a surname called Thackeray. It is not that easy. There are multiple models, the way these kind of parties have gone. We had seen in the past in Andhra Pradesh, when Telugu Desam was split, N.T. Ramarao was alive, but despite that, N. Chandrababu Naidu managed to pull out most of the TDP MLAs and form his own party. But despite that, the main mantle of TDP remained with Chandrababu Naidu, and N.T. Ramarao couldn't do anything. But this time the situation is a bit different, because there is a BJP involved. The people who are coming out of Shiv Sena will eventually will have to either join BJP or will have to take over the Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray, being at the helm of the affairs, being the chief of Shiv Sena, to control Shiv Sena will be a difficult task for even Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde has made it an ideological fight. Eknath Shinde is telling the MLAs that I am doing this only because Shiv Sena is having a government with the Congress and NCP. The moment that government is over, there is no government with Congress and NCP. What Eknath Shinde is going to offer the MLAs, what he is going to offer to the cadre, that is something which Eknath Shinde will need to answer in future. So
yet he seems to have the support of close to 40 Shiv Sena MLAs compared to about 20 or less than 20 that may be with Uddhav Thackeray. But I want to cut across to Matoshri and listen in to Saurav Vakhtania talking to Shiv Sainiks there.
Well, Gaurav, I can barely hear you because we are right now present outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence. This is Matoshri in Bandra, and look at the visuals over here. There are thousands of Shiv Sainiks who are present over here. Then they are present over here to welcome the leader Uddhav Thackeray. And what we are expecting that he has left from Varsha, and just in time he's going to arrive over here. And you can see how a proper way is made by the Shiv Sainik over here. Will speak to the people over here and try to figure out that how Uddhav Thackeray is going to save his government. क्या आपको लगता है चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे सरकार बचा पाएगी? क्या लगता है आपको? क्या लगता है सरकार बचा पाएगी?
सरकार बचा पाएंगे, और अगर नहीं बचा तो फिर भी हम लोग फिर से ऊपर खड़े रहेंगे, सामना करेंगे और फिर से हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री हम लोग करेंगे, उद्धव साहब ही रहेंगे। बाकी दूसरा कोई नहीं चाहिए हमें।
कितने बार हो गए, 5वां बार है ये। छगन भुजबळ गए गद्दारी करके, नारायण राणे गए तो भी शिवसेना रह गए। शिवसेना ही अथांग समुद्र सागर है, वो कभी भी हटेगा नहीं और ज्यादा बढ़ेगा। शिवसेना और बढ़ेगा, फिर से बड़ी होएगी।
कोई तो सामना करेंगे, ये सामना करेंगे हम लोग। ये लोग कौन बोलने वाले, 4 शिवसेना नाम से ये लोग आगे बढ़े, शिवसेना बड़े वजह से आगे है ये लोग, आमदार खासदार बढ़े। और तुम लोग गए तो क्या गुजरात गए, महाराष्ट्र में तुम आमने सामने बैठ के सब कुछ कर सकते थे, क्यों गए? हाँ, साफ से उद्धव साहब से बोलना चाहिए था ना। हाँ,
see the sentiments of the people over here. Let me show you the visuals over here, Gaurav. It's the Kalanagar junction in wherein Uddhav Thackeray's residence, that's the Matoshi, and what we have been told that he has left from Varsha and in some time from now he will be reaching over here. Look at the way how people have gathered over here. The most important part over here, Gaurav, is these are the Shiv Sainik who are present over here. But how is Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray going to perform on the floor? That's more important. How he's going to prove his majority. This will be very interesting to see. Let me show you the visuals more. We'll go little ahead from here. Ask my camera person Sajid Alam to move little ahead. And from Kalanagar Junction signal, there are thousands of Shiv Sainiks who are present over here. They're all eagerly waiting that when Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray arrives over here, they will be welcoming him. That how the security is also beefed up and a proper way is made over here. You can see in the visuals clearly.
You know, that's a very interesting point. Saurabh, stay with me for a moment. I also want to bring in Sahil Joshi quickly into this conversation once again as we wait for Paulami Saha and Mosmi Singh to join us on this big story. But Sahil, a question that Shiv Sainiks are asking, why is it that Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs, why did all of them first have to go to Gujarat and then to Guwahati? Why did they not sit across the table and sort these issues out with Uddhav Thackeray? Or was Uddhav Thackeray unavailable to respond to their queries?
Well, that is something which only Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde would be able to answer, because Eknath Shinde had a big stature in, he still has a big stature in Shiv Sena. He is almost number 2. He was controlling a lot of MLAs, and which could be easily seen now, because a lot of MLAs, nearly 80% of the MLAs are right now with Eknath Shinde. But he's still yet to reach to that 37 mark, let me tell our viewers. But most importantly, whether this was planned, because just to take up 30 MLAs and take them to some other city and then declare that resign, have an alliance with the BJP and save your party, it's something that doesn't happen at a snap of the moment. It needs a proper planning, and that is what has happened in this particular case. So Shiv Sena as a party is a different thing, but Shiv Sena as a legislative party is a different thing. There is a straight, what we can see is a rift in the Shiv Sena's legislative party. Whether that rift will affect the Shiv Sena as a party on the street, it's something we'll come to know during the BMC elections. We might come to know during the Thane Municipal Corporation elections or maybe Maharashtra Assembly elections. What Eknath Shinde always wanted, that don't go with Congress and NCP, because a lot of MLAs of Shiv Sena have fought against the NCP and won the elections. Yes. Even in 2019, because Eknath Shinde has a very close relationship, very good relationship with Devendra Fadnavis, and he never wanted that to have such kind of an alliance where there will be a lot of to and fro. There will be multiple power centers and no same way of communication. The Shiv Sena BJP was easier to communicate. Either there is Uddhav Thackeray or Devendra Fadnavis. Here there are multiple channels, and that actually irked a lot of MLAs. The another politics which played behind the scenes is that Eknath Shinde increasingly started realize that Aditya Thackeray will be the political heir, but he will not be the political heir the way Uddhav Thackeray was. Or even Raj Thackeray is today, who will not take part in the governance. Aditya Thackeray's interest in the governance also was causing issues for Eknath Shinde. His most important departments like Urban Development Department or Maharashtra State Road Development corporation department. Both these departments are development oriented departments, and the work done by these departments, Aditya Thackeray was becoming a face, and that was also one of the cause of anger against the Thackeray family. So this is clearly a rebellion against the Thackeray family. Eknath Shinde have been planning this since many months. He did not have the required numbers. The Rajya Sabha election.
Sahil, that's a very important point you make, that this is a rebellion. This is a rebellion against Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. This very clearly seems to indicate that somewhere down the line, Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray do not have the same grip on the Shiv Sena that Bala Saheb had. Point 1, point 2, even when the rebellion has happened, they seem to be, holding the short end of the stick, having what, 20 MLAs supporting them as against 30 plus who are with Eknath Shinde at this point of time.
Every MLA has its own reason to be with Eknath Shinde at this point of time, and there are multiple smaller micro level politics which is also working at. Like say for example, the MLAs who reached today in Guwahati. All these MLAs they come from Jalgaon district of Maharashtra. I'm just giving you an example, and for the benefit of our viewers, how the smaller politics also works out while making it becoming it a bigger picture. All these 4 MLAs are from the Jalgaon district. Gulabrao Patil is one of the senior ministers in Uddhav Thackeray's cabinet at this point of time. These MLAs had fought tooth and nail, not only against NCP but also against Eknath Thackeray, because Eknath Thackeray was a power center of the Jalgaon district when he was in BJP.
Yes.
These MLAs were the most happy when Eknath Thackeray was thrown out of the cabinet and eventually he left the BJP. Now Eknath Thackeray is back in NCP. He might be made a minister in Uddhav Thackeray's cabinet. Now here actually the tussle starts. These MLAs have fought against Eknath Thackeray. Okay, he was in BJP, but they had a problem with him even when he was in the BJP. Now that they have got rid of him, now he has come back in NCP and creating an issue for them. So that is the reason why those MLAs were having a problem. Suhas Kande, another MLA whom we saw today from Nasik district, he has a problem with Chhagan Bhujbal. Chhagan Bhujbal is a stalwart from the Nasik district, senior minister of NCP. That is, these local level tussles also created lot of issues for Shiv Sena. Okay. And Uddhav Thackeray as a chief minister, if would have handled it well, this situation wouldn't have arisen.
So but Sahil, there's another thing that I really want to understand at this point of time. As we look at these images, Sahil, look at these images on our television screens. You have Uddhav Thackeray, while he's masked up, he is greeting a large number of people. He's meeting people. Does he or does he not have COVID finally? He couldn't meet Kamal Nath because he apparently had COVID. Ultimately, does he have COVID or he doesn't have COVID?
Well, in the morning what we got to know that his antigen test was positive, the RT-PCR was negative. Then Uddhav Thackeray himself, while when he was in the he did his social media live, he himself said that his voice is not proper and he has cold. That is because he has COVID. So only he can answer that question better. But of course, if you take his view, he is definitely positive because his antigen was positive. And normally antigen positive is the positive, but it might be having a milder symptom of COVID. Now, how he came out in open is something which Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena will definitely have to answer. There is no official communication with respect to his status of being COVID positive or COVID negative. So, I will not be able to comment on that. What we are hearing is out from the sources, and he himself, while speaking on the social media, said that he is COVID positive. So, of course, if he's COVID positive,
should a COVID positive chief minister, and Sahil, look at these images. Just look at these images for the benefit of our viewers. If the chief minister is actually COVID positive, is this not putting lives of Shiv Senics and others at risk? If he's going out, meeting people, they're taking selfies with him, is this actually advisable? Is this not in violation of every COVID protocol. I quickly want to cut across to India Today. Saurabh Aktania for more on this. And Saurabh, I hope you are masked up as we talk to you. You're standing by at Matoshri. But what more are you hearing about Uddhav Thackeray, whether he's COVID positive or not? Point one, and point two, if he is, should he actually be meeting a lot of his followers who aren't even masked up?
Well, definitely, Gaurav. Let me tell you, first, I like my camera person to show you the all visuals, and any moment, let me tell you, Gaurav, any moment, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will be arriving over here. What the Shiv Sainik are going to do over here is, they are going to block the road. They are going to block the road and greet the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. What they want is, they want to show the support to the CM, that come what may the situation is, that we will be standing with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and the Thackeray family. And when we spoke to so many of the workers over here, they also clearly said, Gaurav, that Gaurav, there is a movement over here.
Okay.
So let's go across and check the visual. And now in the any moment, Gaurav, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is going to arrive. The first convoy has arrived. That's Shiv Sena leader Sachin Ahir who has arrived. Sachin Ahir has just arrived, and he's going to Matoshi. And like you said, that his antigen report was positive. In his Facebook live also, he clearly said that he has a few symptoms of COVID, and therefore he needs to take rest, he needs to be quarantined. But I don't think so that is going to happen, Gaurav. Look at the situation over here. Look at this entire stretch over here. That's the Kalanagar junction over here in Bandra. And the cops have now completely stopped the vehicular traffic movement. The vehicles from that side are completely stopped. The Shiv Sainiks are over here. They are not listening to the police officials. They are saying that anyhow they are going to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and show them the support. When I asked them, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray does not have that strength to show on floor. Where is the majority? So what they are saying is that for the moment, if we don't have majority, we have witnessed such incident in the past. And therefore, if several of the people are leaving Shiv Sena, it is not going to affect Shiv Sena. It will stand again. So the cops are clearing the road over here, and the Shiv Sainik are trying to clear the road because the Shiv Sainiks are not going to listen. What they want is that they want to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray.
Okay.
And it will be very interesting to see.
You know,
that
Saurabh,
how
while Sahil and I wait for these images of the Chief Minister to arrive at Matoshri, that Sahil was telling us is extremely lucky for the Thackeray family, the fact remains, Saurabh, that how are numbers stacked up? It's all about numbers. Who has the numbers? And it seems Eknath Shinde has the numbers heavily tipped. The scales are tipped heavily in Shinde's favor compared to Uddhav Thackeray. Can he actually reverse the tide even at this stage?
Well, Gaurav, it is actually a very difficult situation. The show of strength is happening outside Chief Minister's residence. But where are the numbers? Because time and again, Eknath Shinde every day is coming up with new numbers. Earlier, yesterday when we were in Surat, I was in Surat, when we learned from the sources, 34 MLAs of Shiv Sena were there. Now the numbers have risen, and now the numbers have, now what Eknath Shinde is telling that we have majority of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs. One of them, Gaurav, I should mention, Gulabrao Patil. He was present yesterday at the Chief Minister's bungalow when the meeting was happening, and today he's in Guwahati. So you can understand that how deep-rooted the Shiv Sena is affected during this particular this particular thing which has happened. So it will be very interesting to see that there are no numbers, there is no majority, but the show of strength has been trying to show on the ground. This is the Western Express Highway, Gaurav. Let me show you the visuals over here. We'll keep showing you the visuals. This is, and look at the noise, because Chief Minister's convoy is about to come, and we'll be showing you the visuals on India Today. the thousands of supporters of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray who are telling them that they are the actual Shiv Sainik and will speak to them. क्या कहोगे चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे?
हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
क्या कहोगे चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे?
कुछ नहीं, उद्धव साहब के लिए रुक के अभी बाद में बोलेंगे जो बोले।
We'll speak to more people and in just a moment, Gaurav, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is going to arrive and the convoy is already here. The convoy is already here and now the first pilot vehicle is over here, Gaurav. We are showing you the visuals. The convoy is just behind this police vehicle. The Shiv Sainik are not ready to move and they are telling that they will block the road. They will be telling Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray that we are with you. You should not be afraid of this particular situation. Look at the current visuals. This is the Western Express Highway, Gaurav. This is the Western Express Highway in Mumbai, in Bandra. The way is completely right now blocked by the police officials. They are asking everyone to move out. And here in the visuals, like how the slogans are being raised in front, in favor of. And here is the visual. Ask my camera person to show you. Here's the visual, the first visual on India Today. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's convoy has just arrived. And that's Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray after leaving Varsha has arrived. महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे आ चुके हैं और उनके
clearly running high as Uddhav Thackeray's convoy reaches Matoshri. This is the Thackeray family residence. Let's see if Uddhav Thackeray speaks to journalists as they try to get a reaction from the Chief Minister as he returns home. Unlikely that he will speak, but journalists always try.
जो गाड़ी है उसे घेर लिया है शिव सैनिकों ने. ये देख रहे तालियां बजाते हुए और किस तरीके का यहाँ पर माहौल देखिए. चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे यहाँ पर है, फूल बरसाए जा रहे हैं उनके ऊपर और चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे गाड़ी से उतर चुके हैं. तस्वीरों में आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे गाड़ी यहां से तस्वीरें दिखाए. दोबारा गाड़ी में बैठ चुके हैं चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे. लोगों का अभिवादन करते हुए, उनको कहते हुए कि उन्होंने उनको कहा है कि बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे और टिकने के. चीफ मिनिस्टर की गाड़ी पर यहाँ पर फूल बरसाए हुए और आपको मैं बता दूं उनकी गाड़ी को यहाँ पर वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पर ही रोक दिया गया है. और तस्वीरों में देखिए यहाँ पर पीछे की सीट पर चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे बैठे हुए गाड़ी से उतरे थे और लोगों से मिले. उनकी हेल्थ बिल्कुल मतलब आप देख सकते हैं कि हेल्थ में थोड़ा और मुश्किल हो रहा है, बिल्कुल मुश्किल हो रहा है. लेकिन यहाँ पर आप तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरीके से शिव सैनिक उनके सपोर्ट में यहाँ पर मौजूद है. पूरी पुलिस फोर्स यहाँ पर लगाई गई है एक तरीके से, क्योंकि शिव सैनिक बिल्कुल भी मानने को तैयार नहीं है. वो जो अपना सपोर्ट है वो चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे को देना चाहते हैं. यहाँ से एक बार फिर से मैं तस्वीर आपको दिखाऊं. पीछे की सीट पर चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे बैठे हुए, पीछे की सीट पर चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे बैठे हुए और तस्वीरों में आप देखिए यहाँ पर और तस्वीरों में आप यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से लोग यहाँ पर भारी तादाद में मौजूद है. एक बार फिर से चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे की जो गाड़ी है यहाँ पर रोक दी गई है. शिव सैनिकों ने चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे की गाड़ी को यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से रोक दिया है और फूल बरसाए जा रहे हैं. चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे की गाड़ियों पर फूल बरसाए जा रहे हैं. उद्धव ठाकरे के लिए यहाँ पर नारेबाजी जबरदस्त हो रही है और सभी का कहना है कि वो उद्धव ठाकरे को पूरा सपोर्ट करेंगे, चाहे कैसी भी सिचुएशन आए वो उनको सपोर्ट करेंगे. गाड़ी का जो काफिला है वो धीरे धीरे और आगे बढ़ता हुआ, गाड़ी का जो काफिला है वो और आगे बढ़ता हुआ, क्योंकि मैं आपको बता दूं जो वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे था, वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पर ही जो है गाड़ी को रोक दी गई थी. शिव सैनिक जो थे, मैं आपको बता दूं कि वर्ली सीलिंग पर भी कई सारे कार्यकर्ता मौजूद थे और इस वक्त उनके घर के बाहर तो ये देखिए लोगों का हुजूम, शिव सैनिकों का हुजूम, और वो किस तरीके से अब धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ते हुए एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर देखिए कि पीछे की सीट पर चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे बैठे हुए हैं। और एक बार वो गाड़ी से नीचे भी उतरे थे, जो शिव सैनिक हैं उनको मिले भी थे और उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों का कि जिस तरीके से आप मुझे प्यार दे रहे हैं। यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से उनकी गाड़ी यहाँ पर रुक चुकी है, एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर उनकी जो गाड़ी है वो रुक चुकी है। तस्वीरों में आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर, एक बार फिर से चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे गाड़ी से उतरकर लोगों को देखिए, लोगों को धन्यवाद करते हुए कि जो सपोर्ट उनको दिया जा रहा है लोगों के द्वारा, गाड़ी से उतरे हैं। मैं आपको बता दूं, पहले वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पर वो गाड़ी से उतरे, उसके बाद अब ये जो कलानगर का सिग्नल है वहाँ पर वो गाड़ी से नीचे उतरे हैं और धीरे धीरे उनका जो काफिला है वो आगे बढ़ता हुआ। और ये जो आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं ये कलानगर जंक्शन की है, बस सामने ही चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे का ये घर है मातोश्री। सबसे पहले मैं आपको जो बता दूं कि जब वर्ली सीलिंग से वो जो उतरे हैं, वर्ली सीलिंग से ही उतरकर जो शिव सैनिक है उन्होंने उनका रास्ता रोका और वो उनको मिल रहे थे, तो उद्धव ठाकरे भी अपनी गाड़ी से उतरे और उतरने के बाद लोगों से मिले हैं। और एक बार फिर से जो कलानगर का सिग्नल है वहाँ पर भी उन्हों की गाड़ी को रोका गया है, उनकी गाड़ी को रोकने के बाद शिव सैनिक से मिले हैं चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे। धीरे धीरे उनका जो काफिला है वो आगे बढ़ता हुआ। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर हजारों की तादाद में यहाँ पर लोग मौजूद हैं। ज़बरदस्त बारिश हो रही है, फिर भी लोग यहाँ पर डटे हुए, जो शिव सैनिक है वो डटे हुए हैं। बहुत ही ज़्यादा भीड़ आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं। मुंबई में एक बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, लेकिन आप भीड़ है जो साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं। गाड़ी आगे बढ़ नहीं पा रही है क्योंकि इतने ज़्यादा शिव सैनिक है और उन्होंने जो चीफ मिनिस्टर की गाड़ी थी उसे रोक लिया था। चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे की जो गाड़ी है उसको रोक लिया और फिर वो गाड़ी से उतरे। 2 बार ये देखिए भगदड़ देखिए किस तरीके की मची है। कुछ लोग यहाँ पर गिरे भी है क्योंकि बहुत ही ज़्यादा लोगों की भीड़ यहाँ पर। और यहाँ पर ये तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं, ये है चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे की गाड़ी। 2 बार वो अपनी गाड़ी से उतरकर लोगों को मिले हैं, धन्यवाद किया है। तीसरी बार शायद वो अब उतरेंगे, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन भीड़ इतनी ज़्यादा है। देखिए वो अपने सिक्योरिटी से बात भी करें और अब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम भी थोड़े आगे बढ़ेंगे कि जो मेन गेट है वहाँ पर जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और एक बार फिर से यहाँ की तस्वीरें मैं आपको बता दूँ, हज़ारों की तादाद में यहाँ पर शिव सैनिक मौजूद है और उनका कहना है कि ऐसे कई लोगों ने पहले पार्टी छोड़ी है, ऐसे कई लोग पार्टी छोड़कर चले गए हैं, इससे हमें कोई इतना फ़र्क नहीं पड़ेगा। हम शिवसेना को फिर से मजबूत बनाएंगे। जब तक उद्धव साहब ठाकरे परिवार से है तब तक इस पार्टी को कुछ नहीं होगा, ऐसा यहाँ के शिव सैनिकों का कहना है। बहुत ही कठिन सिचुएशन से गुजर रही है शिवसेना इस वक्त। 55 एमएलए है उनके पास, लेकिन 55 एमएलए में से 35 से ज़्यादा एमएलए इस वक्त गुवाहाटी में मौजूद है, जहाँ पर एकनाथ शिंदे के कैंप में वो है। और तीसरी बार एक बार तस्वीरों में आपको दिखा दूँ, एक बार फिर से उद्धव ठाकरे गाड़ी से उतरकर लोगों को मिल रहे हैं। लोग यही कह रहे हैं कि वो पूरी तरीके से उनको सपोर्ट करते हैं और साफ तौर पे आज एक इमोशनल कार्ड किस तरीके से खेला गया आप समझ सकते हैं। उनकी जो स्पीड, एक बार फिर से गाड़ी से उतरे हैं। देखिए तस्वीरें, कितना जोश यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का शोर है। चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे ये 4थी बार गाड़ी से उतरे हैं, 4थी बार अपनी गाड़ी से उतरे हैं और वो लोगों के बीच यहाँ पर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे यहाँ पर 4थी बार गाड़ी से उतरे हैं। ज़बरदस्त बारिश हो रही है यहाँ पर, लेकिन लोगों को कोई चीज़ की परवाह नहीं है और वो यहाँ पर चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे के स्वागत में यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और तस्वीरें देखें किस तरीके की। एक बार फिर से गाड़ी से उतरकर वो लोगों से मिले हैं और धीरे धीरे अब काफिला आगे बढ़ेगा। और हमें ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि जो मेन गेट है वहाँ पर भी एक बार फिर से चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे अपनी गाड़ी से उतरेंगे और वो लोगों से मिलेंगे, क्योंकि बहुत ही कठिन दौर से इस वक्त शिवसेना गुजर रही। यहाँ पर आपको ये भीड़ ज़रूर दिखाई देती होगी, जो ग्राउंड है यहाँ पर भीड़ आपको ज़रूर दिखाई देती होगी, लेकिन जब फ्लोर पे मेजॉरिटी दिखाने की बात आएगी तो बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन में 35 से ज़्यादा जो शिवसेना के एमएलए है और कई और इंडिपेंडेंट एमएलए है वो इस वक्त गुवाहाटी में मौजूद है, एकनाथ शिंदे के कैंप में मौजूद है और अब बेहद ही करीब चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे का जो पूरा काफिला है वो बेहद ही करीब उनके घर पर आ चुका है। साफ तौर पे संजय राउत ने भी कहा है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे नहीं देंगे, उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कांग्रेस की तरफ से है, उनको पूरा सपोर्ट शरद पवार की तरफ से है, तो उनका ये कहना है कि संघर्ष जारी रहेगा, लेकिन वो बिल्कुल भी इस्तीफा नहीं देने वाले। अब ये सिचुएशन कैसे बदलती है, सिचुएशन में किस तरीके के बदलाव आते हैं, क्या कुछ होता है, बिल्कुल भी प्रेडिक्ट नहीं किया जा सकता, क्योंकि ये महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति।
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
पर रोका गया है धीरे धीरे।
So it's raining in Mumbai and you can see a large number of Shiv Sainiks. They've surrounded Uddhav Thackeray's car. Uddhav Thackeray, his wife Rashmi Thackeray, son Aditya Thackeray, they're all traveling together in these vehicles heading home to Matoshri from Varsha to their own residence from the official residence of the Chief Minister. As Saurav Akhtania was pointing out, these images really in a way are an emotional show of strength. But what about numbers on ground? Numbers on ground, as Saurav Akhtania was just telling us, the Shiv Sena has 55 members in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, 35 plus or thereabouts. Between 32 to 35, 36 are supporting Eknath Shinde, and just about close to 18 to 20 are with the Uddhav Thackeray camp as of now. And Saurabh, that question arises, as some analysts have been asking, they could very well be taking this question, which is the real Shiv Sena, which is the Shiv Sena that's following the Hindutva ideology of Bala Saheb Thackeray in the right earnest, Saurabh? As you can see in these images, Shiv Sainiks flank Uddhav Thackeray's car as he goes home, while he will take some solace from the fact that a large number of Shiv Sainiks are here supporting him. But what about numbers and the all-important numbers game? How does that stack up? Can he still pull a rabbit out of the hat and get those 35 with Eknath Shinde once again back in the Shiv Sena fold, or the Thackeray faction fold? I want to cut across to India Today's Pankaj Upadhyay for more on this. Pankaj, an emotional appeal, great optics, but is this actually a signal that's going out to those 35 plus MLAs in Guwahati, if they're watching this, that Shiv Sainiks are with Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, Gaurav, throughout the day we've seen, scene completely changed as far as Mumbai is concerned. In the noon time, it was Sanjay Raut who had clearly said through his message that the way political developments were taking place in Mumbai, it clearly seemed that the assembly would be dissolved. It was going in that very direction. But in the evening time, just an hour back, Sanjay Raut, after his meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, maintained that Uddhav Thackeray will not resign. First of all, he said there was no discussion and there was no question on Eknath Shinde being made the chief minister. And he has also said, if the need be, then the Shiv Sena will prove the majority in the floor of the house. And while Uddhav Thackeray, addressing the state, clearly maintained that he had no lust for power and that he was ready to leave Varsha, that is the official bungalow for Matoshri. And that was a very calculated statement made by Uddhav Thackeray, having realized that if he moves from Varsha to Matoshri, the place which has an emotional value as well, it is going to ring with the rank and file. It is going to ring with the cadres, which Uddhav Thackeray badly needs right now, because he realizes that the entire plot is slipping out of his hand. Because if the number goes, which remains to be the most essential aspect in politics, clearly Eknath Shinde is very slowly inching towards the magical figure of 37, which is required for him to form a separate party. And if at all he has that number, he can well approach the governor and then call in for a special session as well. And then perhaps we could see the BJP jumping in as well. But for now, Uddhav Thackeray has played a very calculated and a smart move, if I may say, because Matoshri clearly has that emotional value for all the Shiv Sainiks as well. It is the place of the residence of Balasaheb Thackeray, which has all the memories of Balasaheb Thackeray. It is the very place where Uddhav Thackeray grew. And this is a clear signal at this point of time to all the rank and file that he is not concerned about the power. He's
saying it's back to the roots. He's going back to Matoshri, an indication that he's going back to his roots. But Saurabh, going back to roots is the issue that Eknath Shinde also raises. Eknath Shinde says, let's get back to the Hindutva of Balasaheb Thackeray. And on that count, is Uddhav Thackeray able to come up to expectations of the Shiv Sainiks?
Gaurav, it is going to be really very difficult because let me tell you that over 35 of the MLAs are with the camp of Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde, even he is the most trustworthy, is the most loyal person in Shiv Sena. So to match up that stretcher, it will be really very much difficult. Let me tell you, just let me show you the visuals outside the Matoshi. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has entered his residence Matoshi, and now the Shiv Sainik are leaving. क्या कहेंगे जिस तरीके से आज हालात है शिवसेना में, क्या होगा आगे, क्या लगता है?
ये हालात कुछ है नहीं, किसी के जाने से आने से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. हम सब ये सब आप गर्दी देख रहे हो, ये सब शिव सैनिक उद्धव साहब के पीछे कंधे से कंधा लड़ा के रहेंगे. हम लोग का आखिरी सांस जो होती है वो आखिरी सांस उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे.
जो लोग छोड़कर गए हैं अभी इस वक्त गुवाहाटी में मौजूद है. एकनाथ शिंदे भी बड़े सीनियर लीडर है शिवसेना के, उनके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
उनके बारे में उद्धव साहब समर्थ है कहने के लिए, हम कुछ कहेंगे नहीं, लेकिन हम सब है वो उद्धव साहब के पीछे आखिरी सांस तक रहेंगे.
सरकार बचा पाएगी शिवसेना?
सरकार बचा पाएंगे ना, वो हम बोलेंगे. हम उद्धव साहब ठाकरे के साथ में हमेशा शिवसेना के हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख हैं, हम उनके साथ हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे.
तस्वीरें देखें किस तरीके से नारेबाजी हो रही है, नारेबाजी हो रही है. ये कह रहे हैं what they are trying to say right now is that come what may, they are going to support Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. जिस तरीके के हालात है इस वक्त, क्या शिवसेना अपनी सरकार बचा पाएगी?
शिवसेना अपनी सरकार बचा पाएगी. उद्धव जी का नेतृत्व और शरद पवार साहब का जो मार्गदर्शन है, शिवसेना अपने जितने भी विधायक गए हैं, दबाव में आके गए हैं, वो सब वापस आने वाले, हमें विश्वास है.
वापस आएंगे?
वो पक्का वापस आएंगे. वो शिवसेना के दबाव में
आना ही है उनको, आना ही है बचाओ. हाँ, आना ही है उनको, कट्टर शिवसेना का आना ही है उनको.
What they are saying that they are Shiv Sainik and they will come back. But this is the ground situation at the moment. They are the workers over here. But let me tell you that what is going to happen on the floor, it is not going to be that easy, Gaurav, to show the strength on the floor, to get that majority out there. The Shiv Sainiks are present one after the other. You can see how the vehicles are going inside. They are all the MLAs of Shiv Sena. What we have been told, there are around 10 to 12 MLAs of Shiv Sena who are present over here. And after that, inside also we have been told that there will be a meeting. क्या कहेंगे, बोलिए.
देखिए, शिवसेना ये सत्ता के लिए कभी भी काम नहीं करती है. शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ता रस्तों पे उतर के काम करने वाले, सत्ता रहे या ना रहे, हम उद्धव जी के साथ है. और आपको ये बोलते कि आने वाले समय में हमारा मुख्यमंत्री वर्षा पे रहेगा, ये हम लोग चैलेंज करते हैं.
मतलब सरकार बच जाएगी?
सरकार किसकी भी रहने दो, ताकत ये शिवसेना की होती है। और आज देखो पूरे हिंदुस्तान में शिवसेना के इर्द गिर्द ही राजनीति चल रही है, आगे भी चलते रहेगी।
जो उद्धव ठाकरे कहेंगे वो मान्य रहेगा, उसके आगे
उद्धव साहब ही हमारे सर्वोच्च नेता है। बाला साहब के बाद ये उद्धव साहब की शिवसेना, बाला साहब की शिवसेना। अगर कोई बोलता है हमारी शिवसेना है तो वो सीमित लोग है, वो मतलब शिवसेना नहीं है।
देखिए एकनाथ खड़से भी बड़े, एकनाथ शिंदे भी बड़े सीनियर लीडर थे शिवसेना के, है अभी भी, उन्होंने पार्टी छोड़ी नहीं है। उनके बारे में क्या कहेंगे कि उन्होंने भी पार्टी को बहुत कुछ दिया है, संघर्ष किया है उन्होंने?
नहीं, लेकिन सब बातें ठीक है, कुछ बातें घर की रहती है, वो घर में बैठ के होनी चाहिए। वो गुजरात में जाके किसी का दामन थाम के जो कर रहे हैं वो गलत कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए हर शिवसैनिक का हाथ हुआ है। इसके लिए ये जो माहौल जो बना है, शिवसैनिकों के दिल में जो गुस्सा भरा है, इसी बात का गुस्सा है।
बिल्कुल दिल दुखने वाली ही बात है ये। एक निष्ठता जो बोलते हैं तो वो कर सकते हैं, तो एक निष्ठा किसको बोलते हैं? बाला साहब ठाकरे नाम का जो वलय है, वो वलय तोड़ के आप अगर बाहर जाओगे और बोलोगे कि हाँ शिवसेना ही है हम, तो उधर के शिवसेना नाम निकाल दो, फिर आपकी ताकत बता दो। जो उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जो कर रहे हैं
Extremely interesting, the reactions that are coming in. Saurabh, stay with me. Numbers as you're talking about, and those numbers we are putting out here on India Today. Of course, real numbers will only emerge on the floor of the House as and when a floor test, if at all it happens. But indications seem to show that Uddhav Thackeray has around 20 Shiv Sena MLAs in his favor, and Eknath Shinde about between 30 and 35, a couple of more here and there, and the game could completely change. But with Shiv Sena founder Bala Saheb Thakray's legacy at stake, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray in an emotional address declared that Shiv Sena had not moved away from his father's ideology with him at the helm of affairs. He said he's willing to resign if even a single Shiv Sainik or a single Shiv Sena leader who was either in Surat or in Guwahati comes up and tells him to his face that he should step down. He said he would be willing to step down. We'll get you more on that story.
On Wednesday, as the rebellion in the Shiv Sena grew, reports trickled in from Mumbai indicating that Uddhav Thackeray may resign by the end of the day. Just after 5 p.m, the Chief Minister went live on Facebook video to set the rumours to rest, that he would not be going out without a fight.
जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
In an emotional address, Uddhav said he did not seek power or position.
त्याकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, काँग्रेसकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, आणि शिवसेनेकडनं जर तुम्ही नसाल तर ते पुढे चालणं हे कठीण आहे. मी म्हटलं पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का? मी आतापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार? ते बोलले नाही, तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल.
He even said that he was all set to leave his official residence Varsha and shift back to the Thackeray ancestral property Matushri.
आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे, आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
On the rebellion by the Shinde Sena, Uddhav said he was feeling betrayed. He also reacted to Eknath Shinde's charge that the Shiv Sena was straying from its core Hindutva ideology.
तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही.
As Uddhav dug in his heels, he made one thing clear, that he would not face a no-confidence motion in the assembly.
मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार करणार नाही, वाच्यता करणार नाही. तुम्ही सांगा मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडलं.
From now on, Uddhav is clear that he will not resign on his own. The Sena chief has made it obvious that he was ready to play the waiting game. The ball is now back in Eknath Shinde's court. With Sahil Joshi and team in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
So what led to things come to this pass? What led to Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde reaching a point virtually of no return? Sources tell India Today that the split in the Shiv Sena wasn't an emotional decision by Eknath Shinde. It was a well thought out strategy. India Today's Mumbai bureau chief Sahil Joshi gets us more.
A trusted Thackeray aide with the Shiv Sena for over 2 decades, Eknath Shinde's rebellion has completely taken the Shiv Sena by surprise. The Sena now is doing everything they can to placate a miffed Shinde.
एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे बहुत पुराने साथी हैं, हमारे मित्र हैं। सालों साल से हम एक दूसरे के साथ कंधा से कंधा लगाकर काम कर रहे हैं। उनको भी इतना आसान नहीं है पार्टी छोड़ना। और
Okay, and these are live images. Uddhav Thackeray has come out of his car and he's now walking towards Matoshri. That's the that's the gate of Matoshri. And he's walking he's flanked by Shiv Sainiks on all sides. He's masked up. Several others aren't, including police personnel who are there. He's playing an emotional card. He's played an emotional card. He said, I'm not hungry for power. It's not about being chief minister. He said he's willing to step down and let any other Shiv Sainik be not just the chief minister of Maharashtra, but also head the party. But a single Shiv Sainik, will a single Shiv Sainik come and tell him to his face? I want to cut across to Saurabh Vakhtania. And Saurabh, this emotional card that he walks out of Varsha, comes back to Matoshri, comes back to his roots and walks amongst the Shiv Sainiks. This is a show of strength and an emotional appeal, Saurabh.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. This was emotional card which was played by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. I'd like to ask my camera person to continuously show the visuals outside Chief Minister residence Matoshri. But let me tell you that how the emotional card was played by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. He kept on saying that he is not hungry for the post. He kept on saying that I was not the one who asked for the CM post. It was Sharad Pawar and others who were asking to me be the CM, because they told me that if I be the CM, then the whole 3 parties will be intact and nobody will be raising the questions. So now he has said that even if one single person, not just the MLAs, but even a single worker from the Shiv Sena says that you are not capable for the post, you need to resign, that he will resign from the party as immediately. He also said that he does not even want to remain as the chief of party. If someone raises question on him, then he will leave the party chief position as well. But let me cut across to the live visuals over here. One after the other, several Shiv Sena leaders are present over here and they are raising slogans. They are raising slogans in favor of Shiv Sena and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Clearly the high...
That's my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania tracking all the latest coming in, remember, and he's showing us these live visuals. Matoshri is the ancestral house of the Thackeray's, and from Varsha, which is the official Chief Minister residence, look at the crowd, look at the supporters right now around Uddhav Thackeray as he waves them and finally enters through the gate of Matoshri, because he said, I'm not greedy for power. You want the Chief Minister's position, go ahead. You don't want me to be the Chief Minister, I'll resign. I will go back to Matoshri. Whoever is keen can take that chair. And within the next few hours, we saw black big suitcases and other small bags being taken out of Varsha and then going to Matoshri. As we stay with these visuals, remember 11 p.m. close to midnight, but the streets of Mumbai being thronged by the Shiv Senics, where Uddhav Thackeray clearly acknowledging and waving. On one side is Saurabh Vakhtania, on another, to give us another location angle, is Pankaj Upadhyay. Pankaj, how does it look like around you? Because these Shiv Senics are in no mood to leave right now. Are they likely to be camping through the night at Matoshri?
Pooja, I'll just step out of the car. I've just reached Matoshri. I'll ask my camera person Mahesh More to also get out of the car. I'll be able to give you a better sense of now what's happening on ground zero. Now, remember the dramatic change of events. In the noon time, as I was saying, Chief Spokesperson of Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, had said that the way the political developments were taking place, it clearly seemed that the assembly was heading towards a dissolution. And by the evening time, when he stepped out of Varsha, the official bungalow of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, he maintained in a very emphatic tone that Uddhav Thackeray will not resign. He went on to the extent of saying that if the need be, then Shiv Sena will prove the majority. That is, MVA will prove the majority on the floor of the house as well. When inquired whether the Shiv Sena will pacify Eknath Shinde, and if at all there were chances that Eknath Shinde could be made the chief minister, he said there was no discussion and there was no question of Shinde being made the chief minister. Clearly that was also coming after the meeting with Sharad Pawar, and Sharad Pawar clearly has lent his support to the Shiv Sena, and the Shiv Sena which in the early morning hours and by the noon hours was at least losing the steam, clearly was a confident self again. Who gave the idea to Uddhav Thackeray to head back to Matoshri? We do not know. But this seems to be a very well-planned and a calculated move. Uddhav right now is playing on the emotional pitch. He is here at the house of his father, Bala Saheb Thackeray, where the seeds of Hindutva had germinated. And now look around, Pooja, the kind of support that Uddhav Thackeray is garnering. This was absolutely missing outside Varsha for all the hours, and yesterday as well. There was no activity, there was no support for Uddhav Thackeray. But today, suddenly, when he's made the move from Varsha to Matoshri, look at the crowd that's building up here in support of Uddhav Thackeray. Also understand that in Mumbai, essentially, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena is really going to get a lot of support. And this is what he needs right now. It's all about the legacy. He needs to preserve the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray. He needs to preserve the prestige and all the essence of what Shiv Sena is known for. And what better place than in Mumbai? This is the bastion of Shiv Sena. This is the very place which is known as the fortress of Shiv Sena. This is Matoshri. This
Pankaj,
is where
as we stay with these visuals, stay on with me. Aditya Thackeray there, waving a victory sign, a smile. Very interesting on a day that, would be considered emotional. Perhaps many as wondering, has Uddhav Thackeray lost his spark? Aditya Thackeray coming across as this young member of the family, passing off a smile, a victory sign. Not exactly looking sad, because that is perhaps what they are also trying to reflect, that we have done what was needed to be done for Maharashtra, for Shiv Sena, for Hindutva, and there's nothing to be sad about. So very interesting amid this support. Uddhav Thackeray there flanked by security personnel, also Maharashtra police, who are ensuring that the crowd stays at bay. But as you can see, the Maharashtra police also finding it extremely difficult with this sea of supporters of the Shiv Senics, loyal supporters of the party. So, in many ways, both Pankaj and Saurabh Vakhtania, as they continue to be with us, Saurabh, this is nothing less than a show of strength also for Uddhav Thackeray, because, you have tracked Maharashtra politics from Gujarat. You are now back in Mumbai, tracking the difference on how it was for the rebel MLAs outside the hotel in Surat. And here in Mumbai, outside Matoshri, it's no less than a festival. Let me go across to my colleague Pankaj Upadhyay. Pankaj, as I was asking Saurabh, that it does look like a sort of celebration. Take a look of how Uddhav Thackeray, comparatively mellow, just waving, acknowledging. But if anyone were to see Aditya Thackeray right now, coming out of his vehicle, on top, ensuring he looks and the cameras capture him smiling, waving, shaking hands, doing namaste, giving a V sign, a victory sign, doing a namaste, and in many ways very similar to how Bal Thackeray used to do, and then going back. So this is clearly a show of strength. The Thackerays are acknowledging that, you know, they may not have the numbers, they definitely have the support of Shiv Sainiks.
Of course, Pooja. You know, this really was a show of strength. Let me just go across to Anil Desai. Here, let's see what he has to say right now.
आप थोड़ा इंतजार कीजिए, सब बातें ठीक हो जाएगी. महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में है, वो महाराष्ट्र में चलेगी.
ये थे अनिल देसाई जिनसे हमने बात की. So there you see, the Sena leader also clearly maintaining that MVA will remain in power, clearly echoing the word of what Sanjay Raut had said by the evening time, that Uddhav Thackeray is not resigning and that if the need be, that MVA will prove its majority on the floor of the House. But right now, the big step that has been taken by Uddhav Thackeray, he's marched from his official residence, that is Varsha, and has now come down here at Matoshri, and look at the crowd build up right now. Now it's already 5 minutes past 11. It has been raining off and on in Mumbai, but that has not stopped the devoted Shiv Sainiks to gather outside Matoshri. You know, one is really going to be surprised with the kind of support that Uddhav Thackeray has garnered within hours. But as I said, this is Mumbai, and as far as Mumbai is concerned, Uddhav Thackeray clearly.
That is Pankaj Upadhyay tracking all the latest. Remember, it's not easy for our reporters on the ground as well, with so many people, so many Shiv Sainiks surrounding, cheering. Let's just dip in, and I'll ask and request my producers as well to ensure that we get the best sound of how the supporters are cheering for Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. Let's listen in. And Aditya Thackeray, his son. Remember, Aditya Thackeray is also a minister in the Maharashtra government. He's, of course, being seen as the next big successor with regard to Shiv Sena. And today as well, as much as public posturing that can be done. But Pankaj, if you can hear me, we'll soon be joined by Saurabh Vakhtania. What are you hearing also about at this point Uddhav Thackeray when he's being welcomed? You know, let's also remember that there was a COVID positive report that had come for Uddhav Thackeray, even though our reporters had said that his RT-PCR report has come negative. He's ensuring he wears a mask, surrounded by his supporters right now. But the Shiv Sainiks do not worry about that at all. They are ensuring that they express as much support as possible to their Neta. So the kilometers from Varsha to Matoshri, from the official Chief Minister's residence to the ancestral house of the Thackeray's, would not be very long. But at this point, you can see that it took longer than usual because there was all, at every point, the support with him. So these two pictures to ensure that we tell you how close to midnight Mumbai and outside Matoshri is looking like right now. Many remember at this point the critics are already jumping in. That is a COVID positive Uddhav Thackeray out there in the crowds. But that's, of course, right now a question that is not in the mind of the Shiv Sainiks at all. These four windows are to help you understand. Uddhav Thackeray wearing a mask, doing namaste, is acknowledging, coming out of his vehicle, ensuring that the car does not simply just drive through the gates into Matoshri. This is a moment to acknowledge the support of these hundreds of Shiv Sainiks who have gathered, showering flowers, a show of strength. Basically to also show, and what Uddhav Thackeray had also mentioned, it is the love of Shiv Sainiks that does matter to them and the party. And notice how he's saying, I need to go inside and thank you, and he's, waving to them, acknowledging, expressing his gratefulness. But the Shiv Sainiks aren't ready to leave. This is clearly what Uddhav Thackeray is trying to project, that the numbers may be with Eknath, Shinde, and maybe he's about to resign from the government. But the people, the party supporters stand with the Thackerays, and Aditya Thackeray smile and shaking hands, acknowledging, perhaps says it all, of how the Thackerays want themselves to be projected tonight, not going out as someone who will be seen as quitters or losers, that they stood for the pride of Maharashtra, pride of Shiv Sena. That's at least the image that the Thackerays would want to project, but even they know that they, in many ways, could be facing an end game for Shiv Sena, for their Mahavikas Aghadi government. Let's listen into reactions coming in.
दिल को बहुत दर्द देने वाली बात है.
बहुत दर्द देने वाली बात है. We feel heartbroken. We are extremely upset and disappointed is how the Shiv Sena MLAs and of course people who've been close to the Thackeray camp have to say right now. So what's happening? Tonight they may think they have the Shiv Sainik support, but they will need the support in the assembly. And if Uddhav Thackeray do not have that support of numbers, which is, remember, has to be the majority mark, in a 288 assembly, they had managed it. Even with a lower number, they had managed the coalition with the NCP and the Congress party to form the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Despite differencing ideologies, they managed to keep the coalition together. But now it appears that the Bharatiya Janata Party, with 126, plus now according to them over 30 MLAs of Eknath Shinde, are we looking at the Thackerays on their way out while they go inside Matoshri? Or perhaps there is a strategy in place that will be discussed. So different angles here. The journalists, camera persons, supporters there meeting the Thackerays and capturing every single moment, while Aditya Thackeray becoming the highlight on camera. Pankaj Upadhyay is joining me now. Pankaj, all I can hear is cheering and support. But you know, this may be a show of strength, but it will not be there when they need it as a floor test in the state assembly or as the numbers if they want to continue in power.
Yes, for now, as I was saying, Shiv Sena says that they are confident and that the rebel Shiv Sainiks are going to return to the fold. Also, interestingly, Pooja, you know, right now the situation is such that anything can happen because even Eknath Shinde has clearly said that he does not want to create a separate faction. He has also said that he does not want to become the chief minister. All he is saying that the various MLAs who have fought against the Congress and the NCP in areas like North Maharashtra, Vidarbha and Marathwada are finding it very, very difficult to play constructive part in their constituencies by aligning with the Congress and the NCP. And he has said that in the future, in the days ahead, the Shiv Sena, by aligning with Congress, which is majorly seen having an image of a pro-Muslim party, and the NCP, which is seen as a party of the Marathas, the Shiv Sena is going to see a massive erosion in its vote bank.
Yes.
Hence he says that going by the teachings of what Balasaheb Thackeray has given them, that is aligned with the hard Hindutva, he says the party needs to just, you know, do away with Congress and the NCP. He says most of the MLAs are not able to understand the soft Hindutva of Shiv Sena. And now is the time, after having spent 2.5 years, now is the time really that Uddhav Thackeray needs to part ways with the Congress and the NCP. And that is also the reason, Pooja, let us understand that the Shiv Sena is going to have the maximum problems here in these areas. You know, while I was saying earlier as well, that Uddhav is trying to reach out to the ranks and file, and he is garnering a lot of support in Mumbai, because Mumbai, of course, is the bastion of Shiv Sena, and here he'll get a lot of support. The problem areas, of course, are the Vidarbha, the Marathwada, and the North Maharashtra region, where the cadres also feel, yes, you know, Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena as such, which is originally the party of the great Balasaheb Thackeray, should not have aligned with the Congress and the NCP, and that interest, the larger interest, the larger, stronger Hindutva interests of the Shiv Sena are getting eroded. And that's what exactly
Pankaj,
what
I'll request you to just hold on there. Will Uddhav Thackeray speak at all? This is from visuals short while ago, before his vehicle was entering through the gates inside Matoshri. But from what I see, you know, it's very interesting if you see. Take a look of how both the father and the son are reacting. Uddhav Thackeray fairly acknowledging the support. He cannot escape the crowds around him. He has waved to them expressed his thanks to them. But look at Aditya Thackeray, the energy of this young Thackeray, Maharashtra minister and Sena leader, cheering, a fist, a closed fist, waving to the crowd with a victory sign, smiling as if they have won the match. So, is it something that we are missing here? What is actually happening behind the curtains? If the Thackeray's are so confident, the image that they are projecting that they appear to have won, is there something that is brewing even now? Or is this perhaps just public posturing that yes, we have the Shiv Sainik support and that's all that matters to us? The numbers don't matter. So, Pankaj, as we are looking at these two visuals of Uddhav Thackeray, of course, the supporters, the local residents, the media persons, I can also ask here, nobody seems to really care at this point in the crowd of supporters that Uddhav Thackeray could actually also be COVID positive at this point, Pankaj. Right, so we'll connect with our reporters again, but these two visuals, remember, at about almost 11:15 p.m. For the past 3 nights, close to midnight has been complete action. Started with the 2 a.m. reaching Surat resort of the rebel MLAs led by Eknath Shinde, and then the next midnight, which was yesterday night, I remember I was exactly at the same place from the studio reporting how the buses are arriving at the Surat resort. They are being airlifted by a chartered aircraft to Guwahati. And today, third midnight in a consecutive 3 days. Now, a lot has changed in the last 24 hours. Uddhav Thackeray, realizing does not have the numbers, speaks up, an emotional connect with his public, with his voters. And as reactions that journalists and our colleagues on the ground are trying to get from the family members of the Thackerays, not a word from either Uddhav Thackeray, his son Aditya Thackeray or his wife, but all of them, remember, were accompanying the chief minister. When Uddhav Thackeray, before he walked out, we'll shortly take you to those visuals as well, suitcases being brought out, then family going out one by one. So it was full-on public posturing by the Thackeray family. But as of now, of course, with this crowd, the BJP is closely watching and is ensuring that they also dig into what's been happening. Bharatiya Janata Party's Neta appears to have filed a complaint against Uddhav Thackeray for flouting COVID protocol. Tajinder Singh Bagga, who's a Bharatiya Janata Party Neta spokesperson, is asking the Mumbai police to file FIR against Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Why is he asking for the complaint? Because remember, in the morning, there was information that had come in. Kamal Nath had himself said, the Congress senior Neta, that Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. I'm unable to meet him. And that was an antigen report. Let's listen in now to what Tajinder Bagga says.
बीच में पब्लिक में नहीं आ सकते उन्होंने ना बल्कि कोविड प्रोटोकॉल को तोड़ा जो ये कहता है कि कोई भी कोविड पॉजिटिव जो मरीज है वो जनता के बीच में या पब्लिक में नहीं आ सकता है बल्कि उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र की जनता की जान को खतरा बनाया। मैं मुंबई पुलिस को आज मैंने जो कंप्लेन दी है मैंने उस पर ये कहा है कि जो कोविड प्रोटोकॉल को तोड़ने के वायलेशन के जुर्म में उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेन बनती है उसको दर्ज किया जाए, एफआईआर को दर्ज किया जाए और जो भी उस नियमों के तहत सजा बनती है उसके तहत उन पे धाराएं लगाई जाए।
So let's go across now to my colleague Ritvik Bhalekar in Mumbai. That's Tajinder Bagga, who's ensuring that with these visuals, they're asking a FIR to be filed against the Chief Minister. Ritvik, where does the COVID status stand for Uddhav Thackeray right now? There was a lot of confusion. It appeared he's negative, but he himself said, my voice is low because I'm COVID positive. What are you picking up on this? Because with so many crowd and supporters right now, the COVID positive issue is going to be played out as well by the BJP. Ritvik, if you can hear
Yes, absolutely. This question was going to be raised because in the morning... Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hi. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Ritvik is joining us right now. Yes, Ritvik, over to you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, absolutely. This question was going to be raised that are COVID protocols followed because it was CM Uddhav Thackeray who during the pandemic he used to tell everyone through his Facebook lives, he used to appeal everyone that COVID protocol should be followed strictly. In the morning, he himself in the Facebook live, he told that he was found COVID positive, but then sources tell us that it was an antigen test, then RT-PCR test was done, in which he was again found negative. But we should put some light on this, that Kamal Nath, who is in charge of Congress, had flown down to Mumbai. He was about to meet CM Uddhav Thackeray. He couldn't meet him because he was COVID positive, as he told. But then in the evening, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sure, they and other NCP ministers, they went to Varsha and they also met Uddhav Thackeray. After that, Uddhav Thackeray have left his official residence Varsha, and now he has come to his private residence Matoshri. And when coming back to his home, we saw that on the streets there were so many Shiv Sainiks on the streets was waiting for him to welcome him, and there were sloganeering during this journey. We also saw that Uddhav Thackeray got out of his car, he started meeting people, he started greeting them, and during this there were hundreds of people, there was huge crowds of Shiv Sainiks who was meeting him. Then the question arises that are the COVID protocols followed? Because when a person is found COVID positive, he has to stay in isolation for at least 1 week, 4 to 5 days at least, and then he can come out. And he also cancelled his scheduled meeting with Kamal Nath. After that, he has come back home. There was people asking that if he is COVID positive, how is going to come back? Are they going to bring him back in ambulance? But no, he came in his own car. He came with his family and he meted and greeted all the Shiv Sainiks along the way when he was back home.
All right, so as of now, the COVID protocols have become a massive political issue. So Tajinder Bagga, other BJP leaders are clearly ensuring that these visuals that you see where Uddhav Thackeray is surrounded by the Shiv Sainiks, who of course at this point do not care if he's COVID positive or not, but as a chief minister there are protocols in place. He was seen wearing a mask, he was seen asking others to ensure that they wear a mask, but eventually it's a crowd, and BJP ensuring that they ask for a police complaint to be filed as well. And not just Tajinder Bagga, Amit Malviya, the ITC cell chief also of the BJP, has said, and I quote him here quickly, "We were told Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive, but he has since met Sharad Pawar at his residence, moved amongst people who apparently had turned out to see him go back home. He shouldn't have left in the first place." This deceit is what has led to Sena MLAs revolting, says Amit Malviya of the BJP. So ensuring BJP right now, even if they're not making a move just yet with regard to the change in government, while they would be very hopeful to do so, they are ensuring that the COVID protocols that are being broken here, as it appears, could just now become also a political flashpoint. Remember earlier, there was issue and words coming in that he was COVID positive. Kamal Nath himself said so, but then later information came that the RT-PCR by evening had come negative. So it appeared to be some relief for Uddhav Thackeray. But then, during the message, he himself mentioned that he's not feeling well with regard to his voice due to the COVID. Now, whether it was the earlier symptoms that he must have faced, whether he still has COVID, that's not clear at all. We'll try and get confirmation on that, but the BJP ensuring that they do raise this issue, which has now been brought up. Amit Malviya now joins me on this live telecast. Amit, I was just reading out what you have put on Twitter because there was some word that he just may be COVID negative, but do you think what happened here is and should have been avoided at all cost?
Well, there was an official communication from the government of Maharashtra that Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive, and this announcement was made just about 3 hours ago. Since then, he's met Sharad Pawar and other leaders of the NCP at his residence, and now we see him amongst hundreds of people who have apparently turned out to see him go back home, a home he shouldn't have left 2.5 years ago. This is putting people of Mumbai to grave risk, assuming that Maharashtra and Mumbai have suffered so much during COVID, but the highest number of per million deaths across Indian cities, Mumbai ranked amongst the top. And for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been the chief minister for the last 2.5 years, to be so irresponsible and doing this is completely unacceptable.
Mr. Amit Malviya, I'm just told a short while ago, Tajinder Singh Bagga, who's also a BJP leader and spokesperson, has asked for an FIR to be filed against Uddhav Thackeray at this point. Is this something that the BJP will be strictly looking into?
Well, it's something that the Chief Minister should not have done in the first place at all. It's highly irresponsible. And this is a communication that came from his office. So if he is COVID positive, he should be isolating himself. That's the standard protocol. Does the Chief Minister not know it? Is he not responsible enough to be ensuring that he does not go out? And this is perhaps the reason, this politics of deceit, this politics of being too clever by half is the reason why Sena MLAs have now revolted against him. And he's an isolated man with really his son and a couple of other people around him. All of them have gone with Eknath Shinde. It just tells you about his leadership style, his integrity and his commitment.
Amit, I also have to ask you here, because at this point, what we see is a smiling Aditya Thackeray. I see an Uddhav Thackeray who's waving, acknowledging the support. What you see here on the screen is no less than a show of strength that the Shiv Sena appears to be showing to that, we are not alone. We may not have the numbers. We have the support of Shiv Senics.
I mean, what else did you expect them to do? Cry in public?
He did play an emotional card, yes. He did play an emotional message today, if we were listening to it at about 5:30, when he said, I don't want power. I don't need power. I'll step down. I have the support of my workers, he said.
If he did not need power, he need not have cheated on the BJP and formed an alliance with parties his father and he opposed for the longest time. And if he's so much not interested in power, why did he just not resign instead of playing that emotional card? And after he made that uninspiring speech, 4 more MLAs have gone and joined Eknath Shinde. That should really tell you how inspiring and emotional, as you call it, his speech was.
Thank you so much, Amit Malviya, BJP Neta, speaking to India Today. Remember, close to midnight with the supporters and a sea there of Shiv Senics. Uddhav Thackeray walks in, Aditya Thackeray smiles, bows down with a closed fist in air to his supporters. But BJP is asking a pertinent question. If you're COVID positive as the Chief Minister, how can you be meeting other netas? How can you be going around interacting with these other people and clearly spreading the coronavirus at this point? Isn't that irresponsible as a Chief Minister? All of that is playing out. What you look at these 4 windows, Uddhav Thackeray from different angles meeting Shiv Senics, showing that he has support of people on the ground. Will that support change into numbers? We'll know in the next few hours which party makes the first move. Heading into a very short break with these visuals. It's going to be a long night for perhaps everyone associated with the Maharashtra Cabinet government and the BJP tonight.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
If Robert Pattinson is the most attractive man in the world, Amber Heard has the world's most beautiful face. Well, if we go by science, Heard dominated headlines in recent past for her highly publicized defamation case against ex-husband Johnny Depp. Does she indeed have the most beautiful face in the world? A famous plastic surgeon thinks so, and here's why. According to London-based plastic surgeon Dr. Julian De Silva, Heard topped his list of world's most beautiful women back in 2016. The surgeon used the Greek golden ratio of beauty, phi, to support his claims. The phi ratio of 1.618 has long been thought to hold the secret for beauty. De Silva has facial scanning technology that allows him to map faces to deduce which faces have perfect proportions. He analyzed 12 key points of Heard's facial structure, including her eyes, lips, nose, chin, and overall face shape. Dr. De Silva discovered that Heard's face was 91.85%.
You are watching India Today.
Clearly no end to the political thriller playing out in Maharashtra. The Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray packing his bags, leaving the Chief Minister's official residence, Varsha. En route Matoshri, Uddhav Thackeray steps down and out from his car to greet the sea of supporters of the Shiv Sena, known as commonly the Shiv Sainiks. The Thackerays have reached Matoshri, which is the official Thackeray ancestral residence. But the ongoing political developments do not seem to deter their spirits. Aditya Thackeray waving a victory sign to the supporters gathered outside Matoshri, while Uddhav Thackeray also acknowledging the support of the people who have come there to ensure that he knows that Shiv Sainiks are with him, while Aditya Thackeray with a closed fist and a victory sign waving to the supporters. But do the numbers translate into the assembly, or is the Mahavikas Aghadi government at the brink? Because Uddhav Thackeray addressed his party and the public of Maharashtra earlier in the evening. Speaking through a social media live, Uddhav Thackeray said he was ready to resign, but ultimately did not just yet step down as the chief minister. He importantly hit out at his now friend turned foe Eknath Shinde, asking him to come, or anyone else, to speak to him directly if they wanted him to resign and take the CM chair.
On Wednesday, as the rebellion in the Shiv Sena grew, reports trickled in from Mumbai indicating that Uddhav Thackeray may resign by the end of the day. Just after 5 p.m, the Chief Minister went live on Facebook video to set the rumors to rest, that he would not be going out without a fight.
जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
In an emotional address, Uddhav said he did not seek power or position.
त्याकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, काँग्रेसकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत आणि शिवसेनेकडनं जर तुम्ही नसाल तर ते पुढे चालणं हे कठीण आहे. मी म्हटलं पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का? मी आतापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार? ते बोलले नाही तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल.
He even said that he was all set to leave his official residence Varsha and shift back to the Thackeray ancestral property Matoshri.
आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
On the rebellion by the Shinde Sena, Uddhav said he was feeling betrayed. He also reacted to Eknath Shinde's charge that the Shiv Sena was straying from its core Hindutva ideology.
तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही.
As Uddhav dug in his heels, he made one thing clear, that he would not face a no-confidence motion in the assembly.
मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार करणार नाही, वाच्यता करणार नाही. तुम्ही सांगा मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडलं.
From now on, Uddhav is clear that he will not resign on his own. The Sena chief has made it obvious that he was ready to play the waiting game. The ball is now back in Eknath Shinde's court. With Sahil Joshi and team in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And Eknath Shinde spoke exclusively to India Today, and my colleague Preeti Chaudhary asked him the precise questions of does he really have the numbers that he's claiming, and specifically his charges against Uddhav Thackeray. What did Eknath Shinde, the man in eye of the storm, say? Listen in.
सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है.
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं.
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है.
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा.
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं. बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास.
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना. अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास.
बिल्कुल.
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है. अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है.
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा.
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की. उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की. शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं. तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी. और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे. यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया. ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है. और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे.
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ. मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है.
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है.
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते.
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं.
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं.
All eyes are clearly on what Eknath Shinde will now decide, the man who has managed to, for now, as it appears, break the Shiv Sena. Because he says and claims that he has the support of 46 MLAs. Because that is a big number, will not need the anti-defection law. When he spoke to India Today, he said he's committed to Bala Saheb Thakray's Hindutva ideology, and that is what Shiv Sena must stand for.
The Maharashtra political potboiler that began with India Today's news break is escalating by the minute. Shiv Sena strongman Eknath Shinde has pushed Maha Vikas Aghadi to the brink of collapse. Shinde, the rebel in the spotlight, who bolstered the Sena's ranks in 2005, has now pushed the same party into its biggest ever crisis, less than half a way through its tenure.
कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
The rebel minister, camped since early today in BJP-ruled Assam, claims to have support of 46 MLAs. Critically, he says the number is only going to swell further. Speaking first and exclusively to India Today, Shinde confirmed that he is not going to form a new party. The rebel leader also repeated the claim that he planned to carry forward the Bal Thackeray brand of Hindutva. Shinde also claimed that he is not in touch with any party. Also, that all his options are open. All eyes are now on his next course of action. The band of rebel MLAs with Shinde includes at least 8 Maharashtra ministers camping with him in a Guwahati 5-star hotel. Shinde has time and again asked Uddhav to bury the hatchet with the BJP, saying that's the only way the Shiv Sena can be saved. Perceived as the most powerful leader in the party after the Thackerays, Shinde's rebellious war cry is having a telling effect. As Uddhav hunkers down to save his Sarkar, all that's expected next, save for a miracle, is a finishing move by the Shinde Sena. Bureau Report, India Today.
What led to the Uddhav-Shinde breakup then? Sources are telling India Today that splitting the Shiv Sena was not an emotional decision by Shinde, but a well-thought-out planned strategy. India Today's Mumbai Bureau Chief Sahil Joshi gets you this report on what possibly happened between the Shiv Sena of the Shinde camp and the Thackeray camp. Take a look.
A trusted Thackeray aide with the Shiv Sena for over 2 decades, Eknath Shinde's rebellion has completely taken the Shiv Sena by surprise. The Sena now is doing everything they can to placate a miffed Shinde.
एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे बहुत पुराने साथी हैं, हमारे मित्र हैं। सालों साल से हम एक दूसरे के साथ कंधा से कंधा लगाकर काम कर रहे हैं। उनको भी इतना आसान नहीं है पार्टी छोड़ना और हमको भी इतना आसान नहीं है उनको छोड़ना।
But sources have told India Today that Shinde's rebellion is no emotional outburst. It was a well-thought-out decision taken because of a slew of factors.
Sir, काय म्हणता तुम्ही? शिवसेना सोडली sir.
The biggest clincher for Eknath Shinde was Uddhav's decision of allying with the NCP and Congress. Shinde's made it very clear that he wants Sena to ally with the BJP again.
विधायक जो है उन्होंने बाला साहब का हिंदुत्व जो है उसका स्वीकार किया है। कोई भी मुद्दा हम लोग आगे लेके जा रहे हैं।
Shinde reportedly spoke out in 2019 against an alliance with the NCP and Congress, but conceded after it was made clear that Uddhav was for the alliance. No efforts were made post-2019 to address Shinde's concerns about the Agadi. Before the Rajya Sabha polls, Shinde reportedly reiterated his belief that an alliance with the BJP is the way forward, a proposal that was shot down by Sanjay Raut, who even today says a BJP alliance will not happen.
जो मंसूबे लेकर अपने आप को किंग मेकर समझकर कुछ लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं वो सफल नहीं हो।
शिवसेनेचे पक्षप्रमुख महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव साहेब ठाकरे यांचे
Amid Shinde's repeated requests for an alliance with BJP, Uddhav Thackeray's message on the Shiv Sena Foundation Day just a few days ago was the final nail in the coffin.
मुंबई मराठी माणसाने रक्त सांडून हौतात्म्यात पत्करून मिळवलेली आहे, ती आंदण मोडून मिळालेली नाही, मिळवलेली मुंबई आहे। आणि या मुंबईचा लचका जो कोणी तोडण्याचा प्रयत्न करेल त्याचे तुकडे तुकडे केल्याशिवाय हा मर्द मराठा मराठी आणि हिंदू बसल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही, तरुण टाकणार आम्ही।
The alliance wasn't the only grouse. Eknath Shinde felt sidelined by Aditya Thackeray's meddling in his ministries. Shinde is the Urban Development Minister of Maharashtra, and Aditya Thackeray reportedly was actively involved in all urban development work in Mumbai. Shinde also believed that Uddhav's son took credit for many other development projects. So how did so many MLAs then side with Shinde? Many legislators were unhappy with the party leadership, particularly Uddhav Thackeray, who they felt was unapproachable and unavailable to them. These MLAs who are now in the Shinde camp were also against the NCP-Congress alliance, contending that they were allotted seats during the assembly election with a clear mission to defeat NCP and Congress candidates.
निर्दल नहीं है, हमारी तहार की पार्टी है, तहार, और मैं और हमारे साथी का और विधायक है, और अभी तक 40 तो हो गए और बढ़ेंगे, 10 तक और बढ़ेंगे, 50 हो जाएंगे.
Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today's news director Rahul Kamal earlier spoke to Nitin Deshmukh, a rebel MLA who joined Shinde in Surat, but then he returned to the Shiv Sena fold as it stands with the Thackerays. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
आप हमारे दर्शकों को तसल्ली से बताइए कि क्या हुआ आपके साथ. आप सूरत में थे, आप एकनाथ शिंदे के कैंप में थे, बताया जा रहा था कि रिबेलियन हो रहा है, फिर एकाएक हुआ कि आपको वापस आना. एग्जैक्टली हुआ क्या, प्लीज बताइए.
कैसा है, हम जो सूरत के होटल पे हमारे को जो ले गए, शुरू से तो हमारे को पता नहीं था कि किस ले लाया करके, लेकिन वहाँ जहाँ ले गए वहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता भी हमारे को दिखे. पुलिस का 300-400 लोगों का फौज पाटा था. फिर बाद में ख्याल आया कि कुछ गड़बड़ है. वहाँ भाजपा के नेता मोहित कंबोज थे, विधायक कुटे जी थे, विधायक चौहान जी थे. फिर बाद में ख्याल आया कुछ तो भी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट गिराने का षड्यंत्र भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चालू है.
नहीं, पर आपको कुछ तो बताया गया होगा ना जब मुंबई से सूरत गए, तो क्या
नहीं, कुछ नहीं, कुछ ही बताया गया नहीं. हमारे जो गत नेता है शिंदे साहब, हम उनके गाड़ी में थे. गत नेता ने बुलाया तो आमदार का काम रहता जाने का, क्योंकि हमारे पार्टी के गत नेता है. गत नेता का आदेश चलता है पार्टी में. हम उनके गाड़ी में बैठे चले गए. बाद में सूरत जाने के बाद पता चला कि हम सूरत आए करके.
सर कोई ऐसे वर्ली से बैंड्रा तो नहीं गए ना, मुंबई से सूरत गए. मैं अपने 5 साल के बेटे को गाड़ी में बैठाता हूँ, पहले उसको समझाना पड़ता है कि कहाँ जा रहे हैं और क्यों. ऐसे कैसे कि मुंबई से सूरत पहुंच गए और आपको पता ही नहीं चला कहाँ जा रहे हैं.
5 साल के बेटे को इसलिए बताना पड़ता है कि उसको समझ नहीं सकता हो. हमारे को मालूम है, हमारे नेता है, नेता ने बोला चलो पहले गाड़ी में बैठे उनके बंगले पर से थाना गए, थाने से पालघर गए. पालघर के पास कुछ तो भी विधायक जमा हो गए. वहां से फिर गाड़ी आगे सूरत के रास्ते पे चले गई. फिर रास्ते में जाते जाते ख्याल में आया कि कुछ गड़बड़ है. फिर होटल पे पहुंचने के बाद वहाँ पुलिस की फौज थी. इतनी फौज थी कि शायद वो पुलिस की फौज हमारे लिए रखी थी देखभाल के लिए. फिर वहाँ हमारे ख्याल में आने के बाद हम निकलना चाहते थे. हम निकलने की कोशिश किया, लेकिन पुलिस लोगों ने इतना अतिरेक किया कि हमारे को निकलने नहीं दिया. फिर 12:30-1 के दौरान मैं वहां से निकला हूँ, जबरदस्ती वहां से निकला मैं. लेकिन मैं आगे पैदल चल रहा था, पुलिस मेरे पीछे पीछे चल रही थी. अरे भाई, मैं कोई आतंकवादी था? मेरी पुलिस पीछे पीछे चल रही थी. मेरा हक नहीं चलता मैं मेरे गाँव जाऊं? मैं वहां से निकला, मेरे पीछे 60-70 पुलिस की फौज फटा. जवरपास में नजदीक एक चौक में आया, 3-3:30 का टाइम हो गया. मैं अकेला वहां खड़ा हुआ. रात का टाइम था, ऊपर से बारिश थी. मेरी हालत मेरे को मालूम कि वैसे टाइम कैसी हालत रहती थी. उस टाइम में मेरे नेता से कांटेक्ट किया, फोन पे मेरे गाड़ी बुलाया. वो पुलिस लोगों के ख्याल में आया कि इन्होंने गाड़ी बुलाया करके. फिर 3:30 के दौरान मेरे को 20-25 लोग पुलिस वाले ने पकड़ा, उठाया, गाड़ी में लाल रंग के गाड़ी में दबा दिया. वहां से मेरे को दवाखाने में ले गए, सरकारी अस्पताल में. मेरे को ना कोई अटैक आया, ना कोई बीमारी थी, ना कोई मेरी बीपी बढ़ी थी, ना शुगर बढ़ी थी. मेरे को किस लिए दवाखाने में लेके गए, ये मेरे सामने प्रश्न खड़ा हुआ. वहां जाने के बाद मेरे को शंका हो गई. डॉक्टर और पुलिस वाले आपस में कुछ तो भी बात कर रहे थे. उनकी बातें, उनका नजर, उनके वो जो बोल वचन रहते, वो कुछ संशयास्पद मेरे को संसद पद मेरे को दिखाई दे रहे थे, इसलिए मेरे दिल में एक शंका हो गई कि अपने को कुछ तो भी प्रॉब्लम खड़ा करने वाले हैं जानबूझ के। बाद में एक डॉक्टर बोलता है कि तुम्हारे को अटैक आ गया, पसीना आ गया, तुम्हारे को अटैक है। जबरदस्ती से 20-25 लोगों ने मेरे को पकड़ा, मेरे हाथ में धड़ में कुछ तो भी इंजेक्शन लगा दिया जबरदस्ती से। जैसे जानवर को इंजेक्शन लगाते वैसे एक विधायक को इंजेक्शन लगाया गुजरात के प्रशासन ने, जबरदस्ती से इंजेक्शन लगाया।
पर मुझे ये बताइए, ये मेरे पास ना
बाद में मेरे ख्याल में आया कि
एफिडेविट है सर, एक ये रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ था शिंदे जी और उनके साथ जो विधायक है, उसमें आपका सिग्नेचर नजर आ रहा है, तीसरा नाम आपका है।
आपको हिस्ट्री बता रहा, आप सिग्नेचर का बात बाद में पूछिए, पहले हॉस्पिटल में क्या हो गया इतिहास वो तो सुन लीजिए।
हाँ,
मेरे को 20-25 जने ने पकड़ा, मेरा हाथ में इंजेक्शन लगाया जैसे जानवर को लगाते वैसे। वो इंजेक्शन किसका था क्या था, मैं बोल रहा था मेरे को कोई लगाओ मत इंजेक्शन। पेशेंट खुद आदमी बोल रहा है कि मेरे को कोई दवाई की जरूरत नहीं, औषधि की जरूरत नहीं है, तो किस लिए मेरे को लगाया इंजेक्शन? मेरा आतंक के नाम पर कुछ जो भी मेरा घात पात गुजरात सरकार करना चाहती थी, मेरे ख्याल में आया। अब बताइए सिग्नेचर का क्या है? तो
नहीं, ये ना, ये जो रेजोल्यूशन पास हुआ, उस रेजोल्यूशन में जो नाम है उसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है, नितिन देशमुख करके।
नहीं, दिखाई दे रहा है, मेरे को भी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है वो।
आपका नहीं है, देखिए ना, तीसरा नंबर, मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली देसाई शिवाजी राव पहला नाम है, संजय शिरस्ते सेकंड नाम है, ये तीसरा नाम नितिन देशमुख का, ये तो आप ही का नाम है ना सर?
नाम तो लिखिए, नाम तो मेरा ही है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है।
अच्छा, आपके हिसाब से इस वक्त कितने ऐसे एमएलएज होंगे जो कि एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ हैं, जो कि आपके हिसाब से अपनी मर्जी से नहीं है वहां पे, जबरदस्ती, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं पुलिस ने आपके जबरदस्ती की, ऐसे कितने लोग हो सकते हैं वहां पे?
अभी वो कल पता चलेगा, मेरे तरीके और बहुत सारे होंगे, तो 15 तो लोग सहज होंगे कि जिनको कोई पता नहीं है।
कितने लोग? 15 लोग? कैसे मालूम कि 15 लोग हैं ऐसे?
वो पता चलेगा कल परसों।
कैसे पता चलेगा?
वापस आ जाएंगे, वापस आने का पता चलेगा ना।
नहीं, आपको कैसे मालूम वो वापस आ रहे हैं?
अरे जो मेरे को मालूम है, मैं वहां था, मेरे से कुछ बातचीत कर रहे थे लोग, ये तो पता ही चलता ना मैं वहां रहने के बाद।
अच्छा, ये बताइए आपके हिसाब से होगा क्या नेक्स्ट? उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बनी रहेगी या उनको वर्षा से निकल के मातोश्री जाना ही पड़ेगा?
जाती है सरकार, आती रहेंगी जाती रहेंगी। जो कोई विधायक कोई पार्टी में जाता है तो विधायक जाएगा, जनता नहीं जाएंगी, मतदार नहीं जाता, पदाधिकारी नहीं जाता, शिवसैनिक नहीं जाता, विधायक जाएगा। लेकिन वो मतदार संघ का शिवसैनिक नहीं लेके जा सकता, हो शिवसैनिक का वोट नहीं लेके जा सकता, शिवसेना का पदाधिकारी नहीं लेके जा सकता। सत्ता आएगी जाएगी वो बात अलग है।
नहीं तो आपको लग रहा है सरकार गिर रही है गाड़ी की?
अरे वो बता रहे गिरेंगे या नहीं गिरेंगे वो हमारा विषय नहीं है।
नहीं, पर शिंदे साहब ये आरोप लगाते हैं ना कि उद्धव ठाकरे किसी से मिलते नहीं है, बैठे रहते अपने कमरे में, उनका इंटरेस्ट नहीं है किसी से मिलने में।
सब देश में एक नंबर पे आ गए उद्धव साहब, सब देश में। चलो ठीक है।
नहीं, बात करो ना, जाओगे कहां? अरे नितिन देशमुख।
Time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
So who is Eknath Shinde, the man who everyone's been talking about, the man who started from an auto rickshaw driver to today becoming the sole individual who's possibly changed Shiv Sena forever? Take a look now at this profile of who was Eknath Shinde, how he started and where he's reached today. Eknath Sambaji Shinde has come a long way from driving an auto rickshaw to becoming a minister in Maharashtra's Mahavikas Aghadi government.
मी श्री एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
Shinde was a protege of Anand Dege, a notorious leader from Thane who was known as someone who could defy even Sena founder, the all-powerful Balasaheb Thackeray. Shinde's first political stint began after he was elected to Thane Municipal Corporation as a Sena candidate. But then, a horrific personal tragedy struck. 2 out of 3 of Shinde's children drowned while on a boat ride in their village. After the incident, he turned a recluse and quit politics. But Anand Dege brought Shinde back into politics, making him also the leader of the house in municipal corporation. After Dege's death in 2001, Shinde came into his own, his political career soaring, even as he styled his image on that of his mentor. Within the next 3 years, Shinde was elected to assembly and established his hold over the party's organization structure. After Raj Thackeray quit to form the MNS and Narayan Rane revolted, Eknath Shinde became the money and muscle man of the Shiv Sena and the crowd puller. Shinde was credited with bolstering the ranks of the Shiv Sena, thus growing even closer to Uddhav Thackeray and becoming the Chief Minister's trusted lieutenant. Overnight, the 58-year-old Eknath Shinde has gone from troubleshooter to troublemaker. With a large number of MLAs now loyal to him, Eknath Shinde has put in question the survival of the Shiv Sena and of the Maharashtra government. With inputs from Kamlesh Sutar, Bureau Report, India Today. That's all I have for this bulletin, but it is a big developing story and we'll be tracking all the latest on that. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Take care.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Warm welcome viewers, you're watching News Today. I am Preeti Chaudhary. An emotional appeal made by Uddhav Thackeray, but has it come a tad little too late? On the other side, is it now going to be the Shinde Sena with numbers mounting in the favor of Eknath Shinde? The latest coming in viewers. 3 more MLAs from Mumbai are making their way to Guwahati as I speak. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Embattled Uddhav Thackeray says he is ready to resign if Shiv Sainiks have issues with him. Declares that Hindutva is part of his soul. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says he has the support of 46 MLAs, 37 of those are from the Shiv Sena. Shinde claims he's not in touch with Sena or BJP leaders. As Sena firefights mega implosion, Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav. NCP chief tells his party men not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantage BJP. Fadnavis holds meet with party leaders in Mumbai. Union Minister Narayan Rane says the rebellion is masterminded by the wicked intellect of Sanjay Raut. Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on the ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says he will continue to fight ED patiently with the support of Congress workers. Congress insults NDA's pick for president nominee. Draupadi Murmu calls her in fact a dummy president. BJP accuses Congress of insulting women and tribals. Turmoil in AIDMK as EPS versus OPS returns. OPS urges General Council members to skip key meet, which could make EPS the unitary leader for the party. Oil tumbles below $110 per barrel as US government calls for fuel tax cut. In midst of the economic uncertainty, rupee falls to a fresh low. The Indian currency depreciates 30 paisa close at 78.39 against the US dollar. And tragedy strikes Afghanistan again. Massive earthquake. 6.0 magnitude deadly quake claims 1,000 lives in Afghanistan. Nearly 15,000 people are injured. All right, viewers, you heard the emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray, and now Eknath Shinde has hit out. Shinde tweeted a short while ago that the Mahavikas Aghadi benefited only the Congress and the NCP for 2.5 years. He also says only Aghadi allies are getting stronger. Uddhav, meanwhile, has dug in his heels. Shinde still remains defiant. There might be an emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray, but viewers, hard, cold numbers side with Eknath Shinde. Shinde was to hold a press conference. He hasn't quite done it. But after Uddhav's emotional pitch, speaking directly to the rebels, saying, I never wanted power. I have already written down my resignation. The rebel MLAs can come and take it. But he also threw in a googly. He asked the rebel MLAs that, how do you know that the next chief minister of Maharashtra will be a Shiv Sainik? On the other hand, Eknath Shinde was to hold a press conference an hour ago. He hasn't done so. He's chosen the medium of the social media platform Twitter to hit back at Uddhav Thackeray. He said that the Mahavikas Aghadi has been corrupt and he wants to make it very clear that he wants Uddhav Thackeray to leave this unholy alliance, is what he is saying, that has continued for 2.5 years. He also says only Aghadi allies are getting stronger. The Shiv Sena, as per Eknath Shinde, is getting weaker. I'm going to get you the latest visuals that are coming in from Guwahati, where all the MLAs along with Eknath Shinde are holed up at the Radisson Hotel. These are the lobby shots from the Radisson Hotel there. As we speak, viewers, 3 more Sena MLAs have reached Guwahati to back Eknath Shinde. Manjula Govt, Yogesh Kadam and Gulab Rao Patil have joined the rebel gang, and clearly now visuals pouring out, them touching the feet of Eknath Shinde. You can see Eknath Shinde being surrounded by all the rebels. a mood of jubilation. It does seem because they have the numbers. Eknath Shinde spoke to India Today this afternoon. I spoke to him, in fact, and he told me that he has 46 plus MLAs and 37 of them are from the Shiv Sena, which viewers directly means that he will buck the anti-defection law from kicking in if he has that figure of 37. I want to quickly cut across to Polumi Saha, my colleague who's reporting from Guwahati outside the Radisson Hotel, where these visuals are streaming from. Jubilant visuals of Shinde Sena, if I might call it, Polumi, where the 3 new MLAs that have defected now into the Eknath Shinde camp coming in, touching the feet of Eknath Shinde. What's the latest that you're getting it?
Preeti, to just correct that figure, 4 new MLAs have now joined the Shinde camp. That's Gulab Rao Patil, that's Manjula Gavit, Chandrakant Patil and Yogesh Kadam. 4 new MLAs who've joined the Shinde camp. And those are the jubilant scenes. As you see the Shinde camp and their numbers grow at this moment. Remember earlier we did report on the resolution which was signed by the Shinde camp, which suggested that there were 31 Sena MLAs and 3 independents who were on board with Eknath Shinde in terms of this rebellion, which he has, of course, hoisted against the Uddhav Shiv Sena camp. And now what we're learning is that 4 new MLAs, they in fact drove in right before our eyes. Chandrakant Patil, Gulab Rao Patil, Manjula Gavit and Yogesh Kadam. Chandrakant Patil and Manjula Gavit are independent MLAs. In fact, Chandrakant Patil, as my colleague Kamlesh in Mumbai, who covers this extensively, informs, Chandrakant Patil, Eknath Khadsey's daughter from the Muktai Nagar Assembly seat. And he was very upset when recently Eknath Khadsey, as an NCP candidate, entered the Legislative Council of Maharashtra. He was just elected as an MLC in Maharashtra. So Chandrakant Patil is quite upset about that, and that's why he's come and joined the Eknath Shinde camp. And there is Manjula Gavit, who is an independent MLA as well, who in fact expressed her support for the Shiv Sena. And from the Shiv Sena, it's Gulab Rao Patil, a minister in the Uddhav government, who has now joined ranks with Eknath Shinde and also Yogesh Kadam.
So 2 from the Shiv Sena, 2 independents is what we are getting in right now in Guwahati, and these are the visuals, viewers, that are filtering in. Clearly, visuals of jubilation. You can see a beaming Eknath Shinde. The Shinde Sena, if I may say, is only getting stronger. This video clip is taken on purpose to show the show of strength of Eknath Shinde. And you can see the number of MLAs all standing next to him. And, well, he has the numbers, cold, clear numbers, up against virtually highly emotive appeal to these very Shiv Senics who now stand shoulder by shoulder with Eknath Shinde. Before I cut across to the next news break, I want to quickly pull in Polumi for a quick update. Polumi, what's the number? Eknath Shinde had claimed to us he already has over the 37 mark which he needs from the Shiv Sena in terms of MLAs. Now, that anyway could be posturing, but any indication what's the number gone up to right now with the MLAs that he has, especially from the Sena?
Well, Preeti, because a lot of numbers have been bandied about through the entire day, let's just go with what's been on paper, really. And that is the resolution that was signed by the Shinde camp today. 34 MLAs signed that resolution, in fact, which was, of course, saying that the Shiv Sena should pull out of the Mahavikas Aghadi government and should not continue with the NCP Congress. So 34 MLAs on that, 31 who belong to the Shiv Sena and 3 other independents. Now, if you count the 4 more, yes. If you count the 4 more that have gone in right now, so 34 plus 4, the total strength stands at 38. And as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, that's 31 plus 2. So Shiv Sena stands at 33 and the total strength, as we see it, stands at 38, Preeti.
All right, 38 total strength, 33 of the 38 come from the Shiv Sena, 4 short of the magic 37 mark that Eknath Shinde needs to reach that proverbial magic figure for him where the anti-defection law will not kick in. Polumi, stay with me. I'm going to quickly get into the next news break that is coming in. Sanjay Raut, meanwhile, has said that Uddhav will not resign. He's confident of a floor test win. We are looking now possibly at a floor test. Another big twist coming in. Multiple statements have been given by Sanjay Raut and knives are out for Sanjay Raut. Some from within the Shiv Sena, the others from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the latest is that Sanjay Raut has said Uddhav's not resigning. He's going to fight to the finish. He will go in for a floor test. Mind you, viewers, Uddhav Thackeray, when he was giving that address, said he doesn't want to go in for a floor test. So the emotional appeal is not quite working. Listen in to Sanjay Raut.
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री नहीं, क्या एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री के लिए
ऐसी कोई बात नहीं हो गई है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आप गलत न्यूज चला रहे हो जी। पर मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे।
यानी कि इस्तीफा नहीं देने जा रहे हैं, अभी इस्तीफा देने नहीं जा रहे हैं।
फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर बड़ी खबर, अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
ऑलराइट, उद्धव ठाकरे चीफ मिनिस्टर है, चीफ मिनिस्टर रहेंगे is what Sanjay Raut says this evening. I'll give you context to that. This morning, viewers, at about 9 a.m. Sanjay Raut says agar satta chhodni padi to chhod denge. Well, it seems that the Uddhav camp has decided to dig in its heels. Sanjay Raut maintains that Shiv Sena is now open for a floor test, something which Uddhav Thackeray said that he's not looking at a floor test. Interesting developments. Things are changing by not just the hour, possibly within minutes. Cutting across to Ashutosh, my colleague, who's joining us from the Chief Minister's residence. Ashutosh, you are at Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence, a residence which Uddhav Thackeray will now leave and go back to Matoshri. What are the optics? What are you seeing? We had Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, who met Uddhav Thackeray. They've left now. Sanjay Raut has gone ahead and met him, coming out with that strong statement. We don't know what's there to back it. But what are you witnessing? Quick update, then we'll move on.
Well, Preeti, we usually call it optics, but politically it's also about the messaging. And after Uddhav Thackera's that appeal, now what we see, the Shiv Sainiks are on the road. So I just moved from Varsha towards Matoshri at the Uddhav Thackray with family members. He'll be leaving through on the sea route. And here, from the southern Mumbai to the western part to the Matoshri to Bandra, here on the ceiling, several pockets you see the Shiv Sainik men, women with the flowers and the saffron flag, the identity of Shiv Sena. They all are just showing strength. And as you know, I've been saying that right after this appeal, the impact could be seen within 24 hours. And this is one of such strength, show of strength of the Shiv Sainiks, their unity, that they are, the messages, placards, everything that they're carrying, saying that they are with Uddhav Thackeray. Now remember, this is what is unfolding in Mumbai. And since Uddhav Thackeray, when he realized that power could not be in his hand anymore after rebel by Eknath Shinde, but it is also to have a power on Shiv Sena. And this would only come after his appeal. And unless you have Shiv Sainiks on board, the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, which he is carrying, unless you have the support of the grassroots cadre, clearly that will be difficult politically to survive.
Quickly get us some reactions. Get us some reactions, Ashutosh, then we're going to quickly move on.
Of course, Preeti. And that's very important, that's very important. अब एकनाथ शिंदे, तो वो एकनाथ आपको लगता है कि वो शिंदे सेना होगी या शिव सेना पर वर्चस्व, ये लड़ाई आपको सिर्फ कुर्सी की दिखती है, लगता है कि पार्टी पर भी मुश्किल होगा? शिव सैनिक किसके साथ खड़े होंगे ऐसे समय में?
शिंदे सेना कभी नहीं होगी, शिवसेना ही रहेगी। ये बाला साहब की शिवसेना है और हमारे सब शिव सैनिक है। हम मरते दम तक शिव सैनिक ही रहेंगे। शिवसेना कभी शिंदे सेना नहीं होगी।
आज जो उद्धव ठाकरे ने अपील की, आप लोगों ने सुना, देखा उसको? जो उद्धव ठाकरे ने बात कही, सुना आपने उनको?
बहुत अच्छा बोला है हमारे साहब ने और बहुत अच्छी तरह उन्होंने रखा है लोगों के सामने और उसी लिए हम लोग हमारे साहब के साथ है, उद्धव साहब के साथ है।
लेकिन विधायक जिस तरह से अभी 2 और गुवाहाटी पहुंच गए, आपके पास जिनको आपने चुना था वो विधायक शिवसेना के अब एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ खड़े हो रहे हैं, ऐसे में पार्टी की कमान किसके हाथ में बची रह जाएगी? कहां तक जाएगी ये लड़ाई?
नहीं, हमारे जो साहब है उनके हाथ में ही कमान रहेगी और आखिर तक हम लोग जब तक हमारे शिव सैनिक है और इसीलिए हम लोग उनको बल देने के लिए इधर खड़े हैं।
क्या बगावत से शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ता भी टूटेंगे? इसमें भी टूट दिखाई पड़ेगी?
बिल्कुल नहीं, कार्यकर्ता कभी भी टूटेंगे नहीं। हम लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ
शिव सैनिक ही रहेंगे और साहब का साथ कभी छोड़ेंगे नहीं.
And this just happened, Preeti, right after the appeal by Uddhav Thackeray, that all across the Mumbai street, and particularly since they know this is the route where Uddhav Thackeray will pass
Well,
through,
Ashutosh, I'm just giving you a quick
and
heads up
welcoming to greet and to
that
show their
Uddhav Thackeray,
solidarity.
along with his family, is ready to move from Varsha on to Matoshri, so he'll be passing you anytime soon. We're going to come back with those visuals, but viewers, what a day it's been. Multiple political developments, breathless at that. Now, his government is clearly on the brink. Many thought, us in the newsroom, that Uddhav Thackeray, when he came on with that address, is going to step down. He did. He dug in his heels. Usually, resignations are extended to the governor, where the chief minister is concerned. He extended the resignation to the rebel leader, saying, I've written my resignation, come take it. But will the next chief minister be that a Shiv Sainik? Throw a googly. But till now, it doesn't seem that that emotional appeal has cut through where the rebel MLAs are concerned, because viewers, as we speak, 4 more rebel MLAs, 2 independent, 2 from the Shiv Sena, have joined the Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati. All right, cavalcade of the current chief minister, at least till now, of Maharashtra, leaving Varsha, his residence, onwards to Matoshri. Why it's happening for those who are joining us? Because Uddhav, in that emotional appeal, says, I want no trappings of the chief minister. I'm going to leave Varsha where I live. Varsha, viewers, is the chief minister's residence. He says, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to go back to my home, to Matoshri. So that's what he's doing. He had a bit of meetings there, political meetings. Even though he says he's COVID positive, he did meet Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, then Sanjay Raut later. One thing is clear, the stance of the Shiv Sena in the morning was reconciliatory. They wanted to make, build bridges with Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. Huge emotional appeal going on in the evening. But now it seems they're getting prepared to fight it out to the end, even if it comes to a floor test. So Uddhav Thackeray, viewers, has left the CM's residence Varsha on his way to Matoshri. And we are getting you visuals of that cavalcade. All right, viewers, let me quickly take you through those visuals coming in of Uddhav Thackeray leaving Varsha. Hectic political developments going. It's not a day that has ended for us, or rather even Uddhav Thackeray and all that's going down in Maharashtra right now. Uddhav Thackeray has left for Matoshri. A lot of Shiv Sainik, my colleague Ashutosh was pointing out, lining up the roads. Maybe we'll get a close-up shot of those visuals as well through the course of the next 45 minutes. We are going to try and decode, understand what's really going on in the state of Maharashtra, teetering on the brink of a collapse in Uddhav Sarkar, if one might call it. Uddhav's emotional appeal has come, but has it come a tad too late? That's the question. The fact that there was dissent brewing within his lot for so long, how is that the chief minister didn't pick up? But very quickly, let's take you through on what's gone down through the course of the day.
On Wednesday, as the rebellion in the Shiv Sena grew, reports trickled in from Mumbai indicating that Uddhav Thackeray may resign by the end of the day. Just after 5 p.m, the Chief Minister went live on Facebook video to set the rumors to rest, that he would not be going out without a fight.
जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
In an emotional address, Uddhav said he did not seek power or position.
त्याकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, काँग्रेसकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, आणि शिवसेनेकडनं जर तुम्ही नसाल तर ते पुढे चालणं हे कठीण आहे. मी म्हटलं पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का? मी आतापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार? ते बोलले नाही, तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल.
He even said that he was all set to leave his official residence Varsha and shift back to the Thackeray ancestral property Matoshri.
आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे, आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
On the rebellion by the Shinde Sena, Uddhav said he was feeling betrayed. He also reacted to Eknath Shinde's charge that the Shiv Sena was straying from its core Hindutva ideology.
तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही.
As Uddhav dug in his heels, he made one thing clear, that he would not face a no-confidence motion in the assembly.
मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार करणार नाही, वाच्यता करणार नाही. तुम्ही सांगा मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडलं.
From now on, Uddhav is clear that he will not resign on his own. The Sena chief has made it obvious that he was ready to play the waiting game. The ball is now back in Eknath Shinde's court. With Sahil Joshi and team in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Quickly, viewers, let's cut across to our panelist. Can Uddhav Thackeray save his Sena, or has the time come for Shinde Sena? Joining me all the way on his holiday, Rajdeep Sardesai. The tumultuous political winds blowing from Maharashtra have found him in Thailand. He'll be joining us. Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor. Sahil Joshi, Senior Executive Editor. Anand Dubey, Shiv Sena Leader. Mahesh Thapse, NCP Spokesperson. Deshrata Nigam, Political Analyst. Javed Ansari, Senior Journalist. I want to immediately cut across to our Shiv Sena Spokesperson. I believe we have him for a very short time. Mr. Anand Dubey, you know, a lot has changed since the morning. The morning began with Sanjay Raut coming out and saying, सुबह उन्होंने दुबे जी बोला था कि सत्ता जाती है तो जाए, संगठन पार्टी संभालना है. रात तक वो कमेंट बदला है कि फ्लोर टेस्ट तक जाएंगे, आखिर तक लड़ेंगे.
मैडम, कल से और आज के बीच में 10 बार हमारे नेताओं ने शिंदे जी से संपर्क किया, बातचीत किया. हमने सुना था कि बहुत बड़े से बड़ा विवाद संवाद से हल हो जाता है, बड़े से बड़ी उलझन बातचीत से खत्म हो जाती है. लेकिन यहाँ बातचीत करना किसको है? जब आदरणीय उद्धव ठाकरे जी कह रहे हैं कि शिंदे साहब आपको क्या चाहिए, मुख्यमंत्री बनना है, पार्टी में सर्वोच्च पद चाहिए, आइए बैठ के बातचीत करते हैं, जो कह देंगे मैं मान लूंगा. लेकिन मेरे पास आइए, उन्हें आना नहीं है. वो गुजरात से गुवाहाटी चले जाते हैं. एक तरफ कहते हैं कि हम बाला साहब ठाकरे के शिव सैनिक हैं, एक तरफ कहते हैं कि हम असली हिंदुत्व को मानने वाले शिव सैनिक हैं, और एक तरफ हमारे सर के पीठ में छुरा भोगते हो. आज उन्होंने जो कहा है भावनात्मक अपने इसमें फेसबुक में कि जब कुल्हाड़ी लकड़ी को काटती है तो लकड़ी को इस पर दर्द नहीं होता कि कुल्हाड़ी काट रही है, दर्द तो उस पर होता है कि जिस कुल्हाड़ी में वो लकड़ी लगी है वो उसी कटने वाले पेड़ की टहनी से बनी हुई है. तो हमारी टहनी तो कट गई, हमारी टहनी को तो किसी और ने अपनी जाल में फंसा लिया. रही बात सरकार की, हमने कभी सत्ता का मुंह नहीं देखा. हमने मनोहर जोशी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, नारायण राणे जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, हमने खुद भी नहीं बनना चाहा. जब शरद पवार जी ने कहा कि नहीं आप बनिए, नहीं तो संभल नहीं पाएगा, कोई किसी की बात मानेगा नहीं, तो उद्धव जी ने कहा मैं तो कभी महापौर के चुनाव में भी उनको बधाई देने जाता हूं, मुझे तो कुछ आइडिया नहीं है, अनुभव नहीं है. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, धीरे धीरे हो जाएगा, आप काम करिए, आपका कुशल नेतृत्व है, आपका प्रशासन अच्छा है. ये सब करने के बाद अरे मुख्यमंत्री का पद चाहिए, हमने तो वर्षा भी छोड़ दिया.
आप साहेब बोल रहे हैं, दुबे साहब
छोड़ दिया.
दुबे साहब आप साहेब बोल रहे हैं उद्धव ठाकरे जी को, पर जो आप ही के साहेब थे, जो उन्होंने आज जो बोला है शाम को, साफ ये भी तो कहा है ना कि देखिए मैं मिल नहीं पाया आप लोगों से जब समय था, क्योंकि टेली कॉन्फ्रेंस थी, जब चेयर करते थे टेली कॉन्फ्रेंस के थ्रू ही मिलते थे, तो मिल नहीं पाए. थोड़ा लेट नहीं हो गया? ये पहले नहीं समझना चाहिए था कि
उसका कारण बताया. हाँ, उसका कारण बताया कि मेरे एक बड़ी ऑपरेशन हुई थी, जिसके बाद 2-2.5 महीने में कैसे कैसे संभला हूं मैं ही जानता हूं. ये उनका व्यक्तिगत मामला था. लेकिन अब चूंकि देखिए एक मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वो भी बीमार हो सकते हैं, फिर भी उन्होंने वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग बगल वाले अपने अस्पताल के जो रूम होते हैं वहां से उन्होंने कोई काम रोका नहीं. कोविड के समय में प्रधानमंत्री से लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट WHO ने उनकी तारीफ की, टॉप 5 मुख्यमंत्री में उनका नाम आया. ठीक है, वो बहुत ज्यादा भाषण नहीं.
दुबे साहब आप कह रहे हैं अभी, दुबे साहब तो आप अभी कह रहे हैं कि अब जो रिकंसिलिएशन थी, जो बातचीत हो रही थी एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ, वो अब नहीं होगी आगे, क्योंकि
उनकी तरफ से हमारी तरफ से आज भी दरवाजे खुले हैं. हम चाहते हैं कि आज भी आइए, बैठ के बात करिए, कौन सा पद चाहिए, कौन सी सत्ता चाहिए.
अपील के बाद 4 और MLA चले गए उनके पक्ष में.
बस वही कह रहा हूं कि इन्हें न बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा से लेना देना है, न हिंदुत्व से लेना देना है, न शिवसेना से लेना देना है.
आप कह रहे हैं
इन्हें महत्वाकांक्षा है, अति महत्वाकांक्षा। किसी ने सगुफा छोड़ा होगा कि आपको तो प्रधानमंत्री बनवा देंगे, हमारा चेला बन जाइए। बस देखिए इस लेवल की राजनीति।
बहुत शुक्रिया सर हमसे बात करने का. I want to cut across right now to Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, who's joining us. Rajdeep, you've been tracking all the details very closely. I want to ask you, a little too late, you know, there's been mutiny brewing in the ranks for a while now. You've suddenly woken up and admitted that there was something going wrong, and the emotional appeal coming now?
It would seem so, Preeti. Clearly the momentum is with Eknath Shinde, and therefore Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal on Facebook may well have come a little too late. Even his move tonight from Varsha, the official chief minister's residence, to his own personal residence of Matoshri, almost suggesting as if he's renouncing the perks of the chief minister's office, may also have come too late. Because when the Shiv Sena lost that 5th seat in the Rajya Sabha election 2 weeks ago, when they lost the MLC election, of course, a couple of days ago, the writing in a way was on the wall. Once you knew that the BJP had got as many as 134 votes out of 288, with a dozen Shiv Sena MLAs cross-voting, you should have been able to put your team together, get your act together, and been able to control the damage. That clearly didn't happen. Somewhere there was something seriously wrong in the Shiv Sena's ability, or the Shiv Sena leadership's ability, to gauge the extent of this dissent. I remember speaking to a Shiv Sena leader just a few days ago, and they said, oh, there are just 5 or 6 people who are dissenting. Eknath Shinde's name has been doing the rounds for some time as someone who feels aggrieved, that he believes he should have been given far more importance than possibly even an Aditya Thackeray, the son of the chief minister. And yet, at no stage was a serious attempt made to understand what was happening on the ground. Let's also be very clear here, Preeti. There's an inevitability to what has been happening. The alliance that was formed in November 2019 was an unnatural alliance. There was an element of betrayal. So there was a sense that this alliance, particularly as you came closer to the next election of 2024, and importantly, the Mumbai Municipal Corporation election, which is really the cash cow for parties like the Shiv Sena, now scheduled for October, November, some of these fault lines, some of the fissures would come out into the open. And that's exactly what has happened. But your challenge was, how do you accommodate, conciliate, and be able to meet the ever-rising demands of ambitious leaders like Eknath Shinde? So clearly there was a failure to gauge that. And you were hoping that the emotional appeal, the fact that all of these leaders have come through the Barasaheb Thackeray era, or an allegiance to the family, dynastic privilege alone is not enough to ensure commitment of the new generation of Shiv Sainiks. And I think somewhere they miscalculated. Now, is the miscalculation of a kind that will cost the government? As of today, it appears so. The numbers appear heavily stacked against Uddhav Thackeray. Their only hope now is that when these MLAs do return to Mumbai, as they will have to at some stage, will the Shiv Sainik rank and file rally behind Uddhav Thackeray, or will even that only be limited to Mumbai and not to pockets beyond that? So clearly, as of today, the odds seem heavily stacked against Uddhav Thackeray's government surviving what seems a concerted attempt, not just on the part of the Shiv Sena, but also the BJP. Let's be clear. No BJP leader, including Devendra Fadnavis, may have come out in the open. But when you move from one BJP-ruled state like Gujarat to another BJP-ruled state like Assam, the BJP stamp is all over this operation, a new kind of Operation Lotus. They only this time are moving step by step, waiting for that magic number of 37 MLAs, where the breakaway group will have 2/3 and therefore not attract the anti-defection law. Once that is done, and they are very close and may even have crossed it now with some MLAs reaching Guwahati, once they do that, then I believe it is almost game, set, and possibly match to Eknath Shinde.
Well, the optics, go more than that, where the BJP's role is, Rajdeep, till yesterday you had Sanjay Kutte, who was a BJP leader who was with these rebel MLAs in Surat. This morning, you had Himanta Biswa Sarma, who was actually inspecting the hotel where these MLAs are holed up in. But I'll, come back to it. Well, they, in terms of, the hardcore numbers lie with Eknath Shinde, but not entirely. So they're, they might be close or within kissing distance, even with the 4 MLAs that have gone now to Eknath Shinde's camp. 2 are independent, 2 of them are from the Shiv Sena, which makes the Shiv Sena count reach about 33. So they're still about 4 short of that magic figure. But how do you see, Rajdeep, before I let you go, how do you see things pan out over the next few days? Because whatever goes down, the fact is the odds are stacked against Uddhav Thackeray, but it's also going to impact the Mahavikas Aghadi. Things are not going to be all hunky-dory where the NCP or the Congress is concerned. There are going to be fissures and fault lines which will only widen there.
Absolutely. And it's not just about a government in Maharashtra. Let's be very clear. The BJP just a couple of months ago won a huge victory in Uttar Pradesh. Now, after Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra is the state with the second largest, biggest chunk of Lok Sabha MPs. If the opposition loses that, what is the opposition really looking forward to as you build into 2024? You've just got a couple of states today, Bengal led by Mamata Banerjee, almost as, and Stalin's Tamil Nadu. I don't count Andhra Pradesh, which seems very close to the government at the center, or Odisha as opposition ruled states. But these are the only 2 bastions, real bastions left. If Maharashtra goes and the BJP comes to power in combination with this new Shiv Sena, as they are calling it, then you have a situation where genuinely the BJP completely dominates Western and Northern India, has complete dominance over Northeast, and will hope to retain Karnataka in the South. What it will then suggest as you build up to 2024 is a completely demoralized opposition. And that, in a sense, is why this Maharashtra election has become this Maharashtra trial of strength, battle, whatever you call it, is so significant. And I think, in a sense, 2019 November, the coming together of the Shiv Sena NCP Congress was only able to stave temporarily the BJP juggernaut. The BJP, particularly Devendra Fadnavis, has not forgiven or forgotten what happened then, the manner in which he felt he was betrayed and the mandate was stolen from him. And they've been building towards this. Let's be clear, Preeti, if there was no COVID in 2020 and 2021, the BJP may well have struck earlier. They've been smarting, waiting for their moment, and they have sensed a vulnerable chink in Eknath Shinde, someone who's a mass leader in Thane, but who has commanded financial resources, has a lot of support among Shiv Sena MLAs and a section of the rank and file, and used him in a way to plot the demise of this government. And what really surprises me is that the Shiv Sena or indeed the NCP did not see the writing on the wall after what happened in the Rajya Sabha elections. Why did they not act swiftly enough? Or maybe this has been in the planning for 6 months, as some has been saying. This has been in the planning for 6 months. They've been waiting for the right time to strike, and they wanted to strike before the Mumbai Municipal Corporation and Thane Municipal Corporation elections. Right. They've chosen this moment just before the monsoon session and thereby create a mahal that the opposition is completely disintegrating and the BJP's Ashwamedh Yagna, if you can call it that, is marching once again from state to state. All right, Rajdeep, we're going to let you go. Apologies and sympathies that this big news story breaks on that 1 week that you've taken off. You have a good holiday for the next couple of days, but we're going to keep calling you back. Well, that's water, and cheers to that as well. I want to cut across right now to Mahesh Tapse, NCP spokesperson, who's joining us. Mr. Tapse, the fact is it might not be game over yet, but you're inching rather close towards that. Sharad Pawar met Uddhav Thackeray a short while ago. Was the idea once again mooted that give Eknath Shinde chief ministership, something which is already turned down by him yesterday in that conversation he had with Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, good evening, Preeti. Let me tell you that NCP has supported the Shiv Sena in 2019, and we stand by the choice of chief minister that the Shiv Sena will give up, will put in. I think Mr. Pawar Sahib made it very clear, amply clear, when he spoke to the media in Delhi, that the Chief Minister post lies with the Shiv Sena, and it's up to the Shiv Sena whom they want to give. Today, Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has spoken his heart out very directly, and he has made a very emotional appeal, not only to his legislators, but to his party cadre at large. I am very certain and very optimistic that all those legislators who heard him will come back to the party fold, and this rebellion, whatever, which is fueled by the BJP. We know it's definitely fueled by the BJP. This rebellion will rest.
Mr. Tapse, is the NCP open to a floor test? Because when it comes to the dissolution of the House in the morning, it was very clearly put forth by the NCP that they weren't very keen. Even yesterday, you had Sharad Pawar, and there's a lot to read between the lines on what he said. This is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena. We'd rather sit in the opposition if this breaks.
See, ifs and buts does not work in politics. Today, the rebel group does not have the requisite number 37. They are not in a position to make a breakaway group which can be recognized by the Election Commission under the various provisions of the anti-defection law. They have certain numbers, but the magic figure of 37 from the Shiv Sena does not seem to be there. And hence this dilly-dallying and this show of strength and show of numbers. If at all they had these numbers, I'm sure they would have come in.
But they're inching close, Mr. Thackeray. It's not that they're very far off. I'll bring in Rahul Srivastav as well into this conversation. Rahul, how do you see all of this? Because not only is it the litmus test for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, which clearly is now plunged into political turmoil. We'll only know the fate, I'm quite sure, rather quickly than later. But having said that, this is also a testimony, documentary to the leadership of the Shiv Sena, where it comes down to Uddhav Thackeray and his son, even Aditya Thackeray.
Yes, Preeti, there is a charge sheet against these MLAs who are camping in Guwahati against Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. But if you look at the situation today, after you spoke to Mr. Eknath Shinde in that exclusive chat, he gave certain numbers, but he was reluctant to talk about the number of Shiv Sena MLAs as part of that group which is there in Radisson Hotel in Guwahati. Now that's where lies the catch. The number game is still not intact. Up till and unless Mr. Eknath Shinde has 37 or more, that legitimacy element with which he can go to the election commission, he can go to the speaker to be recognized as a separate group. And in case it is rejected by an NCP deputy speaker right now, he can go to the courts, because then it's all clear as far as the anti-defection law is concerned. A legitimacy battle has begun with Mr. Eknath Shinde announcing that Mr. Bharat Gogawale, a Mahad MLA, is going to be the chief whip of the Shiv Sena and not Sunil Prabhu. A battle is on there. So there is a legitimacy attempt going on. So this is exactly what Mr. Shinde wants to do. But what Mr. Shinde actually has done, as we were discussing yesterday also, is created an emotive Hindutva plank to wield a knife against Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. And that is why Uddhav Thackeray today is trying to say that I don't hanker for post. I never wanted to be chief minister. And I'm going out of Varsha and I'm going to live in Matoshri. Remember, Matoshri has a great emotive appeal. So there is a Hindutva appeal by Mr. Eknath Shinde to all Shiv Senics. There is a personal appeal by Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. Between these two appeals, the number game becomes critical only till when Mr. Shinde gets those 37 MLAs. And till that time that does not happen,
right,
Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has the time to win back his flock. And that is why...
Well, he's only bleeding. Rahul, he's only bleeding even after that emotional appeal. Two from his own flock have gone and joined Eknath Shinde, 2 independents. But I want to cut across to Javed Ansari. But before I do that, let's listen in to what Eknath Shinde told me this afternoon, viewers. It's rather interesting because when we kept trying to ask him, and I kept trying to ask him, we're going to play that out. In just a minute, we're going to play that out. But let's bring in Javed Ansari into this conversation. Javed, the fact is where the Congress is also concerned in all of this, where the NCP is concerned. Mr. Thackeray might say that, we are all good, everything is fine, our lot is intact. But once, it becomes clear that the power lies with an ex-party, which is Eknath Shinde here, usually political history stands testimony that MLAs gravitate towards the party which is standing on the precipice of power. Do you see the likes of the Congress, the likes of the NCP being very vulnerable then?
Well, you can't rule it out. If a party like Shiv Sena can be vulnerable to poaching, then certainly I don't see how the Congress can remain out of the ambit. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and this alliance, this has been an uneasy alliance. This wasn't a natural alliance. Let me put it this way. From the very beginning, they came together to prevent Mr. Fadnavis and the BJP from coming to power. They had to, and in any coming together, when more than one party aligns, you have to make compromises. Sena has had to make compromises. The Congress is a peripheral player. It's mainly Sena and Mr. Pawar's party, the NCP, which are in the driving seat. The Congress is a peripheral player. But of course, what prevents the BJP from poaching into the Congress will be a low-hanging fruit, because you need lesser numbers to break the Congress. So, but all this is all academic. Everything depends on whether or not Mr. Shinde can get to that 37 or more figure. If he can get 37, then he can effectively, bring about a split. He will be recognized as a separate entity. If he doesn't, then he runs the risk of being of the speaker disqualifying them. Then this will be, the other dynamics will come into play. But certainly at the moment, the Agadi has a mountain to climb. This government, if again I say, if at all it survives, it will be a lame duck government.
All right, well, let's now listen in, because what's going on? Yes, in the last 1 hour after that emotional appeal of Uddhav Thackeray, 2 more from the Shiv Sena, 4 in all, 2 are independent, 2 more from the Shiv Sena have gone and joined Eknath Shinde's flock. This afternoon, strangely, Eknath Shinde insisted to India Today that he has 37 plus from the Shiv Sena, 46 plus in total MLAs. Listen in to what he had to say. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं। बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है, अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी, और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं?
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
I want to cut across to Desh Ratan Nigam, political analyst. Sir, appreciate the patience. Thank you for staying with us. Mr. Nigam, I want to ask you, till now, the BJP hasn't been outrightly vocal. The fact, yes, there was Sanjay Kutte, BJP leader, yesterday in Surat. You had the Chief Minister of Assam in the morning inspect the resort that these MLAs were going to get booked into. And one can understand, the tepidness to all of this because they've been burnt earlier. How do you think that the BJP is viewing the situation as they unfold?
Well, I think since I'm not the spokesperson for the BJP, I can only speculate. The classic situation, if you, summarize Uddhav Thackeray, want to resign but will not resign, is the motto. And why is he not resigning? Because if you see the stand is continuously shifting. On one hand, Uddhav Thackeray says he will not face the floor test because it will hurt him. Sanjay Raut says we'll go to the floor test. Look at the strategy. So there is some kind of an external pressure, and most probably from the NCP, which is not allowing him to resign. Clear, because in desperation, the Shinde was offered CM-ship also, which he clearly declined. This is about, straying from the path of Hindutva, which is an all-encompassing and inclusive philosophy, which the Uddhav Thackeray willingly or unwillingly left. Because I am saying unwillingly because there is a possibility that because of the hostile alliance and coalition, he was compelled to leave that Hindutva philosophy. And that is where the people, the MLAs, got the feedback from the ground, from the voters and the supporters that the alienation of Shiv Sena is taking place on the ground. And MLAs are very sensitive to the opinion of their own voters and supporters, and hence this situation has developed. Now, once they have the numbers 37, which is the magic number when the anti-defection law will not apply, then I believe they will be in a very clear position. I don't know whether they have it or not. Tonight will make it very clear. Then they will be in a very clear position to take a very clear stand legally and constitutionally. And they have made it very clear that Shiv Sena has to break from the MVA. That they have also made it very clear. So the only possibility which remains out here is a combination of Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party, which may give a stable government in Maharashtra. And what we saw recently in Maharashtra is something that we all are worried about. Ketki actress is put behind bars. Today she got a bail after 1.5 months. And a student also being sent behind the bars because he also wrote something against Pawar. Or if you recall the Palghar incident which had happened, or Hanuman Chalisa. So everything was building up, and there was actually, and believe me, there was a feedback from the ground that Shiv Sena is getting alienated from the people. And that is where the whole issue boils down to.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the desperation of the MVA, and especially NCP, it does not want to let go of power. At the same time, they don't also want to be, seen as if they are washing their hands off. Calling it an internal matter of Shiv Sena, then offering CM-ship to Shinde is something, there is a lot of confusion there also. They are also not very clear which side the entire Shiv Sena may go. So clearly today the position is, as Rajdeep clearly said, momentum is mass into velocity. Mass represents the number of, MLAs that they have, and the velocity with which number of MLAs are, gravitating towards Shinde is something which clearly gives a superior position to Eknath Shinde, and the possible combination of Bharatiya Janata Party and this breakaway group.
Watch Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, as he addresses and awards top job and wealth creators at the Business Today Best CEO Awards, 24th June 2022, The Oberoi, New Delhi. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchurghat Tire. अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
You are watching India Today.
All eyes are clearly on what Eknath Shinde will now decide, the man who has managed to, for now, as